Chapter 1. Success Within Reach. In the imperial palace of the Shangqian dynasty, a young man clad in white strolled thoughtfully along the Grand Avenue. Although he appeared to be in his 30s, he exuded an aura characteristic of those in positions of power. Despite holding no official title or rank, he moved through the palace with an air of unrestrained confidence. The reason for his unusual freedom was simple. He was the esteemed tutor of the son of Empress. 15 years prior, the young previous emperor had passed away unexpectedly due to illness, leaving no one to designate a successor in the ensuing chaos. Consequently, the Shangqian dynasty plunged into a dark period of turmoil. 8 princes, vying for the throne, engaged in fierce battles against one another, plunging the mightiest empire on the continent into civil strife. The once submissive vassal states, witnessing the imminent collapse of the dynasty, began to harbor treacherous thoughts. In a time of both internal strife and external threats, the nearly 1,000-year-old Shangqian dynasty stood on the brink of ruin. Just when the populace was engulfed in despair, the youngest royal offspring, a princess, emerged unexpectedly, presenting herself to the world with an unstoppable resolve. Bai Luoyan, the once inconspicuous princess, commanded an army seemingly conjured from thin air, decisively defeating her elder brothers one after another. Within mere years, she quelled the internal chaos with a force akin to thunder. Moreover, she vanquished the foreign tribes that dared to encroach upon her territory. In a short time, the name of the Bai Lin army, led by Bai Luoyan, struck terror into the hearts of many. The subdued foreign factions hastened to submit, eager to become vassals of the Shangqian dynasty for eternity. Through her prowess, Bai Luoyan established her authority and was destined to become the first empress in the annals of the Shangqian dynasty. Her adversaries were acutely aware that behind Bai Luoyan stood a man clad in white. On her path to ascendancy, that man remained her unwavering pillar of support and the only individual she trusted implicitly. He was the one whom even the proud empress referred to with deference as Sir, a man without title or position, yet stubbornly entrusted by the empress with the role of her tutor. Lin Yan, the tutor who now wandered contemplatively within the palace, strolled through the imperial garden, a place typically reserved for men. Yet, the eunuchs and maidens in his vicinity instinctively bowed their heads in respect, refraining from interrupting his thoughts. The reason for this deference was straightforward. By imperial decree, the empress had granted Lin Yan the privilege to access any part of the palace, including her private quarters. Observing his white-clad figure, the palace attendants regarded him with a blend of admiration and a desire to please. In merely 3 days, Bai Luoyan would ascend to the throne. Everyone within the Shangqian dynasty understood the immense regard the empress held for her tutor. Once she claimed the imperial title, Lin Yan's position would undoubtedly rise in tandem, rendering the phrase "one beneath the emperor" above all others a mere understatement. Although Lin Yan consistently insisted on refusing official titles and rewards, it was likely that an honorary title of a prince from a different surname would be inevitable. Moreover, given the emperor's feelings towards this gentleman, it was not beyond the realm of possibility for him to be taken into her harem in the future. However, this enviable protagonist was currently gripped by a wave of anxiety. Just like the archetypes found in popular novels, Lin Yan was not originally from this world. He was a traveler from Blue Star. What set him apart from other protagonists was that this was his 9th world of transmigration. At this moment, his expression remained calm, yet his heart raced as he spoke to the system within his mind. Dog system, this time I should be able to complete the task, right? There won't be any unforeseen complications, will there? Rest assured, host. This time it is practically guaranteed, and you will finally be able to return home. You had better be right. If I fail again, I'm done for. Tell me, are you sure the Empress hasn't developed any murderous intent towards me? Not all. Are you certain? Absolutely. I don't believe you, unless you swear on your own life. System. Host, please maintain your dignity. This system recognizes no gender and thus has no life to stake for an oath. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan could not help but feel an increase in his worries. It was not without reason that he was so cautious. He had indeed been burned before. Originally a typical high school senior for Blue Star, he was selected by the system for transmigration after an all-night binge of reading web novels. The system he bore was known as the Empress Achievement System, which assigned him a singular task: to support a female emperor in ascending to the throne within this foreign realm. After an initial period of confusion and fear, Lin Yan quickly became exhilarated. As an avid reader with years of experience, he had encountered the notion of transmigration countless times. Having fantasized about his own potential journey into another world, he had even taken the initiative to learn the methods for producing soap, glass, and gunpowder in advance. This minor alternate world would soon bow beneath the weight of my extensive knowledge. With boundless confidence, Lin Yan boldly entered his first foreign realm. Yet, unsurprisingly, he met with failure, and that failure came a mere month after his arrival. Do not misunderstand, the world into which he had transmigrated was not a realm of immortality, but rather a feudal era where gunpowder had yet to be invented. While he possessed knowledge and technology far exceeding that of the era, it did not grant him free rein to act as he pleased. In terms of wisdom, few among those who ascended to positions of power were devoid of intelligence. Lin Yan perished due to his underestimation of the situation. He had not even encountered the task assigned to him by the system before falling victim to betrayal from an ally. That so-called ally, who had sworn allegiance to him by day, sold him to the enemy by night. Thus, after experiencing a brief month of exploration, his first world came to an abrupt end with his demise. Fortunately, prior to completing his task, he possessed an almost infinite number of opportunities. In truth, the system held thousands upon thousands of similar worlds available for Lin Yan to conquer. Therefore, after his initial attempt ended in failure, he was reborn into a new world by the system. However, Lin Yan did not anticipate that this task, which he initially believed could be accomplished with ease, would prove to be so arduous. The relentless cycle of failures and deaths left him feeling numb. Unbeknownst to him, this marked his 9th attempt. Indeed, he had previously failed 8 times, experiencing death in various worlds. This time, however, he found himself closer to success than ever before. Chapter 2. The Painful Experiences of Failure. Reflecting on those 8 prior failures, Lin Yan's lips involuntarily twitched in anguish. Although he understood that each death was not final, as the system would resurrect him and thrust him into a new world, the innate fear of death that in normal human experiences was inescapable. Each of the 8 instances concluded with his demise. In the second timeline, he fared significantly better than in the first. After the betrayal of the first attempt, he recognized that the words of politicians, regardless of the era, were the least trustworthy. Yet, despite his vigilance, he perished after merely 2 years. With the lessons learned, he approached his third attempt with heightened caution, gradually becoming adept at navigating the intellectual duels with scholars. Alas, he met his end again, this time succumbing to overwhelming power. The enemy, enraged and humiliated, dispatched troops to surround and eliminate him alongside his target. Upon his rebirth, Lin Yan finally came to a realization. To ascend to the throne, mere eloquence was insufficient. One must also command military strength. Thus, after his 4th rebirth, he chose the path of a military general. Enduring humiliation and rigorously training for 5 years within the army, he finally seized the opportunity to lead troops into battle. Yet, during his inaugural conflict, he was unseated by an unknown soldier. Upon returning from yet another resurrection, he redoubled his efforts. Ultimately, through countless skirmishes, he garnered a reputation as the renowned god of war in that realm. However, his impressive achievements and youthful vigor incited envy in the aging emperor. Under the counsel of numerous court officials, the old monarch, on the brink of death, revoked all his military power and ordered his execution upon return to the capital. Once more resurrected, Lin Yan felt a profound sense of helplessness. At this juncture, he finally grasped the tribulations faced by ancient emperors who successfully altered dynasties. In the following attempts, he resolved to master both civil and military affairs, striving to wield control over both the army and the court. Each trial honed his strategies and martial prowess. Regrettably, even with his efforts, he still encountered multiple failures. The reasons for these failures were, ironically, rooted in irreconcilable rifts with his targets. Had the system's objective been for him to become an emperor, Lin Yan would have undoubtedly succeeded long ago. However, he was bound to the Empress system, which necessitated that he elevate the designated female target to the throne to achieve success. Yet, Gaining the unwavering trust of a woman or even a man was a formidable challenge for someone who wielded military power and possessed a calculating mind. In the subsequent worlds he traversed, nearly every time he gained a strategic advantage for his mission, the protagonist of that realm would unwittingly regard him as an adversary. In times of discord between sovereign and subject, no amount of effort on Lin Yan's part could alter his fate. Particularly in the Eighth World, he was a mere day away from the Empress' ascension. Yet the very Empress he had aided in attaining her throne ordered the Imperial Guard to execute him within his own estate on that fateful day. This thwarted endeavor left Lin Yan feeling particularly uneasy in recent days. Just 3 days left, please. Let there be no further complications. I truly wish to avoid this ordeal once more. After much contemplation, an unsettling feeling lingered within him. His previous 8 failures had instilled in him a sense of paranoia. Thus, in this iteration, although he had early on located his mission target, by Luo Yan, he remained acutely aware of the distance between them. When he first encountered the heroine, she was but 8 years old, while his character in this world was set at 15. According to the system's relational framework, he was designated as the heroine's mentor. Lin Yan was quite content with this arrangement and continued to engage with the heroine in this capacity. Over the years, he had stood behind her, strategizing, and even personally leading troops to secure remarkable victories in battles. The renowned Bai Lin army was also a creation of his own making. Despite this, Lin Yan prudently remained in Bai Luoyan's shadow, ensuring that all accolades and brilliance were attributed to her. To avoid inciting the heroine's jealousy, he repeatedly declined her offers to elevate his status. This was why, despite being the greatest contributor, he remained an unadorned man without any titles or ranks. Initially, everything progressed as Lin Yan had orchestrated. However, recent rumors circulating among the populace caught him off guard. It seemed that, unbeknownst to him, tales of his exploits began to emerge, stories of his battles fought for the Empress and his strategic prowess over the years. In what felt like a single day, all he had accomplished over the past 15 years was suddenly laid bare. In an instant, the once inconspicuous man who intended to remain behind by Luo Yan was thrust into the limelight. Even more alarming was the gossip suggesting he might be the Empress' ideal consort following her coronation. Though Lin Yan had to concede that those chosen by the system to be the heroine's partner were exceptionally rare, possessing a harmonious blend of physique, beauty, and intellect, Bai Luo Yan stood out as the most exquisite woman he had encountered in his 9 lives. Yet, upon his honor, he had no designs upon the Empress' affections. His sole desire was to swiftly complete his mission and return to his original world, harboring no longing for the opulence of this realm. However, a decree from Bai Luo Yan earlier today unsettled him. The content of the edict was simple. It appointed him to the esteemed position of Grand Tutor. In this world, while the Grand Tutor held a high status, it was largely regarded as a mere nominal title in the realm of politics. Yet, such an imperial decree caused Lin Yan's heart to leap. He was uncertain whether this was a decision coerced by Luo Yan due to the rumors circulating among the populace. In truth, he had intended to seek an audience with her during the day to clarify that those tales were not disseminated by him. After all, the accounts depicted in those rumors were articulated with such vivid detail and authenticity that it would indeed be challenging for anyone but a first-hand witness to convey them so poignantly. However, to his dismay, Bai Luo Yan had declined his request for an audience, citing her overwhelming duties. This undoubtedly heightened Lin Yan's unease. It seemed this was the first time in years that Bai Luo Yan had refused to meet with him. Could it be that the scenario he most dreaded was destined to unfold? After much contemplation, Lin Yan resolved not to remain passive. Thus, that evening, he utilized the privilege bestowed upon him by Bai Luo Yan to enter the imperial palace for the first time. He had made up his mind to tender his resignation, distancing himself from the court to demonstrate his lack of ambition for power or gain. Regardless of whether Bai Luo Yan believed him, he merely sought to navigate the remaining 3 days in tranquility. However, just as he approached the entrance to the imperial study, the voices of conversation from within halted his advance. Chapter 3. The heart of the sovereign is difficult to gauge. Lin Yan recognized Bai Luo Yan as an exceptionally diligent individual. From the moment their paths first crossed, this girl had left an indelible impression on him, one of strength, genius, and unwavering effort. As the saying goes, one need not fear the brilliance of a genius. but rather the genius who works even harder. Indeed, Bai Luoyin was the most reassuring presence for Lin Yan amidst the tumult of the Nine Realms. Regardless of the demands he placed upon her, she consistently delivered a flawless performance, often exceeding expectations with a score of 120. At times, Lin Yan pondered whether Bai Luoyin, even without his guidance, would inevitably ascend to become the empress of this world. Thus, he was acutely aware that, at this hour, Bai Luoyin was likely engrossed in her duties within the imperial study, attending to matters of state. As he halted the attempts of the guards outside to announce his arrival, Lin Yan proceeded directly to the threshold of the study. Recalling the regulations set forth by the Empress, the guards hesitated momentarily, yet ultimately remained steadfast in their positions. Just as Lin Yan was about to enter, a familiar voice resonated from within. "My beloved minister, what brings you to see me at this late hour?" Years of camaraderie allowed Lin Yan to instantly recognize Bai Luoyin's voice. Moments later, a young man's voice interjected, "Your Majesty, I have urgent matters to discuss." Although Bai Luoyin had yet to be formally crowned, it had become an unspoken consensus among the court that she was acknowledged as sovereign. Lin Yan searched his memory and soon identified the speaker. It was the voice of Song Jishu, the Minister of Rights. Notably, this individual's father had once been Lin Yan's rival. In the days following the demise of the late emperor, Song Jishu's father had been a staunch supporter of the crown prince. During Bai Luoyin's initial rise to power, Lin Yan had frequently clashed with him. However, to Lin Yan, politics had never been a matter of right or wrong, but rather one of victory and defeat. Fortuitously, he had emerged victorious. Following the fall of the crown prince, the elder Song was left desolate and soon passed away. The newly appointed Song Jishu had quickly grasped the prevailing circumstances and aligned himself with the ascendant Bai Luoyin. With Lin Yan's persuasion, Bai Luoyin ultimately accepted this defeated minister into her fold. It is worth noting that Lin Yan's advocacy for her to embrace him was not born of any camaraderie with the elder Song, but rather a matter of strategic interest. The Song family, a venerable lineage that had thrived for nearly a millennium within the Holy Qian dynasty, had maintained a prominent position in the court regardless of the throne's transitions. Their formidable heritage rendered the Song family emblematic of many noble houses. To ensure her stability upon the throne, Bai Luoyin would require the support of such esteemed families. Accepting the Song family was, in essence, a gesture of reassurance to the aristocracy they represented. Little did Lin Yan anticipate that what had once been an act of acceptance would now transform into a dagger aimed at his own heart. "Your Majesty, there have been recent rumors among the populace suggesting that your current position is largely attributable to the efforts of Lin Yan. Upon learning this, I felt compelled to seek an audience with you." "Oh, is that so?" Listening to Bai Luoyin's indifferent response, Song Jishu felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He hesitated, cautiously lifting his gaze to glance upward. There, seated above, was a woman of unparalleled beauty, adorned in a flowing imperial robe, with only a jade belt accentuating her slender waist. Her breathtaking visage, combined with the regal aura of the Empress, compelled all who beheld her to instinctively bow their heads. As he gazed upon the Empress's enchanting countenance, a flicker of infatuation and desire sparkled in Song Jishu's eyes. However, he swiftly suppressed that glimmer and averted his gaze. Yet Bai Luoyin's image remained indelibly etched in his heart. Taking a deep breath, he gathered his thoughts and carefully spoke. "Your Majesty, as your ascension approaches, I believe the timing of these rumors is rather too coincidental. I suspect," he paused momentarily, steeling his resolve before continuing. "I suspect that this may very well be a deliberate act by Lin Yan, aimed at crafting his own reputation before your coronation. Your Majesty, Lin Yan harbors treasonous intentions." Upon finishing his statement, Song Jishu lowered his head once more, not daring to draw breath. He was acutely aware of the connection between Lin Yan and the Empress. Having heard that Bai Luoyin had never trusted anyone in her life, save for Lin Yan. Yet, despite this knowledge, he resolved to take one last gamble. The Song family, having served numerous emperors, possessed a certain insight into the hearts of rulers. Song Jishu was confident that, regardless of Bai Luoyin's trust in Lin Yan, No emperor would tolerate a subject with such prominence. His visit to the palace this evening also concealed his own ulterior motives. Upon hearing the whispers among the populace that Lin Yan was the ideal husband for Bai Luoyin, jealousy had taken root within him. Indeed, he harbored feelings for Bai Luoyin. After all, who could gaze upon her without feeling a surge of admiration? Yet, she was the empress, and the vast chasm of their statuses dissuaded many suitors. But Song Jishu was different. He understood his own lineage. To him, if the empress were to select a consort, he, as the scion of a prestigious family, would undoubtedly be her best choice. True, his father had once been her adversary, but to a politician, such matters were inconsequential. They were solely concerned with advantage. Even knowing that, given by Lin Yan's character, he would merely be a figurehead should he enter the palace, he remained unfazed. If he could possess Bai Luoyin's body, he would willingly become a puppet to this empress. After uttering those words, the imperial study fell into an eerie silence. Just as beads of cold sweat began to form on Song Jishu's forehead, and as he pondered whether he had been too reckless, Bai Luoyin's voice finally resonated once more. Indeed, Master Song, you are a loyal minister of my court, steadfast in your fidelity. I am aware of your counsel. The hour is late. You may withdraw for now. We shall discuss this matter further at a later time. Upon hearing Bai Luoyin's response, Song Jishu's heart surged with joy, for he realized that his gamble had paid off. Although Bai Luoyin had not definitively determined how to proceed, it was clear from her tone that she had begun to harbor suspicions about Lin Yan. This was more than sufficient. For the emperor, even a mere flicker of doubt could suffice to condemn Lin Yan to death. Suppressing his elation, he hastily bowed and replied, I shall obey your command. After uttering these words, he carefully retreated, a faint smile gracing his lips as he finally turned to leave. Meanwhile, Lin Yan, who had been waiting outside, had already vanished without a trace. A moment later, outside the palace, Lin Yan returned to his residence, his complexion pale, and with a bitter smile addressed the system in his mind. Damn it, I knew it wouldn't be this straightforward. Is this time destined to end in failure once more? Host, I believe. I do not want your beliefs. I want my own convictions. Have you forgotten how I failed last time? Reflecting on his failure in the eighth world, a rare flicker of anguish crossed Lin Yan's eyes. Chapter 4. The Emperor is never merely a profession in the previous worlds. Lin Yan primarily interacted with the heroines through a subordinate relationship. However, as the saying goes, one does not fear a godlike enemy, but rather a pig-like ally. The subsequent failures he faced were largely due to the reckless actions of these heroines. For instance, while he was fervently engaged in battle at the front lines, the heroine at the rear would issue multiple commands demanding his immediate return. In that moment, Lin Yan felt the profound anguish experienced by Yu Fei, as chronicled in history. After enduring this pain, Lin Yan resolved to make a change in the eighth world. He fell in love with the heroine of that realm. Initially, Lin Yan viewed the heroines merely as pawns in his quest to fulfill his missions, which led him to refrain from forming emotional bonds. Yet, it became evident that earning complete trust was an arduous endeavor. After careful contemplation, he pursued the heroine of the eighth world, a woman of the feudal society. Faced with the cheesy declarations of affection from Lin Yan, found it difficult to resist. Moreover, after being tempered by numerous worlds, Lin Yan, possessing both literary and martial prowess, shone like a brilliant star, evoking admiration in others. He successfully won the affection of the heroine, and they wed. Of course, Lin Yan was not a scoundrel. Initially, he did regard the heroine as a mere chess piece. However, as time passed and they spent years together, he developed genuine feelings of love for her. Upon inquiring with the system, he learned that after completing his mission, he would not be forcibly sent away. He could choose to remain in this world for a lifetime before departing. Thus, he resolved to accompany the heroine for the rest of her days after she ascended to the throne. Yet, dreams are often beautiful, while reality can be cruel. Lin Yan could never have anticipated that the gentle wife, who gazed at him with affection and called him husband, would one day command his execution. This occurred on the eve of her coronation. After excusing herself to attend to state affairs, a battalion of imperial guards surrounded his dwelling. Despite being one of the greatest generals of his time, he ultimately succumbed to the relentless hail of arrows after persisting for a brief moment. As he lay in a pool of his own blood, teetering on the brink of death, he caught sight of his wife among the dense ranks of the Imperial Guards. The once gentle and kind woman had donned the golden dragon robe that symbolized imperial authority, tears streaming down her face. In his final moments, Lin Yan perceived a flicker of fear and confusion in her eyes as she rushed towards him, disregarding all else. From a moment he saw the Imperial Guards, Lin Yan understood that it was indeed his wife who sought his demise. Why must it be so? If she wished to kill him, why reveal such a sorrowful visage? Was it merely to soothe her own conscience? Watching the crocodile tears she shed, Lin Yan, devoid of strength, managed a mocking smile before drawing his last breath. Your Majesty, we have traversed so many worlds together. You should be acutely aware that the title of Emperor is not merely a profession. It represents a third existence beyond men and women, a cold, unfeeling automaton devoid of personal sentiment. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, the system found itself at a loss for response. It was well aware of the profound wounds inflicted upon Lin Yan by the Eighth World. It understood that Lin Yan had indeed developed feelings for the female lead of that realm. In truth, she could be regarded as his first love. It was precisely due to the betrayal he experienced that Lin Yan had become a person prone to paranoid delusions. Just imagine, a beloved partner, with whom one shares the same bed daily, suddenly plunges a dagger into your heart. Merely contemplating this evokes a chilling sensation. One might say that Lin Yan's resilience in not developing a fear of women is a testament to his mental fortitude. Nonetheless, he found himself afflicted with a particular dread of female emperors. Thus, in this new world, he maintained a prudent distance from Bai Luoyin, never daring to cross the line. However, he did not anticipate that even after his early insistence on avoiding high-ranking positions, he would still encounter such a wretched situation. Although he recognized that Bai Luoyin was entirely different from the female lead of the previous world, they both shared the commonality of being female emperors. As a female emperor, the rationale for eliminating all obstacles and threats was a lesson Lin Yan had imparted to Bai Luoyin himself. Therefore, after eavesdropping on the conversation in the imperial study, Lin Yan's heart sank with the realization that he was likely doomed. No, I cannot remain passive. I must devise a plan. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yan abruptly rose to his feet and addressed the system in his mind. Do you understand my intent? Indeed, it appears that the plan must be set in motion. Lin Yan replied, I do not expect to conceal it for long. I only need to endure these 3 days, armed with the shadows of his past. Lin Yan was more than prepared this time. Meanwhile, in the imperial study, after Song Jishu departed, Bai Luoyin relaxed her posture, slumping into her chair. Should the court officials witness her in such a state, they would likely be rendered speechless in shock. In public, Bai Luoyin had always projected an image of authority and unapproachability. This relaxed demeanor was something no one had ever witnessed before. No, there were indeed 2 individuals who had seen her thus. One was Lin Yan, and the other was Shangguan Wanyu, the palace maid who had attended to her since childhood and now stood by her side. Recalling the glimmer of desire in Song Jishu's eyes as he had swept over her, Bai Luoyin felt a wave of revulsion. She irritably instructed Shangguan Wanyu, make a note of this. Once my plans come to fruition, I must ensure that Song Jishu's eyes are gouged out. Were it not for the greater good, I would have almost been unable to restrain myself from ending him right then and there. Yes, Your Majesty. After shaking her head to cast aside the irritation, she turned to her maid and inquired, By the way, Wanyu, how fares the matter I entrusted to you? Shangguan Wanyu bowed slightly, replying respectfully, Your Majesty, the rumors regarding Lin Taifu are progressing very smoothly. The remarkable deeds of the esteemed Lin Taifu for His Majesty have been disseminated with remarkable clarity. According to the responses below, Lin Taifu's reputation has been firmly established. Had Lin Yan not departed prematurely, he would likely have been left agape upon hearing such news. What? The rumors concerning him were personally ordered to be circulated by Bai Luoyin? No wonder he had been fervently seeking the source of these tales, yet found nothing. Indeed, once the matter is accomplished, I shall bestow generous rewards upon you. At this moment, Bai Luoyin was devoid of her usual icy demeanor. She reminisced about that fleeting vision in white, her face breaking into a genuine smile, her eyes sparkling with an enchanting glimmer, exuding an indescribable allure. Chapter 5. You are mine, and can only be mine in the blink of an eye. What once resembled a cold, glinting sword transformed into a blossoming flower, exuding the fragrance of romance as spring arrives. This remarkable shift occurred solely because the Empress recalled the figure of Lin Yan, observing by Luo Yan, who appeared like a love-struck maiden. Shangguan Wanyu wore an expression of knowing familiarity. Though she served as a lady-in-waiting, Shangguan Wanyu, being of similar age to Bai Luo Yan, resembled more of a confidant. Since their earliest memories, the two had been acquainted, and thus, Shangguan Wanyu was well aware of all that Bai Luo Yan had experienced over the years, including her feelings for Lin Yan. Initially, Bai Luo Yan regarded Lin Yan merely as her teacher. To this day, she vividly remembers the first day they met. At the tender age of 8, she encountered Lin Yan, who was then 15, having lived her entire life within the palace. She learned through a eunuch's introduction that the elegant youth before her was the teacher appointed by her father, the emperor. Initially, she felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at his youth. However, merely a month later, she found herself captivated by Lin Yan's profound wisdom. From celestial phenomena to the intricacies of governance, there seemed to be no subject beyond her teacher's grasp. What delighted her even more was that, apart from his enigmatic intellect, Lin Yan was also exceptionally skilled in the arts of horsemanship and archery, the noble pursuits of a gentleman. In her eyes, Lin Yan epitomized the ideal man. Alas, such bliss was fleeting. Just months after Lin Yan entered the palace, her father succumbed to illness. On that fateful day, chaos engulfed the capital. Brothers, once respectful of one another, turned against each other, driven by a frenzied desire for power. The once majestic palace was reduced to ashes by flames. It was Lin Yan who, against overwhelming odds, carved a path through the bloodshed, guiding both her and Shangguan Wanyu to safety. Perhaps it was on that day, as she beheld the silhouette of the young man, one hand gripping her own and the other wielding a sword, his form stained with blood, that her heart was irrevocably stirred. At the tender age of 8, she was unaware of the nature of such feelings, yet she silently tucked them away in her heart. 15 years have elapsed, and her affection for Lin Yan has grown ever more fervent, nearly reaching a point of uncontrollable intensity. She obediently followed Lin Yan's counsel, ascending to the pinnacle of power step by step. Yet, only she understood that her ambition for the throne was driven by the hope of one day being able to share her life with Lin Yan, free of any encumbrances. Seeing Bai Luo Yan in her lovesick state, Shangguan Wanyu knew well that the Empress was once again reminiscing about Lin Yan. With a gentle smile, she teased Bai Luo Yan, saying, "Your Majesty appears quite joyful. Have you been thinking about marrying Mr. Lin again?" Upon hearing Shangguan Wanyu's playful remark, Bai Luo Yan did not deny it, instead feigning indignation as she retorted, "What is it? Are you no longer afraid of me? You dare to jest even about me? Do you not fear my punishment?" "I would not dare," came the humble reply. Though she verbally expressed her trepidation, there was no trace of fear on Shangguan Wanyu's countenance. Realizing that she could not intimidate her companion, Bai Luo Yan refrained from further comment, merely emitting a resigned hum. At that moment, Shangguan Wanyu seemed to recall something. Her brow furrowed with concern as she addressed Bai Luo Yan. "Speaking of which, why did His Majesty avoid an audience with the Grand Tutor today?" She referred, of course, to Lin Yan's request for an audience following the imperial decree. At the mention of this matter, a flicker of discontent crossed Bai Luo Yan's face, and she replied, slightly irked, "Huh, does he think I cannot fathom the purpose of his visit? Surely, he seeks yet another excuse to evade the position of Grand Tutor. The more he resists, the more resolute I become in thwarting his designs." Observing Bai Luo Yan's rare display of childish indignation, Shangguan Wanyu could only offer a soothing reminder. Grand Tutor Lin is not a superficial man. He has always been indifferent to high office and wealth. Yet before she could finish, Bai Luo Yan interjected, "Do not speak well of him. Over the years, whenever I sought to bestow titles or honors upon him, he declined them all, as if I were unaware of what he truly fears. Does he truly perceive me as such a heartless individual that he feels compelled to maintain his distance? After all this time, he still harbors doubts toward me. In her sorrow, she even refrained from referring to herself in the royal eye. Throughout the years, Bai Luoyin had not withheld her affections from Lin Yan. She was no delicate flower. Her experiences had taught her a vital lesson: to pursue what one desires rather than foolishly conceal it within. On occasion, she had sensed admiration and affection in Lin Yan's gaze directed at her. Yet, for reasons unknown, he consistently rebuffed her advances, evading the burgeoning feelings that were palpable between them, as though she were a fearsome beast to be avoided. It must be said, had it not been for Bai Luoyin's resolute character, any ordinary woman would have succumbed to despair under Lin Yan's persistent rejections. Witnessing Bai Luoyin's sorrowful demeanor, Shangguan Wanyu felt a pang of empathy and comforted her. The ways of the sovereign are inscrutable. This has been a truth since time immemorial. However, I believe that Mr. Lin will eventually comprehend your majesty's intentions. Who knows when that will be? Bai Luoyin retorted. I cannot afford to wait that long. On the day of my coronation, in 3 days' time, I shall publicly declare my intention to marry the Grand Tutor. Does he not fear that I will cast aside those who have served me? I shall proclaim to the world that in this lifetime, I will take him as my sole consort. Our lineage shall inherit this realm. If he continues to harbor fears, I am willing to share this world with him. Indeed, this is why she had discreetly spread rumors among the populace to elevate Lin Yan's reputation. Her decree to grant him the title of Grand Tutor was also meant to substantiate those whispers, a veiled acknowledgement of all he had done for her over the years. As for the reactions of ministers like Song Jishu, they were well within her expectations. She intended to seize this opportunity to compel those officials within the court who opposed Lin Yan to reveal themselves. After her marriage to Lin Yan, she would methodically hold each of them accountable, crafting a court devoid of dissenting voices against him. However, she never anticipated the profound fear her benevolent intentions would instill in Lin Yan, nor the actions he might take as a result of this trepidation. At that moment, she was lost in reverie, envisioning the day of her marriage to Lin Yan. Gazing at the flickering candlelight before her, her expression became increasingly dreamy, her eyes flashing with a dangerously pathological glint as she murmured, Lin Yan, my esteemed Master Lin. You are mine, and only mine. Chapter 6. The feigned death plan. Upon returning to his estate, Lin Yan was suddenly seized by an involuntary shiver. He muttered in perplexity, how curious. Why do I feel so cold all of a sudden? Little did he know that his prior harrowing experiences had fostered a profound fear of the Empress, leading him to subconsciously reject Bai Luoyin's affections for years. This persistent denial had, in turn, given rise to Bai Luoyin's almost distorted love. At this moment, his thoughts were consumed with how to survive the last 3 days of her relentless pursuit. Although Bai Luoyin had just told Song Jishu in the imperial study that the matter would be discussed later, Lin Yan, already in a state of heightened anxiety, dared not relax even for a moment. Reflecting on the regret of having fallen just a day short of completing his mission in the 8th world, Lin Yan resolved to take action. After sitting in contemplation for a brief while, he suddenly raised his hand, making an unusual gesture. In an instant, a shadow flitted by, and a figure clad in black knelt before him. Over the past 15 years, Lin Yan had concealed little from Bai Luoyin except for the last 2 years, during which he had secretly trained a small team. This was a contingent of assassins who would heed only his commands, established precisely to prepare for this day. Gazing at the figure before him, Lin Yan spoke in a measured tone. Proceed with the plan we devised earlier. Schedule it for tomorrow night. Understood. No sooner had the words left his lips than the black-clad figure vanished from the hall, as if it had never been there at all. Lin Yan turned his gaze toward the palace, a flicker of sorrow crossing his eyes as he murmured, I never imagined I would ultimately be forced to take this step. Bai Luoyin, are you truly no different from the others? The following night, a towering inferno illuminated half of the capital. Having just concluded her administrative duties, Bai Luoyin was preparing for rest when Shangguan Wanyu burst in, panic-stricken. Observing the distress etched on Shangguan Wanyu's face, Bai Luoyin felt a pang of unease. She furrowed her brow and inquired, What is it? What has transpired to cause you such distress? Is there unrest among the foreign tribes, or have rebels resurfaced? Shangguan Wanyu swallowed hard, trembling as she replied, "Your Majesty, dire news. Lin Taifu's estate has been engulfed in flames. The entire residence is ablaze." What? As the gravity of her words sank in, Bai Luoyin felt darkness close in around her, struggling to maintain her balance. Yet, years of experience allowed her to quickly regain her composure. She swiftly turned to Shangwan Wanyu, demanding, "And what of Taifu? Is Lin Yan unharmed?" With a worried glance at Bai Luoyin, Shangwan Wanyu stammered, "Master Lin, his fate is unknown." "How can his fate be unknown?" Bai Luoyin exclaimed. "Some of my attendants. I must leave the palace at once. Mobilize the city guards and the Imperial Guard to Lin's estate. I give them 15 minutes to extinguish the fire. Should they fail, let them prepare for execution." At this moment, Bai Luoyin, as the Empress, exuded an overwhelming aura of authority. Her entire being radiating a chilling intensity that even Shangwan Wanyu dared not meet her gaze. In matters concerning one's own life, individuals often unleash a strength that surpasses their usual limits. Upon arrival at the Lin residence, Bai Luoyin found that the fire had largely been extinguished. Previously, she had intended for Lin Yan to reside within the imperial palace, but Lin Yan respectfully declined, citing the differences between ruler and subject. Bai Luoyin did not press the matter, fully aware of his aversion to chaos. She thoughtfully selected a secluded courtyard in the capital to bestow upon him as his abode. As the Empress approached, those who had been busy immediately ceased their activities, kneeling on one knee in reverence, observing the charred remains of the Lin residence's doorway. Bai Luoyin's face paled further. It seemed unimaginable to accept the horrifying conjecture that loomed in her heart. Disregarding the danger, she stepped boldly into the estate. Witnessing this, the captain of the Imperial Guard felt a jolt of alarm and hastily interjected, "Your Majesty, the fire has not been entirely subdued. Perhaps you should." "Begone!" Bai Luoyin interrupted him with a single, icy command. Though he stammered, attempting to articulate further, the moment he beheld the frost-laden gaze in Bai Luoyin's eyes, he prudently fell silent. He was certain that should he utter another word, his life would be forfeit. Relying on her memory, Bai Luoyin expertly made her way to Lin Yan's chamber. Since this residence had been granted to him, she had frequently found excuses to visit, rendering her more familiar with its surroundings than anyone else. Navigating through the courtyard of her recollections, Bai Luoyin halted before a heap of charred remnants of a dilapidated house. With no doors to obstruct her view, she immediately spotted a figure, burnt beyond recognition, lying within. "It cannot be. It is impossible. Master Lin could not have perished thus. This cannot be him," she murmured to herself, her steps heavy as she approached the charred remains. However, when her gaze fell upon the jade pendant on the corpse, she felt a sudden wave of weakness wash over her, her legs giving way as she nearly collapsed to the ground. "Your Majesty!" Shangwan Wanyu, closely following her, hurried forward to steady Bai Luoyin, preventing her fall. Bai Luoyin pushed Wanyu away, her trembling hands reaching for the piece of white jade. This was a gift she had bestowed upon Lin Yan at the tender age of 16, an item she had insisted he keep with him at all times. Although he had remained silent then, from that day forth, the jade pendant had been inseparable from him, always adorning his waist. "It truly is him. Why? Just 2 days short, why?" The final words escaped her lips as she could no longer contain the grief within, her anguished cry reverberating through the air. Upon uttering that last exclamation, she closed her eyes and fainted on the spot. "Your Majesty!" Just as she collapsed, figures surged from all directions. Unbeknownst to Bai Luoyin, a familiar silhouette stood a short distance away, quietly observing her. That figure was Lin Yan. His mission was to support Bai Luoyin in ascending to the throne. Therefore, even though he harbored suspicions that the other party intended to assassinate him, he could not take action against Bai Luoyin. Otherwise, the efforts he had invested over the past 15 years would have amounted to nothing. However, this did not imply that he was devoid of options. Rather, he had long been prepared for this day. To ensure his survival until Bai Luoyin's coronation, he resolved to feign death and extricate himself from danger. He wittily remarked that before one could plot his demise, he had already orchestrated his own death. With a hidden power at his disposal, it would not be difficult to find a condemned prisoner and set his residence ablaze. To dishearten the Empress, He left behind the significant jade pendant at the scene. As he watched Bai Luoyin recklessly rush into the residence, Lin Yan felt a momentary pang of emotion. Yet, he ultimately restrained the impulse to approach her. Casting one last glance at Bai Luoyin, he turned and vanished into the shadows. Farewell, Bai Luoyin. Chapter 7. The task is finally complete after successfully faking his death. Lin Yan settled into a house in the capital that he had prepared in advance. Upon seeing the figure clad in black waiting in the room, Lin Yan took a seat in the hall and addressed him. Leave the capital. From this moment forth, you are not to seek me out again, nor should you let Bai Luoyin be aware of your existence. You are free from now on. Hearing Lin Yan's final instructions, a flicker of emotion passed through the black-clad man's eyes as he gazed at Lin Yan. However, he ultimately said nothing, merely bowing respectfully before departing. To guard against any unforeseen circumstances, Lin Yan had stocked the room with sufficient food and water for a month. As the saying goes, great concealment lies within the city. Instead of fleeing the capital after his feigned death, he chose to remain in a secluded location. After all, it was difficult to predict whether any mishaps might occur if he left the capital too hastily. He had resolved to remain indoors for the next few days, patiently awaiting the system's notification of task completion. At last, he found himself enjoying a rare 2 days of leisure. One day, upon awakening to the sounds of commotion outside, he realized it was the day Bai Luoyin was to ascend the throne. For the system to acknowledge the completion of the task, it was essential for the female protagonist to conduct the heavenly sacrifice before the populace. The ruckus outside was the crowd gathering to witness the Empress's celestial offering. Excellent. It is finally drawing near, Lin Yan mused with delight. He refrained from venturing outside. In this final moment, he did not wish to jeopardize his efforts by being recognized. After quietly waiting at home for half the day, when the sound of bells resonated through the sky, Lin Yan finally received the notification in his mind that the task was complete. A faint smile graced his lips as he spoke to the system within his mind. The task is finally complete. Let me return home. Host, are you truly not planning to stay any longer? The system inquired. No, let's go home. I am somewhat fatigued, he replied. Very well. Thank you for your efforts. Dear host, farewell. Farewell. With those final words, Lin Yan's figure gradually faded from the room. Unbeknownst to Lin Yan, who had already departed, significant events had unfolded in the court over the past 2 days. Because he had not stepped outside, he was unaware that Bai Luoyin, who was known for her diligence, had astonishingly failed to attend court for 2 consecutive days following his feigned death. What shocked the court even more was that when Bai Luoyin reappeared before the ministers, it was to announce the execution of Song Jishu's entire family. This was no ordinary minister, but a representative of the influential aristocracy. How could such a decree be made so swiftly? Little did they realize that every noble who pleaded on behalf of Song Jishu fell into the dungeons under Bai Luoyin's indifferent command. It was then that they finally remembered that this empress was not a delicate flower. She had reclaimed her throne through bloodshed. The minister's silence only strengthened Bai Luoyin's grip over this newly formed court. Only Shangwan Wanyu, standing behind Bai Luoyin, understood the true reason for Song Jishu's demise. Uncertain of how Song Jishu learned of Lin Yan's demise, Bai Luoyin received an earnest request for an audience the following day when she failed to attend court. Ensnared by his own assumptions, he believed Bai Luoyin had clandestinely orchestrated Lin Yan's death and, in a display of ignorance, recounted Lin Yan's transgressions before the empress. Yet, lost in his excitement, he remained oblivious to the increasingly somber expression upon Bai Luoyin's visage. In an instant, he was apprehended and confined to the dungeons. By Bai Luoyin's directive, he did not survive even a single day, facing execution by beheading that very afternoon. Within a mere 2 days, she had employed relentless measures to imprison those esteemed families she had long set her sights upon. The only solace for her aching heart lay in her relentless pursuit of work and the shedding of blood. Amidst this high-intensity labor, the day of the celestial ritual finally arrived. Your Majesty, observing Bai Luoyin, who appeared as if her soul had been extracted, the concerned Shangwan Wanyu softly called out as she draped the dragon robe upon her. Since that fateful night, Bai Luoyin had seemed devoid of color, resembling a delicate marionette. She forced a grim smile and reassured Shangwan Wanyu. Fear not, I shall fulfill the celestial ritual as promised. After all, the greatest wish of Lin Taifu over the years was to witness my ascension to the throne. I shall not disappoint him. With that, she turned and departed the palace, making her way toward the grand altar prepared for the ritual. Ascending step by step to the pinnacle of the ceremony, she gazed upon the throngs of people below, completing the final act of the ritual. As the resonant chimes echoed, she rightfully claimed her position as the empress of this realm. Long live your majesty! The jubilant cries of the crowd reverberated, yet not a trace of joy stirred within by Lin Yan's heart. She raised her eyes to the heavens, silently reflecting, Lin Taifu, do you see? I have accomplished what you desired. Yet what I yearn for shall forever remain out of reach. In that moment, an unexpected voice resonated within her mind. Ding. Greetings. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Empress System. You have completed the system's tasks. Please select your rewards. Lin Yan, feeling a fleeting flash before him, opened his eyes to the familiar yet strange lights above. At last, he was certain he had returned. Leaping from his bed in excitement, he meticulously surveyed the room in which he had lived for 18 years. The sight of the comic books on the shelf and the phone by the pillow nearly brought tears to his eyes. I'm back. I'm finally back, he exclaimed joyously, suddenly recalling something important. He hurriedly opened the door and made his way into the living room. As he traversed the space, he spotted a familiar figure diligently working in the kitchen. His eyes brimmed with tears as he called out, Mom. With arms wide open, he yearned to embrace her, driven by decades of longing. However, it was as if Lin's mother possessed a keen sixth sense. For just as Lin Yan was about to embrace her, she deftly maneuvered aside and swiftly kicked him away. The fluidity of her movements left Lin Yan, a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, utterly unprepared. Stumbling back, he gazed at his mother with a look of bewilderment. At that moment, Lin's mother had completed breakfast and, with a disdainful glance, remarked, What madness is this so early in the morning? You sound as if your mother is on the verge of death. How old are you now? Do you truly believe I can still carry you? The tender scene of an imagined embrace crumbled in Lin Yan's mind, leaving him to rise dejectedly from the ground. Indeed, there was no mistaking it. This was undoubtedly his biological mother. Observing Lin Yan's solitary despondency in the kitchen, Lin's mother curled her lips and shouted, What are you standing there like a wooden post for? Hurry up and come eat breakfast. Have you truly lost your wits from last night and forgotten what day it is? Huh? Upon reflection, Lin Yan realized he had indeed forgotten the significance of the day. However, the next word from his mother caused his expression to shift dramatically. Have you truly lost your mind? Today is your college entrance examination. Chapter 8. The system's reward. The term college entrance examination was utterly foreign to Lin Yan. It was only after he had breakfast, taken the backpack handed to him by his mother, and arrived at the examination venue that he finally regained his composure. Goodness, is this some sort of joke? Who returns from another world only to take the college entrance exam immediately? It is no wonder Lin Yan was in such a state of disarray. After all, he had traversed 9 realms. Excluding the first 2 worlds, he spent approximately a decade in each of the subsequent 7. Cumulatively, that amounted to nearly 70 or 80 years. Indeed, in those realms, he was a brilliant strategist, but when it came to subjects like mathematics and geography, he felt as if he had forgotten everything, buried under a heap of neglect. What if I score 0 on this exam? Surely my mother wouldn't kill me, considering his mother's temperament. Lin Yan felt that such an outcome was indeed a possibility. After mourning silently for a few seconds, he steeled himself and stepped into the examination hall. If I must perish, then so be it. There are bound to be some multiple-choice questions I can guess on. However, upon finding his seat and receiving his examination paper, he was taken aback. The first subject was mathematics, the one Lin Yan dreaded the most, as he had never excelled in it prior to his travels. Yet, as he gazed at the paper, he was astonished to find that knowledge began to surface in his mind unbidden. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yan finally grasped a possible explanation. So, this is the reward for completing my task. System, you truly are my steadfast ally. After years of interaction, Lin Yan had forged a unique bond with the system that resided in his mind. Perhaps his greatest regret upon returning was the separation from that old companion. He never anticipated that his partner would bestow upon him such a delightful surprise. As he perused the examination paper, answers materialized in his mind. He swiftly picked up his pen and began to write with fervor. Upon exiting the examination hall, he felt as triumphant as a proud rooster. The college entrance examination spanned 3 days, and to Lin Yan, the questions during this time bore no distinction from an open book test. The system was indeed impressive. It even encompassed knowledge of English. Of course, Lin Yan was no fool. He deliberately wrote down some incorrect options on the paper. Before his travels, while his grades were decent, they were merely average. If he were to suddenly emerge as a top scorer, it could attract unnecessary attention. He calculated his score roughly, ensuring that he could gain admission to his desired prestigious university, and left it at that. 3 days later, students who had completed the college entrance examination were like liberated birds. Just as Lin Yan stepped out of the examination hall, someone grasped his shoulder and exclaimed, "Finally free. Lin Yan, shall we head to the internet CAF tonight?" The speaker was Zhang Wei, Lin Yan's best friend from before. Lin Yan quietly pushed away Zhang Wei's hand resting on his shoulder, softly declining, "No, I'm a bit tired. I wish to rest tonight." For reasons unbeknownst to him, Zhang Wei felt a certain strangeness emanating from his friend before him. He awkwardly tugged at the corners of his mouth and replied, "All right then, let us arrange to meet later." With that, he turned away, taking others with him. As he watched Zhang Wei's retreating figure, Lin Yan felt a flicker of helplessness in his eyes. He had not lied. He truly felt fatigued. After all, in every world he had tirelessly strived for the female protagonist, and anyone who labored for 70 or 80 years would surely feel weary. Thus, during the week following the college entrance examination, he had gone nowhere, choosing instead to stay home each day engrossed in comics. Even those he had previously read captivated him anew. At this moment, he was sipping cola while munching on chips and perusing a comic book. Observing him in this state, Lin's mother was filled with irritation. Just days after the exam, she had allowed him this leisure, thinking he deserved a break. However, as the days passed, her discontent with Lin Yan grew. With a sharp motion, she snatched away his comic book, muttering in dissatisfaction, "You just lie there doing nothing every day. Do you have nothing better to do?" Lin Yan wisely refrained from contradicting his mother, dutifully stowing away his snacks and sitting beside Lin's father. He understood that arguing with his mother at this moment would be quite unwise. It was Saturday, and Lin's father was enjoying a rare day off. While perusing the newspaper, he glanced at Lin Yan and inquired, "Speaking of which, how do you feel about your college entrance examination? Have you decided on your preferred university?" Lin Yan smacked his lips and casually replied, "I've already decided. I'll probably go to Shanghai University." "What?" Upon hearing this, Lin's father set down his newspaper, regarding his son with disdain. "With those grades of yours, do you think you can get into Shanghai University?" His reaction was understandable. Although not as prestigious as Tsinghua or Peking University, Shanghai University is a solid top 10 university in the country. Given Lin Yan's usual poor performance, even dreaming of it was futile. "If you really manage to get in, I'll call you Dad. How embarrassing that would be, ha ha ha." Lin Yan, amused by his father's audacity to make such a bold statement, looked at him with a sly smile. "You little rascal, looking for a fight, are you?" However, before Lin's father could finish his retort, Lin's mother, having appeared behind him, interrupted with a sharp reprimand. "You two are a constant source of worry. Can't you see I'm busy?" No awareness at all, just sitting there idly without offering to help. Lin's father quickly fell silent, bowing his head in submission and following Lin's mother to assist with household chores. Watching his father's sheepish demeanor, Lin Yan felt a rare warmth of home. In truth, over these days, he had gradually begun to appreciate the rewards bestowed upon him by the system. He found himself inundated with an array of knowledge within his mind. Whether in the realms of medicine, art, finance, or programming, he possessed the most elite reservoir of expertise. To put it succinctly, as long as he desired, he could effortlessly ascend to the pinnacle of any profession, be it in the arts, medicine, literature, or finance. Moreover, he discovered that his physique had undergone a remarkable transformation. It seemed he had flawlessly inherited the robust body honed from previous worlds. In addition to his innate prowess forged on the battlefield, he had also mastered various modern combat techniques. Lin Yan felt that, while he might not be a martial arts master, his combat capabilities were at least on par with those of a special forces operative. "Stop idling about. Go fetch some soy sauce," his mother commanded. "All right, Mom." Regardless of his formidable strength, he had no choice but to obediently run errands for her. However, as Lin Yan stepped out of the building, he remained unaware that someone was watching him from a distance. Upon his return with the soy sauce, the figure slowly retrieved a mobile phone from their pocket and dialed a number. "Miss, we have confirmed Mr. Lin's location." "Excellent. Do not alert him. Simply ascertain which school he has expressed interest in." "Understood, Mississippi." As the call concluded, the girl on the other end gazed at her phone, whispering, "I found you. My Lin Taifu. This time, I shall not allow you to escape." Chapter 9. What a coincidence as the days passed. The results of the college entrance examination were finally released. When Lin Yan's family saw his scores on the computer, his mother let out an exclamation of joy. Her eyes squinted in delight as she tenderly addressed Lin Yan, saying, "My dear son, what would you like to eat tonight? I shall cook for you." In that moment, she completely forgot her earlier threats to reprimand him if his results were unsatisfactory. As for Lin Yan's father, after an initial burst of happiness, his expression quickly darkened. He looked at Lin Yan with a peculiar gaze and remarked, "You, my boy. Oh dear, didn't I recall someone making a bold proclamation just a couple of days ago? A mature and steady man like myself surely would not forget the vows he has made. Would he?" Surely not hearing Lin Yan's teasing tone. Lin Yan's father regretted not having been more stringent with him in the past. However, Lin Yan's light-hearted banter was short-lived. He knew better than to provoke his father, who would not hesitate to wield his metaphorical whip should he dare to call him dad. Ultimately, the matter was settled when Lin Yan's father promised to buy him a laptop, thus putting the earlier vow to rest. Lin Yan's family could not be classified as impoverished nor extravagantly wealthy. They were comfortably middle class. His mother was a homemaker, while his father held an executive position in a local enterprise, earning an annual salary in the range of several $100,000. Naturally, both parents were thrilled that Lin Yan had gained admission to Shanghai University, as a degree from such an institution would alleviate concerns about future employment. However, they were blissfully unaware that their son had already transformed into someone quite different from the boy they once knew. Shanghai University was merely a fade for Lin Yan, a shield to conceal his true capabilities. Initially, the system had informed Lin Yan that completing tasks would yield rewards. Yet, upon hearing the bell toll and feeling an overwhelming desire to return home, he had paid little attention to the specifics of these promised rewards. In hindsight, the system's offerings were indeed apartment. In fact, after returning home that day, he had daydreamed about suddenly discovering an additional 100 million in his account, or perhaps a box of gold hidden beneath his bed. Nevertheless, he soon realized that in China, had the system truly deposited such an amount into his account overnight, he would not have to wait until morning. The police would arrive by that very afternoon. Now, the rewards he received were perfectly suitable. In every field, Lin Yan now stood as a paragon of excellence. With such abilities, earning money would be a mere, trifling matter. The laptop he requested from his father represented the first step toward his financial endeavors. Should he embark on writing software in hopes of striking it lucky with a tech giant, or perhaps anonymously pen a song to share online? As Lin Yan pondered whether to venture into programming or the entertainment industry, his father's voice broke through his thoughts. He gazed at a financial page on his phone, exclaiming in admiration, "Ah, it appears that the Bai family has produced an extraordinary individual in this generation. So young, yet so capable, already collaborating with the government on major projects." The surname Bai? For some inexplicable reason, Lin Yan felt an unsettling sensation upon hearing it. Curiously, he leaned closer to look at his father's phone. "What is the matter? You actually find this news interesting?" Lin's father remarked. Yet he still extended the phone towards Lin Yan. Taking the phone, Lin Yan scrutinized the financial news displayed. It was an announcement from a Bai family regarding a collaboration with Lin Yan's local government on a project worth billions. For a small city like Lin Yan's, such a project warranted extensive coverage in local news outlets. Like many cliché details, the Bai family was once among the most prestigious clans in Huaxia. Unfortunately, This generation of the Bai family seemed to be plagued by misfortune. The entire direct lineage had dwindled to a single child, a girl. Moreover, shortly after her birth, her parents perished in an unfortunate accident. Consequently, the elderly patriarch had no choice but to step back into the limelight to uphold the family legacy. Yet, at the advanced age of his years, he announced 3 years prior that he would entrust the entire Bai family to his mere 15-year-old granddaughter. In an instant, this once elite family transformed into a coveted prize in the eyes of many. People speculated whether the old man had lost his senses while simultaneously scheming to lay claim to the vast family estate. Relatives sought to carve out a piece from the girl, while powerful rivals lurked, eager to snatch a piece of the Bai family's fortune. Yet, unexpectedly, the young girl displayed remarkable fortitude upon assuming her role. Within a mere month, she had expelled the parasitic relatives from the Bai family, and with a series of exemplary counterattacks, she subdued many of the formidable rivals. In just 3 months, this Bai family girl had established her own prestige within the Bai enterprises. Moreover, in the 3 years since her ascension, she had led the Bai family into a new realm of success. The miracles she continuously wrought made one forget that she was merely an 18-year-old girl. As Lin Yan gazed at the news on his phone, for some reason, he suddenly recalled Bai Luoyan. He found it peculiar. After all, he resided in a relatively small city within Huaxia. Why would a commercial giant like the Bai family choose to invest here? Was it mere coincidence? However, her methods and boldness truly resembled hers. Lin Yan's fingers twitched as he suddenly felt the urge to search for a photograph of the Bai family girl online. Just as he was about to open a search engine, a ringtone interrupted him. His phone was ringing. With a slight pout, Lin Yan returned the phone to his father, walked back to the sofa, and answered his own phone. "Hello, Lin Yan. Have you rested enough? We've planned to go out together this afternoon. Would you like to join us?" The voice of Zhang Wei resonated through the phone. Since the completion of the college entrance examination over a week ago, Lin Yan had remained at home. During this period, Zhang Wei had extended several invitations, all of which he had graciously declined. Just as Lin Yan was about to instinctively refuse once more, his mother's voice interjected from nearby. "It is high time you ventured outside. Do not confine yourself to the house. I grow weary just looking at you." The words of refusal faltered on his lips, and with a sense of resignation, Lin Yan replied, "All right, you shall go. What time have you arranged?" After confirming the time and location with Zhang Wei, Lin Yan hung up and cast a lingering, reproachful glance at his mother. Just moments ago, upon receiving his exam results, she had proclaimed him her favorite son. Now, it seemed, her affection had waned. Nevertheless, Lin Yan acknowledged that he indeed needed to step outside. He had lingered indoors for far too long. Moreover, with university on the horizon, it was essential for him to reacquaint himself with the world and engage with others. With this thought in mind, he retreated to his room to gather his keys and backpack, dismissing any prior thoughts of searching for photographs of the Bai family's daughter. Chapter 10. What? Am I the one acting as a simp? The city where Lin Yan resided could barely be classified as a fourth-tier city. In comparison to the bustling metropolises of Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen, it boasted only a couple of sizable commercial establishments. Clad in casual attire, Lin Yan boarded a bus and made his way to the shopping mall where he had arranged to meet Zhang Wei. "Lin Yan, over here." As soon as he alighted from the bus, Zhang Wei, who had spotted him from a distance, waved enthusiastically and called out. Lin Yan offered a faint smile and strolled towards him. Alongside Zhang Wei were 2 other boys with whom he shared a decent rapport, though the bond he held with Zhang Wei was distinctly deeper. Zhang Wei had been his friend for as long as Lin Yan could remember. From kindergarten through elementary school and on to high school, Zhang Wei had been a constant presence in Lin Yan's life, akin to an ever-present spirit, which led Lin Yan to regard him as a confidant. Consequently, despite Lin Yan's repeated refusals in the past, Zhang Wei had taken the initiative to invite him out today. Upon Lin Yan's arrival, Zhang Wei scrutinized him with a playful smile. He clapped a hand on Lin Yan's shoulder and jested, "You look well rested. When I saw you after the exams, I thought you'd been possessed. So unfamiliar." Lin Yan merely chuckled, offering no reply. He had only recently returned to this world after enduring a tumultuous experience, and it was natural for him to feel somewhat disoriented. Fortunately, after more than a week of adjustment, he had finally begun to acclimate. Boys gathered together invariably discover sources of amusement. Before leaving home, Lin Yan's father had generously transferred several hundred yuan to his phone, indicating that it wasn't just his mother who disapproved of him lingering at home. The four boys made a beeline for the arcade on the 5th floor of the mall, eagerly exchanging a plethora of coins at the counter before diving headfirst into the games. In the realm of amusement, age is rendered irrelevant for men. As Lin Yan engaged in the festivities, he gradually began to reclaim the youthful spirit he once possessed. With each smile that graced his face, he re-entered his own world. After expending a significant amount of coins, the quartet emerged from their gaming session with their pockets now devoid of funds. They casually sampled some snacks in the mall, and at Zhang Wei's suggestion, they ventured into the billiards room. However, just as they entered the billiards hall and before they had a chance to select a table, a voice laden with sarcasm rang out from behind them. "Ha! You simping fool. Even after graduation, you're still haunting this place, chasing after your crush." Upon hearing the voice, the four of them instinctively turned around, and Lin Yan wore an expression of amused anticipation. A simp? Was this directed at their group? Could be aimed at Zhang Wei? Clearly, Lin Yan found immense interest in witnessing his friend's potential embarrassment. Yet, to his surprise, the other three boys, upon recognizing the individuals behind them, simultaneously cast their gazes back toward Lin Yan. Lin Yan's smile faltered as he felt the penetrating gazes of the three individuals. Momentarily lost for words. "What do you mean by this? I am someone who even rejected the affections of the Empress. How could I possibly be a sycophant?" At that moment, the voice that had spoken earlier rang out again. "Lin Yan, could you refrain from being so repulsive? I warn you, this is not school. And if you continue to stalk my yin, it could be deemed illegal. Do you believe I would call the police?" Lin Yan furrowed his brow and turned to the direction of the voice. There stood four individuals, contrasting with his own trio of platonic friends. This group consisted of 2 men and 2 women. Upon catching sight of the girl beside the speaker, a flood of long-buried memories surged into his mind. Tang Yan, the renowned beauty of their class, also the top student in the entire school. With her exceptional grades and stunning looks, she had undoubtedly become the goddess of many students. Lin Yan included, who had once been a mere nobody. Observing Tang Yan's momentarily evasive gaze, Lin Yan found himself at a loss for words regarding the earlier accusations. Indeed, it seemed he had unwittingly played the role of a sycophant for a time. It was during his senior year that he began to pursue Tang Yan, spurred on by the misguided encouragement of Zhang Wei, who insisted, as graduation approaches, don't leave any regrets in your high school life. Motivated by this advice, Lin Yan summoned his courage to express his feelings for Tang Yan. He penned her love letters and publicly confessed in class. The sudden confession left Tang Yan stunned, and she promptly rejected him in front of everyone. "Lin, you are a great person, but we are currently focused on our studies, and I believe you should concentrate on your academics." These were her exact words, which unfortunately led Lin Yan to misinterpret the situation. Did she not say she didn't like me? So perhaps there is still a chance for me, right? Misled by the notion of being given a nice guy card, Lin Yan mistakenly believed that Tang Yan harbored feelings for him as well, embracing the principle he had encountered online, which suggested that persistence is key in winning over a girl. He embarked on his journey as a sycophant. From that day forth, he made it a routine to bring breakfast to Tang Yan every morning and slipped love letters into her drawer. After school, he shamelessly accompanied her home. Even Zhang Wei grew concerned and urged Lin Yan to cease his futile endeavors. Yet, one could not deny Lin Yan's remarkable patience. If he possessed any virtue, it was perhaps his unwavering perseverance. Otherwise, he would not have endured for 9 months without succumbing to despair. Throughout that period, he relentlessly pursued Tang Yan for 6 whole months. Almost the entire school became aware of his sycophantic behavior. However, as his actions did not cross any lines, others found it difficult to admonish him. In response to his pursuit, Tang Yan exhibited no overt resistance, merely accepting his goodwill with an air of tacit acquiescence. However, Lin Yan was no fool. After persisting for half a year, he ultimately experienced a moment of clarity. If Tang Yan truly harbored feelings for him, she would have shown some sign of it over such an extended period. Confronted with reality, he resolved to cease his misguided behaviors. As the second semester of their senior year commenced, he discontinued his unrelenting advances towards Tang Yan and returned to the rhythm of his own life. He vaguely recalled that, in response to his abrupt transformation, Tang Yan had seemingly sought him out once. Yet at that moment, she merely regarded him with an enigmatic glance before turning away without uttering a single word. Now, as Lin Yan reflected on his regrettable past, he felt an overwhelming urge to strike himself across the face. After all, these are the embarrassing antics of his youth. Why should the present him be compelled to atone for them? Chapter 11. Intent to Kill. As Lin Yan endeavored to recall memories from years gone by, he appeared somewhat dazed, standing still and gazing intently at the few individuals before him. His demeanor led Zhang Wei to ponder whether Lin Yan still harbored lingering feelings for Tang Yan. Before he could remind Lin Yan, the previously loud female voice rang out once more. I knew you had ulterior motives. I warn you not to overstep your bounds. We are no longer classmates, and Yin Yan no longer needs to concern herself with you. The speaker was a girl standing beside Tang Yan, whom Lin Yan recognized as Yin Yan's closest friend. During his pursuit of Tang Yan, he had often been the target of her mockery. At that moment, she resembled a protective hen, shielding Tang Yan behind her. Tang Yan, appearing somewhat flustered, stood in the back, her eyes occasionally darting toward Lin Yan. As a girl admired as the school beauty, Tang Yan undoubtedly possessed her share charm. Although she could not compare to the leading ladies Lin Yan had encountered, if by Luo Yan were rated a perfect 10, Tang Yan would surely marinate. With her cherubic face and a pair of innocent, sparkling eyes, complemented by a gentle yet delicate demeanor, it was undeniable that a youth in the throes of adolescence would find it nearly impossible to resist such allure. It was no wonder that Lin Yan had once been infatuated with her. Before Lin Yan could articulate an explanation, one of the boys standing next to Tang Yan stepped forward. He positioned himself between Tang Yan and Lin Yan, a hint of arrogance gracing his features as he cast a disdainful glance at Lin Yan and his companions. Lin, I advise you to tread carefully. After the college entrance examination, we will inhabit entirely different worlds. Individuals like you will only encounter Yin Yan and me in high school. I have no qualms in revealing that we are out today to celebrate our acceptance into Jianghai University. Henceforth, our opportunities to meet may dwindle significantly. Therefore, I sincerely hope you refrain from bothering Yin Yan. Observing the self-important young man before him, Lin Yan felt a flicker of confusion. Wait, who are you? Indeed, Lin Yan could not recall this pretentious individual. Fortunately, Zhang Wei, visibly irritated, clicked his tongue and stepped forward to interject on Lin Yan's behalf. Su Fuxian, mind your words. Upon hearing that name, Lin Yan finally recalled who this fellow was, largely due to the peculiarity of his name. Lin Yan resided in a city near the Guangdong region, where many individuals had migrated from the south. Given the local penchant for Hong Kong and Taiwan programming, a considerable number of residents spoke Cantonese. Both Su Fuxian and his father, Su Dingfu, possessed names that were quite amusing when pronounced in Cantonese, which was why Lin Yan remembered him. Despite the comedic nature of his name, Su Fuxian was a veritable model student, consistently ranking at the top in examinations, much like Tang Yan. In the daily life at school, this fellow always looked down upon Lin Yan and his group of underperforming students, frequently putting on airs in front of them. Perhaps in the past, Lin Yan would have felt some anger, but now he merely found such provocations tiresome. As Zhang Wei was about to engage in a quarrel, Lin Yan quickly restrained him. Noticing Zhang Wei's puzzled expression, Lin Yan gently shook his head. He then stepped forward, disregarding Su Fuxian, and approached Tang Yan and her friend. Observing the wary expressions of the two, Lin Yan leaned slightly and addressed Tang Yan. Classmate Tang, I apologize for my previous harassment. Regardless of the circumstances, it is evident that I caused you distress back then. Despite how undignified it may seem, it is indeed a part of my past that I cannot escape. I see no shame in apologizing for my former misdeeds. He continued, however, you may have misunderstood. I am merely accompanying a friend today. Our encounter here is purely coincidental. Rest assured, I have no intention of pursuing you further, nor will I harass you in the future. In response to Lin Yan's generous apology and explanation, Tang Yinyan and her friend were momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to react. As Tang Yinyan gazed at the composed Lin Yan before her, a flicker of curiosity crossed her eyes. For some reason, the present Lin Yan felt entirely unfamiliar, as if he were a completely different person from the tenacious individual she remembered. But wait, had it not only been 2 weeks since they last met? They were still in the same classroom before the college entrance examination. How had he changed so drastically? Her friend standing beside her shared the same sentiment. She was astonished that Lin Yan would so graciously apologize to Tang Yinyan, causing the reprimand she had intended to voice to become lodged in her throat. And she could only stammer, It's good that you recognize your mistakes. Unbeknownst to her, she felt an unexpected nervousness in confronting Lin Yan. Meanwhile, Su Fuxian, standing behind Lin Yan, wore a furious expression. Lin Yan's disregard had left him feeling exceedingly displeased. Hey, are you too? He shouted as he reached out to grab Lin Yan's shoulder. Yet, halfway through his motion, Lin Yan, as if sensing his presence, abruptly turned and seized his hand, causing Su Fuxian's words to falter in shock at the sudden turn of events. Lin Yan remained silent, his gaze cold and indifferent, with a hint of crimson flickering in his eyes. Although Lin Yan had done nothing but grasp his hand, Su Fuxian felt an inexplicable chill coursing through him. How could he fathom the depths of suffering the man before him had endured? The murderous aura that seemed to emanate from Lin Yan, even in the slightest, rendered him an ordinary person paralyzed with fear. At that moment, an indescribable pressure enveloped him, and he was unaware that his body instinctively trembled, as if it were subconsciously recoiling from an unseen terror. Fortunately, Lin Yan did not pursue the matter further. As the crimson hue in his eyes gradually faded, the oppressive aura dissipated as well. He released Su Fuxian's hand and turned away as if nothing had transpired. Approaching Zhang Wei and the others, he gave Zhang Wei a gentle tug and remarked, "Shall we not linger here? What are we waiting for? Do we not just commence the game?" At that moment, the others remained perplexed about why Su Fuxian, who had appeared ready to brawl, suddenly stood motionless. Those not directly involved were oblivious to the murderous intent Lin Yan had previously exuded. Ultimately, Zhang Wei simply assumed that Su Fuxian was merely feigning bravado in the presence of their numbers, and he followed Lin Yan to the 2 billiard tables they had previously arranged. It was only then that Su Fuxian finally came to his senses. His eyes turned a vivid red. A surge of humiliation erupted within him, and he yearned to confront Lin Yan. Yet, the image of Lin Yan's deadly gaze flashed through his mind, compelling him to remain rooted in place, despite the turmoil within. Chapter 12. Self-inflicted humiliation. Lin Yan and his companions reserved 2 small tables, pairing off in twos. Naturally, Lin Yan teamed up with Zhang Wei for a game. They played on the smaller table, commonly known as Black 8. Meanwhile, Tang Yinyan and Su Fuxian were engaged in a similar setup at a distance, seemingly intent on maintaining their space from Lin Yan's group. With a resounding thud, the last ball of Black 8 sank into the pocket, leaving Zhang Wei in a daze as he gazed at the table, which Lin Yan had cleared with a single stroke. In just 20 minutes, he had already lost 4 games, each time relegated to the role of setting up the balls and breaking, while merely spectating Lin Yan's display of prowess. Come on, you must have been sneaking off to the billiard hall for intensive training over the past week. Zhang Wei's incredulity was palpable. He was well aware of Lin Yan's true capabilities. In their previous encounters, the odds had always been tilted in his favor, a 3-7 split, with him claiming 3 games to Lin Yan's 7. Nevertheless, Lin Yan had never been so ruthlessly efficient, clearing the table with every shot and leaving him with scant opportunities. Now, he felt as though he was facing the legendary Rocket, utterly powerless. On the other side, Lin Yan felt a twinge of helplessness himself. He had indeed transformed from his former self. As previously noted, the system's rewards had bestowed upon him a plethora of skills. What surprised him most was that even billiard's prowess had been ingrained in his mind. He did not intend to humiliate Zhang Wei. Rather, when he grasped the cue, his body instinctively executed the moves, as if guided by decades of muscle memory. Noticing Zhang Wei's bewildered expression, Lin Yan offered an apologetic smile and tentatively suggested, "How about one more round? I'll let you have 2 shots." To Lin Yan's astonishment, his words ignited Zhang Wei's competitive spirit. "Let? What do you mean by that? Come on, break. I refuse to believe I can't handle you," he declared. "Let us raise the stakes. The loser has to call the other daddy." "Are you eager to become my subordinate?" Lin Yan retorted. But before he could continue, Zhang Wei was already fervently seeking another chance to challenge him. Meanwhile, Tang Yinyan's friend, observing her distracted demeanor, could no longer contain her curiosity. "Yinyan, why are you so absent-minded?" "Huh? What do you mean? I'm not distracted at all." "Tang," Yinyan replied, slightly flustered. "Really? Then why are you just standing there?" "It's your turn now," her friend said, casting a disapproving glance her way. "Is it?" "Tang," Yinyan murmured, lowering her head in embarrassment as she approached the table. She casually tapped the cue ball, but couldn't help glancing towards Lin Yan. Her friend, having noticed her unusual behavior, set down her cue in frustration. She had lost interest in the game and pulled Tang Yinyan to sit down, leaning in a whisper, "What's the matter with you? It seems you harbor some interest in Lin Yan, do you not?" "No way. Don't speak nonsense." Tang Yinyan hastily waved her hand in denial. "Yet, you have been gazing in his direction all day. Do not claim otherwise. I have observed it quite clearly." Realizing her friend had seen through her, Tang Yinyan ceased her denials. Furrowing her brow, she expressed her bewilderment. "It is not that. I merely feel as if Lin Yan has transformed into a different person." Upon hearing this, her friend nodded in agreement, recalling how Lin Yan had stood before them moments ago. Indeed, strangely enough, though his appearance remained unchanged, there's an impression that he has become slightly more handsome. Indeed, while the system did not alter Lin Yan's looks, the changes in his demeanor after traversing numerous worlds are undeniable. Demeanor is a most enigmatic quality, much like how the top salespeople of luxury brands can effortlessly discern who is genuinely affluent. A confident individual, upon entering a brand store, exudes an air of ease in both expression and posture. Confidence enhances one's beauty, for when one possesses self-assurance, the spirit they project is inherently different. And Lin Yan is not merely confident. Whether in the heat of battle or in the intrigues of the court, he has grown accustomed to the role of a superior. His recent conduct in front of his parents and close friends can only be deemed a fade when he reveals his true self to others. A commanding authority is palpable. This is precisely why Tang Yinyan and her friend felt at a loss when apologizing to him. Such a man undoubtedly sparks curiosity and intrigue among women. "What are you discussing? Why have you stopped playing?" At that moment, Su Fuxian's voice suddenly interrupted their conversation from behind. Both Tang Yinyan and her friend were startled, and her friend, placing a hand on her chest, shot him an exasperated glance and replied, "It's nothing. We were speaking of Lin. We were just a bit tired and decided to take a break." Before she could finish her sentence, Tang Yinyan interrupted. For reasons unknown, she did not wish to discuss Lin Yan in front of others. A flicker of strange emotion passed through Su Fuxian's eyes. Pretending he had not heard her friend's words, he responded to Tang Yinyan. "Oh, is that so? My apologies. After a long day of wandering, I should not have suggested playing billiards. How about we wrap this up and head outside for a bite to eat?" Upon hearing this proposal, Tang Yinyan inexplicably cast another glance towards Lin Yan. A moment of hesitation flashed in her eyes before she gently shook her head in refusal. "No, let's play a little longer. Besides, we have only just started, have we not?" After saying this, as if struck by a thought, she lowered her gaze to pick up her bag and announced, "I will step out to use the restroom. You all continue." With that, she stood up and departed. Unbeknownst to her, Su Fuxian's gaze remained fixed upon her retreating figure. After emerging from the restroom, Tang Yinyan, for reasons unbeknownst to her, found herself inexplicably drawn towards Lin Yan and his companions. As she approached, she overheard Lin Yan's sinister chuckle directed at Zhang Wei, saying, "Didn't I tell you not to seek out punishment? Come on, give a shout for Daddy to hear clearly." After several minutes of fierce competition, Zhang Wei had once again met with an expected defeat. His face flushed crimson, yet he still upheld his promise, exclaiming loudly, "Damn it! Dad! Ogatsana! I refuse to believe it. Let us have another round. Just then, Tang Yinyan's voice suddenly broke through. Lin Yan? Hmm? Both Lin Yan and Zhang Wei turned in confusion to see Tang Yinyan standing behind them. They were momentarily taken aback, but it was Lin Yan who, with a hint of curiosity, was the first to speak. Is there something you need? I. Tang Yinyan glanced at Lin Yan, then at Zhang Wei beside him. After a prolonged hesitation, she dejectedly replied, It's nothing. I'm sorry. With that, she hurriedly attempted to turn and leave. Just as the two were left in bewilderment, Su Fuxian stepped in front of Tang Yinyan. His face was ashen as he regarded her with a complex expression, then fixed Lin Yan with a gaze filled with animosity. Lin Yan, do you dare to challenge me to a game of snooker? Lin Yan. Ooh. Zhang Wei Ye. Finally, a fool has come forward to receive punishment. Chapter 13. You force me to pretend those acquainted with the billiard hall are likely aware that there are typically two types of tables. One type is the table currently being played by Lin Yan, Zhang Wei, and others, commonly referred to as Black 8, or the small table. Generally speaking, due to the brevity of each game and the relatively low technical demands, this format is favored by the average player. This style often involves an element of luck, as evidenced by Zhang Wei's exuberant declarations of miracles from power throughout the evening. In contrast to the small table, there exists the large table, which corresponds to snooker. Unlike Black 8, snooker necessitates a higher degree of skill, strength, and experience. It is no exaggeration to say that for a novice, a single game could extend for an entire day. Only those possessing a certain level of expertise and experience in billiards opt for snooker. Consequently, as the number of snooker players is relatively limited, most billiard halls are equipped with only a few large tables, typically 3 or 4. Today, Lin Yan and his companions find themselves in a similar situation at their billiard hall. At this moment, Lin Yan and Su Fuxian have already established a rapport with the proprietor and stand before the snooker table. While he suspects the reason behind Su Fuxian's challenge, Lin Yan cannot help but feel a flicker of irritation towards this persistently audacious challenger. After a brief moment of hesitation, he ultimately concedes to Su Fuxian's challenge. In stark contrast to Lin Yan's calm demeanor, Su Fuxian's expression is one of evident displeasure. His affection for Tang Yinyan is no secret among his peers at school. However, what remains unknown is that he once privately confessed his feelings to her, only to receive a rejection that mirrored Lin Yan's experience. Unlike Lin Yan, Su Fuxian chose to believe Tang Yinyan's insistence on prioritizing her studies. Thus, in his desire to win her affection, he became even more diligent in his academic pursuits. He even resolved to apply to Jianghai University, despite knowing that his grades would limit him to less desirable programs. Yet, upon learning that Tang Yinyan intended to apply to Jianghai University, he unhesitatingly followed suit with the same choice of major. Therefore, when he discovered that his aspirations were within reach today, he seized the opportunity to invite his friends, along with Tang Yinyan and her close companion, to join him. The day had been progressing smoothly until he encountered Lin Yan. Su Fuxian felt a mix of jealousy and resentment towards Lin Yan's past behavior, characterized by his fervent pursuit of Tang Yinyan. He envied Lin Yan's audacity to openly court her, resenting the very fact that Lin Yan dared to pursue his idol. Upon first spotting Lin Yan, Su Fuxian instinctively felt compelled to lecture him. However, he was taken aback by Lin Yan's sudden transformation from an ordinary individual to someone seemingly formidable. What was even more difficult for him to accept was that Tang Yinyan, who had previously shown little interest in him, now appeared to be intrigued by Lin Yan. Su Fuxian noticed her frequent glances towards Lin Yan while playing, and when he saw her approach Lin Yan after emerging from the restroom, he could no longer suppress his jealousy and quietly followed her. Uncertain of the reason, upon witnessing Tang Yinyan's hesitant expression towards Lin Yan, the flames of jealousy ignited within him, prompting an instinctive challenge directed at Lin Yan. Thus, the current situation unfolded. The other 6 individuals, disinterested in continuing their game, gravitated towards the scene. Noticing Su Fuxian's furious glare, Lin Yan offered a dismissive smile and spoke. Since you initiated the challenge, may I propose a wager? A wager? Indeed, a challenge devoid of stakes would be rather dull. How about this? As students, we shouldn't gamble money. Instead, Let us adopt a playful approach akin to what I shared with Zhang Wei earlier. How about the loser calls the winner, Dad? Zhang Wei, unexpectedly drawn into the conversation, visibly paled. No, just play properly. Why drag me into this? Upon hearing Lin Yan's proposition, Su Fuxian hesitated momentarily. The father-son wager was a familiar concept among young men. While it may serve as a means to strengthen bonds among close friends, it would be considered a deeply humiliating bet between those with strained relations. Nonetheless, he quickly composed himself and confidently replied to Lin Yan, "All right." The names of both Su Fuxian and his father, Su Dingfu, contained the character for wealth, implying that they were not impoverished. In truth, Su Fuxian, whose family operated a small business, was regarded as affluent in the local context. As a wealthy second-generation individual, his allowance was ample. Unlike Zhang Wei and others, he frequently visited the billiard hall out of passion. Over time, his skills had developed to a commendable level among amateurs. This was precisely why he had invited Tang Yinyin and her friends to play billiards. Who could resist the opportunity to perform in front of Goddess? Thus, with a fair degree of confidence, he accepted Lin Yan's wager, believing that Lin Yan, who barely qualified as an amateur, stood no chance of defeating him in snooker. However, he failed to notice Zhang Wei's disdainful expression at the side, as if he had unexpectedly gained a half-brother. At this moment, Su Fuxian's imagination was already conjuring the scenario in which Lin Yan would publicly address him as Dad. With the ball set in position, the match officially commenced, starting with Su Fuxian taking the first shot. Yet, as he struck the initial ball, Lin Yan revealed a smile of victory. This provocation led Su Fuxian to believe he was formidable. Little did he know, he was merely a novice, ignoring the man's grip on the cue. The way he scattered the red balls confirmed Lin Yan's assessment of his inexperience. Failing to pocket any red balls, it was now Lin Yan's turn. As he passed by Su Fuxian, he quietly advised, "If I were you, I'd find a seat and sit down." Su Fuxian raised an eyebrow, clearly perplexed by his words. However, when he observed Lin Yan bending down to elevate his cue, a sudden jolt of realization struck him. Being a regular at the billiard hall, he had encountered some skilled players before. Although those so-called experts merely possess the skills of amateurs, at times, one can glean certain insights merely from the stance adopted by their opponent. In this instance, Lin Yan's posture instilled within him an unsettling sense of foreboding. He first circled the billiard table, meticulously devising a plan for every potential shot. When he finally bent down, he did not indulge in excessive aiming, but rather executed his stroke with remarkable decisiveness. With a sharp crack, a red ball found its way accurately into the corner pocket. Yet, before the red ball had even settled into the pocket, Lin Yan had already positioned himself for the next shot. Once again, he bent down and struck, his movements fluid and unencumbered by unnecessary aiming gestures. For reasons unknown, the onlookers became irresistibly captivated by the spectacle of his play. Lin Yan, acutely aware of the changing expressions around him, smirked slightly to himself, silently reflecting, "It is not my desire to impress. Rather, you compel me to showcase my prowess." Chapter 14, 147, A New Record Clap. Clap, clap. At some unknown point, the once boisterous billiard hall gradually fell into a hush. The only sounds that persisted were the rhythmic echoes of the balls colliding. As the largest billiard hall in this quaint city, it typically buzzed with patrons. The recent completion of the college entrance examinations and the onset of summer had even led to instances of overcrowding. Yet in an unexpected turn, the players, engrossed in their games, relinquished their cues and slowly gravitated towards the grand snooker table at the center. As time drifted on, nearly the entire hall gathered around, as if anticipating the emergence of a remarkable record. With a resounding thud, the black ball sank into the pocket once more, and Su Fuxian, who had entered the match brimming with confidence, now wore a pallid expression. In that moment, he finally comprehended the meaning behind Lin Yan's earlier words. "Now that I am on the table, you need not take your turn. Find a seat and rest." Meanwhile, the murmurs of the crowd intensified, deepening his embarrassment. Surely, he had surpassed the required points. Indeed, he had, and as long as he avoided consecutive mistakes, victory was nearly assured. "Who is this kid? So formidable," one spectator exclaimed. "I've never seen him before." Could he be from another city? He seems to possess at least professional level skill. Another voice chimed in, no way. A professional competing here? By the way, who is his opponent? Isn't that a bit reckless? Aren't they afraid of developing a psychological shadow? It seems to be that pale-faced fellow. I overheard them mentioning a father-son match, someone remarked. Facing a professional in a father-son match? Surely, that is a recipe for disaster. As the chatter grew louder around him, Su Fuxian gripped his cue with increasing tension, his face contorting into a grimace of frustration. In a game of snooker, it is customary for the venue to assign a staff member as the referee to manage scoring and ball placements. Typically, part-time students are employed for this role. However, due to the larger crowd today, the owner of the hall had taken on the responsibility of officiating Lin Yan's match. As Lin Yan's shots became increasingly rapid, the owner found himself moving with such speed that he almost appeared as a blur. Yet, rather than expressing any discontent, the owner's excitement only grew. The young man's movements inexplicably reminded him of the legendary snooker star, Ronnie O'Sullivan. The seamless flow of shots, devoid of hesitation, and the swift succession of balls sinking into the pockets created a mesmerizing rhythm akin to a flawless musical performance. He had surpassed the required points. Could it be that today he might witness the miraculous feat of a 147? As he adjusted the scoreboard, the owner's heart raced with the exhilarating prospect. The term 147 refers to the theoretical maximum score achievable in snooker. Yet, even in professional arenas, achieving a 147 is an exceptionally daunting challenge. Some competitions even establish monetary rewards, offering additional cash incentives to players who achieve a break of 147. In ordinary venues like this, it may take years to witness such a feat. The proprietor here has even set a prize for the first customer to score a 147. Unfortunately, no one has claimed that reward in recent years. However, the owner harbors a strong premonition today that the young man before him will seize the long-awaited prize. With a resounding crack, Lin Yan commenced his final assault on the colored balls after clearing the reds. He paid no heed to the audience's intermittent gasps of admiration, instead immersing himself in his own world. In this moment, he was entirely absorbed in the joy of the game. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Yan, watching from the side, gazed at him with increasingly bright eyes, as if an unprecedented emotion was welling up within her. In truth, Tang Yan held little interest in snooker and scarcely understood its rules. Yet at that moment, she felt as if the young man before her was glowing. Indeed, his intense focus on the game captivated her unexpectedly. Though his appearance remained unchanged, she sensed an inexplicable allure emanating from him. Fortunately, all eyes were fixed on Lin Yan, and no one noticed the peculiar glint in her gaze. Except for one person, Su Fuxian. He observed the entranced look in Tang Yan's eyes, and a pang of anguish pierced his heart. Just then, an eruption of thunderous applause broke out around them. 147. He has achieved a 147. Incredible. I told you he was a pro. That speed is terrifying. The entire clearance took less than 10 minutes, right? 8 minutes and 47 seconds. Wait, are you serious? You timed it? No, that was just how long I held my bladder. As the final black ball sank into the pocket, only the white ball remained on the table. Lin Yan had indeed accomplished the miraculous feat of a complete clearance. Zhang Wei, filled with excitement, leaped beside Lin Yan and exclaimed, "Buddy, you still claim you didn't practice secretly? You are unbelievable." However, in contrast to the crowd's exhilaration, Lin Yan's expression remained relatively unchanged. He cast a glance at the ashen-faced Su Fuxian and, with a hint of mockery in his smile, said, "Well, a wager is a wager. Time to pay up." At that moment, Su Fuxian's eyes were filled with a deep-seated resentment. Yet, surrounded by so many people, he found it difficult to back out. After a few moments of struggle, he finally gritted his teeth and shouted at Lin Yan, "Dad." With that, he flung his cue aside and turned to leave, unable to maintain the facade that nothing had happened. The boy who had been with him immediately chased after him, while Tang Yan's friend hesitated for a few seconds before pulling Tang Yan along to follow suit. Tang Yan had intended to say something to Lin Yan, but was ultimately led away by her friend. As he watched Su Fuxian depart, Lin Yan refrained from further mockery. For him, Such childish provocations had ceased to stir any emotional response within, since his opponent had already acknowledged defeat. There was no need for him to rub salt in the wounds. With a hint of exasperation, he glanced at Zhang Wei, who was still tugging at his sleeve, and playfully teased, "Look, my dear son, have you spotted the brothers I procured for you? Damn it, just get lost." The proprietor of the billiard hall, before their departure, not only waived their fees, but also bestowed upon Lin Yan the cash reward for achieving a remarkable break of 147. Though the sum was modest, only 500 yuan, Lin Yan and his companions relished this unexpected windfall with a lavish meal at the mall. By the time Lin Yan returned home, twilight had descended. After closing the door behind him and reflecting on the joyous events of the day, a rare smile graced his lips. Compared to aspiring for sovereignty, this was the life he truly desired. Chapter 15. University registration. In the ensuing month, Lin Yan transformed his previously lethargic lifestyle. Although the system had bestowed upon him a robust physique, Lin Yan was acutely aware of the principle that stagnation leads to regression. No matter how strong the body, neglecting exercise would inevitably lead to deterioration. Thus, Lin Yan began to rise at 6:30 each morning, embarking on an hour of running, followed by aerobic exercises in the plaza. He concluded his regimen with a session of Ba Duan Jin to restore his breath. Notably, he had learned this ancient practice from a master during his previous adventures in diverse realms. After his morning exercises, Lin Yan would indulge in breakfast and then spend time in the park, observing the elderly gentleman engaged in chess. Even without the system's enhancement, his skills in chess were commendable, honed through countless experiences across various worlds. With the system's rewards bolstering his abilities, he found himself capable of contending for professional titles. Gradually, he transitioned from an observer to a challenger, and soon enough, the elderly men began to seek him out daily, eager for a chance to claim victory over him. Over time, with Lin Yan's 70 or 80 years of experience, he developed a camaraderie with several of these gentlemen. Watching his son effortlessly perform Ba Duan Jin among a group of elderly men, and then engage in chess with a teapot in hand, Lin Yan's father couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. This boy seemed to have embraced a retirement lifestyle even before his time. Regardless, having endured countless deceptions and schemes, Lin Yan found great enjoyment in this rare, leisurely existence. Thus, amidst his morning exercises, afternoon chess games, and outings with close friends, Lin Yan's summer vacation gradually drew to a close. As the summer waned, he prepared to embark on his journey to Zhanghai University. During this time, his close friend Zhang Wei had inquired about the university he intended to attend. Lin Yan merely mentioned he would be studying in Zhanghai City, much to Zhang Wei's delight, who revealed that he too had chosen a university in Zhanghai. Unlike the small town where Lin Yan had lived, Zhanghai City, a first-tier city in Huaxia, boasted numerous universities. Though only Zhanghai University was widely recognized, Zhang Wei did not speculate on Lin Yan's admission to Zhanghai University, as he believed their academic performances were quite similar, averaging in the ordinary range. However, upon learning that Zhang Wei would be attending university in the same city, Lin Yan felt a mix of surprise and mild exasperation. While others enjoyed idyllic childhood friendships, he seemed destined to be accompanied by an ever-present friend. Was his life fated to be a collision course with an unyielding companion? Zhanghai City was quite distant, prompting Lin Yan to begin packing his belongings early. Just before his departure, his usually irritable mother revealed a rare gentleness, helping him with his preparations while offering motherly advice about taking care of himself. Although Lin Yan feigned impatience, he secretly cherished the maternal love he had longed for over the decades. As for his father, he maintained the traditional demeanor characteristic of fathers in Huaxia. He remained seated in the living room, motionless with his phone in hand. Yet the occasional glances toward Lin Yan betrayed his concern. "All right, Mom, there's no need to pack so many clothes. If it comes to that, I can always buy more after I arrive. Your suitcase is nearly bursting." Lin's mother observed the overstuffed luggage, her face reflecting a hint of regret. But she could only nod in agreement. As the high-speed train gradually set in motion, Lin Yan bid farewell to the city he had called home for 18 years, embarking on a new chapter of his life. Upon arriving at Zhanghai University, he was met with a sea of people. As a prestigious institution in the country, Jianghai University welcomed thousands of new students each year, and today marked the first day of their enrollment. Following the signs, Lin Yan wheeled his suitcase toward the registration area. Perhaps influenced by the vibrant energy of the youth around him, a faint smile unconsciously appeared on his face. However, the conversation of the upperclassmen nearby piqued his interest. "Hey, did you hear? It seems the heiress of the Bai family is coming to our school." "You mean the head of the Bai family? Here? Are you sure about that? Didn't you see the school news? She even donated a teaching building to the university, and it was featured in the school newspaper. But why would she come here?" Indeed, while Jianghai University held a commendable reputation for someone of the Bai family's stature, especially the young lady who had already taken the helm, there was little need to seek validation here. The mention of the Bai heiress finally jogged Lin Yan's memory. He recalled wanting to search for her photograph online, but had forgotten after being interrupted by Zhang Wei's invitation. For reasons unknown, hearing that she would also be attending this institution stirred a sense of inexplicable unease within him. Shaking his head, as if to dispel the discomfort, he approached the registration desk, intending to speak to the two senior sisters before two somewhat familiar voices called out from behind him. "Lin Yan? Lin Yan." The first voice conveyed a hint of surprise, while the second unmistakably bore an edge of anger. Turning around, he confirmed that it was indeed acquaintances, Su Fuxian and Tang Yinyan. He recalled them mentioning their intention to enroll at Jianghai University during their time at the billiards hall. Before Lin Yan could respond, Su Fuxian had already stepped forward, seemingly having forgotten his previous disheveled demeanor, reverting to his usual haughty self. With a disdainful glance at Lin Yan and his suitcase, he spoke in a tone laced with contempt. "What are you doing here? Don't tell me you came to study." Lin Yan paused, slightly taken aback. "Well, you've already said it for me, so what else is there to say?" Seeing Lin Yan's reaction only solidified Su Fuxian's assumptions. He proudly cast a glance back at Tang Yinyan, then turned to Lin Yan with a look of disdain, stating, "I should have warned you before, telling you to cease your harassment of Tang Yinyan. I never imagined you would shamelessly follow us here. Is Jianghai University a place for someone like you? You pathetic sycophant." He deliberately emphasized the term sycophant, drawing the attention of those around them. Although the onlookers were uncertain about the details of the incident, they quickly inferred the situation from his previous remarks. In an instant, the gazes directed at Lin Yan were filled with disdain, pity, and a palpable eagerness for the unfolding drama. However, Lin Yan remained unperturbed, regarding Su Fuxian as one would a mere clown. He slowly raised his hand, brandishing his admission letter before Su Fuxian's eyes, and mockingly said, "Young man, do open your eyes and understand what this is before speaking to me." The memory of prior humiliation ignited a flush of anger in Su Fuxian's face. Ignoring him, Lin Yan turned and placed his admission letter on the desk at the new student registration area, addressing the senior in front of him. "Excuse me, could you please assist me in locating my dormitory?" Taken aback by Lin Yan's radiant smile, the senior momentarily stood frozen. After regaining her composure, she blushed, hastily took the admission letter, and murmured, "All right, just a moment. Let me see." Lin Yan, your dormitory is in Building B, room 520. Would you like me to personally escort you there?" Disregarding the senior's teasing remark, Lin Yan softly expressed his gratitude before turning to leave. At that moment, Su Fuxian was still in disbelief, stammering, "You really got accepted here?" Chapter 16. You Cannot Escape. My esteemed mentor, it is not surprising that he did not believe it. Even Lin Yan's close friend, Zhang Wei, was initially incredulous upon hearing the news. Since all universities in Jianghai City had synchronized orientation dates, Lin Yan had come along with Zhang Wei. It was only after they boarded the high-speed train that Lin Yan revealed he had been accepted into Jianghai University. Aware that Zhang Wei would be skeptical, he even took out his admission letter. Upon seeing the authentic document, a look of profound sadness crossed Zhang Wei's face. He remained silent, his expression filled with melancholic reproach as he gazed at Lin Yan. "I considered you a brother, yet you have secretly toiled away?" Returning to the present, Su Fuxian finally shook off his earlier confusion. Lin Yan's disregard ignited a fiery rage within him, prompting him to chase after Lin Yan and seize his arm. Anxiously, Tang Yinyan approached and interjected, "Su Fuxian, what are you doing?" Her words extinguished the last flicker of his rationality. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Lin Yan and bellowed in fury. So what if he got accepted? You were just a sycophant. I told you to stay away from her. Lin Yan halted, turning to meet Su Fuxian's gaze with a hint of icy disdain. At that moment, he, too, felt a surge of impatience. Who granted this fool such audacity to provoke him time and again? Did he truly believe he was some soft target? Just as Lin Yan clenched his fists, preparing to deliver a stern warning to this ungrateful individual, a chorus of astonished gasps erupted around them. What on earth is that? Is a leader here for inspection? Are you foolish? What leader would arrive in a Rolls-Royce Phantom? They'd be too afraid to drive it. Could it be that the Bai family's heiress has truly come here? Their reactions were understandable, for a convoy of a dozen black vehicles had just arrived outside the school gates. At the center of this procession was a luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom. While it was not uncommon for parents to drive their children to registration, such a meticulously organized convoy was a rare sight indeed. As the vehicles came to a stop, numerous individuals clad in black alighted and stood in formation, one of whom approached the Rolls-Royce and respectfully opened the door. A long, snow-white leg emerged first, followed by the figure stepping out from the vehicle. With her emergence, an eerie silence enveloped the entire scene. The only thought that resonated in the minds of the onlookers was the awe-inspiring beauty before them. Descending from the car was a girl of unparalleled beauty. Dressed in a flowing white gown, she still could not conceal her nearly perfect curves. Cascading locks of lustrous hair fell over her pristine attire, her exposed skin resembling the purest snow. Her black eyes sparkled like the brightest stars, effortlessly captivating those who dared to gaze into them. Beneath a delicately upturned nose lay a pair of crimson lips. If there were individuals destined to be protagonists from birth, this young woman was undoubtedly one of them. She shone like the sun, an incandescent presence that demanded attention the moment she appeared. However, the beauty before him was so breathtaking that it compelled one to lower their gaze in discomfort after merely catching a glimpse. It was not only her striking allure, but also the aura she exuded that rendered those in her presence feeling inadequate, instinctively evoking a sense of submission. Her arrival silenced Su Fuxian, who had been embroiled in commotion moments before. He stood frozen, staring at the maiden in the distance. In stark contrast, Lin Yan beside him appeared utterly ghost-stricken. Never one to show fear, Lin Yan's face now bore an unprecedented expression of trepidation. Why was she here? Perhaps it was the distinctiveness of Lin Yan's gaze that caught her attention, prompting the maiden to turn and look in his direction. In that instant, as their eyes met, it seemed as though everyone else had dissolved into thin air, leaving only the two of them. Upon recognizing Lin Yan, a flicker of brightness danced in her eyes. She spoke not a word, yet with resolute strides, she approached him. As she advanced, the crowd instinctively parted, creating a pathway for her. Like a regal queen, she gracefully traversed the throng to stand before Lin Yan. At that moment, Su Fuxian had already released Lin Yan's hand. Faced with the enchanting maiden, his expression turned flustered, and he instinctively stepped back. The maiden regarded Lin Yan with an intricate blend of emotions, excitement, affection, and a hint of grievance, flashing across her eyes. Her lips curled into a radiant smile, transforming her previously icy demeanor into one of gentle warmth, as if a frozen mountain had blossomed into a delicate flower. She delicately raised her finger to lift Lin Yan's chin, leaning in close, her voice a whisper. "I've found you, my esteemed tutor." Lin Yan felt a lump in his throat, a cold sweat forming on his brow. His gaze towards the exquisite beauty held no desire, only a profound sense of fear. Stammering, he inquired, Why are you here?" "By Luo Yan." Indeed, he could affirm that the person before him was by Luo Yan. Though she appeared slightly younger than their last encounter, her beauty and demeanor unmistakably belonged to her. The unease in his heart had ultimately materialized into reality. From the moment he first heard tales of the Bai family's heiress, an unsettling feeling had lingered within him. Yet, when confronted with the truth, disbelief washed over him. Why was she here? Was she not the heroine of that other realm? He had never heard of characters from the second dimension crossing into the third. Observing Lin Yan's evident disarray, Bai Luoyan's smile widened. As if struck by a thought, she took a step back, finally retreating from their previous intimate proximity. The sudden absence of her soft presence left Lin Yan feeling an unexpected void within. Something is amiss. It must surely be due to this 18-year-old body, and has nothing to do with me. As Lin Yan silently recited the Tao De Jing in an attempt to calm himself, Bai Luoyin had already turned to gaze at Tang Yinyan behind her. Upon feeling Bai Luoyin's penetrating stare, Tang Yinyan froze momentarily, instinctively lowering her head. Does the Grand Tutor have a penchant for such trivialities? After appraising Tang Yinyan with a discerning eye, a flicker of displeasure crossed Bai Luoyin's gaze. She then turned to Su Fuxian beside her, her face contorted in disdain as she declared, "Should you utter even a single word more, I shall ensure that you remain mute for the rest of your days." Su Fuxian's expression shifted. He had intended to speak further, but upon meeting Bai Luoyin's icy gaze, he wisely chose to seal his lips. Satisfied with his capitulation, Bai Luoyin nodded approvingly before attempting to refocus on Lin Yan, only to find her smile suddenly falter. To her dismay, Lin Yan was nowhere to be seen. Looking up, she observed Lin Yan, arms raised with his suitcase, fleeing toward the school as if pursued by some primordial beast. Bai Luoyin felt no anger. Instead, as she watched Lin Yan's retreating form, she delicately licked her lips and murmured, "This time, you cannot escape my Grand Tutor." Chapter 17. Please don't do this. I'm a bit frightened. Lin Yan sprinted from the school gate straight to his dormitory, finally feeling a semblance of safety upon closing the door behind him. Leaning against the door, he gasped for breath, his pupils trembling in agitation. Something was amiss. It was not just unusual, it was utterly bizarre. Why was Bai Luoyin here? Wasn't she the empress of that other world? How could she possibly manifest in this realm? What would happen to the original world then? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yan clenched his teeth and cursed vehemently. "Damn you, system. I regarded you as a brother, yet you stabbed me in the back. Only you could orchestrate such a betrayal." He knew all too well that his fear of Bai Luoyin's intent to kill him had been disregarded when she was brought here. What was this? An accelerated pursuit through time and space. The thought of his once bright future, now shrouded in darkness, pained Lin Yan, and he grasped at his hair in distress. "Tell me, have you lost your mind? Shouldn't you head to the infirmary?" At that moment, a voice broke through Lin Yan's turmoil. He looked up to find three unfamiliar young men gazing at him with curiosity. It seemed these three were his new roommates, having just arrived themselves. Considering they were destined to coexist for the next 4 years, they exchanged introductions and engaged in light conversation within the dormitory. Suddenly, a figure burst in from outside, hastily shutting the door behind him, appearing as though he was being pursued. After closing the door, the newcomer wore a pained expression, mumbling about systems and brotherly nonsense. Out of concern, one of the roommates could not help but inquire. It was only then that Lin Yan, realizing the room was occupied, managed a wry smile. He truly lacked the spirit for camaraderie at that moment. Merely offering a strained smile to the trio, he made his way to the last vacant bed and lay down. Noting his reluctance to engage, the other three exchanged glances but paid little heed to his demeanor. Meanwhile, as Lin Yan lay on the bed with his eyes closed, his mind was in turmoil. No, I must escape. I cannot remain in this school. But where could I possibly run to? She is the eldest daughter of the Bai family. With our vastly different backgrounds, wouldn't she toy with me like a mere dog? Perhaps I should flee abroad? No, that would likely lead to a quicker demise. Wait a moment, why should I run? I have done nothing wrong by her. Wasn't it simply a ruse of feigned death to evade her? Besides, wasn't she the one initially seeking my downfall? As Lin Yan's thoughts spiraled, the voice of her roommate interrupted once more. Would you like to join us for a meal at the cafeteria? It was midday, and after some discussion, the three roommates decided to band together for a culinary experience. Before leaving, they glanced back at Lin Yan, who had been lying on the bed with his eyes tightly shut, and felt compelled to check on this peculiar new housemate. Lin Yan opened his eyes, looked at them apologetically, and replied, "No, thank you. I find myself feeling rather unwell, and I do not wish to eat at the moment. You may go ahead without me." The three of them noticed Lin Yan's pallid complexion, a result of his excessive fright, and thus took his words to heart. They did not press him further and turned to leave the dormitory. As for Lin Yan, he continued to lie on his bed, contemplating his future after their departure. However, mere minutes later, the door abruptly swung open. Just as he wondered how they had returned so swiftly, a familiar voice echoed beside him. "This room feels a bit cramped. Should we consider residing together outside of school?" Realizing who had entered, Lin Yan sprang up from his bed with surprising agility. Gazing at Bai Luoyan, who wore a smile, he felt a slight headache beginning to form. Yet, compared to before, he managed to remain considerably calmer now. Observing Bai Luoyan as she twirled a lock of her hair while gazing at him with affection, he helplessly inquired, "Bai Luoyan, this is a boys' dormitory. So what? Is there anywhere I cannot go?" She retorted, her trademark confidence unabated. "Well, perhaps you could try the men's restroom?" Although unaware of Lin Yan's thoughts, Bai Luoyan, through years of familiarity, sensed something amiss. She scrunched her delicate nose in distaste, yet her expression softened upon seeing Lin Yan's face. Gradually, she inched closer to him. But with each step she took, Lin Yan instinctively retreated. However, once his back met the bed frame, he realized he had nowhere left to escape. At that moment, Bai Luoyan finally closed the distance. Lin Yan, who had intended to speak, found his words faltering as he locked eyes with her and noticed tears streaming down her cheeks. In his memory, he recalled Bai Luoyan's anguish upon the death of the former emperor, her resolute demeanor while studying with him, and her ruthless visage when confronting foes. Yet, throughout it all, she had never shed a tear in his presence, not even during the most painful moments after being wounded on the battlefield. And now, this indomitable empress stood before him, weeping. Seeing her in such a state softened Lin Yan's heart. He instinctively raised his hand to wipe away the tears from her face, murmuring words of comfort, "Do not cry, dear." However, his attempts at solace proved futile as Bai Luoyan's lips quivered, and she suddenly collapsed against him, sobbing loudly. Lin Yan's hands fumbled awkwardly behind her, eventually settling on her back, gently patting her. Silence enveloped them, save for the subdued sounds of her weeping resonating within the room. Nevertheless, true to her nature, after a brief release of her grievances, Bai Luoyan gradually ceased her crying. Reluctantly, she pulled away from Lin Yan's embrace. Her eyes red as she gazed at the man before her. As she looked, her eyes began to glisten with a dreamy haze. Unable to resist, she reached out to caress Lin Yan's face, softly murmuring, "Sir, you seem to have grown younger." Lin Yan found himself at a loss for words, responding only with silence. Observing the rare expression on Lin Yan's face, Bai Luoyan suddenly broke into a laugh. She leaned in closer, greedily inhaling the scent that lingered on him, murmuring, "Sir, I have searched for you with great difficulty. This time, you cannot escape. I shall pursue you relentlessly." As Lin Yan gazed at Bai Luoyan's demeanor, reminiscent of a coy woman, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Whether it was the tearful Bai Luoyan from before or the one now reclining against him, both were facets of her he had never witnessed. After a prolonged silence, he finally mustered the courage to speak, his voice trembling slightly. Bai Luoyan, please do not act this way. It frightens me." Chapter 18 right here, you. In truth, the moment Lin Yan uttered those words, he realized his mistake. "No, I did not mean to imply that I fear you." Just as he hurriedly sought to explain, the delicate Bai Luoyan, who had been affectionately nuzzling against his chest like a small kitten, suddenly ceased her movements. She slowly raised her head, her previous shyness replaced by an unsettling calm. Witnessing her demeanor, Lin Yan felt a jolt in his heart. Familiar with Bai Luoyan, he understood all too well that this was her manifestation of anger. As expected, an icy tone accompanied her words. "I have waited for you for 18 years, searched for you for 18 years. And you dare to tell me you are afraid of me? No, that is not what I meant. Was your faked death an escape because you feared me? No, it was because... Or are you just eager to return home to continue being that sycophant for Tang Yan? You are utterly baffled by this, aren't you?" Observing Lin Yan's momentary stupor, a flicker of anger ignited in Bai Luoyan's eyes. She grasped his arms tightly, gritting her teeth as she exclaimed, "Here I am, a fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged empress, openly expressing my affection for you daily, and you remain indifferent, all for that white moonlight? What white moonlight? That was before I traversed through time. I do not care. No. Is the Empress truly this overbearing? Do you dare to let me finish a single sentence? That little girl, even the likes of Shangwan Wanyu, who accompanied me, pales in comparison to her. What do you even like about her? Are you truly turning down a feast for wild vegetables? Is it not a bit excessive to liken others to mere weeds? Wait, that is not right. Little Yu has come too. Lin Yan, is this the focus of what I am saying? Before Lin Yan could further articulate his thoughts, Bai Luoyin pushed him down onto the bed. Before he could rise, she straddled him with her long, fair legs. Feeling the softness beneath him, Lin Yan's face flushed crimson. No, Bai Luoyin, what are you trying to do? I wanna, huh? At this, Lin Yan was utterly bewildered. Before he could regain his composure, Bai Luoyin tugged at his shirt, caressing his abdominal muscles with an enchanting touch. When he looked up, the Bai Luoyin before him bore no resemblance to the composed figure she presented to the world. Her lips curved into a slight, dangerous smile, her eyes shimmering with a peculiar glint. Just as Lin Yan attempted to intervene, Bai Luoyin leaned down, pressing herself against his chest, and seized his hands, pinning them above his head. Hey, this seems rather precarious. Lin Yan swallowed hard, gazing into Bai Luoyin and his slightly narrowed eyes, questioning you. Cannot be serious, can you? You must know I never jest. Bai Luoyin gently bit her lip, a lock of hair cascading over Lin Yan's face, igniting an unusual thrill within him. Aren't you afraid of me? Are you not always yearning to flee? Today, I have you right here. Let's see if you still wish to escape. Master Fu, it was you who once imparted to me the wisdom that to attain one's desires, one must strive earnestly for them. Whether through besieging cities or employing cunning schemes, one must achieve victory by any means necessary. Indeed, I have taught you thus, but I never instructed you to coerce a gentleman. What besieging and plundering are you speaking of? Do you perceive me as an adversary or a lover? And what is that deranged expression upon your face? After 15 years of tutelage, how was I unaware of this facet of your character? As Bai Luoyin drew ever nearer, Lin Yan recognized her intentions were genuine. Just as their lips were about to meet, a sudden creak of a door echoed through the silence. Both individuals froze, instinctively turning their gazes toward the entrance. There stood Lin Yan's 3 roommates, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and astonishment, as if they were witnessing an illusion. After a brief pause, they closed the door only to reopen it moments later. This time, the reality of the scene before them was undeniable. In an instant, their faces conveyed a range of emotions, envy, indignation, and a hint of betrayal that made Lin Yan feel like a traitor. Calculating the time, he surmised they must have just returned from the dining hall. Upon seeing the unexpected trio, a flicker of regret crossed Bai Luoyin's eyes. She had no qualms about sharing an intimate moment with Lin Yan, yet she would not permit any onlookers. Swiftly, she descended from Lin Yan's embrace, brushed her white dress, and with a flawless smile, addressed the group. Greetings, everyone. I am Lin Yan's girlfriend, Bai Luoyin. Please take good care of him. With that, she offered a slight bow and departed as if nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, the 3 roommates remained entranced by Bai Luoyin's radiant smile, appearing quite foolish. Did she just smile at me? At last, Lin Yan sat up from the bed, hurriedly adjusting his shirt. Feeling the weight of his roommates' scrutinizing gazes, he managed a strained smile and explained, I want to assure you that what just occurred is not as you imagine. Do you believe me? Huh, what a scoundrel. So hypocritical. Truly envious. Regardless, Lin Yan had inadvertently bridged a gap with his roommates in an unconventional manner. Reflecting on Bai Luoyin's earlier words, he was at least certain of one thing. She was not there to seek vengeance upon him. In truth, the impact of Bai Luoyin's presence had overwhelmed him, momentarily clouding his ability to think. Even in their previous world, her desire to eliminate him stemmed solely from his interference with her reign. There was no inherent animosity between them. Why would she specifically traverse to this realm to pursue his demise? Yet, recalling her earlier deranged demeanor sent a shiver coursing through him. He harbored a strong premonition that his forthcoming university life would prove to be quite arduous. With the certainty that Bai Luoyin bore him no ill will, Lin Yan naturally abandoned any thoughts of leaving the university. Consequently, He took the initiative and soon became well acquainted with his three new roommates. The individual occupying the bed beside him was a dark-skinned fellow, exuding an air of simplicity and honesty. This man, resembling an African friend, was named He Chong and hailed from a rural area in the north. According to his own account, his family were quintessential farmers, and his sun-kissed complexion was a testament to his labor in the fields. Nevertheless, such toil did not impede his academic performance. Through sheer determination, he managed to gain admission to the prestigious Jianghai University, becoming a source of pride for his village. Opposite Lin Yan, in stark contrast, lay another roommate. This individual boasted fair skin and sported a visage that resonated with the contemporary feminine aesthetic. His name was Yun Tianhua, a local of Jianghai. Although he did not overtly declare his status, his attire and manner of speaking suggested that he belonged to an affluent or noble lineage. As for the last of the quartet, he too was a native of Jianghai, distinguished primarily by his heavy black-rimmed glasses. His clothing style and appearance were rather unremarkable, rendering him the type that could easily blend into a crowd without being recognized. With an ordinary exterior, commonplace attire, and an unassuming demeanor, he bore a name that was anything but ordinary, Fu Yanjia. Indeed, one could surmise the painful childhood he must have endured after being featured in some advertisement. However, upon becoming slightly acquainted with him, one would soon discover that he was the most introverted yet intriguing of the group. Lin Yan often felt that this individual and Zhang Wei would make excellent companions. Chapter 19. Military Training. Lin Yan Song was relieved to find that Luo Yan did not appear again that day. After becoming acquainted with his three roommates, he joined them in exploring Jianghai University. As a prestigious institution, the campus was indeed extensive. In addition to the grand academic buildings, the university was renowned for its vast artificial lake and park-like courtyard design. As they walked through the campus, measuring the contours of the next 4 years, a faint smile gradually spread across Lin Yan's face. His choice of Jianghai University was not solely influenced by Tang Yanyan, but stemmed from his long-standing admiration for the school's picturesque scenery. Of course, the university's reputation for producing stunningly beautiful women was also a significant factor. By evening, Lin Yan and his roommates experienced the university cafeteria for the first time. Unsurprisingly, even at Jianghai University, the food was hardly commendable. After a leisurely day at school, Lin Yan and his companions finally faced the first hurdle of university life, military training. Despite being late August, the weather in Jianghai City remained sweltering. The blazing sun hung overhead as the new students, clad in green uniforms, resembled blocks of color performing drills on a playground. The so-called military training consisted primarily of exercises such as squatting, standing, and marching, along with practicing military posture. These tasks appeared deceptively simple, yet only those who had endured them could truly comprehend the discomfort of standing at attention under the sun for half an hour. Lin Yan, however, was exempt from such hardships. Yet, as he stood in military posture, his mind was restless due to the presence of a certain figure before him. As anticipated, Luo Yan was in the same class. Furthermore, he recognized Shangwan Wanyu standing beside her. During their morning encounter, Luo Yan had approached him with a bright smile. But she did not speak, merely passing by. In contrast, Shangwan Wanyu acknowledged him with a nod and then departed. Although puzzled by Luo Yan's calm demeanor today, so different from her earlier ferocity, Lin Yan remained cautious and alert. After an hour of training, they were finally granted a brief respite. He Chong and the others, drenched in sweat, looked at Lin Yan, who appeared virtually unchanged, and exclaimed in astonishment, "You've got quite the constitution." Lin Yan smiled slightly, but did not respond. Setting aside the formidable physique granted by the system, he recalled his previous life as a general. Compared to those days in the military, the current training was hardly worthy of mention. Suddenly, Lin Yan felt numerous gazes directed towards him. With a sense of foreboding, he turned to look, and indeed, it was Luo Yan. It must be said that those blessed with natural beauty look exquisite in anything they wear. Even in the unflattering military training attire, Luo Yan radiated undeniable charm. Perhaps for the sake of convenience during training, she had styled her hair into a neat ponytail today. Some loosely draped collars subtly revealed a glimpse of snow-white skin. Shangwan Wanyu closely followed behind her. Bai Luoyan raised an eyebrow slightly, prompting Shangguan Wanyu to step forward, seemingly performing a magic trick as she produced 3 bottles of water to hand to Lin Yan's 3 roommates. Bai Luoyan tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and softly addressed the trio. "Could you allow me a moment alone with my boyfriend?" "No problem. We'll take our leave immediately." The 3, seemingly oblivious to Lin Yan's pleading gaze, accepted the bottled water and promptly departed. As they left, the trio foolishly boasted, "Look, I still have water given by a beautiful girl." Once they were gone, Bai Luoyan wasted no time and sat closely beside Lin Yan, while Shangguan Wanyu stood behind them like a bodyguard. At that moment, the two were nearly pressed against each other, exuding an air of intimacy. Feeling the soft warmth almost against his skin, Lin Yan's heart raced, and his mind began to drift. However, the piercing gazes around them swiftly pulled him back to reality. Clearing his throat, Lin Yan turned to Bai Luoyan and said, "Could you please be a bit more discreet? There's still so many people here. I'm not afraid of a single woman." "What are you afraid of?" she retorted. Hiss, her reasoning struck a chord, leaving Lin Yan momentarily at a loss for words. He turned his head toward Shangguan Wanyu, as if to change the subject, and said, "Hey Wanyu, long time no see." To his surprise, her response left him momentarily speechless. "Young master, I actually saw you on the very first day after your college entrance examination. You just didn't realize it." Well, both her address and the content of her words rendered Lin Yan somewhat speechless. He chose to remain silent, closing his mouth. Bai Luoyan, inexplicably altering her previous entanglement, also leaned against Lin Yan in silence. The two sat side by side, wordlessly gazing at the playground before them. However, from her vantage point behind them, Shangguan Wanyu observed that this scene was not awkward, but rather harmonious. Sensing the faint fragrance wafting from Bai Luoyan, Lin Yan recognized it was not perfume, but her natural scent. This aroma was one he had inhaled for over a decade, now ingrained deep within his being. In a daze, he seemed to be transported back to a moment from the past, the day before they planned to launch a counterattack after escaping the capital, having spent years recuperating. On that day, they sat together on a hillside, much like today. At that time, Bai Luoyan, still youthful, exuded vigor. Standing before Lin Yan, she pointed to the land around them and declared, "Sir, I will conquer this territory as a gift for you." In response, he simply smiled and replied, "All right." Yet, in his mind, thoughts of potential tragedies that might unfold loomed persistently. What was he contemplating? Although Bai Luoyan appeared to be gazing at the playground before her, her attention was, in truth, fixated on Lin Yan beside her. Gradually, she found herself entranced. To speak candidly, Lin Yan could hardly be classified as conventionally handsome. However, he possessed an understated charm. He belonged to that rare category of individuals who, upon prolonged observation, evoke an inexplicable sense of affinity. Noticing the reminiscent expression that graced Lin Yan's features, she could no longer restrain herself and softly inquired. Lin Yan, momentarily interrupted from his reverie by Bai Luoyan, offered a gentle smile and turned to regard the beautiful woman before him, instinctively responding, "No, I was merely reflecting on some past events." Do you think the human heart is truly so fragile, so delicate, that it cannot withstand trials? Gazing at Lin Yan's serene countenance, Bai Luoyan perceived a hint of weariness lurking beneath the surface. A pang of sorrow pierced her heart, yet she managed to smile as she replied, "As for others, I cannot say, but this time I will undoubtedly ensure that you do not lose." Chapter 20. The Diminishing of Intelligence. The respite was fleeting. Before long, at the sound of the instructor's whistle, the students congregated once more on the playground. Yet, Lin Yan's expression bore a hint of dazedness. Bai Luoyan's earnest declaration that she would not allow him to lose was etched into his mind like a chiseled inscription. Would he truly not lose? Lin Yan, whose demeanor was evidently askew, remained oblivious to the myriad glances directed towards him. This morning, upon discovering that the illustrious Bai Eris was his classmate, the boys in class erupted with a fervor akin to a surge of adrenaline. With such beauty before them, the rigors of military training seemed to diminish in severity. However, they were taken aback to see the seemingly unattainable Bai Eris willingly take a seat beside a male classmate. Strikingly, This fellow not only appeared unfazed by the privilege, but seemed to harbor a hint of disdain. Was he still asleep? How could he possibly scorn such a stunning beauty's overtures? Amidst a tempest of jealousy and indignation, countless hearts shattered in silence on the playground. What merit did this fellow possess to earn by Lin Yan's favor? He did not strike one as particularly handsome, did he? Well, upon closer inspection, he had a slight charm, but not to such an extent, surely? Thus, as the boys marched in formation, they cast furtive glances filled with confusion, discontent, and envy towards Lin Yan. In addition to the boys, the girls in class watched Lin Yan with a sense of quiet intrigue and excitement. In merely one morning, the tale of an impoverished lad and a wealthy heiress's unrequited affection had taken root in their imaginations. This fascination extended beyond their class, with students from neighboring classes also casting occasional glances in their direction. Among them were Su Fuxian and Tang Yan from the adjacent class. Perhaps it was a twist of fate. Lin Yan and Tang Yan were enrolled in the same major, finance. Naturally, such a popular field attracted a multitude of new students each year. Consequently, the school had divided the finance students into two classes. Lin Yan and Bai Luo Yan belonged to Finance Class 1, while Tang Yan and Su Fuxian were placed in Finance Class 2. The rationale behind this separation might be attributed to a certain heiress's private discussions with the principal. Under the glaring sun, Su Fuxian directed venomous glances at Lin Yan from a distance. The moment he observed Bai Luo Yan displaying evident interest in that individual, it felt akin to a dagger in his heart. He could not fathom how someone who had previously been a mere, transparent figure could suddenly garner such admiration. What was it about him that warranted such attention? As he witnessed Tang Yan frequently gazing distractedly in Lin Yan's direction, a deeper shadow fell across his countenance. Tang Yan herself was perplexed, unable to comprehend why she felt an uncontrollable urge to look towards Lin Yan. Her heart was in turmoil, constantly whispering to herself that her concerns stemmed merely from their status as former classmates. Yet, the image of Lin Yan would frequently flash before her eyes. During the first semester of their senior year, when Lin Yan confessed his feelings for the first time, she was unequivocally certain that she did not harbor any affection for him. In fact, at that moment, the thought of romance had never crossed her mind. As she had articulated while rejecting Lin Yan, she genuinely believed that her studies were of utmost importance. However, as she witnessed Lin Yan's subsequent infatuation, her resolve began to waver. She admitted to herself that she somewhat relished the feeling of being cherished and adored. Thus, even without formally accepting Lin Yan's affections, she tacitly embraced the kindness he bestowed upon her. Yet, everything shifted in the second semester of their senior year. Lin Yan, having returned from winter break, suddenly ceased his ardent pursuit. He began to treat her like an ordinary classmate. Tang Yan consoled herself, believing this was for the best, as it spared her from further disturbances, yet a twinge of resentment lingered within her. Was this all the perseverance he could muster in his so-called love for her? She could not fathom why, despite being the one to reject him, she felt a sense of grievance towards Lin Yan. This sentiment persisted until they encountered each other again in the billiards room after the college entrance examination. Seeing Lin Yan, who appeared to be a transformed individual, stirred something deep within Tang Yan. Later, amidst the crowd's astonishment, Lin Yan executed a miraculous 147 break. Unfamiliar with the nuances of billiards, Tang Yan could not comprehend the fervor of the onlookers. Yet she had to admit that the sight of Lin Yan striking the cue ball captivated her. Regrettably, she departed without uttering a single word to him. When she saw Lin Yan again yesterday and learned that he had also been accepted into Shanghai University, her heart swelled with delight. During their senior year, she could still convince herself that she needed to focus on her studies and abstain from romance. Yet, what girl could remain indifferent to the allure of love? She even envisioned how she might respond if Lin Yan were to pursue her once more. She contemplated that his decision to stop pursuing her might be due to his quiet dedication to his studies, striving to attend the same university as her. Such thoughts evoked a sense of self-satisfaction. Though she was unaware of what transpired between Lin Yan and the heiress Bai, did it not subtly affirm his excellence? Amidst this misunderstanding and curiosity, Tang Yan found her attitude toward Lin Yan undergoing a profound transformation. However, Just as she sought to catch a glimpse of Lin Yan in the adjacent class, a piercing gaze met hers. The chill emanating from that look instinctively compelled her to avert her eyes, her head bowing in guilt. Meanwhile, Bai Luoyin, having issued a warning glance towards Tang Yinyan, let out a disdainful scoff. Beside her, Shangguan Wanyu observed silently, pondering for a moment before addressing Bai Luoyin, "My lady, I believe that the young master has little interest in that Tang Yinyan. After all, according to the system's narrative, his pursuit of her occurred prior to his entry into this world." However, in response to her counsel, Bai Luoyin dismissed her words with disdain, retorting, "One must tread carefully in life. Such infatuations are the most troublesome. I certainly do not wish to toil for so long only to have my home usurped by another." Witnessing Bai Luoyin's indignant demeanor, Shangguan Wanyu stifled a chuckle and remarked, "Surely, my lady, you could never be outdone by her?" "You do not understand," Bai Luoyin replied. "Those Clichd novels explicitly state that no matter how ordinary this white moonlight may be, the male protagonists invariably chase after her foolishly." My lady, perhaps it would be wise to limit your consumption of those romantic tales. They tend to diminish one's intellect. Chapter 21. This time, I shall not lose you. As the sun gradually dipped towards the distant horizon, the first day of military training finally drew to a close. The freshmen, having endured the relentless sun all day, resembled dehydrated radishes, trudging wearily towards the dining hall. Lin Yan followed his 3 roommates into the cafeteria. Although the food was hardly palatable, it would at least sustain them for another day. Just as they set foot inside, a strikingly beautiful face appeared before them. Bai Luoyin, with her eyes slightly narrowed and lips curled in a mischievous smile, resembled a cunning fox. With her hands resting casually behind her and her exquisite features, she lightened the fatigue that weighed upon Lin Yan and his companions. Lin Yan, no longer as resistant towards Bai Luoyin as he had been previously, sighed and inquired, "What do you want this time?" However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he recalled her previous response during their encounter in the dormitory, causing his expression to falter momentarily. Bai Luoyin seemed to sense his thoughts, a playful grin flitting across her face before she reverted to her signature radiant smile and announced, "After a long day, I'm here to treat you to dinner, pardon?" Lin Yan glanced towards the dining hall window behind him, his expression peculiar as he replied, "I mean, I can afford to eat at the cafeteria." No sooner had he spoken than Shangguan Wanyu, standing behind Bai Luoyin, stepped forward and produced several exquisite lunchboxes. Bai Luoyin's beautiful eyes fixed intently on Lin Yan as she jested, "The cafeteria food is fit for neither man nor beast. Come, these are specially prepared for you. Let us enjoy them together." For Bai Luoyin, the heiress of a wealthy family, preparing special meals at school was a trivial matter. She then smiled at Lin Yan's 3 roommates, adding, "I trust you won't mind if Lin Yan and I enjoy a moment alone." The trio's mouths twitched in response, interpreting her words to mean they should be relegated to the cafeteria as unappetizing fare. However, before they could express their discontent, Bai Luoyin snapped her fingers, and a figure clad in black abruptly appeared behind them, also bearing several elegant lunchboxes. "These are for you," he announced. "Thank you, sister-in-law." The trio's grievances evaporated instantly as they bowed in unison to Bai Luoyin, then seized the lunchboxes from the black-clad figure and hastily departed. Watching their retreating figures, Lin Yan felt an uncanny sense of déjà vu. He did not refuse Bai Luoyin's generosity. With a resigned sigh, he said, "Well then, let us eat in the cafeteria." Bai Luoyin smiled and naturally linked her arm with his as they made their way to a table. Upon her entrance into the dining hall, she had already captured considerable attention. As she walked in, arm in arm with a boy, the astonished gazes of the onlookers nearly seemed to pop from their sockets. As it was mealtime, the dining hall was nearly filled with patrons. However, as 2 individuals approached, the crowd instinctively parted to make way. Unfazed by the curious gazes, they casually took a seat at an empty table. For Bai Luoyin, such scrutiny was a familiar reality. Whether as the empress in her past life or the head of the Bai family in this one, she had grown accustomed to living in the spotlight. As for Lin Yan, having traversed numerous worlds, he had encountered a multitude of scenarios. Upon opening his lunchbox, He was taken aback by the exquisite dishes within, items akin to foie gras and dried abalone, typically reserved for the menus of five-star establishments. Despite having prepared himself mentally for this meal, he couldn't help but internally scoff at the seemingly ordinary lunchbox that contained such culinary delights. Truly, wealth had its undeniable perks. During his previous world conquests, he had often attained positions of great power, and while the flavors of those world delicacies may not have surpassed this meal, he had certainly experienced his fair share of rare ingredients. After a brief moment of surprise, Lin Yan nonchalantly began to eat. Seated across from him, Bai Luoyin showed no inclination to pick up her chopsticks. Instead, she rested her chin on her hands, unabashedly observing him. Even Lin Yan found it difficult to ignore the captivating gaze of such a beauty. After a few bites, he helplessly set down his chopsticks and looked up at Bai Luoyin, asking, "Aren't you going to eat?" "I'm already eating," she replied, meeting his puzzled look with an expression of infatuation. "Haven't you heard the saying, a beauty's presence is a feast for the eyes? Just looking at you is enough for me." "Wait, where did you learn such cheesy lines?" Yet, despite his protest, her words still managed to flush Lin Yan's cheeks. "Seems you've picked up quite a bit while you've been here." Bai Luoyin chuckled triumphantly at the sight of his reddened face, her grin reminiscent of a mischievous cat reveling in a successful prank. Unable to endure her gaze any longer, Lin Yan hastily shifted the conversation, saying, "These dishes are quite delicious. You should eat while they're still warm." "Is that so? But I prefer the meals you use to prepare for me." At her words, memories flooded Lin Yan's mind. Images from when he had first escaped with Bai Luoyin and Shangwan Wanyu from the capital. Back then, they were destitute and devoid of resources, essentially on their own. His primary task was to ensure the survival of the two young girls by his side. To evade pursuers, he had made the decision to take them deep into the wilderness. Having endured countless world adventures, Lin Yan had honed his survival skills and culinary prowess. Even in the simplicity of grilling, he could conjure an array of delectable variations. Eventually, when the danger subsided, they had transitioned from the wilds to the comforts of town. With an abundance of ingredients and culinary utensils, Lin Yan prepared a plethora of dishes unique to the real world for the two craving young ladies. The ever-conscientious maid, Shangwan Wanyu, frequently expressed her guilt, believing it was her duty to undertake such tasks. Yet, each time she beheld the exquisite delicacies presented by Lin Yan, she could not help but succumb to drooling. As for Bai Luoyin, she reminisced fondly about that period, considering it the most cherished time of her life. During those days, she was free from the burdens of political strife, learning diligently by the side of the Grand Tutor and basking in his meticulous care. Alas, she ultimately lost sight of him. The thought brought a fleeting shadow of sorrow to her eyes. It was only when she lifted her gaze to meet Lin Yan's that she regained her smile. Fortunately, she had finally retrieved the Grand Tutor. This time, she vowed never to lose him again. Chapter 22. Lin Yan's doubts. Lin Yan finally emerged from his reverie, gazing at Bai Luoyin, who looked at him with an expression of unwavering resolve. He pondered what had driven this girl into such a frenzy. Although they had only reunited for 2 days, Bai Luoyin had left an impression on him that was nothing short of transformative. In Lin Yan's memory, Bai Luoyin had always been a diligent disciple, adhering strictly to propriety and respecting her mentors. How could she have changed so drastically in such a short span of time? With this thought in mind, Lin Yan seized the opportunity to pose a question that had lingered in his mind since yesterday. "You mentioned that you have been searching for me for 18 years. What exactly is the meaning of this?" Indeed, after Bai Luoyin returned to her residence, a composed Lin Yan reflected on her words and recognized a perplexing issue. He had only been back from that other world for 2 months. Why then did Bai Luoyin claim she had been looking for him for 18 years? Given her age, it was evident that she belonged to the realm of soul transmigration. She must have retained her memories, becoming the heiress of the Bai family. Yet, this did not add up. He had encountered the system and been drawn into that world merely 2 months prior. How could Bai Luoyin, who had come to this world because of him, have arrived here 18 years ago? This conundrum resembled the age-old philosophical question of whether the chicken or the egg came first. Lin Yan had intended to inquire about this during military training, but the presence of many others had restrained him from discussing their previous world publicly. Upon catching Lin Yan's glance, Bai Luoyin immediately discerned his thoughts and began to recount everything to him. She transported them back to the moment Lin Yan first heard the chimes of the sacrificial ceremony. Just as he unhesitatingly pressed the button to complete his task and return to the real world, the voice of the system echoed in Bai Luoyin's ears, who had just ascended to the throne. Initially suspecting it to be a figment of her imagination, Bai Luoyin confirmed the existence of the voice after several reassurances. Without waiting for the sacrificial ceremony to conclude, she descended from the high altar. At the bottom, Shangwan Wanyu approached with a worried expression, regarding Bai Luoyin with concern. Your Majesty. She understood all too well the profound impact Lin Yan's death had on Bai Luoyin. Had it not been for Lin Yan's enduring wish, she had no doubt that Bai Luoyin would have chosen to abandon her claim to the throne. Seeing the worry in Shangwan Wanyu's eyes, Bai Luoyin managed a faint smile and instructed, "Have everyone leave. I require some solitude." With that, she disregarded Shangwan Wanyu's expression and departed the scene. Although Shangwan Wanyu was apprehensive about her mental state, she dutifully complied with the command. Once Bai Luoyin finally had the opportunity to be alone, she was at last able to converse with the voice in her mind. You say you're a system? Indeed. What is a system? I believe I have heard this term mentioned by Lin Yan before. A contemplative expression crossed Bai Luoyin's face as she endeavored to recall some of Lin Yan's words. That was the final battle he fought for her, a battle that determined the fate of this continent. In that battle, Lin Yan took the lead and commanded the 200,000 troops of the Balan army to achieve a resounding victory over the enemy's 400,000 forces, thus establishing the unrivaled reputation of the Balan army. However, as everyone extolled the invincible might of the Empress Bai Luoyin, the true leader Lin Yan succumbed to his grievous injuries. Bai Luoyin rushed into Lin Yan's tent at the first opportunity, dismissing all attendants to personally care for him for an entire fortnight. It was during this time that she overheard the word system amidst Lin Yan's delirious murmurs from his relentless fever. System? Am I destined to perish once more? No. Why does this system seem incapable of anything? If only I had a golden finger, my trials would not be so arduous. System, do you think I can trust her this time? Reflecting on Lin Yan's pale visage, weakened by his condition, still causes Bai Luoyin a pang of sorrow. She inhaled deeply, suppressing her emotions, and inquired, "So, you are the system Lin Yan spoke of?" Indeed, the system responded, without waiting for further questions, revealing everything. This included Lin Yan's origins, his mission in this world, and the circumstances of his return to his original realm. It even elucidated the misunderstandings between Lin Yan and herself. Upon learning of Lin Yan's presence outside the imperial study that fateful night, Bai Luoyin's countenance turned even paler. With gritted teeth, she uttered in fury, "So? It was because of this? Damn it, damn it." In that moment, Bai Luoyin regretted having allowed Song Jishu to meet such an easy demise. Were it not for that, she would now long to personally carve away Song Jishu's flesh piece by piece. Yet soon, a sorrowful expression crossed her face again. She covered her face with her hands, her body heaving as she whispered, Why? Why did he not trust me? Has 15 years failed to earn him even a fragment of faith?" Observing her despondent demeanor, the system hesitated for a moment before divulging the details of the Eighth World Conquest. However, it did not anticipate her reaction. "Are you saying that the Grand Tutor was previously married to another woman?" The system, witnessing Bai Luoyin's icy expression, sensed a glitch in its own programming. Is this really the crux of the matter? I mentioned this to clarify the misunderstandings between you two, not to incite jealousy. Clearly, Lin Yan had erred. Even after ascending to the throne, the essence of a woman remained unchanged. Nevertheless, Bai Luoyin quickly quelled her jealousy. Having weathered many storms, she soon grasped the significance of the system's recounting. "So, he thinks I would be like that wretched woman, fearing that his accomplishments would overshadow him and lead to his demise? How outrageous! How could he possibly compare me to such a despicable person?" Observing the sudden shift in Bai Luoyin's mood from sorrow to anger, the system wisely chose to remain silent. It seemed Lin Yan had his moments of clarity. After all, he had once advised against debating with a woman when she was enraged, a lesson the system recalled distinctly. After venting her anger, Bai Luoyin gradually regained her composure. She took a deep breath, as if recalling something, and inquired of the system, "By the way, you mentioned before that you could grant me a reward?" "Indeed. Since you have ascended to the position of Empress and fulfilled your destiny, you are entitled to one opportunity for a reward from me." "Any reward is possible?" "Yes. Even the gift of immortality can be granted." The system was not unfamiliar with such scenarios, for it understood that most who achieved the imperial throne often wished for eternal life. Thus, before Bai Luoyin could articulate her desire, it preemptively mentioned immortality. However, what use is immortality if the Grand Tutor is no longer here? Bai Luoyin exclaimed, her eyes betraying a profound sorrow. Yet soon after, a glimmer of hope flickered in her gaze as she asked the system, "Can I wish for his return?" That may not be possible. Weren't you just saying that any wish could be granted? What's the matter with you, system? No wonder Lin Yan said you were useless. Faced with Bai Luoyin's reproach, the system felt a mix of indignation and silence. "If I cannot bring him back, then I shall go to him." "Wait, you mean you wish to traverse to Lin Yan's world?" "Precisely. Surely you can manage that." The system hesitated, falling into silence. After a considerable pause, as Bai Luoyin awaited eagerly, it finally spoke again. "It is possible, but you will no longer be the destined one in this world. You will also forfeit your qualification for the throne." "Fine." Before the system could finish, Bai Luoyin responded decisively. After a moment, it finally concluded, "As you wish, then." Chapter 23, The First Kiss in 2 Lives. Thus, you were sent here by the system and became the only daughter of the Bai family? Listening to Bai Luoyin's narrative, Lin Yan finally comprehended the origins of it all. Indeed, it was not just me. At my behest, Xiaoyu also accompanied me here. However, prior to my arrival, the system cautioned me that I could not seek you out or have any contact with you until you completed your college entrance examination. Otherwise, both you and I might vanish from this world due to a temporal paradox. With her explanation, Lin Yan unraveled his previous doubts. Yet, he could hardly believe his ears as he inquired of Bai Luoyin, "You abandoned the imperial throne of that world? That was a position you labored for 15 years to attain." Bai Luoyin did not respond immediately. Instead, she took a sip from the cup before her. Even as the esteemed daughter of the Bai family, she was not exempt from the customary rigors of military training, donning the same green uniform as everyone else. Nevertheless, the adage that clothes make the man seemed inapplicable to her. After a day of training, droplets of crystalline sweat cascaded down her face, flowing along her swan-like neck until they vanished at the pristine collar of her uniform. Beneath her lowered eyelashes were eyes that sparkled like stars, and her lips, moistened by water, revealed an alluring crimson beauty. This demeanor possessed an indescribable charm. At that moment, Lin Yan found himself entranced by Bai Luoyin's presence. Noticing Lin Yan's somewhat dazed gaze, Bai Luoyin smiled with satisfaction. Rather than retreating, she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, allowing her beloved to see her more clearly. Suddenly, she lifted her head and met Lin Yan's gaze. Responding to his earlier question, "Attaining the imperial throne has never been my aspiration. From the very beginning, I only wished to be with you. In a world devoid of you, no matter how splendid it may be, it remains monochrome to me." Upon witnessing the affection reflected in Bai Luoyin's eyes, Lin Yan instinctively turned his gaze away, subconsciously avoiding her stare. You seem to have changed a lot." Bai Luoyin, seemingly oblivious to his evasion, reached out and took his hand, earnestly declaring, "No, I have never changed. It was only after your departure that I finally grasped a profound truth. Rather than anxiously concealing my feelings, it is far better to openly present everything to the one I cherish. Had I done so sooner, I would not have lost you." Feeling the softness in his hand, Lin Yan was stirred. He instinctively sought to withdraw his hand, yet the warmth he felt made him hesitate. "Damn, why does it feel as though I'm being flirted with?" Resolutely, he turned to face Bai Luoyin. However, upon seeing the fervor in her gaze, he found himself lowering his head once more. Bai Luoyin was unfazed. On the contrary, she seemed to revel in witnessing Lin Yan's bashful demeanor. In her recollection, Lin Yan always presented himself with an air of superiority before her. Regardless of how dire the circumstances were, a resolute expression perpetually adorned his face, as if he had never known the taste of failure. Yet at this moment, the bashfulness akin to that of a girl being playfully teased was a sight Bai Luoyin had never witnessed before. A subtle smile graced her lips as her fingers gently traced the palm of Lin Yan's hand. His countenance shifted abruptly, as if he had been jolted by an electric shock, retracting his hand instinctively. Was this truly the obedient disciple he remembered? How could it feel as though they were now worlds apart? After several deep breaths, Lin Yan finally quelled the turmoil within him. Bai Luoyin, I am profoundly grateful for all that you have done for me. I apologize for the misunderstandings of the past. However, Lin Yan's hand moved to touch his chest, and memories of that fateful night when he was betrayed by his wife flooded back. The agonizing pain, akin to being pierced by 1,000 arrows, remained indelibly etched in his mind. At this moment, it is exceedingly difficult for me to believe in love again. The fear and hurt still linger in my heart. Therefore, I am truly sorry. With that, Lin Yan turned to leave, fully aware of the fervent feelings Bai Luoyin harbored for him, feelings that were willing to forsake everything. Even he deemed himself somewhat overly sentimental at this juncture. Yet, the aftermath of his emotional wounds rendered it incredibly challenging for him to accept Bai Luoyin without hesitation. It was akin to how individuals afflicted with certain mental disorders might react under specific stimuli. For Lin Yan, love had become his trigger. Lin Yan. Just as he was poised to depart, Bai Luoyin's voice called out from behind him. As Lin Yan attempted to ignore her and continue on his way, a hand grasped his arm and pulled him back forcefully. Once returned to the present, Lin Yan was about to make a move when an enchanting figure lunged towards him. Moments later, a soft, warm sensation enveloped his lips. Lin Yan's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Bai Luoyin, who had unexpectedly kissed him. The suddenness of the assault left him momentarily stunned, causing him to forget to resist. Upon noticing his lack of opposition, Bai Luoyin's heart surged with joy. She wrapped her arms around his waist, holding him tightly as if wishing to merge their beings. It was only when Lin Yan felt a soft entity attempting to breach his lips that he finally regained his senses. He seized Bai Luoyin's arms and forcefully pushed her away, astonished as he exclaimed, "What are you doing? Have you lost your mind?" Rather than displaying anger, Bai Luoyin revealed an expression of delight. She playfully licked her lips with her delicate tongue, seemingly savoring the essence of their kiss. With a radiant smile directed at Lin Yan, she tenderly brushed her fingers against her lips. "I'm aware of your past, but I will not relent. Remember, you can never escape. Shall you? Let's go." With that, she offered Lin Yan no opportunity for response, calling her companion, Shangwan Wanyu, to depart ahead of her. Once the two individuals exited the dining hall, a delicate blush finally graced her cheeks. Bai Luoyin felt an intense warmth envelop her face, and her hands instinctively covered her cheeks. At that moment, her shyness was laid bare. She turned her gaze backward, observing Lin Yan's distant silhouette, and silently muttered, "Humph, that insufferable fool, so utterly dense, like a block of wood." The thought of her first kiss in 2 lifetimes filled her with joy. Yet she couldn't help but feel exasperated by someone's bewildered reaction. Meanwhile, after Bai Luoyin had walked away, a bittersweet smile crept upon Lin Yan's face. What is this madness? Here I am, a grown man, subjected to an unexpected kiss. He finally became aware of the piercing gazes surrounding him. This was, after all, the dining hall during dinner time. It could be said that the recent spectacle had been witnessed by nearly everyone present. All I wanted was a meal. Why must I be subjected to this romantic display? Who is that guy, and why would the esteemed Bai heiress kiss him? Miss Bai, if you're in danger, just blink, and I shall come to your rescue. Though he was unaware of the identity of this unfortunate fellow, he had already sealed his own fate. Investigate. Tonight, I demand all information about that guy, including the color of his undergarments. Surely, if I were to incapacitate him and bury him in the back mountains, no one would be the wiser. Feeling the murderous intent radiating from the surrounding young man, Lin Yan trembled slightly and hastily made his escape. Chapter 24. Xiaoyu, perhaps we should confine him. Lin Yan hastily returned to his dormitory, only regaining his ability to think once he lay breathlessly on his bed. He had always prided himself on his intelligence. After all, even the dullest of individuals, after years of tempering, would not remain entirely foolish. Thus, he had long sensed Bai Luoyan's affections for him. It was precisely for this reason that he consistently emphasized their master-disciple relationship in her presence. He understood well that emotions could be a burden in the face of imperial responsibilities. He even entertained grave doubts that once Bai Luoyan ascended to the throne, their relationship might become the catalyst for his demise. After all, the role of an emperor did not require emotional attachments. What he had not anticipated was the intensity of Bai Luoyan's feelings for him, so fervent that she would forsake everything to accompany him here. Reflecting on her words earlier, realizing she had waited for him for 18 years, he pondered, was this akin to the cinematic notion of loving someone before they even loved you? In that moment, Lin Yan felt his mind swirling chaotically. Just then, the dormitory door swung open once more. Startled like a frightened bird, Lin Yan leapt from his bed, fearing it was Bai Luoyan pursuing him again. Fortunately, it was merely his 3 roommates who had just finished their meal. However, upon seeing Lin Yan, their expressions shifted, and they cast him disdainful glances. Lin Yan, puzzled, touched his face and queried, "What is wrong with you all?" "Oomph, scoundrel," one remarked. "Why the sudden hostility?" At that moment, He-Chong finally elucidated the cause. "Everyone in the cafeteria witnessed your kiss with Bai Luoyan. The entire school is probably abuzz with it now." Yin Tianhua, with a smirk that barely concealed his amusement, added, "Congratulations. You shall likely become the most famous person in school by tomorrow, though what you reap will undoubtedly be hostility." Meanwhile, Fu Yinjie scrutinized Lin Yan with evident jealousy, scanning him from head to toe before begrudgingly stating, "What on earth is so special about you? I should clearly be the more attractive one." Upon hearing this, Lin Yan, who had previously harbored a hint of melancholy, puffed out his chest and raised his chin defiantly. At that moment, one could almost envision him challenging Fu Yinjie to question his vision, such as the triviality and banter of male camaraderie. What Lin Yan did not foresee was that in the following days of military training, Bai Luoyan did not cling to him as he had imagined. Each time they encountered one another, they simply exchanged polite nods like ordinary classmates before parting ways. This situation led Lin Yan to question whether all that had transpired was merely a figment of his reclusive fantasies. His emotions oscillated like a roller coaster. One moment he felt the fervor of Bai Luoyan's affection, and the next he endured her neglect. In truth, it was not solely him, the ever-loyal Shangwan Wanyu. Having once again witnessed Bai Luoyan's indifference towards Lin Yan, could no longer restrain her curiosity and inquired, "My lady, what do you mean by this? Have you not been intent on winning over your fiancé? Why this sudden aloofness in recent days?" Bai Luoyan, casting a glance at Lin Yan's receding figure, turned her attention to the side where Xiaoyu stood. Although Shangwan Wanyu was ostensibly her servant, Bai Luoyan had never regarded her as such. In both her past and present lives, she had always considered Xiaoyu as her closest confidant. Likewise, when she had asked Shangwan Wanyu if she wished to accompany her before departing that world, Xiaoyu had readily consented without hesitation. Thus, before Shangwan Wanyu, Bai Luoyan harbored almost no secrets. I have perused numerous novels that suggest a woman being overly proactive is not advantageous. Men as a species tend to value what they have to pursue. That which comes too easily is often disregarded. Only that which is earned through effort will be cherished, she mused. After a few moments of contemplation, Shangwan Wanyu succinctly summarized, "So, you're suggesting that men are inherently foolish?" Bai Luoyan found herself momentarily speechless by her bluntness. Casting a complex glance at her maid, "This girl is wonderful in every regard, save for her sharp tongue." With a sigh, she restructured her thoughts and replied, "What you say holds some truth. Essentially, the pursuit of a husband should not be overly aggressive. One must understand the art of subtlety. As the saying goes, distance creates beauty. If you cling to him daily, it may only breed aversion. Being too forward makes it seem as though I'm offering myself freely." Shangwan Wanyu reflected on her lady's earlier attempts to forcefully engage her fiancé in the dormitory and the scene of a kiss in the cafeteria. The question, does that not count as offering yourself freely? lodged itself unvoiced in her throat. However, just as Bai Luoyin passionately articulated her learned insights, she abruptly fell silent. Curious, Shangguan Wanyu followed her gaze and immediately grasped the situation. Lin Yan, who had previously walked away, had halted at the intersection, facing a delicate figure. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Tang Yinyan from the adjacent class. Instantly, Shangguan Wanyu's heart sank, realizing the impending trouble. Sure enough, before she could turn her attention back to her lady, a chilling wave of dread emanated from Bai Luoyin. Bai Luoyin raised her right hand, biting her nails with a thumb pressed to her lips, her earlier composure evaporating, replaced by an expression of fury and distortion. Understanding her lady's temperament, Shangguan Wanyu wisely refrained from speaking out, instead choosing to distance herself from Bai Luoyin. Bai Luoyin, her gaze fixed on the two figures in the distance, felt a surge of crimson rage in her eyes, and a voice, laced with coldness and rasp, escaped her lips. Damn it. How dare he come seeking me? What business does she have with Lin Yan? Did she not reject him outright? I have come to realize that she desires to take him away, to steal my man. A person as proud as Lin Yan, having faced rejection, would surely not acquiesce to her advances. Yet, alas, she is Lin Yan's cherished moonlight. In the presence of such a beloved figure, he is utterly defenseless. Could it be that he is about to slip away from my grasp? No, absolutely not. I shall not permit such a thing to transpire again. Perhaps I should enlist someone to confine Lin Yan, hiding him away in the ancestral home of the Bai family. A person of his caliber should not be allowed to appear before other women. Those vile creatures will undoubtedly scheme to snatch him from me. Yes, I shall imprison him, and in doing so, he will belong solely to me, never to depart again. I will procure a small, dark room, binding him with chains, and prepare a grand and soft bed for him. I shall treat him well, fulfilling all his desires. As long as he remains by my side, that is all that matters. In that moment, a dark aura, palpable and foreboding, enveloped Bai Luoyin. Meanwhile, the ever-resigned Shangguan Wanyu merely rolled her eyes, seemingly unfazed by her mistress's peculiar demeanor, having grown accustomed to such displays. In the distance, Lin Yan felt a chill run down his spine, an inexplicable sense of foreboding settling within him. Chapter 25. Has the system bestowed upon me some succubus traits? Just as Lin Yan was on his way back to the dormitory for a well-deserved rest, he was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Tang Yinyan, whose face was etched with hesitation. Looking around to confirm that there was no one within a 2-meter radius, he realized she had come specifically to find him. But what could this mean? Despite the passage of time, Lin Yan vividly recalled the look in Tang Yinyan's eyes when she had previously rejected him. He was certain that she harbored no feelings for him. So why was she seeking him out now? Noticing her biting her lip in silence, Lin Yan tentatively inquired, Tang, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Tang Yinyan, still biting her lip, fidgeted with her fingers, uncertain of why she had sought out Lin Yan. She had heard whispers about Lin Yan's public display of affection with Bai Luoyin in the cafeteria over the past few days. Strangely, the news had stirred a sense of discomfort within her, akin to the feeling of a beloved childhood toy being snatched away. She admitted to herself that since their encounter at the billiards hall during summer break, she had developed an inexplicable fondness for Lin Yan. It was a vague sentiment, one she couldn't quite articulate. When they crossed paths again on registration day, her heart brimmed with joy. Yet, she had not anticipated the emergence of a girl like Bai Luoyin between them that day. The beauty and grace of Bai Luoyin left her feeling somewhat inferior. She couldn't fathom how Lin Yan, who had shared the same school with her for 3 years, had come to know such a girl. Being a woman herself, she understood all too well what the gaze Bai Luoyin cast upon Lin Yan signified. In that moment, her burgeoning affection for Lin Yan began to wane. Despite these thoughts, she found herself instinctively searching for Lin Yan in the days that followed. To her bewilderment, Bai Luoyin seemed not to be pursuing Lin Yan as she had imagined. This revelation led her to question the truth behind the rumors of that kiss in the cafeteria. Surely, it must be false. After all, how could someone of Bai Luoyin's caliber possibly be interested in an ordinary person like Lin Yan? With this assumption, a sense of relief washed over Tang Yinyan. Upon seeing Lin Yan approach her, She instinctively positioned herself in front of him without overthinking. Yet, when faced with Lin Yan's puzzled expression, she found herself momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief hesitation, she pondered an excuse and, in a voice barely above a whisper, said, I was thinking that since we used to be classmates, perhaps we should gather together. Yes, that's it. Since we were all in the same class. It would be a shame not to celebrate our connection at Zhanghai University. How about having a meal together? However, upon hearing these words, Lin Yan cast a peculiar glance at Tang Yinyan, his expression reminiscent of someone grappling with constipation as he replied, Are you certain you want me to dine with Su Fuxian? Sister, are you jesting? Given the nature of my relationship with that brat, I doubt we could even meet without engaging in a scuffle. This is hardly a reunion of old classmates. It is more akin to a gathering of adversaries. Tang Yinyan was momentarily taken aback by Lin Yan's words, as she suddenly recalled that the rapport between Lin Yan and Su Fuxian was far from amicable. Just as she seemed poised to articulate something further, Lin Yan felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine, a sense of ominous intent emanating from behind him. He glanced over his shoulder, only to find that Bai Luoyan had already been whisked away by Shangguan Wanyu. Despite this, an unsettling feeling lingered in Lin Yan's heart. Having faced numerous life-and-death situations, he had always placed his trust in his sixth sense. Though he could not see Bai Luoyan, his intuition had begun to form a hypothesis. Thus, casting a glance at the still gesticulating Tang Yinyan, he decisively interjected, Classmate Tang, I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Without allowing her a moment to react, he stepped forward, intending to exit the scene. However, just as he lifted his foot, Tang Yinyan unexpectedly grasped his hand. Surprised by the sensation of her touch, Lin Yan stared at the girl before him, his expression one of astonishment. Having lived multiple lifetimes, Lin Yan was no fool oblivious to the nuances of affection. Observing the blossoming affection in Tang Yinyan's eyes, he could not help but ponder, what on earth? Has the system bestowed upon me an alluring disposition? Why else would Tang Yinyan, who previously regarded me with disdain, now gaze at me with such longing? I have done nothing to deserve this. Before he could ponder further, an even more intense wave of murderous intent surged from behind him. If the prior sensation had been mere illusion, the current aura of hostility felt almost palpable. Lin Yan's expression turned grave as he swiftly disengaged from Tang Yinyan's grasp, creating distance between them. Not allowing her the opportunity to speak, he earnestly stated, Classmate Tang, I truly have matters to attend to. We could discuss everything another time. With that, he resolved to depart this gathering. He had no desire to incur the wrath of a scheming empress for reasons he could not fathom. Just as he turned to leave, a fist accompanied by an irate voice materialized before him. What are you up to? Trying to do something to Tang Yinyan. Although the sudden appearance of the fist caught him off guard, Lin Yan, seasoned by years of combat, was not so easily struck by such juvenile ambushes. He furrowed his brow, slightly shifted his body, and effortlessly evaded the attack. Upon closer inspection, he recognized his assailant as Su Fuxian, who, like Bai Luoyan, had been quietly observing Lin Yan and Tang Yinyan from the sidelines with a dark expression. As Tang Yinyan boldly grasped Lin Yan's hand, a surge of fervor coursed through him, prompting him, without a moment's hesitation, to raise his fist towards Lin Yan. The scene evidently startled Tang Yinyan as well. Upon realizing that Lin Yan remained unscathed, she angrily directed her ire at Su Fuxian, exclaiming, What are you doing? On what grounds do you strike Lin? Su Fuxian, chastised by Tang Yinyan, felt his fury intensify. His eyes, bloodshot and brimming with unabashed malice, glowered ominously. With a menacing grin, he lunged once more at Lin Yan. Faced with repeated provocations, Lin Yan's temper flared. His gaze turned icy, and before Su Fuxian could advance, Lin Yan swiftly closed the distance between them. Clearly taken aback by Lin Yan's unexpected aggression, Su Fuxian had no time to react as Lin Yan seized his outstretched forearm, pivoted, and bent low. With a flawless shoulder throw, Lin Yan sent Su Fuxian sprawling. The world spun violently for Su Fuxian before excruciating pain shot through his back. Gazing down at the incapacitated Su Fuxian, Lin Yan apathetically dusted off his hands, warning, should you dare to raise your fist at me again, the outcome will not be so trivial. With that, he turned his back on both Su Fuxian and Tang Yin, striding away from the scene. Chapter 26. Social gathering. Lin Yan's conjecture proved to be accurate. The chill that crept up from behind was indeed by Luo Yin. Since that day, she had transformed her previously aloof demeanor into one of fervent affection for Lin Yan. Each morning, as he descended the stairs, she would be there, lively and charming, presenting him with breakfast freshly purchased. During lunchtime and dinner, she disregarded the peculiar gazes of others, entwining her arms around Lin Yan's, leading him to a secluded grove for a private meal. Although Lin Yan occasionally contemplated rejecting her advances, each time he met the dangerous glint in her eyes, he found himself frozen in place, instinctively sealing his lips. Unbeknownst to him, this subconscious reaction once again served to safeguard him. Otherwise, he might have abruptly vanished from Jianghai University the following day, reappearing in some shadowy basement. Amidst this bittersweet yet joyous period, they finally arrived at the last day of military training. Early in the morning, the cohort of freshmen gathered upon the playground. After enduring half an hour of monotonous speeches from the leaders under the sweltering sun, they commenced showcasing the fruits of their military training. In truth, it was nothing extraordinary, merely performing military boxing and marching in formation, among other standard exercises. The most arduous aspect was, without doubt, enduring the lengthy and tedious addresses from the school officials. Fortunately, the military instructors were genuine soldiers, devoid of such pompous oratory. By 10 in the morning, they were dismissed, marking the formal conclusion of their military training. With the final announcement of dismissal, an exuberant cheer erupted from the crowd. Influenced by the collective excitement, a smile blossomed on Lin Yan's face. This was precisely the university life he had longed for. Since classes would officially commence the following day, they inadvertently found themselves with half a day off. When He Chong and the others noticed the absence of the familiar, enchanting figure behind Lin Yan, they could not help but ask in astonishment, "Your sister-in-law didn't T come to find you today?" Their reaction was understandable. They had grown accustomed to the presence of a young lady surrounding Lin Yan during this period. Whenever there was a break, Bai Luo Yan would reliably appear at his side. If any other girl dared to approach, Bai Luo Yan would cast a warning glare akin to that of a possessive dog defending its territory. Over time, the classmates reached a resigned consensus. It seemed that this unparalleled beauty had become Lin Yan's devoted admirer. While it was challenging to equate such a stunning woman with the notion of a sycophant, everyone had witnessed Bai Lu Yan's unwavering infatuation with Lin Yan. Speculations about their past began to circulate. I bet Lin Yan must have saved Bai Luo Yan's life. Otherwise, why would she be so devoted to him? No. Could it be that Lin Yan has some leverage over Bai Luo Yan? This won't do. I must advocate for the lovely Bai. Are you foolish? With the Bai family status, do they need your intervention? If there were any leverage, they would simply eliminate Lin Yan. Thus, the question lingered. Could it be true love? Do not jest. How many pure-hearted individuals truly find a favorable outcome? While this may hold some truth, it undeniably appears that Bai Luo Yan is the one pursuing Lin Yan. As for the discussions among their classmates regarding the two, Lin Yan has long since developed an immunity to such chatter. The only solace his peers find is that Lin Yan has not foolishly rejected Bai Luo Yan's goodwill. Were he to dare such an affront, it is certain that many would be inclined to champion Bai Luo Yan's cause. Yet, who can fathom that Lin Yan's reluctance to decline is largely driven by a primal instinct for self-preservation? His intuition warns him that should he dare to act inappropriately, he might face a most unfortunate fate. In the face of his roommate's teasing, Lin Yan remained unfazed, merely shrugging as he remarked that she seemed to have some matters to attend to and would not return until later tonight. Unlike the typical scions of affluent families, Bai Luo Yan presently bears the weighty title of head of the Bai family. To speak candidly, her announcement to enroll at Jianghai University met with considerable opposition from within the Bai group. Over the years, however, Bai Luo Yan has amply demonstrated her capabilities through numerous instances. Detractors do not believe she can garner any meaningful education at Jianghai University. Nevertheless, such dissent has proven inconsequential to Bai Luo Yan. Through her astute maneuvering, she has firmly secured her grip on the Bai group. Today, the Bai group unequivocally belongs to her, her word being law. You may express your opinions, but I shall choose to disregard them. Ignoring the protests of the so-called shareholders, Bai Luoyin resolutely made her way to Jianghai University. Yet even so, she must allocate time to manage the affairs of her company. During this military training period, a mountain of documents has amassed, awaiting her approval. Regardless of her reluctance, she resolved to spare half a day to attend to official matters. Naturally, before her departure, she left Shangguan Wanyu behind at the school, her purpose being to keep an eye on Lin Yan. In summary, Lin Yan has, rather exceptionally, acquired half a day of respite. After hearing Lin Yan's explanation, the three friends cast him looks of deep-seated envy. You rascal, how could you be so fortunate? Not only is a beauty pursuing you, but she also happens to be the head of a conglomerate. While she chases after you, she must also return to earn money on your behalf. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yan nodded in acknowledgement of their sentiments. You are not wrong. Enough. I can no longer tolerate your smug demeanor. Let us duel. Fu Yinjie was the first to be unable to bear Lin Yan's expression, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Are you certain? Another father-son showdown? Lin Yan did not respond with anger. Instead, he regarded his friend with a knowing gaze. Come at me. I fear you not. As he spoke, Fu Yinjie retrieved his phone from his pants pocket. The so-called duel referred to a match in honor of kings. The camaraderie among young men sometimes manifests in the simplest of forms. Though merely a fleeting span of 2 weeks, Lin Yan had already forged a camaraderie with his roommates. While they may have looked down upon Lin Yan's extraordinary luck, his amiable disposition naturally attracted friendships. Thus, during this rare first holiday in college, the 4 roommates devoted an entire afternoon to playing games on their smartphones. Victory! With a delightful chime resonating, Lin Yan and his companions celebrated their 12th consecutive win. Indeed, it seems that it is I who must carry the team. Fu Yinjie boasted with pride, while Lin Yan remained silent, gazing at the screen, displaying his dismal score of 318-2 as Marco Polo. The other 2 roommates mirrored his silence, as their performances were scarcely more commendable than Fu Yinjie's. Only Lin Yan, with his impressive score of 36-1-12 using Jing, emotionlessly remarked, indeed, had it not been for you, we would have triumphed long ago. Thanks to the system's rewards, Lin Yan demonstrated an exaggerated aptitude for gaming. However, regardless of his formidable prowess, it was exceedingly challenging to prevail while dragging along 3 deadweight players. Setting aside his phone, Lin Yan eased his stiff shoulders and glanced out the window. Unbeknownst to him, dusk had gradually descended. At that moment, He Chong suddenly spoke up, by the way. It seems there is a social gathering tonight. Would you all care to attend? Chapter 27. A comprehensive guide to courting the Empress University represents one of the most enchanting periods in many people's lives, for it is a truly magical realm. Just 3 months prior, they were under strict prohibitions against romantic relationships as high school seniors. Yet upon entering university, all previous constraints seem to vanish. Should your parents discover that you are in a relationship during your college years, they would merely caution you to be careful and refrain from any serious consequences, after which they would generally leave you to your own devices. Conversely, if you remain single throughout your 4 years of university, you may soon find yourself facing a series of arranged blind dates within a year or 2 post-graduation. It is indeed peculiar how parents in Huaxia oscillate between stern warnings against romance and an eager anticipation for you to bring home grandchildren. Freed from the pressures of academia and societal demands, university life is arguably the most conducive environment for nurturing innocent love. Each beautiful romance blossoms from a serendipitous encounter, and the so-called social mixers serve as the quintessential opportunity for such meetings. These events are often orchestrated by the students themselves. After enduring the rigors of military training, freshmen yearn for an occasion to exuberantly express their youthful vigor. Thus, prompted by a few enthusiastic organizers, several first-year classes convene for a mixer on the playground tonight. Upon hearing the phrase social mixer, Fu Yinjie's eyes brightened instantly. With a decisive leap, he sprang from his bed and, standing before the newly installed glass mirror in his wardrobe, began to preen his hair. He Chong, though less dramatic, also displayed a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. In contrast, Yin Tianhua maintained his usual nonchalant demeanor. Unlike his two roommates, who openly derided Lin Yan, Yin Tianhua seemed indifferent to the idea of romance. Despite his penchant for making flirtatious remarks, Lin Yan could sense that, although Yin Tianhua often spoke of relationships, he appeared to lack genuine interest in such matters. Initially, Lin Yan wondered if there was something peculiar about him, but through their interactions, he realized he was overthinking it. Perhaps everyone harbors their own little secrets. Noting the eager expressions on his friends' faces, Lin Yan decided not to dampen their spirits. He set aside his phone and declared, since that's the case, let's go together. After the four enjoyed their dinner and took the time to freshen up, they made their way to the playground, where the sky was already adorned with stars. The weather tonight was splendid, illuminated sufficiently by starlight to reveal every detail of the playground. By this time, the area was teeming with students. Some wandered aimlessly in small groups, while others engaged in various entertaining games as classes. Couples could be seen, hands entwined, whispering sweet nothings to each other. The playground, connected to courtyards, grassy expanses, and an artificial lake, offered ample space. Even with nearly all first-year students gathered here tonight, it did not feel crowded. The four friends meandered about the playground, with Fu Yinjia and He Chong scanning the crowd with wide eyes in search of attractive girls. The abundance of beautiful women at Jianghai University is no mere rumor. Apart from the finance department, the performing arts and fine arts faculties also stand as prestigious disciplines at Jianghai University. Numerous leading stars have emerged from this esteemed institution. Unlike previous occasions, tonight the girls have swapped their unflattering green military training uniforms for their most cherished outfits. As the saying goes, one is often judged by their attire. With just a touch of embellishment, even the most ordinary girl can transform into an enchanting beauty. As summer reaches its twilight, both male and female students don refreshing garments, short sleeves, tank tops, and shorts, exposing arms as delicate as lotus roots, allowing the essence of youthful exuberance to permeate the air. Only 10 minutes into the evening, Fu Yinjia and He Chong have already begun to discreetly discuss which girl possesses the most charm. Wow! Quickly! At 9 o'clock, there's an exquisite beauty. Where? Let me see. Indeed, she's quite striking. At least an 80 out of 100. And over there at 3 o'clock, that one is also commendable. Oh, this cute type is precisely my favorite. Under the influence of their conversation, the previously reticent Lin Yan and Yin Tianhua gradually joined in the discourse. It became evident that the appreciation of beauty transcends all types and ages of men. This inclination seems to be an innate trait, compelling men to instinctively adhere to it. Even the well-versed Lin Yan is not exempt from this tendency. As he gradually integrated into the dialogue, he too began to comment on the beauties before him. That one up ahead looks quite appealing. Her figure is undoubtedly suited for a wife. Oh, is that so? How can you tell if she is wife material? TSK. Clearly you don't understand. Just look at her measurements, her curves. I tell you, it's precisely these voluptuous girls who... Suddenly, Lin Yan, who had been animatedly speaking, fell silent. He realized that the person he had just addressed appeared to be a girl. A familiar, ominous aura enveloped him from behind. Stiffening, he instinctively swallowed hard and slowly turned to face the source. Bai Luoyan had appeared behind him, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Perhaps due to her return to corporate duties, she donned a sharp OL outfit today. Clad in a crisp white suit, a loosened button revealed a glimpse of a crimson tie, subtly concealing a hint of alabaster beneath. Her lower half was adorned with a fitted black miniskirt, complemented by elegant black high heels, standing at 173 centimeters. Her stature appeared even more statuesque with the added height, her long, graceful legs encased in black stockings drawing the eye irresistibly. Her breathtaking beauty radiated a gentle smile, and under the silvery glow, she resembled a celestial being emerged from the moon palace. Yet, this stunning tableau instilled within Lin Yan a profound sense of peril. Noticing his silence, Bai Luoyan playfully blinked and stepped closer, gently inquiring, "Why the silence? Why don't you continue?" At this moment, Lin Yan's 3 roommates had tactfully vacated the vicinity. Before departing, they exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Yan, a silent wish for his well-being. How infuriating! These ungrateful wretches truly possess no sense of loyalty. Although he had anticipated their betrayal, Lin Yan was still vexed by the decisiveness of their abandonment. Turning to face Bai Lian's gentle smile, cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he forced a grimace. Well, I was just joking. I don't usually pay much attention to beautiful women. Hee. Bai Luoyin did not respond, instead regarding him with an impeccably radiant smile. Familiar with her temperament, Lin Yan discerned that this version of Bai Luoyin was, in fact, the most irate iteration of her. In that fleeting moment, he frantically sought strategies within his mind to navigate this predicament. Damn the system. Did you not claim to have imparted a wealth of knowledge to me? Why is there no comprehensive guide on how to appease the Empress? Chapter 28, A Touch of Tenderness. Observing the speechless Lin Yan, Bai Lian's previously uplifted smile gradually faded. Slowly, her joyful expression was supplanted by an air of tranquility. The once bright sky turned overcast as Bai Luoyin suddenly seized Lin Yan by the collar, her voice rising in a fervent roar near his ear. I leave you for just half a day, and you indulge in the company of other wild women? I hurried back from my meeting, thinking I might steal a moment to be with you. And what do I find? Upon my arrival, I overhear you discussing which woman is fit for childbearing. If you seek a woman, did I not leave you with Xiaoyu? Xiaoyu, standing behind Bai Luoyin, nearly blurted out a grateful thank you at her words. At that moment, Bai Luoyin's face contorted with fury, clearly incensed. As she spoke, she abruptly thrust her hand into Lin Yan's collar, muttering, So you prefer girls? You fancy those who are plump and fruitful, don't you? You're drawn to the provocative. I see. Well, here I am, ready to bear your child. Allow me to demonstrate what it means to be fruitful. Lin Yan, taken aback by her outburst, quickly grasped her restless hands, urgently advising, Not here, not here. Consider the surroundings. This is a public space. Despite her affection for him, Bai Luoyin would never resort to such actions in broad daylight. After venting her frustrations, she turned her head away, refusing to look at Lin Yan. Nevertheless, she did not shake off his hold. Instead, she sulkily allowed him to lead her, finally calming the tempestuous little demon. Lin Yan exhaled a sigh of relief and wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his brow. Upon hearing Bai Luoyin mention she had rushed back after a meeting, he finally noticed the faint weariness etched on her face. Observing her slightly disheveled hair, he instinctively reached out to tuck a strand behind her cheek. Feeling the soft warmth against her cheek, Bai Luoyin shivered, her previously tense expression softening considerably. The darkness of the night concealed the blush that crept to her ears, blooming into a deep crimson. Had Lin Yan seen this, he might have discerned the true nature of the girl beneath her fierce facade. For Bai Luoyin, who had no romantic experience in either of her lives, her flirtatious demeanor was merely a guise. Each time she found herself close to Lin Yan, her heart raced as though it would leap from her chest. Unbeknownst to Lin Yan, who could not fathom the thoughts swirling in her heart, he felt a pang of sympathy at the glimpse of weariness in her eyes. In a moment of reverie, he seemed to catch a glimpse of the Bai Luoyin from his previous life, equally diligent. It could be said that she was the most industrious and obedient among the 9 worlds he had traversed. Unlike the heroines of other realms, he could find no flaws within her. If one were to pinpoint a fault, it might be her relentless striving. In the early days of their campaign, she was just as tireless, immersed in her work behind the documents. Lin Yan, much like in his previous life, instinctively reached out to gently ruffle Bai Luoyin's hair, soothing her with a soft tone. All right, don't be angry anymore. You need not have hurried back so exhaustively. I shall no longer run away. I will wait here for your return. Upon hearing Lin Yan's promise of not running away again, a tremor coursed through Bai Luoyin's heart. A myriad of emotions, grievance, joy, happiness, and trepidation suddenly surged within her. Unable to maintain her composure any longer, a glimmer of tears began to form in her eyes. Turning to face the familiar figure before her, she suddenly threw herself into his embrace, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks, dampening Lin Yan's garments. She clutched him tightly, her grip so strong that it caused the corners of Lin Yan's mouth to twitch slightly. feeling the convulsions of the girl in his arms as she wept. Lin Yan tenderly patted her back, as if comforting a child. The onlooker, Shangwan Wanyu, discreetly withdrew as soon as Bai Luoyin rushed to Lin Yan, granting them the privacy they needed. Gradually, Bai Luoyin's sobs subsided, and after shaking her head gently in Lin Yan's embrace and wiping her tears and snot away, she slowly lifted her gaze. Her eyes sparkled like stars, fixated on Lin Yan's face, as if she could never tire of gazing at him. She remained silent, relishing the warmth of this hard-won embrace. After a lengthy pause, she finally spoke in a muffled tone. Lin Yan, does this mean you agree to be mine? Why does it feel so strange for a woman to utter such words? Lin Yan, instead of evading as he usually did, lowered his head to meet Bai Luoyin's gaze. Gazing into her eyes, which openly expressed her affection, he truly felt the depth of Bai Luoyin's feelings for him. In truth, once the misunderstandings were cleared and he realized Bai Luoyin had come alongside him, he had completely believed in her love. Yet, during this time, he had subconsciously shunned her. To outsiders, it appeared he was flawlessly executing the 3 principles of a scoundrel: not initiating, not rejecting, and not taking responsibility. However, only Lin Yan understood that he was afflicted. It was a malady inherited from the 8th world, a consequence of his wife's betrayal that had instilled in him an aversion to love. He knew full well that Bai Luoyin was not like that other woman, yet his heart instinctively resisted love as if it were a poison capable of destroying him. Lin Yan gave a wry smile, lowering his gaze as he softly spoke to Bai Luoyin. I'm sorry, could you grant me a little more time? Upon hearing his response, Bai Luoyin did not exhibit the anticipated disappointment. She reached out to caress Lin Yan's left chest, as if attempting to soothe his wounded soul. Resting her head upon his chest, she replied softly, Rest assured, as long as you do not leave me, I will remain by your side, waiting for you. Observing the obedient Bai Luoyin, Lin Yan felt a surge of regret within him. If only he had bestowed a modicum of trust upon Bai Luoyin at that moment. If only he had not succumbed to such misunderstandings. Might they have embarked on a new chapter of their lives in that distant realm? Yet, Lin Yan, steeped in regret, remained oblivious to the fleeting glimmer of malady in the young woman's eyes as she lay in his embrace. Lin Yan, as long as you do not flee, you shall ultimately be mine. I shall employ every means at my disposal to ensure you can never escape from me. With tenderness, sincerity, and desire, I shall construct a cage of love, eternally confining you within its embrace. I can no longer endure the days devoid of your presence. This time, you shall not escape from my side. You are mine, and you can only ever be mine. Chapter 29. The little mouth seems poisoned. The two embraced for a prolonged duration, until Lin Yan could no longer endure the numbness in his arms, and finally spoke up. Luoyin, please refrain from calling me by my full name. I prefer the name you used to call me in our childhood. Yin Yan? Upon hearing this long-lost name, Bai Luoyin's face lit up with a satisfied smile, reminiscent of a well-fed kitten. Yin Yan, we have been hugging for quite some time. Perhaps we should take a stroll? If we continue like this, others might mistake us for 2 statues. At his words, Bai Luoyin greedily inhaled Lin Yan's scent before reluctantly stepping away from his embrace. She had never noticed before, but being so close had revealed to her that Lin Yan was indeed quite impressive. Through the thin fabric of his t-shirt, she could distinctly feel the perfection of his 8-pack abs. Were it not for the crowd around them, she would have been tempted to lift his shirt and caress him. Once Bai Luoyin withdrew, Lin Yan felt a sigh of relief escape him. After all, he was in the body of an 18-year-old. Embracing a voluptuous beauty like Bai Luoyin inevitably triggered some physiological reactions. The key was that Bai Luoyin was rather flirtatious, her small hands wandering over him, nearly provoking him to unleash his inner desires. Hand in hand, they strolled across the playground like a couple in love. As they passed a small grove, they caught sight of shadowy figures and faint whispers, causing both of their faces to flush. Clearing his throat, Lin Yan guided Bai Luoyin away from those secluded spots towards the more populated areas. As the crowd grew thicker, so did the number of gazes directed at them, primarily fixated on Bai Luoyin. Setting aside her beauty figure, and illustrious background. It was enough to attract attention that amidst a throng of youthful students, a figure dressed in sophisticated business attire stood out. Noticing the increasing scrutiny on them, Lin Yan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He released Bai Luo Yan's hand, intending to retract his gesture. However, sensing his intent, Bai Luo Yan tightened her grip on his hand. A playful smile gracing her lips as she looked at him and asked, "What's wrong?" The great Lin Yan, who once faced armies without flinching, is now concerned about this? Lin Yan managed a wry smile, but refrained from explaining. "Sister, while you seem to revel in the attention, are you truly oblivious to the murderous glares from those boys? This isn't the world I used to know where I could simply draw my sword if displeased. No matter how skilled I am, I cannot contend with such numbers." Yet, despite his inner grievances, they were swiftly cast aside. Through numerous trials, he had encountered far grander spectacles. This was merely a trivial matter. Just then, a wave of cheers and applause erupted not far from them. Curiosity piqued. The two individuals turned their gaze to a large group of students seated in a circle upon the grass. In their midst, a young man, having just finished strumming a wooden guitar, slightly raised his head to bask in the admiration of the crowd. As Lin Yan and his companion looked on, the young man fortuitously caught sight of them. He paused momentarily, then, clutching his guitar, hastened toward Lin Yan and his companion. Upon noticing Bai Luo Yan's attire, his eyes brightened noticeably. However, the sight of her intertwined hands with Lin Yan cast a fleeting shadow across his expression. After donning a smile that could only be described as flawless, he courteously addressed Bai Luo Yan. "Bai, what a coincidence. Are you here to attend the social gathering as well?" His words seemed to disregard Lin Yan standing beside her entirely. It must be acknowledged that this young man was indeed handsome. With finely chiseled features complemented by delicate, fair skin, he epitomized the type many young women found appealing. Of course, there were others who might dismiss such a type as effeminate. As previously mentioned, the Performing Arts Department at Jianghai University is renowned. This young man, named Chu Tian, though the school year had yet to commence, had already been informally designated as a candidate for the title of campus heartthrob among the incoming freshmen. Admission into the Performing Arts program at Jianghai University undoubtedly required more than mere looks. This evening's social gathering seemed to serve as a stage. After serenading the crowd with a few songs, he soon found himself encircled by admiring young women. His decision to approach the two was undoubtedly fueled by his interest in Bai Luo Yan. This statement, however, is somewhat redundant. A woman of Bai Luo Yan's extraordinary beauty and impressive lineage would captivate any man's heart. To wed such a woman would not merely save one 20 years of effort, but rather 3 lifetimes of struggle. Notably, her beauty and figure were of the highest caliber. After all, isn't it the pursuit of beauty and wealth that drives men throughout their lives? Despite the sight of Bai Luo Yan's and Lin Yan's tightly clasped hands, and the recent campus rumors that flitted through his mind, he felt a twinge of displeasure. However, he dismissed the thought. He had successfully pursued another's girlfriend before. He was confident in his own attractiveness. As he spoke, he even tilted his head slightly, allowing the starlight to cast a more defined glow upon his features. Yet, Bai Luo Yan had no intention of responding. She merely inclined her head slightly when suddenly a figure appeared, Su Guan Wanyu, emerging from seemingly nowhere, positioned herself between Chu Tian and Bai Luo Yan. With an expression of indifference, she cast a disdainful glance at the young man harboring ulterior motives, her eyes glinting with contempt. Parting her thin lips, she directly confronted Chu Tian. "Are you blind? Can't you see my lady and her fiancé are on a date? Who gave you the audacity to interrupt?" Staring at Su Guan Wanyu's exquisite visage, Chu Tian found himself momentarily stunned. He could hardly comprehend why. After merely attempting a greeting, this woman would unleash such a fierce retort. Most importantly, from where did this fellow just emerge? However, it is evident that Xiaoyu's assault has not yet concluded. She let out a disdainful click of her tongue, regarding Chu Tian as if he were mere refuse. The fleeting glimmer of greed that had flickered in his eyes when he gazed at the young lady had not escaped her notice. Having lived 2 lives, she had witnessed men exhibit similar expressions toward her lady on numerous occasions. unlike Lord Lin, whose gaze upon a young lady was perpetually pure and untainted. Contemplating this, she continued with a hint of indignation. What are you? A wretch like you dares to approach the young lady and vie for the position of her suitor? Perhaps you should take a moment by the lake to reflect on your appearance. If that proves insufficient, you might as well disrobe and relieve yourself to gain some self-awareness. In that moment, not only was Chu Tian rendered speechless, but the onlooking students were also left in stunned silence. This woman possesses such formidable combat prowess? Undoubtedly. The most astonished of all was Lin Yan, who mused, this girl. Has her tongue been laced with venom? He recalled that Xiaoyu had not been like this before. Chapter 30. Could you perform for me once more? In a previous world, Shangwan Wanyu had traversed alongside them. From a tender age, she served as Bai Luoyin's maid, yet Bai Luoyin never regarded her as a mere servant. Rather, she treated her as a cherished sister. Even on the fateful day of the late emperor's passing and the palace upheaval, Bai Luoyin did not abandon her to flee alone. In his recollections, this girl consistently stood quietly behind Bai Luoyin, silently alleviating her burdensome affairs. However, he recalled that although the young Yu had always been candid in speech, she had never been so acerbic. Moreover, glancing at Bai Luoyin, who wore a smile, it seemed she was quite pleased with Yu's remarks. So, is this how the wealthy of today engage in their antics? Do they require a mouthpiece to hurl insults? Hiss. Could it be that Yu's transformation into her current self stemmed from this? Chu Tan, pale-faced from Shangwan Wanyu's retort, pointed a trembling finger at her, mumbling incoherently. At that moment, Bai Luoyin suddenly interjected, put down the guitar and leave. She then scrunched her brows in distaste, reiterating, forget it, it's too filthy. Just go. With that, she disregarded the young man before her and turned to someone behind her, saying, you there, bring me a clean guitar. Yes, Mississippi. As her words fell, a figure clad in black emerged from the shadows and swiftly departed. Lin Yan, having heard her command, cast a curious glance in her direction. When Bai Luoyin turned to face Lin Yan, her icy demeanor melted away, and she sweetly cooed. I just saw the guitar in his hand, and suddenly remembered that you haven't played for me in ages. At that moment, she bore no trace of her former lofty demeanor. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and her lips protruded in a pouting, pitiful expression. Observing the scene, Chu Tian felt an even deeper sense of despair. Meanwhile, Shangwan Wanyu silently applauded her mistress's swift change of countenance. Lin Yan, naturally, paid no heed to Chu Tian's reaction. He looked at Bai Luoyin and helplessly remarked, are you so certain I can play the guitar? Indeed, he could, but it was a skill acquired through system rewards. In the previous world, he had also been well-versed in musical instruments. Throughout his lengthy journey of strategy, he needed to seek out some amusement. After periods of toil, he would often serenade Bai Luoyin and Shangwan Wanyu with his melodies. In a moment of whimsy, he even crafted a wooden guitar in that world, allowing the sounds of foreign instruments to resonate there. He vividly recalled the way Bai Luoyin gazed at him back then, her eyes shimmering like starlight. Darling, please promise me. One to you as Lin Yan remained motionless. Bai Luoyin, sensing his reluctance, gently twisted her body, earnestly attempting to charm him. Previously, she had addressed him as Tai Fu, but suddenly she switched to husband. Bai Luoyin, who called Lin Yan husband for the first time, felt a tinge of shyness as she tugged at Lin Yan's sleeve. Lowering her head and murmuring, I merely wish to hear you play for me once more. At that moment, the previously vanished figure in black reappeared, presenting an exquisitely expensive guitar. Lin Yan gently accepted it, letting out a silent sigh as he stated, very well, let us begin. To be frank, Lin Yan's musical prowess had not been particularly remarkable. In those worlds, he primarily focused on his strategic pursuits, viewing musical instruments merely as a form of leisure. However, things were different now. Upon receiving the wooden guitar as a reward from the system, he inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity, akin to having practiced for decades. Chu Tian did not heed Bai Luoyin's request to retreat. Instead, he held the guitar in his arms, observing everything with a cold gaze. Upon seeing the guitar in Lin Yan's hands, envy and resentment flickered in his eyes. As a student in the performing arts, he instantly recognized the guitar's pedigree. a brand he had longed for in his dreams, but its steep price, reaching 7 figures, rendered it unattainable for him. Now, this guitar was being gifted to that boy like a mere toy, igniting his jealousy. So this is what it means to be the daughter of a prominent family? Nevertheless, it mattered little that she was in a relationship. He had witnessed women who could switch from ardent affection to heartless detachment in the blink of an eye. He refused to believe he had no chance whatsoever. Moreover, his reason for remaining here was to witness Lin Yan's embarrassment. He had heard about Lin Yan's background over the past few days. After all, as Bai Luoyan's boyfriend, he was not beyond investigation. He knew Lin Yan was simply an ordinary person from a small town, with average grades and an unremarkable family background. Nothing particularly outstanding. Were it not for luck, he might not even have set foot in Jianghai University. He had already resolved that after Lin Yan's inevitable embarrassment, he would take the opportunity to perform a piece himself. As the saying goes, without comparison, there is no harm. Bai Luoyan would surely notice him then. With such thoughts in mind, he waited with a theatrical smile for Lin Yan to falter. Lin Yan made slight adjustments and soon realized that the guitar in his hands was a rare gem. Drawing upon the knowledge bestowed by the system, he quickly selected an original song titled Ordinary Road. As his fingers strummed the strings, a melody emerged, accompanied by his voice, drifting along the road. Do you wish to depart? Fragile in pride, that too was once my guise. Upon hearing the somewhat unremarkable opening, a knowing smile crept across Chu Tian's face. This guy dared to sing an original song? Even among their performing arts students, few had the audacity to compose their own music. As the song gradually ascended to its climactic peak, a palpable transformation overtook his expression. I once traversed mountains and seas, and navigated through throngs of humanity. Everything I once possessed has swiftly dissipated like smoke. I have experienced despair and disillusionment, losing all sense of direction. Exceptional works, regardless of their origin, resonate universally. The audience, initially gathered to witness the performance, found themselves gradually entranced by Lin Yan singing. Tomorrow is already here. As the winds blow across the path that remains distant, to what point has your story progressed? As the final note lingered in the air, an eerie silence enveloped the space. In the next moment, thunderous applause erupted, intermingled with the students' exclamations of admiration. How have I never heard this song before? What is its title? The melody, though simple, is undeniably captivating. Is this his original composition? Who is this young man? From the performing arts department? No. I heard he is the boyfriend of the campus beauty in the same class as her. No way. Did you mention he studies finance? As the performance concluded, when Lin Yan lifted his gaze once more, he was momentarily dazzled by the stunning visage of Bai Luoyan, her unparalleled beauty suddenly before him. Just as Lin Yan was about to make a move, he felt a soft sensation upon his lips. Damn, have I just been kissed again? Chapter 31. The opening ceremony. Bai Luoyan was acutely aware of her ailment. On the day Lin Yan departed from her life. No, it was the day she first encountered Lin Yan that her sickness began. At that moment, she was oblivious to her condition. As a child, she could only desperately conceal her affection for Lin Yan while diligently fulfilling the tasks he set before her. The instant she learned she would have another opportunity to see him, her previously dull world was once again imbued with hues of vibrancy. Having been reborn into this realm, she endured for 18 long years. Throughout this time, she often contemplated seeking Lin Yan stealthily, with the power of the Bai family. Locating him was merely a matter of a name. Yet, recalling the system's admonitions, she resolutely restrained herself. She envisioned a long future with Lin Yan and did not wish to jeopardize his well-being due to her impulsiveness. In pursuit of a better life upon their reunion, she assumed the mantle of leadership within the Bai family after the demise of her parents. She absorbed ample knowledge during her time near Lin Yan, and compared to the court of her previous life, the individuals in this world appeared remarkably naive. With little effort, she systematically eliminated those with nefarious intentions and ascended to the position of head of the Bai family. However, no one could fathom the depth of her excitement when she finally beheld Lin Yan once more. Watching him strum his guitar while passionately singing, Bai Luoyan was utterly entranced. He remained just as she remembered, as if nothing had changed. Just like in the past, after completing her official duties, she would indulge in her whims and coax him into playing for her, his gaze always filled with indulgence and affection. Yet, this was insufficient, far from enough. For what she yearned to witness was Lin Yan's love for her. She could distinctly feel his emotions, yet sense that he was perpetually holding back, suppressing that affection. After the system elucidated the reasons behind this, she finally comprehended. If you harbor inner demons, then I shall take the initiative. As Lin Yan paused, Bailuo Yin could not contain herself and leapt forward. She granted him no time to react and pressed her lips against his. Wow! At the moment they embraced and kissed. A cacophony erupted around them. In that instant, even if they wished to deny it, they could not help but acknowledge the rumors circulating through the campus. Moreover, it appeared that Bailuo Yin had always been the one to take the lead. How infuriating! I merely wanted to hear a song. And yet there are flashbulbs everywhere. You scoundrel. No, Bailuo Yin, how could you give so freely? He is not worthy. Why do I feel that the scoundrel appears reluctant? Is he out his mind? Yet, do you not think they're quite the pair? The song that boy just played was delightful. Oomph. I suspect that is how he ensnared by his affection. In that moment, a chorus of jealousy, blessings, and sardonic remarks resonated throughout, while the closest observer, Chu Tian, was left pale with fury, especially when he witnessed Bailuo Yin even extending her tongue playfully. A wave of jealousy contorted his expression. Fortunately, she did not pursue it further. Sensing that Bailuo Yin was about to breach the boundaries once again, Lin Yan quickly regained his composure and, as he had done previously, gently moved her aside. A glimmer of moisture stretched between their lips, and Bailuo Yin, with her dazed eyes and a blush adorning her cheeks, appeared strikingly enchanting. You, sigh. Lin Yan seemed to be gradually developing an immunity to her charms, and what he originally intended to express was ultimately reduced to a resigned sigh. As her former mentor, he was well aware of Bailuo Yin's intentions. She sought to publicly declare that he, Lin Yan, belonged to her. Alas, their beautiful encounter seemed to have ended before it truly began. Bailuo Yin, with a mischievous glint, playfully stuck out her tongue at Lin Yan, desiring to escape the scrutiny of onlookers who treated him like a rare specimen. Lin Yan hastily handed his guitar to the nearby Shangwan Wanyu and swiftly pulled Bailuo Yin away from the scene. After wandering around the school for a while, Lin Yan reluctantly pushed Bailuo Yin into the girls' dormitory, finally managing to extricate himself. Upon his return, his three mischievous friends in the dormitory greeted him with surprise. I thought you wouldn't come back tonight, that you had taken Bai, the school beauty, to a hotel, Fu Yinjie exclaimed, voicing the collective thoughts of the trio. Lin Yan, clearly disinterested in explanations, simply told him to shut up before retreating to his bed. He felt as though he was more fatigued than after military training. The night passed in silence, and soon the dawn of a new day arrived. The four of them rose early to leave the dormitory. With military training concluded, they were finally embarking on the true beginning of their academic journey. Naturally, the commencement ceremony was an essential part of this new chapter. Upon arriving at the grand auditorium, they found it already populated with numerous students. The four settled into a corner, and after about half an hour of waiting, the ceremony commenced. The so-called opening ceremony was merely a ritual to appease the school authorities, as Lin Yan nearly dozed off during the speeches of the school leaders. He was abruptly awakened by a round of applause. Wiping the non-existent drool from his mouth, he redirected his gaze to the stage. To his surprise, the speeches had concluded, and it was now the turn of the freshman representative to speak. The representative was none other than Bailuo Yin. This was entirely expected. In terms of family background, personal ability, and appearance, she was undoubtedly the ideal candidate. Unlike the previous evening, she donned formal attire today. The fitted white suit accentuated her exquisite figure, while the tailored white trousers concealed her long, elegant legs. At that moment, she presented a stark contrast to her demeanor around Lin Yan, exuding an aura of unattainable elegance. This was indeed Bailuo Yin's true persona. Under the illumination of the auditorium's lights, she was enveloped in a halo of shimmering shadows, enhancing her already extraordinary beauty. Observing the confident and radiant Bailuo Yin on stage, Lin Yan could not help but smile with satisfaction. It appeared that his teachings had indeed borne fruit. In contrast to the military ceremony of her previous life or the shareholder meeting of the Bai family conglomerate, the speech before her now felt rather trivial. She calmly began her well-prepared address, her melodious yet slightly aloof voice resonating throughout the auditorium. Upon concluding her speech, the hall erupted into an unprecedented wave of applause. She surveyed the audience with a tranquil gaze, but when her eyes fell upon a figure in the corner, fervently applauding, a smile involuntarily graced her lips. Amidst the throng, her attention was captivated solely by that one individual. Chapter 32. Because You Like It. The opening ceremony concluded after an hour, and Lin Yan was finally about to embark on his first university class. As he and his roommates exited the auditorium and made their way to the classroom, a melodious voice echoed behind him. Lin Yan, well, he could easily discern the identity of the voice's owner without question. Turning around, he saw Bai Luoyan standing behind him with a beaming smile. His three roommates exchanged knowing glances, their expressions conveying a silent understanding. And in unison, they greeted Bai Luoyan, saying, "Sister-in-law, hello." They then discreetly vacated the scene. Watching the trio depart, Bai Luoyan's face radiated satisfaction. Indeed, these three were perceptive. Had it been in her past life, she would have summoned them into the palace as eunuchs. However, this time, she considered rewarding their families with some benefits instead. Long before the semester commenced, Bai Luoyan had already gathered intelligence on Lin Yan's roommates. He Chong was nothing out of the ordinary, merely an honest villager who had managed to escape the mountains through sheer effort, a narrative fitting for an inspirational novel. Fu Yinjia, apart from his somewhat unique name, was otherwise unremarkable. In contrast, Yin Tianhua hailed from one of the wealthiest families in Jianghai City, representing the fourth generation of a prominent lineage. Naturally, when compared to the Bai family, they were but a small fish in a vast ocean. Lin Yan observed Bai Luoyan, who was elegantly attired in a white suit today, and curiously inquired, "I recall you used to favor red. What prompted this change in taste?" In Lin Yan's memory, Bai Luoyan's attire had always been reminiscent of flames. Her vibrant red garments serving as a banner in the hearts of many soldiers in the Bai Lin army. Having spent so many years together, he had seldom seen her donning such subdued colors. Bai Luoyan gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, gazing earnestly into Lin Yan's eyes as she replied, "Because you like it, huh?" Lin Yan momentarily froze, only to quickly regain his composure. Contrarily, in his previous life, he had always presented himself in white attire. He had not anticipated that Bai Luoyan would alter her dressing habits due to his preferences. The irony was that Lin Yan did not actually hold the affinity for white that she believed he possessed. His consistent choice of white garments was merely a pretentious endeavor to appear sophisticated. Feeling electrified by the earnestness in her gaze, Lin Yan's heart fluttered unexpectedly. Could this be the fabled sensation of infatuation? Why did it seem that this girl had significantly improved during the time they had been apart? Flustered by the fervent admiration reflected in her eyes, Lin Yan awkwardly turned his head away, clearing his throat in a somewhat frantic manner. Observing his reaction, a glimmer of amusement danced in Bai Luoyan's eyes, who claimed that indulging in romantic novels would diminish one's intellect. Clearly, one could glean valuable insights from them. Behind him, Xiao Yu gazed expressionlessly at the flirtation between the two, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Fortunately, they soon arrived at today's classroom, allowing Lin Yan to finally extricate himself from the awkwardness. Upon entering, he spotted Fu Yinjia and the others waving at him, exclaiming, "Lin Yan, over here." With a smile, Lin Yan approached them, but as he sat down beside them, a warm, soft presence pressed against him. Glancing at the almost clingy Bai Luoyan, Lin Yan rolled his eyes. He disdainfully nudged her, advising, "Miss, this is class. Could you be mindful of your surroundings?" Yet Bai Luoyan clung to him like a piece of chewing gum, replying with a feigned sense of grievance, "I know it's class. Is there a rule that prohibits boys and girls from sitting together? Isn't this perfectly normal? It's merely your impure thoughts. What sort of normalcy is that? You're practically sitting on my lap. In a different setting, we could skip all the preliminary steps." After realizing that he could not dislodge her, Lin Yan resigned himself to the situation. Meanwhile, His other three roommates looked at him with a mixture of envy and exasperation. This guy must be doing it on purpose. Or perhaps he has some issues. With such a stunning beauty clinging to him, why does he present himself as if he is devoid of interest? Having spent some time together, they were aware that Luo Yan was pursuing Lin Yan, yet they were taken aback by the overt nature of her pursuit. At that moment, Shangwan Wanyu quietly settled on the other side of Luo Yan, effectively blocking the eager boys who were considering joining them. Just then, two girls approached and seated themselves in front of the four. Once seated, they eagerly turned to Lin Yan, their expressions filled with curiosity. Feeling a bit flustered under their scrutiny, Lin Yan touched his face and asked, "Ladies, is there something peculiar on my face?" The two girls smiled brightly, covering their mouths as they replied, "No. We simply wanted to see what kind of person could captivate the esteemed miss by so completely." At this moment, Luo Yan, still linked to his arm, interjected, "They're my roommates." In an effort to be closer to Lin Yan, Luo Yan had chosen to reside in the school dormitory like an ordinary student, rather than staying elsewhere. She shared a room with Shangwan Wanyu, while the other two were her new roommates. Through Luo Yan's introduction, Lin Yan learned their names. The girl on his left was Jiang Lan, a quintessential beauty with the aura of a captivating seductress. Upon her approach, Lin Yan estimated her height to be at least 170 centimeters, with long legs rivaling those of Luo Yan. While she might not surpass Luo Yan, her looks were certainly striking. Without Luo Yan's presence, she would likely be the new belle of the class. The girl on his right was named Wenyiru. As her name suggests, she is a girl of remarkable gentleness, her large black-framed glasses obscuring half of her delicate face. However, what commands the most attention is her figure, which is so ample that it seems almost ready to burst through her top, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone to divert their gaze. Lin Yan, too, fell prey to this allure. He swallowed hard, contemplating the sheer absurdity of the situation. Yet, before he could ponder further, a chill swept over him, reminding him of the formidable presence beside him. Turning his head, he was once again confronted by Luo Yan's chilling smile. "Do you have a penchant for the ample?" Under the instinct for self-preservation, Lin Yan promptly shook his head in denial. "Did you fancy mine?" "Absolutely," he replied with unwavering certainty, not a hint of hesitation. "So, you find mine lacking?" Luo Yan teased, playfully brushing against the arm Lin Yan had encircled with her hands. Feeling the softness against his arm, Lin Yan's face flushed crimson as he hastily denied, "No." To be fair, Luo Yan's figure could hardly be deemed small. From both a male and a female perspective, her physique could be described as nothing short of perfect. However, before he could finish his thought, Luo Yan's expression darkened, and she snapped, "Yet you still claim not to prefer the ample." Heavens, it seems there's no right answer for me here. Chapter 33. The class monitor election. After warning Lin Yan not to let his eyes wander, Luo Yan turned to her two roommates and cautioned, "You two, look all you want, but do not make a move. He is mine." Observing Luo Yan's demeanor, reminiscent of a protective little cat, the two girls were momentarily taken aback before succumbing to laughter. All right, he is yours. We assure you we won." Snatch him away, though Luo Yan was the cherished daughter of the Bai family. She did not exhibit the typical airs of a spoiled heiress in her daily life. Over the past few days, she had developed a commendable rapport with her roommates. However, her rare moments of immaturity surfaced when it came to matters concerning Lin Yan. At that moment, Fu Yanjie, sitting nearby, finally seized the opportunity to introduce himself to the two girls. "Hello, I am Fu Yanjie, Lin Yan's roommate. He is off limits, but you might consider me. I am completely available." Yet, upon hearing his name, the two girls erupted into even louder laughter. Fu Yanjie maintained his composure, having long since grown accustomed to such scenes over the years. Just as the group was playfully bantering, an inappropriate voice suddenly broke through. "Excuse me, could you please make some room?" Everyone turned to see a boy standing beside Shangwan Wanyu, seemingly polite as he inquired. Clearly, this fellow sought to sit next to Luo Yan. Noticing the attention he garnered, the boy adjusted his collar and introduced himself with an air of sophistication. "I am Lu Tianyang, heir of the Lu Group in Zhanghai City. I came here primarily to get to know Miss Bai. My father and I had the fortune of meeting her at a gathering." Before he could continue, Shangguan Wanyu, with an expressionless demeanor, interjected, "Who are you? Why should I care? Leave." Stunned into silence by Shangguan Wanyu's retort, Lu Tianyang's expression darkened. He forced a smile and responded, "Classmate, I merely wish to be acquainted with Bai. There is no need for such hostility. Moreover, what is your relationship with her that grants you the authority to dictate her social interactions?" Shangguan Wanyu did not even glance in his direction, retorting succinctly, "None of your business. Leave." Thus, the legendary phrases for silencing others coalesced perfectly. After being told to leave twice, Lu Tianyang could no longer maintain his previous composure. Frustrated, he glared at Shangguan Wanyu, raising his hand to point at her, ready to speak. At this juncture, Yun Tianhua, who had remained silent until now, finally interjected, "Lu, do you know what is paramount for individuals like us when we venture out?" Having shared the same social circles in Jianghai City, Yun Tianhua and Lu Tianyang were somewhat acquainted. Recognizing the cue, Lu Tianyang wisely closed his mouth, awaiting the continuation of Yun Tianhua's words. Yun Tianhua cast a glance at Shangguan Wanyu before meaningfully stating, "People like us may lack talent, but it is essential to possess discernment. Do not offend those you should not, lest you bring trouble upon your own family." Lu Tianyang seemed to glean something from his words, casting a dark and uncertain glance at the ever-aloof Shangguan Wanyu. After a moment of hesitation, he begrudgingly muttered an apology before turning to leave. Observing Lu Tianyang's retreating figure, Yun Tianhua let out a scornful laugh. Insufficient connections only serve to highlight one's inadequacies. He had not even grasped the situation of the Bai family, yet had the audacity to approach Bai Luoyin. Not to mention, he was merely a small consortium that even the Yun family looked down upon. To put it bluntly, even if his father were to arrive, he would not dare point a finger at Shangguan Wanyu. In the upper echelons, who does not know that she is Bai Luoyin's most trusted subordinate? Bai Luoyin subtly glanced at Yun Tianhua, seemingly astonished that this individual was more astute than she had anticipated. Just as this brief farce concluded, their teacher entered through the front door. He appeared to be a young man of about 27 or 28. After adjusting his glasses, he introduced himself. "I believe many of you are already familiar with me, but let me formally introduce myself. My name is Yang Hao, and I am the counselor for the finance class, as well as your instructor for this semester's finance course. You may call me Teacher Yang. Before commencing today's lesson, we need to address a few matters." With that, he set down his book and scanned the seated students before continuing. "First and foremost, we need to elect a class monitor to assist me in managing the class. Is there anyone who would like to nominate themselves?" As his words fell, the students began to murmur amongst themselves. To encourage participation, Teacher Yang enticingly added, "Becoming the class monitor will earn you extra credits, which will be quite beneficial in your senior year." "I will." A voice rang out, and a figure stepped forward. It was none other than Lu Tianyang, who had just shamelessly attempted to sit beside Bai Luoyin. Once on stage, he deliberately lingered his gaze on Bai Luoyin's face for 2 seconds before speaking. "I am Lu Tianyang, the son of the chairman of the local Lu group. I have previous experience managing affairs at the company during high school and am confident in my ability to fulfill the responsibilities of class monitor." Upon concluding his statement, he cast a haughty look at his classmates below, seemingly prideful of his status. "However, who is this guy? Right, I don't recall seeing him during military training. Was he even in our class before?" "No, I'm certain he wasn't." Hearing the murmurs from below, Teacher Yang aptly addressed their queries. Lu classmate was involved in an accident during the summer and suffered a fracture, which is why he did not participate in military training. He has only just registered at school today." Upon hearing this, everyone cast disdainful glances at Lu Tianyang. He certainly did not appear to be someone who had just recovered from an injury. In truth, Teacher Yang himself was well aware that the excuse of fracture was merely a ruse to evade military training. As long as you can provide a medical certificate, the school will turn a blind eye to such matters. Nevertheless, he could not help but regard Lu Tianyang with a hint of disdain. What troubled him further was that after Lu Tianyang's arrival, no one else had dared to step forward. This was quite understandable. After 3 intense years of high school, who would not wish to lounge about in university? Class leadership roles, in the eyes of many, are viewed as thankless tasks, and unless absolutely necessary. Few would willingly compete for them. In the audience, by Luo Yin, who had been closely attached to Lin Yan, felt a flicker of coldness in her gaze. Just moments ago, she had distinctly sensed Lu Tianyang's gaze lingering on her. That avaricious look made her quite uncomfortable. She permitted only Lin Yan to gaze upon her in such a manner. The scrutiny of others repulsed her. Since you have made me feel disgusted, I shall not grant you your wish. As she pondered whether to step up and compete, her eyes suddenly swept over a certain roommate beside Lin Yan. A smile emerged on her face as she encouraged him. Classmate, would you like to give it a try as well? Chapter 34, of course. It was to observe people. Classmate, would you like to give it a try? He Chong glanced around, and after several seconds of contemplation, he suddenly realized, sister-in-law, are you speaking to me? Bai Luo Yan, who was the empress in her previous life and now the head of the Bai family, was a master at discerning human emotions. With just a single glance, she perceived He Chong's eager disposition. Indeed, He Chong was keen to participate, not out of a desire for recognition, but rather because he was intrigued by the prospect of earning extra credits, as mentioned by the teacher. Having emerged from a humble rural background, He Chong held a different perspective than his peers. He was not preoccupied with the indulgences of university life. His brief gaming session with Lin Yan and the others yesterday was already a rare indulgence for him. Accumulating sufficient credits in advance would afford him more time for internships in his senior year. He understood that being a class officer in a prestigious institution like Jianghai University would grant him access to numerous internship opportunities with various enterprises. The thought of such prospects filled him with excitement, yet his feelings of inferiority stemming from his background left him hesitant. However, Bai Luo Yan's words seemed to offer him a glimmer of encouragement. As he hesitated, Lin Yan timely urged, "Go on, give it a shot. Don't leave yourself with regrets. I believe you're more suited for this." He Chong looked up and saw sincerity and encouragement in his roommate's gaze. Resolute, he stood up and made his way to the stage. "Hello, everyone. My name is He Chong. I come from a rural background, and if elected class leader, I will strive to fulfill the responsibilities entrusted to me by our teacher." In contrast to Lu Tianyang's uncomfortable arrogance, He Chong's speech was imbued with genuine sincerity. Only Lu Tianyang, standing beside him, cast a disdainful gaze at the newcomer, his contempt unmistakable. After a few minutes, Teacher Yang confirmed that no one else wished to run for the position and nodded, declaring, "In that case, we shall elect our class leader through a voting process. Let us keep it simple. We will raise our hands to vote. First, those in favor of Lu Tianyang, please raise your hands." Observing the scattered hands raised in support, Lu Tianyang's expression darkened, nearly matching He Chong's complexion. He could scarcely believe the meager support he received. The number of votes was so paltry that Teacher Yang merely glanced at the room and instructed everyone to lower their hands. "Now, those supporting He Chong, please raise your hands." As his words fell, a sea of hands surged upward from the audience. Lin Yan and his two roommates raised both hands high in support, and even Bai Luo Yan encouraged Xiao Yu and the two other roommates to join in. The stark contrast between the two candidates rendered any need for vote counting unnecessary. Teacher Yang smiled as he allowed everyone to lower their hands, promptly announcing, "In that case, I declare He Chong as our class leader for this semester." As he spoke, he consoled Lu Tianyang beside him, saying, "There is no need for the students who were not elected to feel disheartened. Next semester, we will hold another election for the class monitor, and you can strive harder then." However, his words of comfort fell upon Lu Tianyang's ears as nothing more than mockery. With a face full of indignation, he shot a glare at He Chong before turning on his heel and departing. Having seldom faced setbacks throughout his life, he had not anticipated experiencing such humiliation today. Enduring the disdain from Bai Luo Yan's subordinate was one thing, but losing to someone he deemed a rustic from the countryside was utterly unexpected. In truth, when He Chong stepped up to compete against him, his defeat was already sealed. One was a person with a dark complexion, appearing honest and unassuming, while the other bore an arrogant expression, speaking as though he were a superior and even concocting excuses to avoid military training. It was evident which candidate would be favored. Unlike Lu Tianyang, He Chong, who had just stepped down from the stage, wore an unmistakable smile. Were it not for his dark complexion, one might have perceived a blush on his cheeks. Following the brief election, Teacher Yang commenced the first lesson of the new student's college journey. All right, everyone, please open to the first page of your textbooks. Today, we will begin discussing. As the teacher's clear voice resonated in the room, the students' thoughts gradually converged upon their books. Unlike ordinary universities, Shanghai University did not take its courses lightly. The assessment standards here were exceedingly rigorous, should one neglect their studies. Countless cases of failing to graduate due to insufficient credits by the fourth year were a grim reality. Many individuals squandered their 4 years of university life, ultimately facing a tragic fate without a degree. Thus, the students below remained focused, attentively listening to the teacher's explanations. Well, there were 2 exceptions. Lin Yan found himself lost in thought, staring blankly at the textbook before him. Due to system rewards, he could recite the content of the book verbatim even if he closed it. In fact, if he wished, he could easily step up to replace Teacher Yang in delivering the lecture. However, he preferred not to stand out too much. After all, exhibiting extraordinary abilities could easily attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Given his utterly ordinary background, an overnight transformation of such magnitude would be difficult to justify. Thus, in his original plan, he intended to gradually reveal his uniqueness over the course of 4 years, employing a boiling frog approach to acclimate others to the knowledge residing in his mind. Yet, it seemed that reality diverged somewhat from his expectations. Bai Luoyan, seated beside him, paid no heed to the teacher's lecture, instead fixating her beautiful eyes on Lin Yan's face. Under her unrelenting gaze, Lin Yan could no longer maintain his composure. He shot her a warning glare and said, "Why are you looking at me instead of the book? Are you here to study or to gawk at people?" "Well, obviously, I am here to look at people," Bai Luoyan boldly replied. In the eyes of the average person, the diploma from Shanghai University may hold considerable significance. However, for Bai Luoyan, such a certificate is scarcely more than a mere embellishment. The knowledge contained within those textbooks bears no value for her. While others toil away in the classroom, she has already carved out her own thriving niche in the business world. Were it not for Lin Yan's presence here, she would scarcely have given Shanghai University's president a second glance, even if he had implored her to attend. Her sole purpose for being here is unequivocally linked to Lin Yan. Witnessing the moment of speechlessness that ensued from her response brings forth a triumphant smile upon her face. For reasons unbeknownst to her, each time she sees the once omnipotent Lin Yan falter because of her, an inexplicable sense of satisfaction wells within her. It is as if every revelation of his true nature draws her ever closer to him. Chapter 35. Shall we touch? After enduring an hour of exasperation, Lin Yan finally heard the teacher announce the end of class. Though he had always relished the moment of dismissal, never before had he felt so overwhelmed with emotion that tears welled in his eyes. The reason for this unusual sentiment was none other than the enchanting girl beside him, who had proven to be quite a torment. Bai Luoyan seemed to have developed a penchant for teasing him, and upon realizing that her verbal jests were no longer effective, she resorted to more audacious methods. To his utter astonishment, in front of the entire class, she stealthily slipped her hand beneath the hem of his shirt. Given their close proximity, her actions were discreet, and thus went unnoticed by their classmates. Lin Yan felt a delicate hand suddenly intrude from below his shirt. Before he could react, that small hand glided over his abdominal muscles, caressing him as if she were admiring a rare treasure. Waves of sensation coursed through him, rendering him momentarily stiff with shock. After several seconds, he finally turned his gaze to Bai Luoyan, only to be met with an expression of sheer, foolish delight upon her face. Her smile was laced with a hint of mischief, almost salacious, and he could hardly believe that such a lewd grin could emerge from someone with the visage of a goddess. Had their roles truly reversed? Was it conceivable for a woman to actively pursue the lewdness of a man? Just then, he sensed that her hand was inclined to venture further down. Alarmed, Lin Yan swiftly grasped her restless hand, his voice a near whisper, thick with tension. "Do not overstep your bounds. Do you believe I won't raise my voice and expose you?" However, the girl appeared unfazed by his threat. Instead, She playfully wound her fingers around his hand through the fabric and chuckled softly. Go ahead, shout. If you dare, tell the whole class that the affluent heiress and newly crowned flower of Jianghai University is the one who is harassing you. I can easily pout and accuse you of wanting to touch me. Just wait and see whom the classmates and teachers will believe. Me or you? You, classmate. You surely wouldn't want word of this to reach our peers or teachers, would you? If you know what's good for you, don't resist. Instead, submit to my whims. Her laughter was almost villainous, sending a shiver down his spine. Feeling utterly drained by her antics, Lin Yan resigned himself, thinking, let it be. Nevertheless, throughout the remainder of the class, he valiantly fought against the girl's mischievous hand. Meanwhile, Fu Yinjia, seated nearby, sensed something amiss and glanced curiously at the pair. However, he thought little of it and returned his attention to the lesson. In contrast, Shangguan Wanyu observed the scene with keen clarity, yet pretended to be oblivious, even straightening her posture to shield her mistress's antics. Thus, under the torment of the moment, Lin Yan finally heard the sound signaling the end of class. As soon as the teacher finished speaking, he sprang to his feet and fled the classroom as if in a desperate escape. Bai Luoyin squinted her eyes, watching Lin Yan's retreating figure, and let out a peal of laughter as melodious as silver bells. The Grand Tutor seems to be shyer than I imagined, truly adorable. Due to the morning's opening ceremony, there was only one class scheduled for the morning. However, it is well known that first-year courses are typically the most packed. After a brief lunch break, they were met with the first class of the afternoon. Upon entering the classroom, Lin Yan wore an expression akin to one resigned to fate. After selecting his seat, he deliberately positioned himself between Fu Yinjia and Yichang. Shortly thereafter, Bai Luoyin, along with Xiao Yu and their two roommates, made their entrance. As Bai Luoyin stepped into the classroom, the eyes of all the boys gleamed with admiration. Remarkably, she had changed into a new outfit over the course of the afternoon. The upper garment was a light blue short-sleeved shirt adorned with lace at the collar, while the lower half comprised a short skirt in shades of black and gray. Most strikingly, beneath the skirt were her long, slender legs enveloped in black stockings. Even Lin Yan, who had seen much in his time, could not help but swallow hard at the sight of Bai Luoyin clad in black stockings. Noticing Lin Yan's gaze, a glimmer of pride flashed in Bai Luoyin's eyes. She approached Lin Yan and his companions, humming softly at Fu Yinjia, who was momentarily entranced. Regaining his senses, Fu Yinjia glanced between Bai Luoyin and Lin Yan, and without a moment's hesitation, he offered a sycophantic affirmation to Bai Luoyin before rising to leave. As he passed by the still-dazed Yichang, he pulled him along, while the most peripheral, Yin Tianhua, merely observed the unfolding scene with a smile, remaining silent. Is this how you betray me? Lin Yan called out to his departing friends, attempting to rouse their sense of loyalty. However, his three roommates merely responded with a dismissive glance, feigning interest in their textbooks. At that moment, two straight black curves appeared before Lin Yan's eyes. As Bai Luoyin slowly took her seat, those alluring black lines were finally concealed beneath the tabletop. Bai Luoyin regarded Lin Yan, her eyes crescent-shaped and sparkling, and softly inquired, "Do you find it appealing?" "Why, yes, it's beautiful." Lin Yan found himself responding instinctively, unsure of why he did so. Nevertheless, he could not, in good conscience, claim otherwise. Which man could resist such attire? Furthermore, Bai Luoyin's goddess-like beauty, combined with her elongated, perfect figure and black stockings, was nothing short of lethal. Bai Luoyin's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed she had unearthed yet another weakness of Lin Yan's. Her choice of this outfit was clearly intended to entice him, and the effect was far more potent than she had anticipated. It was only after Lin Yan had spoken that he realized the implications of his words. He dared not meet Bai Luoyin's gaze any longer, instead awkwardly turning his head to the side, yet the flush of his ears betrayed his inner turmoil. The girl emitted a mischievous giggle, refusing to let Lin Yan escape so easily. She boldly moved closer, seizing the moment. In the next heartbeat, a warm breath brushed against Lin Yan's ear, accompanied by a devilishly enticing invitation. "So, would you like to touch it? Could you possibly be more reserved?" Just as Lin Yan steeled himself to turn and halt the girl's playful antics, a soft sensation enveloped his thigh. He glanced down to find the girl's long legs, clad in black stockings, resting upon him. Boom! Lin Yan's mind went blank, instantly rendered incapable of rational thought. This is impossible. The adversary is too formidable, truly difficult to resist. Chapter 36. Welcome Party. In the subsequent days, Lin Yan found himself ensnared in a torment that was both painful and pleasurable. Of course, perhaps only he perceived it as torment. Others would likely have basked in unrestrained joy. Yet, as the protagonist of this peculiar situation, he alone understood that under the relentless teasing of a certain mischievous girl, he had unexpectedly discovered blood trickling from his nose after class one day. Upon witnessing his predicament, Bai Luoyin was momentarily taken aback, only to reveal a satisfied smile that resembled one admiring a flawless masterpiece. It was not that Lin Yan was overly fragile. Rather, it seemed that from the very first day, Bai Luoyin had discerned his vulnerabilities, appearing before him daily in her alluring black stockings and white attire. Particularly after that fateful day when he unexpectedly bled, the little devil not only persisted but became increasingly audacious. Consequently, over the course of a few days, he found himself washing his sheets twice. Nevertheless, human adaptability proved to be stronger than anticipated. After enduring this period of torment, Lin Yan realized he no longer blushed as easily as before. At least when faced with the girl's provocations, he had developed a modicum of resistance. Thursday afternoon brought a rare opportunity for their class to be free of lessons. Lin Yan managed to gain a brief respite from the relentless advances of a certain young lady. However, in order to avoid an encounter with her, he had no desire to venture outside. Thus, he found himself engaging in a mobile game with two of his less-than-competent dorm mates. The absence of a third companion was due to He Chong being summoned by their advisor for some arrangements. Since becoming class president, He Chong had evidently become busier. The responsibilities of a university class president were manifold, beyond the tasks assigned by the advisor. He also collaborated with the school and student council to organize events and undertake various laborious duties. This had resulted in his recently scarce leisure time, as he frequently rushed to meet with teachers or student council members after classes. "Damn, I've been reported," exclaimed Fu Yinjia in astonishment after Lin Yan had led them to yet another victory, achieving an impressive 8 consecutive wins. Lin Yan glanced at the scoreboard, and upon noticing that Fu Yinjia, the marksman, had perished 26 times in a single match, he deemed this outcome quite reasonable. In truth, this was not Fu Yinjia's first report of the day. Due to insufficient points following the report, Fu Yinjia's account was temporarily barred from ranked matches. Shaking his head, he resignedly exited the game. Lin Yan and Yun Tianhua had never been particularly fervent about gaming. Witnessing their inability to participate in ranked matches, they too set aside their phones. With no gaming to occupy them, the trio engaged in a casual conversation. Amidst their chatter, Fu Yinjia suddenly posed a question that had long lingered in his mind. "Lin Yan, I recall you mentioning that you hail from a small city. How did you come to know that goddess in white? What on earth did you do to elicit such fervent affection from her? How long have you two been dating? Did you confirm your relationship before the start of the school year?" Although Yun Tianhua remained silent, his gaze unmistakably conveyed his eagerness to know the answer to this question. Unlike Fu Yinjia, he was acutely aware of the stark social disparity between Bai Luoyin and Lin Yan. To put it bluntly, without the internet, the chances of these two even meeting would have been negligible. Observing his two roommates, whose curiosity burned with the fervor of gossip, Lin Yan awkwardly rubbed his nose. How should I respond to this? From the perspective of this world, I had not seen her at all before coming to school, aside from news articles. After pondering for a considerable time, he tactfully replied, "In truth, we have not officially confirmed our relationship. So, technically speaking, she is not my girlfriend yet." Hypocrite. Cat, can't you just be honest? What? Do you want us to give you a taste of a Luberite here? As soon as Lin Yan finished speaking, he was met with the predictable, indignant protests of his two roommates. On the day of the new student orientation, if we hadn't returned so early, you two would have. In the dormitory. And now you tell me you're not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship? Do you expect me to believe that? Exactly. You've kissed publicly twice already, and you still want to deny it? You're just playing hard to get, aren't you? Mark my words, if this gets out, You'll face dire consequences at the school gate tomorrow. Sensing the palpable anger in his roommates' voices, Lin Yan prudently closed his eyes and ceased his attempts at explanation. After all, how could he articulate his situation? Should he confess that, as an 18-year-old, he had once endured a profound and unforgettable marriage, only to be haunted by the psychological shadow of betrayal? Or should he reveal that he had been by Lin Yan's teacher for 15 years, which explained the depth of her feelings for him? He was certain that if he dared to utter such truths the next moment, those two would undoubtedly retaliate with their own version of Aluba. However, to be candid, reflecting on his recent actions, Lin Yan began to suspect that he indeed harbored the potential to be a cad. Faced with Bai Luoyan's repeated advances, he seemingly had no intention of rejecting her. Indeed, it seemed that lust was a primal instinct ingrained in the male genome. Just as his roommates continued their relentless verbal onslaught, a savior finally appeared. He Chong, returning from the administration office, looked at Lin Yan, besieged by his peers, with a bemused expression and asked, "What is going on? What happened?" After venting his frustrations, Fu Yinjie grumpily replied, "Nothing much, just teaching a certain pretentious filial son a lesson." He Chong did not pursue the matter further. Instead, he simply smiled and approached Lin Yan. Noticing Lin Yan's puzzled expression, he awkwardly addressed him, Lin Yan, there is something I'd like your assistance with." You need my help?" Lin Yan sat up on his bed, signaling him to continue. He Chong let out a bitter laugh and began to explain to Lin Yan, "It is because we have just received a task from Teacher Yang, stating that our class must present a program at the welcome party. As I am a class leader, I have been assigned the responsibility. However, I am not skilled in any performances, so I can only turn to you for assistance." The welcome party differs from the previous social gathering. The latter was an event spontaneously organized by the students. In contrast, the welcome party is officially organized by the school and the student council, primarily aimed at welcoming the new students. Naturally, to ensure the success of the welcome party, the main performances are entrusted to the departments of Performing Arts and Fine Arts. Yet, in the spirit of participation, both Class 1 and Class 2 of the Finance Department must collaborate to contribute a program. Chapter 37, it seems you are engaged in a most entertaining discussion. I empathize with your distress, yet the question remains, why seek my assistance for a performance? After listening to He Chong's explanation, Lin Yan gazed at him with a perplexed expression. Why did he believe he could contribute to the performance? Before He Chong could respond, Fu Yinji interjected, "Surely, you do not think we are unaware of your singing that night?" Singing? Lin Yan recalled the incident and soon realized he was referring to the evening at the social gathering when he played the guitar for Bai Luoyan. A classmate recorded your performance on their phone and uploaded it to the school website. The reason for your newfound fame, aside from Bai Luoyan, is largely due to your performance on that grassy expanse. At that moment, Yin Tianhua aptly chimed in. Indeed, some even shared it on short video platforms. And I heard it garnered nearly 100,000 likes. It was then that Lin Yan belatedly recalled the gazes directed towards him on campus. He had assumed those stares were primarily due to Bai Luoyan's presence, not realizing he too was a part of the attention. Precisely. Which is why I thought you might sing a song that evening. He Chong continued, rubbing his hands together eagerly. Typically, at these welcome parties, students from our finance department perform skits or recite poetry. After all, unlike those in the performing arts, we feel somewhat embarrassed to sing or dance on stage. However, this time is different. We have Lin Yan. Although He Chong had not witnessed Lin Yan's performance firsthand that night, he had seen the video. He could not deny that the song Ordinary Path resonated deeply with someone like him. After hearing it, he felt an overwhelming surge of emotions that took a considerable time to subdue. In his view, the song was more than capable of overshadowing the performances of the performing arts students. Thus, when tasked by the teacher to prepare a program, Lin Yan was the first person He Chong thought of for assistance. Lin Yan himself had not anticipated being assigned such a task. While he had previously contemplated earning a modest income from the entertainment industry, he had never truly considered embarking on a career as a performer. He had envisioned writing a song or two to sell, aiming to remain a low-key contributor behind the scenes. If he sought significant wealth, wouldn't it be wiser to immerse himself in the financial sector? After all, While celebrities may bask in the limelight, they are merely the employees of the true capitalists. Thus, upon hearing He Chang's request, Lin Yan instinctively wished to decline. However, upon witnessing He Chang's hopeful gaze, he found it difficult to voice his refusal. Among all his roommates, he held He Chang in the highest regard. Both in character and capability, He Chang was a friend worthy of deepening ties and offering support. Moreover, this was Lin Yan's first responsibility as class monitor, and he was acutely aware of how much this task meant to He Chang. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yan opted for a subtle approach in his response. Well, did you not mention that the teacher intended for the finance class 1 and class 2 to collaborate on a performance? I shall acquiesce to your request. However, what about class 2? What if there are students there who also wish to take the stage? Would that not inadvertently dampen their enthusiasm? Upon hearing this, He Chang fell into deep thought. Indeed, upon receiving the assignment from the teacher, his initial instinct was to seek out Lin Yan. Thus, he had rushed back to the dormitory without consulting class 2. As Lin Yan pointed out, what if there were students eager to perform on that side as well? It would be unjust to let his own stubbornness deprive others of their opportunities. After a brief reflection, he swiftly devised a solution and conveyed to Lin Yan. How about this? I will contact the monitor of class 2, and we can meet in the classroom tonight to discuss it. I suspect that after an afternoon of notifications, they should have a sense of whether any students wish to participate in the performance. If no one steps forward, then you can take the stage. If there are volunteers, we can collaborate and devise an even better performance plan. Faced with He Chang's suggestion, Lin Yan found it difficult to decline and could only nod in silent agreement. In the blink of an eye, evening arrived. When Lin Yan accompanied He Chang to the classroom and laid eyes upon the so-called monitor of class 2, he instinctively wished to turn and leave. For standing there was none other than Tang Yan, gazing at him with a look of profound melancholy. Lin, do you truly not wish to see me? Just as Lin Yan was about to depart, Tang Yan's plaintive voice reached him from behind. Hearing her words, Lin Yan let out a resigned sigh and halted his steps, reluctantly returning. He gazed at Tang Yan, whose eyes glistened with unshed tears, momentarily at a loss for words to offer her comfort. It was no wonder she felt this way. Since their initial encounter, they had indeed had numerous opportunities to cross paths. After all, many large lectures were attended by both Class 1 and Class 2. Yet, each time they met, whenever Tang Yan sought to engage him, Lin Yan would invariably sidestep her advances. After several such instances, she came to believe he harbored disdain for her and ceased her attempts to approach him. Nevertheless, during each distant gaze shared, there always lingered a hint of grievance in her eyes. Yet, Lin Yan bore unspoken burdens. His demeanor stemmed not only from a lack of engaging topics, but more importantly, from a desire to protect her very life. Although Bai Luoyan had never uttered a word, Lin Yan's intuition warned him that should he dare to befriend this girl, her demise would be imminent. With this thought in mind, he cast an accusatory glance at He Chang, who, regrettably, remained oblivious to his silent plea. He Chang looked astonished as he observed Tang Yan, then shifted his gaze to Lin Yan, and after a moment of silence, finally introduced, Lin Yan, this is the monitor of Class 2. Indeed, it was as he had surmised. Indeed, with Tang Yan's beauty and her exemplary academic achievements, her candidacy for class president seems almost assured. However, it appears that you are already acquainted. Noticing He Chang's inquisitive gaze, Lin Yan felt compelled to clarify. We were former high school classmates. Ah, I see. That is splendid. Come, let us sit down and converse further. Although it was evident that there was some underlying tension between the two, He Chang, eager to complete their task, suggested they take a seat. Excuse me, do you all consider me invisible? At that moment, a male voice abruptly interrupted. Lin Yan and Zhang Chang only then turned their attention to the source of the voice, discovering Su Fuxian glaring at them with clenched teeth. Truth be told, had he not spoken, they might not have even noticed his presence. Minutes later, the four finally settled into their seats. Very well, let us discuss the performance arrangements. I believe, it seems you are engaged in a rather amusing discussion. May I also partake in this conversation? A sudden female voice chimed in, causing Lin Yan to stiffen in surprise. Chapter 38 indeed, I said it, and that is that. When Lin Yan turned around and saw Bai Luoyin smiling cheerfully behind him, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He struggled to swallow and managed to force a wry smile as he said, Luoyin, please calm down and let me explain. It's fine, I understand. You came to discuss the welcome party, right? Huh. Bai Luoyin's response momentarily startled Lin Yan. When did she become so accommodating? Wait, what was I thinking just now? Why do I feel the need to explain myself to her? Why did I experience a sense of a husband caught in the act by his wife? I haven't done anything wrong. At that moment, Lin Yan belatedly realized that his previous reaction was rather peculiar. Bai Luoyin quietly sat down beside him, her heart brimming with delight as she silently thought. It seems the initial phase of conditioning is already showing effects. Tang. Yin Yan glanced at Lin Yan, who had transitioned from anxiety to bewilderment, and then at Bai Luoyin, who exuded an aura of a proper wife. She seemed to grasp something, and her complexion suddenly paled considerably. A flicker of determination flashed in her eyes as she mustered the courage to address Bai Luoyin, classmate Bai. I believe Lin's choice of friends and his social interactions are entirely his own prerogative. Even if you're his girlfriend, you shouldn't impede his normal social life. Lin Yan looked at Tang Yin Yan in astonishment. Wow, I never knew you could be so brave. But dear sister, do you realize that what you're doing is akin to dancing on a grave? However, to Lin Yan's surprise, Bai Luoyin not only remained unperturbed but also gently adjusted Lin Yan's collar before turning her gaze toward Tang Yin Yan and saying, I believe you are correct. Thus, I have never contemplated hindering my boyfriend's social interactions. Classmate Tang, I think you may have misunderstood. Oh, really? I suspect you might not even believe the words you are uttering. Suddenly, an eerie atmosphere radiated from the two young women. Meanwhile, Hichang appeared calm on the surface. Yet internally he was screaming, wow, wow, wow. Is this the legendary battlefield of love? Mother, I never expected to witness such a scene. Like most people, Hichang had never understood why Lin Yan garnered such affection from beautiful women. In terms of looks, he considered Yin Tianhua to be far more handsome than Lin Yan. Of course, that is not to say Lin Yan was unattractive, but he felt Lin Yan's appearance was not of the sort that would make a woman fall head over heels at first sight. In contrast, Yin Tianhua seemed to be at the opposite extreme. Despite being both attractive and wealthy, he displayed little interest in romance. Although he often engaged in playful banter in the dormitory, he would completely ignore women when they were out. There were occasions when girls proactively sought his contact information, but he always rejected them with an air of nonchalance, giving the impression that he had no interest in women. Wait, has he stumbled upon something? In a moment of disbelief, Hichang found himself bewildered by the absurdity of the situation, as Su Fuxian's gaze darkened. Fixated on the chaotic scene before him, he could not fathom why an unremarkable individual like Lin Yan had become the epicenter of such turmoil. The envy burning within him was nearly consuming his very being. Following the military training, he had sensed a palpable distance growing between himself and Tang Yin Yan. The camaraderie they once shared had swiftly devolved into estrangement. Without needing to ponder deeply, he understood the cause of this shift. Yet, he could not comprehend why the illustrious daughter of the Bai family held such affection for Lin Yan. Having witnessed their two kisses firsthand, he could only imagine the depths of his jealousy, wishing fervently to replace Lin Yan in those moments. The transformation of Lin Yan from a mere footnote in his life to an object of envy was a disparity Su Fuxian found hard to accept. Thus, when he overheard Tang Yin Yan discussing with Hichang the idea of having Lin Yan represent the two classes in a performance, he was immediately inclined to sabotage the plan. He approached Tang Yin Yan, expressing his desire to take the stage instead, which led her to bring him along. However, upon arriving and witnessing the two women vying for Lin Yan's attention, his discomfort only intensified. Lin Yan, caught between the two girls' glaring contest, rolled his eyes in exasperation. Are we going to discuss the matter at hand or not? If not, I shall take my leave, he declared. Sit down. They both exclaimed in unison, preemptively halting his departure. Taking a deep breath, Tang Yin Yan suppressed her irritation and politely said, Classmate Bai, we are deliberating on the arrangements for the welcome party. Might we kindly ask you to excuse yourself? Bai Luoyin maintained her smile. Pointing towards Su Fuxian, she queried, and why is he here? Su Fuxian volunteered to perform as well, came the reply. Oh, is that so? Then I shall sign up too. You. Ignoring Tang Yinyan entirely, Bai Luoyin rose abruptly and approached Su Fuxian, demanding, so, you wish to take the stage, do you? This was Su Fuxian's first close encounter with Bai Luoyin, and under the weight of her commanding beauty, he instinctively shrank back, stammering, all right, then please wait for my notification. At that moment, Bai Luoyin seemed to revert to her authoritative self, exuding an air of undeniable power. She turned to Lin Yan, took his arm with practiced ease, and began to lead him out of the classroom. As they walked, she called back to the others, the performance will be handled by Lin Yan and me. There is no need for further discussion. Tang Yinyan watched their retreating figures, her eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. Once outside the classroom, Lin Yan turned to Bai Luoyin and asked curiously, do you also wish to perform? Bai Luoyin nodded non-committally and replied, indeed, of course. You know, I have always been a person of my word, one who detests deceit. However, you have never performed publicly, have you? Neither in your past life, as the Empress, nor in this life, as the esteemed president. Was there any necessity for such a display? The young woman paused, gazing earnestly at Lin Yan, and continued, yes, I have never attempted it, nor do I particularly enjoy the idea. Yet, I feel that my declarations have proven insufficient, allowing someone like Tang Yinyan to persist in her pursuit of you. This time, I intend to make a proclamation at the gala, one that resonates throughout the entire school. As she spoke, a flicker of intense possessiveness sparkled in her beautiful eyes. I shall make it known that you are exclusively mine, an invaluable treasure. I will ensure that no one dares to covet what belongs to me. Chapter 39. What I desire is everything about him. As I gazed at Lin Yan's departing figure, the memory of his helpless expression upon hearing my words lingered in my mind. A sweet smile graced my lips, satisfaction blooming within me. Standing quietly behind me, Shangguan Wanyu could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, Miss, should we send someone to warn that Tang Yinyan to keep her distance from the young master? However, my response elicited a rare expression of surprise from the young girl. No need, let her be. Remember, not only should we refrain from causing her trouble, but it would be wise to arrange for her protection. We must avoid any misunderstandings that might arise in the young master's mind due to unforeseen circumstances. Shangguan Wanyu, puzzled, pressed on, but miss, you previously said. What was said before is in the past, I replied, still gazing intently in the direction where that man had vanished, as if I could still perceive his silhouette. He had taught me that the most effective strategy lies in cunning rather than force. Indeed, I yearn for him deeply. Yet, I have always been a greedy person. I desire not only his physical presence, but also his heart, his love. A thought crossed my mind, and I crossed my arms, accentuating certain aspects of my figure. A sweet smile, tinged with possessiveness, appeared on my lips as I continued. I want everything about him. I wish for him to see only me in his eyes. However, to achieve this goal, I must not act impulsively and make mistakes. He is an astute man, far more intelligent than any adversary I have encountered. Should I dare to harm those around him, he would undoubtedly notice. His aversion to love stems from a lack of security. If I reveal my cruel and heartless side to him, do you think he would still dare to accept my love? Yet, those who have suffered from love often yearn for it the most. Once I can provide him with the sense of security he craves, he will inevitably fall for me. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Wanyu's expression transformed to one of realization, and she promptly offered a flattering remark. Miss, you are truly remarkable. I raised my hand and stretched lazily, laughing. Enough with the flattery. You know I love him. Rather than allowing anger to drive a wedge between us, it is far better to bind him to me with the chains of love. After all these years, I'm not short on time. His eager attempts to explain himself upon my sudden appearance indicate that my methods are beginning to bear fruit. Moreover, as I spoke, a familiar, unsettling glint appeared in my eyes. Moreover, should I ultimately fail, I could always resort to binding him to me with iron chains. The welcoming evening gala was scheduled for 3 days hence. Although it seemed the time was tight, the students from the Performing Arts Department had long begun rehearsing their programs. The Finance Department, in contrast, seemed more like mere embellishments, so the duration of preparation was of little consequence. Since that day, Su Fuxian had shed his previous lethargy, eagerly anticipating something each day. Upon the mere thought of sharing the stage with the divine by Luo Yin, he trembled with excitement. With a promising beginning, he envisioned the possibility of forging a friendship with the goddess. Enveloped in his daydreams, he even forgot that Lin Yan would also be performing alongside them. However, despite his mounting anticipation, Bai Luo Yin had yet to acknowledge his existence. Finally, on the eve of the welcoming gala, he mustered the courage to intercept Lin Yan and Bai Luo Yin during their leisurely stroll on the playground. His cheeks flushed crimson, he confronted Bai Luo Yin, inquiring, "Did you not say you would make the arrangements? Were they?" Yet upon meeting her icy gaze, his bravado faltered, and he stammered, I merely worry that our finance department might embarrass itself. I mean no offense." Bai Luo Yin dismissed him, taking Lin Yan's arm as they made their way towards the grand auditorium. Meanwhile, Shangguan Wanyu lingered a step behind, whispering something to Su Fuxian before gesturing. A figure clad in black appeared, escorting the bewildered Su Fuxian away. As for Bai Luo Yin and Lin Yan, they hurried to rehearse for the forthcoming performance, as the gala demanded meticulous preparation for the program's flow. After all, the performers needed to know their place in the lineup. Upon entering the grand auditorium, Bai Luo Yin and Lin Yan instantly captivated the attention of all present. Unlike before, this time Lin Yan was the focal point of interest. His previous performance of Ordinary Road had already spread among the students, and, coupled with Bai Luo Yin's public displays of affection, his identity had been thoroughly uncovered by the student body. Consequently, the finance department's performance garnered significant attention. "Hey, is that him?" "Indeed, that's the guy. Did you not see Bai Luo Yin linking her arm with his?" In Jianghai University, apart from this brat, Bai Luo Yin never approaches other boys. "I don't think he's that handsome in person. What do you know? His high-nose bridge speaks volumes." "Ahem, is he the one performing for the finance department?" "Presumably, he'll just play Ordinary Road again. But why did he bring Bai Luo Yin along? Is it to show off? Could it be that the finance department's performance features both of them together? Does Bai Luo Yin sing as well?" "Humph, the goddess is knowledgeable in all arts. You speak as if you were well acquainted with her. Calm down, we'll see during rehearsal." Amidst the multitude of whispers, the duo approached the stage with unwavering expressions. Bai Luo Yin noticed the attention fixated on Lin Yan, feeling a mix of pride and indignation. She was proud that her partner's excellence was beginning to attract admiration, yet irritated by the attention it drew. In Bai Luo Yin's perspective, this was a matter of course. Her anger stemmed from the multitude of young gazes that lingered on them. She shot a glare at the scheming girls, tightening her embrace around Lin Yan's arm. With her movement, a delightful sensation coursed through Lin Yan's arm. His expression was peculiar, yet he dared not move, nearly being dragged along by Bai Luo Yin. At that moment, a familiar figure approached them. "Bai, it's been a while," spoke none other than Chu Tian, someone they had met once before. It must be said that a thick skin is a prerequisite for entering the entertainment industry. Despite having been humiliated previously, Chu Tian approached Bai Luo Yin with an air of nonchalance, as if nothing had ever transpired between them. From his demeanor and tone, one might assume he and Bai Luo Yin were intimately acquainted. Lin Yan's gaze flickered with a hint of pity, reflecting on how this fellow still harbored aspirations of ingratiating himself with the daughter of the Bai family. Bai Luo Yin, however, did not spare him a glance, merely signaling to the side, prompting Xiao Yu to step forward and block Chu Tian's path. Recalling Xiao Yu's sharp tongue from their last encounter, Chu Tian involuntarily took a step back. Chapter 40. The evening begins recalling the sharp tongue of Xiao Yu from that night. Chu Tian's face turned pale. He raised his hand and hastily began to explain, I merely came to inform you that your performance is scheduled after mine." Upon hearing his explanation, Shangguan Wanyu nodded steadily at him, and then followed behind Lin Yan, who had already walked far ahead. Watching their retreating figures, a flicker of resentment crossed Chu Tian's eyes. However, he soon curled his lips into a disdainful smile. Upon learning that his performance would take place right before Lin Yan's, he was ecstatic. Indeed, he acknowledged that the song Ordinary Road, which Lin Yan had sung that evening, was a remarkable piece of art. Yet, a good song does not necessarily guarantee a stellar performance, a fact he understood well from his extensive experience on stage. This time, he was determined to overshadow this unknown Lin Yan. Nevertheless, observing Lin Yan empty-handed raised a note of confusion within him. Where's that guy's guitar? Was he really planning to sing unaccompanied this time? He still couldn't forget the precious guitar that Bai Luoyin had casually gifted to Lin Yan. Under his puzzled gaze, he saw the two approach the staff responsible for the event arrangement and converse briefly before retracing their steps. What? They aren't rehearsing? How can they just leave like that? After they departed, Chu Tian immediately approached the staff member and inquired, "Aren't they going to rehearse?" The staff member could only smile wryly, replying, "They said they could manage their own rehearsal. They just came to inform me of their performance title and approximate duration before leaving." Chu Tian, perplexed, glanced at the program list in the staff member's hand and murmured softly, drunken, "Fishermen singing at dusk? What on earth is that?" No one knew where the two had gone to rehearse, and in the blink of an eye, it was already the following night. The so-called welcome party was, of course, not exclusively for the new students. With prior announcements from the school and instructors, as dusk began to settle, students gradually made their way to the auditorium. As a prestigious university comparable to Tsinghua and Beida, Jianghai University certainly had no shortage of funds. In order to facilitate speeches and various evening events, it had invested heavily years ago to construct this grand auditorium. Although termed an auditorium, its lighting, sound system, and LED screens were exceptionally advanced, and it had even hosted small concerts in the past. As the evening event was about to commence, the venue was already filled with a sea of dark-clad attendees. Among them sat the three roommates of Lin Yan from dormitory 520 alongside the three from Bai Luoyin's dormitory 502. Since Bai Luoyin often sat beside Lin Yan during classes, it led to these two groups frequently sitting together. Over time, they had grown familiar with one another. Of course, there were still some unfamiliar faces such as Shangwan Wanyu. Do not even mention the three boys, Fu Yinjie. Even Jianglan and Wen Yuru, who share a dormitory with her, are not particularly familiar with her. She resembles a mere shadow of Bai Luoyin, forever standing silently behind her. Except for the rare instances when she needs to serve as Bai Luoyin's voice, she seldom speaks up on her own accord. This has created an odd scene. Although 6 individuals are gathered together, one among them appears distinctly out of place. Fu Yinjie craned his neck, glancing toward the backstage, and remarked, "Lin Yan and the others must be preparing back there now. By the way, do you know what performance they will present?" The class leader, He Chong, shook his head and replied, "I have no idea. I only know the name of the performance. Moreover, it seems I haven't noticed Lin Yan going out for rehearsals these past few days." Jiang Lan furrowed her brow in contemplation and said, somewhat uncertainly, "Xiao Yan has been coming back quite late these nights. She must be rehearsing with Lin Yan. Speaking of which, Xiao Yu should know best about this." At this point, everyone turned their gaze toward the silent Shangwan Wanyu. Maintaining her usual calm demeanor, Shangwan Wanyu replied in a tranquil tone, "Don't look at me. I don't know either. I haven't been aware of where they went these past 2 nights." Just then, Fu Yinjie seemed to have an epiphany. A mischievous grin spreading across his face as he speculated, could it be that they're using the rehearsal as an excuse to sneak away? The others, all adults, immediately grasped the implication of his words and shot him disdainful glances. Shangwan Wanyu turned to glare at him, and after a moment, calmly warned, "If you continue to wear that lewd smile, I will hit you." A chill ran down Fu Yinjie's spine, and he promptly shut his mouth, rationally suppressing his grin. Fortunately, the gentle-tempered Wen Yuru timely interjected to alleviate the tension, saying, "I wonder what number they have been assigned in the lineup." He Chong responded in kind. "It seems to be quite far down, as the opening dance and songs are reserved for the students from the Performing Arts Department. For us, it's merely a chance to join the fun." He added, "I heard that this year, the Performing Arts Department has recruited several stunning new female students." This remark unexpectedly sparked a sense of anticipation. Well, it is no surprise that Fu Yinjie cannot stray far from his usual banter. However, given the presence of females, he has noticeably restrained himself today. Otherwise, he would have already begun rating the surrounding girls with his 2 roommates. He had already surveyed the area. And if one were to judge, Jianglan and Wenyiru were undoubtedly the most attractive within a 100-meter radius. Well, Shengwan Wanyu does not count. She's like an ice block. Consequently, he engaged Chong and the two lovely ladies in light conversation. It must be said that a personality like his is indeed quite suitable for lightening the atmosphere. Before they knew it, the four of them began to engage in animated conversation, filled with hearty laughter. Among them, Yun Tianhua spoke little, merely smiling quietly as he observed them. As previously mentioned, in the presence of females, Yun Tianhua seemed to deliberately diminish his own presence. Listening to their idle chatter, he glanced at the equally reticent Shengwan Wanyu. After a moment of hesitation, he suddenly initiated a conversation with a girl who resembled an iceberg. By the way, shouldn't you be over there with them? Here. Them naturally referred to Lin Yan and by Luo Yan. Perhaps taken aback by the unexpected address, Shengwan Wanyu paused before replying. No need, with the son-in-law present. The young lady is quite safe. It seems you and Lin Yan appear to be quite familiar with each other, and you trust him deeply. Having some knowledge of the Bai group, Yin Tianhua was aware of Shengwan Wanyu's position beside Bai Luo Yan. He found it somewhat curious that this reputedly capable subordinate of Bai Luo Yan harbored an inexplicable trust in Lin Yan. Shengwan Wanyu did not respond, only gazing silently at the distant stage. Fortunately, at that moment, with a surge of exhilarating music, the welcome party officially commenced. Chapter 41. Dare to address me thus, and you shall vanish from this world. Welcome, dear students, to today's orientation gala. It is with great pleasure that I welcome each of you to the grand family of Zhonghai University. I am your host for this evening. As the lights dimmed and the host's opening remarks resonated, the long-anticipated orientation gala commenced. Zhonghai University, renowned for its abundance of beauty, showcased a stunning female host this year, a freshman from the Performing Arts Department, truly a rare gem of elegance. Under the evaluation of the professional judge Fu Yinjia, if Bai Luo Yan were to score a perfect 100, this enchanting newcomer would undoubtedly earn a commendable 90. Had it not been for Bai Luo Yan this year, this freshman would have been a formidable contender for the title of Campus Belle. Once Bai Luo Yan made the decision to enroll at Zhonghai University, the selection of the campus beauty was rendered a foregone conclusion. Following an engaging opening speech, the gala proceeded to its first performance. Though merely an orientation event, the quality of both the acts and participants was impeccable. Notably, a dance performance by a group of young ladies in light attire moved Fu Yinjia to tears of joy. As the evening progressed, the stage was graced by the first-year student from the Performing Arts Department, Chu Tian. This evening, he opted to perform a lively song and dance number, a selection from a currently trending K-pop star. Admission to the Performing Arts Department at Zhonghai University is reserved for those with exceptional talent, and Chu Tian proved on stage that he possessed more than just striking good looks. Indeed, he had the capability to enter the entertainment industry. Having participated in numerous singing competitions since elementary school, he understood well which types of performances capture the audience's attention. Much like contestants on television singing shows who favored high-pitched songs for their dramatic effect, Chu Tian selected a dynamic piece that resonated with fervent rhythms, easily stirring the emotions of the crowd. As he concluded his final dance move, drenched in sweat, applause and admiration erupted from the audience. Chu Tian, so handsome, would you be my boyfriend? Chu Ge, you are the best. Though he had only recently arrived at Zhonghai University, Chu Tian had evidently amassed a considerable following. Hearing the continuous praises from below, a smile involuntarily spread across his face. Yes, this was the university life he had envisioned, not one where he was silenced by some unwarranted remarks from an unknown woman. As he pondered, his gaze drifted toward a certain spot behind the stage, imagining Bai Luo Yan casting an admiring glance in his direction. Did you see that, Bai Luo Yan? Only with such brilliance do I deserve to stand by your side, not as some foolish boy from a little town. He mused. Why does that boy's expression seem so infuriating? There always lurked an impulse within him to ascend the stage and strike him. From the audience, Fu Yinjia regarded Chu Tian, who remained on stage, striking poses, and felt an inexplicable wave of nausea. In truth, he was not alone. Several individuals nearby shared a similar sentiment. He Chong refrained from joining in, for he was a man of the mountains, inherently simple and unaccustomed to publicly belittling others. Yin Tianhua, whose appearance rivaled that of Chu Tian, also held his tongue, merely furrowing his brow in disapproval. As a young man, he found Chu Tian's effeminate style of beauty unappealing. However, Jiang Lan, with her candid nature, harbored no such reservations. For once, she and Fu Yanjie found common ground. A glimmer of disdain flashed in her eyes as she regarded Chu Tian, and she concurred. It's not merely an illusion. I feel the same. How can this man be so pretentious? Though Wenru, seated beside her, did not voice her thoughts. She nodded in agreement. Although Bai Luoyan had not mentioned it, they had gleaned from others about the events of the previous night. Naturally, their impressions of a man who blatantly sought to intrude upon another's affections would not be favorable. Moreover, as Bai Luoyan frequently spoke highly of Lin Yan in their presence, their perception of her friend's boyfriend differed from that of others. In contrast, at this moment, Chu Tian appeared exaggeratedly affected to them. Meanwhile, Shangwan Wanyu, who had once inflicted significant psychological distress upon Chu Tian, remained composed in her seat, her expression unchanged. Upon hearing Jiang Lan's rare alliance, Fu Yanjie eagerly added, indeed, once Lin Yan appears, I am certain his performance will surpass this one. He then inquired, by the way, what is Lin Yan performing tonight? Do you know? He posed the question to He Chong, the class leader, who merely shrugged and replied, honestly, I don't know. I only know his performance is titled Drunken Fisherman Singing at Dusk. Drunken Fisherman Singing at Dusk? Is he to sing a traditional piece tonight? He Chong interrupted, having reviewed the performance schedule. No need to speculate. It's his turn to perform now. Upon hearing this, Fu Yanjie promptly fell silent, his attention riveted on the stage. At that moment, Chu Tian finally concluded his poses and retreated from the stage. As he descended, he fortuitously collided with Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan, who were preparing to ascend. Upon seeing Bai Luoyan, his eyes brightened. Today, she had shed her usual attire, donning a striking red traditional outfit. Unlike the complexly adorned, flowing garments she typically wore, her current attire was far simpler and more robust, resembling a masculine version of Hanfu, with its clean lines and exquisite embellishments. Coupled with the vivid crimson hue akin to fresh blood, Bai Luoyan appeared as though she had stepped forth from the annals of history, embodying a female general, graceful yet fierce. Such a striking visage, enhanced by her stunning beauty, left Chu Tian momentarily spellbound. After several seconds of distraction, he finally regained his composure. He approached Bai Luoyan, instinctively disregarding Lin Yan, who stood beside her, and in a seemingly self-congratulatory manner asked Bai Luoyan, Luoyan, did you see my performance on stage just now? Upon hearing the man before her audaciously call her by such an intimate name, a glimmer of red ignited in Bai Luoyan's eyes, and an unmistakable aura of menace erupted from her. As the saying goes, a sovereign's wrath can lead to the downfall of millions. Be it in her previous life as an empress or in this life as a business tycoon, her authority was beyond the reckoning of someone as insignificant as Chu Tian. Chu Tian felt as if he had been plunged into an icy abyss, his body trembling uncontrollably. Even someone as dense as he could perceive the malice emanating from the young woman before him. Fortunately, at that moment, a hand gently rested on Bai Luoyan's shoulder. With this gesture, her murderous intent dissipated instantaneously. Lin Yan looked at Bai Luoyan, who resembled a puffed-up kitten, and softly reminded her, all right, it's our turn to take the stage. Oomph. Though she felt a surge of annoyance, Bai Luoyan managed to suppress her temper. However, just before stepping onto the stage, she cast a chilling warning at Chu Tian, who sat trembling on the ground. If you dare to call me that again, I shall ensure you vanish from this world. Chapter 42. In their eyes, only each other as the host concluded their remarks and exited the stage, all lights suddenly extinguished, plunging the venue into darkness. After a brief interlude of several seconds, the lights illuminated once more, focusing on two figures at center stage. Lin Yan, adorned in a pristine white hanfu, knelt gracefully upon a mat, while before him rested an antique guzheng. The scene was devoid of ostentatious embellishments or dazzling lighting effects. Merely a man, a mat, a table, and an ancient instrument. Before him stood Bai Luoyan, resplendent in a crimson ensemble, wielding an exquisite sword with an air of elegance. The audience, captivated by their striking attire, fell into a hushed silence. In a moment of reverie, they seemed to witness the white-clad scholar and his enchanting companion step forth from the pages of ancient literature into their reality. Is that the white goddess? Has she joined the performance? Murmured the crowd in awe. Truly a goddess. She wears that red ancient garb with such grace. Seated further back, some speculated. That must be Lin Yan, but what lies before him? A guzheng? Wasn't it mentioned that he would perform on the guitar? What is happening here? A guzheng? Could he possibly intend to sing a contemporary song with it? And the white goddess is present. Perhaps she will sing as well? But why the sword? Perhaps it is merely a prop? It appears to be a sword. Yet could it actually serve as a microphone? As the audience gazed upon the duo's striking presentation, murmurs of speculation rippled through the crowd. What do you think they intend to do? If you ask me, who can say? Among the spectators, Fu Yinjie and his companions wore expressions of bewilderment as they regarded the performers. In their confusion, they simultaneously turned to glance at Shangwan Wanyu, perhaps hoping she could shed light on the duo's intentions. Yet, she remained unresponsive, her gaze lost in reminiscence as she regarded the pair on stage, as if transcending time to revisit a cherished moment from long ago. Fortunately, the two on stage did not keep the audience in suspense for long. Lin Yan exchanged a brief nod with by Luo Yan. In the next instant, his hands, poised above the guzheng, began to pluck the strings. With each delicate motion, a melody that had never before graced this world materialized, echoing through time for the first time before the assembled crowd. The history of Huaxia in this realm bears striking resemblance to that of Blue Star. Within the annals of Huaxia's history, the four arts of qin, stringed instrument, chess, calligraphy, and painting are revered. The qin is hailed as the foremost of these arts, with the guqin representing the pinnacle of classical musical expression. In an alternate timeline, 10 pieces of guqin music were celebrated as the 10 great guqin compositions, preserved through the ages and revered as treasures by future generations. The piece Lin Yan now performed, Drunken Fisherman Singing at Dusk, stands among these esteemed compositions. This cultural gem, steeped in historical significance, emerged unexpectedly before all, a reward from the system within Lin Yan's mind, manifesting in this extraordinary moment. Drunken Fisherman Singing at Dusk, one of the 10 great guqin compositions, is recounted in Shilu Tang Qin Tong, where it is said that Lulu Wang and Pai Rixiu, while boating on the Songjiang River, encountered a fisherman singing inebriatedly, thus inspiring this piece. Tianbai notes that the lyrics echo Zhang Zhongzong's lines. The bright moon and vast void illuminate the same. Floating homes and fleeting abodes shun twilight. With tipsy eyes, I gaze coldly at the bustling morning market. The misty waves age. Who can evoke idle troubles? This composition shares the essence of a fisherman's song, yet possesses a distinct melody, truly embodying the spirit of defiance against clouds and intoxication in a blissful reverie, a sentiment unreachable by the hurried and shallow-minded. As Lin Yan commenced his performance, Bai Luo Yan, positioned before him, began to move. Drawing forth her ancient sword, she swayed gracefully in harmony with the music. The sword shimmered with glinting silver light, and in her flowing red attire, Bai Luo Yan resembled a beautiful butterfly dancing before Lin Yan. With each movement, her red garments transformed into a cascade of crimson fabric, swirling like a vibrant spirit upon stage. The sword, gleaming with a cold light, circled her like a silver dragon. In that moment, the audience witnessing Bai Luo Yan's sword dance experienced the exquisite enjoyment once reserved for ancient emperors. Before them unfolded not merely the performance of Lin Yan and Bai Luo Yan, but a delicate ink wash painting gradually revealing itself. The guzheng's melodies flowed like a spring, and the dancing Bai Luo Yan appeared as a waning sun. In a fleeting reverie, they felt transported to the banks of a river, where a dimming sun hung above the shimmering waters. A suntanned fisherman, clad in a straw raincoat and conical hat, stood upon a small boat. At the bow, with a flushed visage, he held a gourd in one hand, drinking, while using an oar to navigate the vessel with the other. As he gazed at the distant setting sun, his eyes narrowed slightly, swaying his head gently to the tune of his song. The orange glow of the sun danced upon the lake's rippling surface, and the prolonged melody instilled an inexplicable sense of tranquility within the listeners. The restlessness stirred by Chutian's lively song began to settle slowly. The music flowed like a clear spring, cleansing the soul tarnished by the mundane world. Yet, the entranced audience remained oblivious to the fact that the gazes of the two performers on stage were locked upon one another throughout. In their minds, memories of a past life surfaced. In their previous existence, they too shared moments like this, one playing, the other dancing. After each victory or successful strategy, they would seek a mountaintop to comfort one another. No one could have anticipated that the once lofty and imperious empress would lower herself to dance for a man, nor that the man renowned for his unparalleled strategies on the battlefield would set aside his blade to play the lute for a woman. Countless times, they relished in this rare tranquility, and countless times, the man would smile at the sight of the girl's sword dance, a smile he himself was unaware of. Each time he revealed joy from her movements, her heart brimmed with satisfaction. For him, she willingly donned a silk robe to dance. For her, he was ready to lay down his sword to create music. This was a joy that belonged solely to them in a previous life. Yet by a twist of fate, it unfolded before the eyes of the multitude. Their souls were so intertwined that rehearsal was unnecessary. During those 2 evenings, it was merely by Luo Yan leading Lin Yan to select garments and the guzheng. She vividly recalled the image of the man clad in white, playing the zither, while he remembered the enchanting sight of the young woman dancing gracefully in her red attire. As the melodies once more filled the air, they had long forgotten their surroundings, lost in the performance itself. For when that familiar tune stirred memories within their minds, it seemed as though the world had shrunk to encompass only the two of them. In that moment, their eyes beheld nothing but each other. Chapter 43. Third times the charm. Zhanghai University is not without its share of guzheng performances. In fact, although it is not solely an arts academy, the faculty in the Performing Arts Department is not significantly inferior to that of prestigious institutions like Beijing Film Academy. To preserve tradition, Zhanghai University has established classes dedicated to traditional Chinese instruments, ensuring that at least one such performance occurs each year. Yet, audiences invariably express a common sentiment. It seems quite nice, yet they cannot quite pinpoint what makes it so. However, tonight's performance by Lin Yan and by Luo Yan is distinctly different. The youthful students appear to be experiencing, for the first time, the allure of ancestral culture. Rather than a mere musical presentation, it is as if the two performers are unfolding a picturesque scene before their eyes. In stark contrast to the students' enthralled state, a distinguished elderly gentleman seated in the front row, his beard flecked with gray, trembles with excitement. As Lin Yan's melody reaches a crescendo, he can no longer contain his enthusiasm and instinctively rises from his seat. The principal, sitting beside him, is startled by this sudden movement and inquires with concern, "Mr. Lin, is everything all right? Are you unwell?" Despite the principal's evident worry, it is pertinent to note that this Mr. Lin is not a faculty member of Zhanghai University. In his youth, the principal had been a student under Mr. Lin, studying traditional music for a time. In essence, Mr. Lin serves as the principal's mentor. However, within the context of Chinese culture, their relationship can only be termed a nominal teacher-student connection, lacking the formal depth of a true master-disciple bond. The reason for inviting him today is twofold. Firstly, the principal wishes to express gratitude to his former teacher after assuming the role of principal. Secondly, he hopes to seize the opportunity of the evening's event to potentially attract Mr. Lin's attention towards the students. Additionally, he benefits from the fact that Mr. Lin's granddaughter is currently enrolled at Zhanghai University. Although the principal appreciates the performance, he does not feel an overwhelming sense of admiration, as his own interest in traditional instruments was merely a pastime. Witnessing Mr. Lin's fervent reaction, he mistakenly assumes that the elderly gentleman's agitation stems from sitting for too long, leading to discomfort. Not receiving a response from Mr. Lin, the principal grows anxious and presses further. "Mr. Lin, shall I send someone to assist you?" Silence. Mr. Lin suddenly interrupts with an authoritative shout, not allowing the principal to finish his sentence. At this moment, Old Lin fixed his gaze on Lin Yan on the stage, finding the incessant chatter of the former student beside him utterly irksome. Unlike the principal, he could truly appreciate the extraordinary nature of Lin Yan's performance of the ancient piece. Undoubtedly, being recognized as one of the top 10 ancient melodies in another realm is no trivial matter. Initially, upon seeing the guzheng before Lin Yan, Old Lin felt a deep sense of satisfaction. No matter if the young man was merely putting on a show, the intention to propagate traditional culture is inherently commendable. However, as Lin Yan placed his hands on the guzheng and began to play the first note, Old Lin's previously smiling countenance grew serious. He realized that after the young man commenced his performance, an unexpected aura enveloped him. In a fleeting moment, it seemed as though the figure on stage was not a mere youth, but rather the esteemed master he once revered. That was the demeanor of a grandmaster, cultivated through a lifetime dedicated to a singular pursuit. Yet now, he found a semblance of that quality in this impetuous boy. As the notes of the ancient melody wafted through the vast auditorium, Old Lin's expression transitioned from seriousness to astonishment, ultimately giving way to profound bewilderment. For he discerned that the young man was playing an ancient piece he had never encountered before, implying that it was, in fact, an original composition for the guzheng. Unlike popular music, the creation of guzheng compositions is significantly more challenging. While popular songs emphasize both lyrics and melody, guzheng compositions prioritize the evocation of sentiment. Such sentiment is challenging to convey solely through words or language, which explains why, in recent years, few new traditional instrumental compositions have garnered recognition. Yet, Old Lin never anticipated that a chance attendance at a welcoming gala would lead him to such a remarkable piece. This composition, with its profound sentiment and adherence to classical standards, undoubtedly exemplified the artistry of ancient masters. No, this piece could be deemed flawless. Lost in thought, Old Lin's gaze towards Lin Yan on stage was filled with excitement and exhilaration. He suppressed his emotions, resumed his seat, and, after taking a deep breath, gently inquired of the principal beside him, "Do you happen to know the name of that young man on stage?" As with all films, the curtain eventually falls. With the final note of Lin Yan's performance, Bai Luoyin gracefully returned her sword to its sheath. She elegantly secured the sword at her waist and turned to gaze affectionately at Lin Yan. Unable to resist, she approached him, as if to discern the essence of her beloved, leaning in closer. A visage of unparalleled beauty, capable of inciting chaos, radiated boundless affection before Lin Yan. Perhaps due to the earlier performance, a blush adorned the young girl's cheeks, her eyes shimmering with moisture, brimming with infinite love. Her long lashes fluttered gently, and with half-closed eyes, she breathed softly, drawing nearer to Lin Yan. One must wonder which youth could withstand such a scene. Yet, just as the girl's lips were about to meet the boy's, a hand suddenly emerged, forcefully pushing her face back. In an instant, the originally enchanting atmosphere was utterly shattered. Through the gaps between her fingers, Bai Luoyin's beautiful eyes blazed with fury, nearly erupting. She fixed her gaze on Lin Yan, gritting her teeth as she hissed, "Lin Yan, you scoundrel!" Lin Yan, on the other hand, wore an expression that suggested he had anticipated this outcome. Responding softly, "It happens in threes." Bai Luoyin paused momentarily, then realized he was referring to the previous two instances where he had been publicly kissed against his will. "Little girl, do you even know who your master is? With your trivial thoughts, how could I be unaware?" He mused. "What performance? You simply wish to seize the opportunity to kiss me once more, don't you?" He continued, "To be honest, I do not find the act of kissing you particularly distasteful. However, as a man, being subjected to forced kisses repeatedly, what kind of situation is that?" Chapter 44. Just tell me, did he go on stage? Seeing Bai Luoyin look away, her thoughts laid bare and feeling somewhat guilty, Lin Yan smiled gently. He gradually stood up, took her hand, and softly whispered in her ear, "All right, enough of the playfulness. It's time for the curtain call." The warmth of the youth's breath brushed against her ear, sending a tingling sensation akin to electricity coursing through her body, causing Bai Luoyin to feel suddenly weak. Fortunately, Lin Yan noticed her unease and swiftly reached out to support her. The young man remained oblivious, attributing her faintness to mere fatigue from her earlier exertions. Only the blush creeping to her ears revealed the shyness that stirred within her heart. Lin Yan led her to the front of the stage, where they bowed deeply to the audience in gratitude. Even as they descended from the stage, their fingers remained intertwined. It was not until they stepped off the platform that the audience finally emerged from their previous reverie. Thunderous applause erupted, accompanied by heartfelt praises from the crowd. However, Chong in the audience furrowed his brow, clapping while muttering to himself in confusion. Something's off. Were we not supposed to bring that fellow named Su on stage? The performance is over. Where is that Su guy? It wasn't that Chong was particularly concerned about Su Fuxian. As the class monitor, he simply felt an obligation to consider the sentiments of the neighboring class. After all, Bai Luoyan had promised to bring Su Fuxian up. Of course, even if she had reneged on her word, it was of little consequence. He could always apologize to Tang Yin after the event. As a brother and a sister-in-law, he felt compelled to maintain their dignity, even in the face of broken promises. Sitting beside him, Fu Yanjie suddenly nudged him with his elbow, offering a hint. Are you referring to that thing named Su? Huh? Chong looked up, only to discover a tree ambling slowly behind Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan as they made their way down to the audience. Due to the prior darkness during the setup, he hadn't seen how the tree had made it onto the stage. During the performance, he had assumed it was merely a prop. Who would have thought a real person was inside? Well, it seemed a bit absurd, but it appeared that Bai Luoyan did keep her promise. Regardless of what role that character played, one could simply ask if he had appeared on stage. Since Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan's act was towards the latter part of the program, they did not return to the audience to join their friends, but instead exited the auditorium directly. It is worth mentioning that after they left the stage, Chu Tian also vanished from sight. It seemed that Bai Luoyan's earlier intimidation had finally reminded him of her true identity. She was no mere white lotus, but rather the head of a powerful financial conglomerate, capable of crushing someone as effortlessly as squashing an ant, even without endangering his life. Bai Luoyan possessed the influence to obliterate his reputation with just a word. Thus, he promptly regained his senses and resolved to keep his distance from her. As the evening festivities had yet to conclude, most students remained within the auditorium. The once bustling paths were now sparsely populated. Lin Yan continued to hold the girl's hand, silently walking along the quiet pathway. Beside them, the young girl pouted, seemingly irritated by Lin Yan's actions on stage. Rather than appeasing her, Lin Yan regarded the sulking girl with curiosity. In his recollection, Bai Luoyan had always embodied nobility and beauty, or diligence and obedience. However, upon returning to this world and reuniting with her, her image had nearly been dismantled by her own doing. Yet, witnessing her sulky demeanor was a first for him. Sensing Lin Yan's gaze, Bai Luoyan let out a soft huff and turned her head away, attempting to evade his eyes. Nevertheless, her hand remained steadfastly clasped in Lin Yan's, showing no inclination to withdraw. After a considerable time, the two finally came to a halt. At that moment, Bai Luoyan regained her composure, her gaze fixating on the female dormitory before her pupils widening in disbelief as she exclaimed to Lin Yan, "You truly intend to return me to the dormitory just like this?" Lin Yan suppressed a chuckle, feigning calmness as he replied, "What else would you expect? Miss Bai, is there somewhere else you wish to go?" Recalling the previous conversation regarding the dormitory, Lin Yan hesitated before quickly altering his response. Despite being aware of her playful intent, Bai Luoyan could not suppress her annoyance. Almost instinctively, she swiftly reached for the soft flesh at Lin Yan's waist, twisting it with a sudden vigor. Even with his enhanced physique, Lin Yan winced at the unexpected attack on his vulnerable spot. He swatted her hand away with irritation, baring his teeth as he exclaimed, "Were you a dog?" At that moment, to Lin Yan's surprise, Bai Luoyan lunged at him, landing in his embrace. With her petite mouth agape, she playfully nibbled at the collarbone revealed by his shirt. "Hey, could you please consider your image?" Lin Yan hadn't anticipated her antics and was momentarily taken aback. Yet, Bai Luoyan could not bear to truly bite him. After a gentle nibble, she released him. Instead of pulling away, she nestled into his arms like a small kitten, greedily inhaling his scent. Lin Yan, rather than pushing her away as usual, gently wrapped his arms around her slender waist, softly patting her back. Such is the marvel of emotions. Just moments ago, they seemed on the brink of confrontation, yet now they appeared as affectionate as a pair of young lovers. The girl, buried against Lin Yan's chest, finally raised her head when she felt nearly breathless, her eyes misty as she gazed at him and instinctively reached to caress his face. "What's wrong?" he inquired. "Nothing. I just feel as though this is all somewhat surreal." Back on stage, it felt as if we had returned to that past world. She continued, "Regardless of whether in that world or now, I remain." Understanding the fear that lingered in her heart, Lin Yan, this time, did not feign ignorance. Instead, he spoke tenderly to her, a rare display of affection. A flicker of bashfulness crossed the maiden's eyes, yet she pouted in displeasure and remarked, "But you just rejected me on stage. Shall I return the favor?" Huh? Just as the girl processed this statement, Lin Yan had already lowered his head of his own accord. He gently brushed aside the strands of hair from her forehead and placed a soft kiss upon it. By the time the girl regained her composure, Lin Yan's lips had already departed from her brow. Although the lighting was somewhat dim, she could still distinctly observe a faint blush adorning his cheeks. He cleared his throat, unable to meet her gaze, and turned away, saying, "It's getting late. You should head back to your dormitory. I'll take my leave now." Before Bai Luoyin could react, he hurried off like a bashful thief, quickening his pace. Watching his retreating figure, she covered her slightly flushed face with her hands and muttered, "Coward." Lin Yan pretended not to hear and quickened his footsteps even more. However, unbeknownst to him, as he departed, the expression on the girl's face began to transform subtly. Though her smile remained, the slight curve of her lips rendered it eerily unsettling. Once she confirmed Lin Yan had completely left, the girl, who had initially appeared shy, revealed a smile tinged with a disturbing satisfaction. He has begun to take the initiative. Bai Luoyin, be patient, be patient. Just a little more, and he will be entirely mine. Chapter 45. We do not accept the unattractive. When Fu Yinjia and his companions returned to their dormitory, they found Lin Yan reclining on his bed, wearing a foolish grin. The three exchanged puzzled glances, their minds perfectly aligned in silent agreement not to disturb him. Yun Tianhua looked at the distracted Lin Yan and let out a derisive snicker, inwardly mocking him. Claiming he couldn't accept love for the time being, insisting that he and Bai Luoyin were not couple. What a farce! With that foolish expression, he would likely be thoroughly consumed in no time. Wait, what? In the pursuit of a goddess like Bai Luoyin, why did it seem as though he was the one at a loss? A night passed without a word. Upon awakening the next morning, Lin Yan had reverted to his usual calm demeanor, as if the lovesick fool from the night before were merely a figment of Fu Yinjia and the other's imagination. With an early class at 8, the group hastily prepared and made their way to the classroom. Just as they settled into their seats, Bai Luoyin appeared beside Lin Yan like a reliable NPC, arriving precisely on time. Yet even Fu Yinjia, the most oblivious among them, could sense that Lin Yan's usual resistance to Bai Luoyin's proximity had noticeably diminished today. What was he even saying? Why would anyone resist the closeness of a goddess? Contemplating this, he cast a resentful glance at Lin Yan. A chill unexpectedly ran down Lin Yan's spine, and he shot a bewildered look at his roommate. Just then, Jiang Lan's voice drew his attention anew. Through their time spent together, he had come to realize that this girl, who bore the appearance of a sophisticated woman, was actually a carefree simpleton. Perhaps it was her lack of guile that allowed her to befriend Bai Luoyin. Given Bai Luoyin's background, it was no surprise that she attracted sycophants. In truth, it was not just her. Their roommate Wen Yuru was similar, though she possessed a touch more of the wisdom expected of a rational individual. As time went on, the members of the two dormitories began to forge closer bonds, often congregating to chat during lectures. At this moment, Jiang Lan, brimming with excitement, addressed the group. Hey, I heard that club recruitment begins this afternoon. Have you all decided which club to join?" With a mischievous grin, she added, "I've made up my mind. I'm going to join the anime club. I heard they organize cosplay events every year, and there are plenty of senior girls there." Fu Yinjia, in his eagerness, revealed his true nature. Initially, he had been more reserved, acknowledging that Bai Luoyin belonged to his brother Lin Yan, but as time passed, perhaps feeling that these two beauties would never consider him, or perhaps having grown comfortable, he shed his facade. Consequently, he became increasingly unrestrained in front of Bai Luoyin and her roommates. The others had grown accustomed to his outbursts, and thus no one intended to pay him any mind. Jiang Lan merely shot him a displeased glance and turned to Wen Yuru, inquiring, "I plan to try out for the dance club. What about you, Yuru? Surely you'll be joining the calligraphy club?" It must be said that with Jiang Lan's long, elegant legs, the dance club was undoubtedly the most fitting choice for her. Upon hearing Jiang Lan mention her own absence from the calligraphy club, Wen Yuru smiled and nodded in agreement. Coming from a family with 3 generations steeped in literary traditions, it was rumored that her grandfather was a prominent figure in the national calligraphy scene. Influenced by her family, Wen Yuru had begun her calligraphy studies under her grandfather's tutelage from a young age. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and looked up at Yichang, asking, "And you, class monitor?" I suppose I won't be considering joining any clubs for now. Teacher Yang has introduced me to the student council, and it seems that the workload from both the council and our class will be quite substantial, leaving me little time for clubs," he replied. At his words, a flicker of disappointment crossed Wen Yuru's eyes, but she remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. On the other side, Lin Yan turned to Yin Tianhua and asked, "What about you?" "I haven't decided yet. I'll probably just join a relatively easy one for some casual fun," Yin Tianhua replied. "And you?" "Pretty much the same as you," Lin Yan admitted, revealing his lack of enthusiasm for any particular club. The group shared a tacit understanding not to inquire about Bai Luoyin and Shangwan Wanyu, knowing full well that wherever Lin Yan chose to go, Bai Luoyin would inevitably follow. And wherever Bai Luoyin went, Shangwan Wanyu would accompany her as well. Today's schedule was rather packed, with classes nearly back-to-back in the morning and stretching until 4 in the afternoon. As Lin Yan exited the classroom, he recalled Jiang Lan's earlier mention of clubs and turned to Bai Luoyin, asking, "Since it's not yet time for dinner, shall we take a look at the club recruitment over there?" Bai Luoyin readily agreed, nodding enthusiastically and, as per usual, linking her arm with his. The club recruitment was concentrated in the square, conveniently close to their afternoon classroom. Upon arriving at the square, they were both taken aback by the fervor of the recruitment efforts. "Dear juniors, are you interested in joining the Non-Natural Research Society? We eagerly await like-minded companions to join us. We have the most beautiful senior sisters and the most splendid attire. Come learn about the Hanfu Society. Want to capture the attention of your fellow students? Yearning for a beautiful romance during your university life? Join our dance club. It will be your best choice. Anime spirit, anime soul. The world of the second dimension is supreme. Come check out the culinary club today. Joining is free. And we're giving away Eggs to Go Club is recruiting join now. And we'll even teach you how to play Gold Shovel Shovel Battle for free," as the incessant calls echoed around them. Lin Yan felt as though he had wandered into a bustling market. Surely, the current state of club recruitment had become so melodramatic? What are these slogans all about? Lin Yan observed the senior students who were fervently shouting, and a slight twitch appeared at the corner of his eye. The atmosphere at the scene diverged significantly from what he had envisioned. At that moment, he spotted Fu Yinjie standing in front of the anime club's booth, eagerly inquiring of a senior girl. "Senior, may I join the anime club?" The senior girl scrutinized him from head to toe and unexpectedly declined, saying, "I'm sorry, junior, but perhaps you should explore other clubs nearby." Fu Yinjie, feeling disheartened, pressed on. "But why? You didn't mention any requirements during the recruitment." The senior girl, arms crossed and with an expression of indifference, replied coldly, "I'm sorry, but we do not accept those who are unattractive." Those chilling words echoed in Fu Yinjie's mind, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. At that moment, the senior girl noticed Bai Luoyin and Lin Yan passing by. Her eyes brightened, and she swiftly approached them, enthusiastically greeting Junior Lin. "Junior Bai, would you be interested in joining the anime club?" Chapter 46. The gift of the Guqin score upon the sudden and exuberant arrival of his enthusiastic senior sister. Lin Yan found himself momentarily paralyzed with astonishment. Just as he was about to speak, the surrounding members of various clubs finally acknowledged his and Bai Luoyin's presence. With a swift motion, several figures darted through the air, and by the time Lin Yan regained his composure, he was encircled by a throng of individuals. "Junior Lin, Why not join our Hanfu society? I could tell from your performance last night in that exquisite Hanfu that you belong with us, one of them declared. By senior sister, would you be interested in joining our dance society? Your performance last night exhibited remarkable talent, another added. Junior Lin, pay no heed to their misguided words. Our traditional instrument society is truly your best haven, insisted yet another. Come to the fitness society, Junior Lin. We have many outstanding seniors here. In an instant, Lin Yan and Bai Luoyin found themselves surrounded by numerous eager individuals, all extending invitations, interspersed with some rather peculiar remarks. Lin Yan understood the enthusiasm directed towards Bai Luoyin. After all, in terms of ability, family background, and appearance, she undoubtedly stood as one of the finest among this year's freshmen. However, he could not help but feel a peculiar sense of intrigue regarding the heightened interest in himself. Having seldom accessed the campus network, Lin Yan remained somewhat oblivious to his rising fame at Jianghai University. The previous night, his rendition of Ordinary Road had already stirred quite a commotion. It was said that a prominent figure, personally invited by the principal, had expressed admiration after witnessing his performance, further enhancing Lin Yan's reputation. Even without considering the campus network's promotion, his two performances had indeed verified his exceptional talent. At the very least, the Hanfu Society and Traditional Instrument Society were genuinely earnest in their invitations. Lin Yan had never before experienced such fervent solicitations, and now, blocked by the crowd, he found himself helplessly standing still. Meanwhile, Bai Luoyin was striving to embody the role of a delicate and vulnerable flower, pitifully tugging at Lin Yan's arm as she hid behind him. However, when she noticed certain senior sisters intentionally leaning against Lin Yan, a flicker of crimson flashed imperceptibly in her eyes. Damn it, if you want to talk, then talk. Why do you keep leaning in? Do you believe I won't have Xiaoyu bury you all later? Simultaneously, Lin Yan felt an inexplicable chill radiating from his arm. Startled, he instinctively wrapped his arm around Bai Luoyin and took a step back, distancing himself from the encroaching senior sisters. Politely, he addressed the crowd before him. I need a bit of time to consider this. Could you kindly step aside? Thank you. Sisters, I am trying to save you here. Do not be ungrateful. Just as he finished speaking, astonishingly, the crowd parted to grant him passage. Yet, it was not for Lin Yan's sake. Rather, it was due to the presence of an elderly man with a strikingly white beard approaching from the other side. This man was none other than old Lin, the esteemed guest invited by the principal the previous night. Originally, according to the plan, he was supposed to depart last night and return to the capital. However, wishing to meet Lin Yan, he deliberately extended his stay by 1 day. Moreover, upon learning of Lin Yan's class schedule for today, he refrained from disturbing Lin Yan during class and chose to wait until after the lesson to seek him out. Given his status, he certainly afforded Lin Yan considerable respect. Navigating through the crowd, Mr. Lin approached Lin Yan, appraising the young man before him with a nod of satisfaction. Student, do you have a moment to chat? Though Lin Yan did not recognize the elder, he was familiar with the senior standing behind him. Unlike the dazzling beauty of Bai Luoyin, the young woman before him exuded a different kind of charm. She stood quietly, reminiscent of a tranquil spring lake, imparting an inexplicable sense of serenity. This was Lin Yaoka, a third-year student from the Performing Arts Department, who, like Bai Luoyin, had been unanimously deemed the belle of her cohort upon her arrival at the university. Additionally, she held the positions of president of the student council and head of the Traditional Instruments Club. Lin Yan was able to identify her due to He Chong, who had mentioned her name in their dormitory while preparing to join the student council. Furthermore, she had personally visited their class to speak with He Chong regarding the orientation gala. Through these encounters, Lin Yan had formed a vague impression of her. Noticing Lin Yan's gaze, Lin Yaoka smiled slightly and explained, Lin, this is my grandfather. He merely wishes to discuss the piece you performed last night. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan immediately understood the elder's intention. The group wasted no time and moved to an unoccupied classroom to sit down. Before Mr. Lin could speak, Lin Yan interjected, Sir, do you have paper and a pen? Mr. Lin's eyes lit up at this inquiry, and he promptly gestured to his granddaughter. Lin Miaoka stepped forward, producing the paper and pen she had prepared in advance. Accepting them, Lin Yan fell silent as he began to write fervently on the blank sheet. 10 minutes later, he handed the filled paper to Mr. Lin, who received it with trembling hands and eagerly glanced at the contents. It was the score for the piece Drunken Fisherman Singing at Dusk, which Lin Yan had performed the previous night. Mr. Lin's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the score, murmuring to himself, "This is it. This piece. It's truly magnificent." Observing the elder's rapturous expression, the three young individuals remained silent, simply sitting in quietude. After a considerable pause, Mr. Lin reluctantly closed the score before him. He hesitated, casting a tentative glance at the young man, his lips moving as if he wished to articulate something. Understanding the elder's intent, Lin Yan again took the initiative, stating, "If you truly admire it, I would like to gift you this score." "Really?" Old Lin's face revealed a look of surprise, but soon he hesitated and said, "But this is rather precious. Young friend, you may not yet comprehend the value of this music score. I do not wish for you to suffer an unwarranted loss." It was evident that Lin Yan's generous gift had garnered old Lin a significant fondness for him, as his address shifted from classmate to young friend. Lin Yan marveled at the elder's honesty, fully aware of what this score signified. After all, to be revered as one of the 10 ancient melodies in another realm makes it a rare treasure, even in a different world. However, he had no intention of exchanging this score for money. He observed the slightly anxious elder before him and comfortingly said, "Old Lin, consider this music score a gift from me to you." Noticing the elder's inclination to say more, Lin Yan raised his hand to gently interject, "This is my intention. You need not worry about me suffering a loss. Furthermore, do you not find it somewhat insulting to measure such a thing with money? If you truly feel indebted to me, then consider it a favor owed. I may soon require your assistance with a small matter." Upon seeing the determination in Lin Yan's eyes, old Lin pondered for a moment before nodding firmly. He tucked away the music score and assured Lin Yan, "Rest assured, young friend, I will do my utmost to assist you in the future. By the way, let us exchange contact information with my granddaughter for future convenience." Miao Ku, hearing her grandfather's prompt, smiled brightly as she took out her phone, displaying the QR code before Lin Yan. Just as Lin Yan reached for his phone, a familiar chill suddenly enveloped him. "Oh no, I forgot about the little jealous one." Chapter 47. The exclusive ceremony of promise. Lin Yan, braving the chill emanating from beside him, reluctantly added Lin Yaoka. After completing the addition, he scarcely dared to glance back into Bai Luoyan's eyes. "Why do I feel as though I'm committing adultery before my wife? Our relationship surely hasn't reached such a stage yet, has it?" Despite his self-doubt swirling in his mind, he could not suppress a twinge of guilt. Lim Yaoka, too, sensed the shift in atmosphere. Yet she did not retreat as easily as Tang Yin had before. Her beautiful eyes flitted between Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan, revealing a peculiar smile. As she departed, she deliberately turned to Lin Yan and remarked, "By the way, Lin, I genuinely hope you will consider joining our traditional instrument society." With that, she disregarded Bai Luoyan's piercing gaze and assisted her grandfather in leaving. "Goodness, girl, you're not merely playing with fire, you're wielding a knife." Lin Yan felt that this seemingly gentle senior sister was far from harmless. Rather, she exuded a somewhat scheming aura. Once the two had distanced themselves, Lin Yan cautiously glanced at the girl beside him. Bai Luoyan's beautiful eyes were ablaze with fury as she observed the phone in Lin Yan's hand, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Ah, encountering a beautiful senior. You must be elated, right?" "Not at all. I never intended to add her. I was merely considering asking that elderly gentleman for assistance later," he replied defensively. "Then why didn't you refuse just now?" "That old man Lin insisted I add him. I mentioned I needed to seek his help. And what assistance could he provide? With such a prominent figure from the Bai family at your side, isn't that sufficient?" At this, Lin Yan fell silent. He was acutely aware that seeking Bai Luoyan's help would have been the most convenient choice, yet he instinctively refrained from doing so. This was not a manifestation of stubborn masculinity, but rather a habit cultivated over the years of relying solely on his own resources to achieve his goals. In every endeavor, he had always been the one others depended upon. He had grown accustomed to exhausting his intellect to maximize the limited resources at his disposal for greater gain. Thus, the notion of relying on someone else felt foreign to him. Noticing Lin Yan's silence, Bai Luoyin seemed to perceive his thoughts. However, she clearly had no intention of letting him off so easily, haughtily turning her head away with an air that suggested she awaited his appeasement. Yet, the once omnipotent Lin Yan found himself at a loss. He inwardly lamented the system for not imparting any wisdom on how to be a rogue. Who could enlighten him on how to soothe an irate girl? After a moment's hesitation, he awkwardly leaned closer, whispering in Bai Lian's ear, "All right, please don't be upset. I truly only wish to leverage that elderly gentleman's connections. How about this? I will accompany you for a day of fun in Jinghaishi as an apology." Although Lin Yan was uncertain about the reason behind his need for an apology, an instinct compelled him to utter such words. The warmth of his breath brushed against Bai Lian's ear, causing her to stiffen momentarily, a faint blush creeping up to her earlobes. Struggling to suppress the turmoil within her, she extended the pinky finger of her right hand towards Lin Yan. With a look of bewilderment, Lin Yan gazed at her fair pinky and inquired, "What is this?" "No, even if you refuse to agree, there is no need to extend your pinky to humiliate me. Besides, did you perhaps extend the wrong finger?" Before he could ponder further, Bai Luoyin, irritated by his dazed expression, clicked her tongue and exclaimed, "Are you foolish? I want you to hook pinkies with me. Surely you haven't forgotten that you used to hook pinkies with me every time you agreed to something." Her words unlocked a flood of memories for Lin Yan. It harkened back to Bai Luoyin's childhood. Perhaps it was the trauma of witnessing her biological brothers turn against each other that left the under 10-year-old Bai Luoyin feeling perpetually insecure. During that period, she followed Lin Yan everywhere like a little shadow. Each day, a charming little girl would tug at his clothes, looking up at him with an expression of distress. The dilemma was that Lin Yan had to strategize and rally forces to counterattack. He couldn't possibly remain at home with a child all the time. Thus, to reassure Bai Luoyin so that she could wait for him at home, he devised the pinky hooking ritual. He would link his pinky with the little girl's and solemnly declare, "This is a promise between us. I won't abandon you. Stay at home and wait for my return, all right?" Perhaps it was this ritual that instilled a semblance of security in Bai Luoyin, for she ultimately acquiesced to Lin Yan's request. From that moment on, whenever they made a pact, they would unconsciously hook their pinkies, as if it were a unique ceremony belonging solely to them. With Bai Luoyin's reminder, memories flashed through Lin Yan's mind like a revolving lantern. Observing Bai Luoyin, who still displayed the same childlike demeanor, he smiled softly and extended his pinky in response. Upon completing this seemingly childish ritual, Bai Luoyin appeared to forget her earlier grievances. Her demeanor brightened instantly, and she looked at Lin Yan with eager anticipation, repeatedly asking, "So when do you plan to take me out for fun? This weekend? Should I bring my ID?" Seeing the swift change in Bai Luoyin's expression, Lin Yan felt a twinge of helplessness. He gently pushed her away, as she was nearly pressed against his face, and, after a moment's consideration, he replied, "Perhaps in a while. It coincides with a National Day holiday, and the city will be more vibrant then." It was already mid-September, with less than 2 weeks until the holiday. Lin Yan had plans for this weekend, so he intended to postpone their outing until the holiday. Although a hint of disappointment flickered in the young girl's heart, her smile quickly returned as she grasped Lin Yan's arm and softly murmured, "All right. It seems I will have to stay at school during the holiday, and let Xiaoyu handle the group's affairs for me." Contemplating these thoughts, the young maiden cast a glance at a graceful silhouette standing outside the door. Over the years, Shengwan Wanyu had remained by her side. It could be said that Xiaoyu had witnessed every struggle and conquest undertaken by Bai Luoyin in her pursuit of leadership. Subsequently, after quelling the dissent within the family, many trivial matters were primarily managed by Shengwan Wanyu. Within the confines of the school, she was affectionately referred to as Xiaoyu, yet outside, everyone was obliged to address her with the respectful title of General Yu. As Xiaoyu stood outside the door, intentionally allowing the young master and lady to have their privacy, a chill filled her heart. She curiously peered into the room, feeling as though she had just been ensnared in some unseen scheme. Chapter 48. Lin Yan's money-making scheme. After soothing Bai Luoyin's emotions and sharing a dinner together, Lin Yan made his way back to the dormitory. It is worth mentioning that after some deliberation, they both decided to join the Hanfu Club. Naturally, Lin Yan would not be foolish enough to approach the traditional musical instruments club, as the seemingly gentle senior always gave him an impression of hidden darkness beneath her surface. Furthermore, Bai Luoyin would certainly not permit him to grow too close to Lin Yaoka. For reasons unknown, Lin Yan found himself instinctively taking care of Bai Luoyin's sensitivities, convincing himself that he should maintain a distance from other girls. Despite his self-proclaimed cleverness, he seemed oblivious to the changes within himself. Nevertheless, he knew he had to choose a club to join, for according to the regulations of Zhanghai University, participating in a club would grant him additional credits. To avoid having to frequently return to campus during his senior year to earn credits, he needed to enroll in at least one club each semester. The Hanfu Club was evidently an excellent choice, primarily because it required minimal time commitment. By merely attending the minimum number of club activities each semester, he could earn credits. Thus, after a brief discussion with Bai Luoyin, he took her along to submit their application to the Hanfu Club. Upon returning to his dormitory, Lin Yan began to prepare for his money-making plan. He had not lied to Bai Luoyin. His financial strategy indeed required Lin Lao's assistance. Since returning to this world, Lin Yan had started contemplating his future life early on. Regardless of the lifestyle he desired, money remained an inescapable topic. Therefore, during the summer vacation, he had already devised a comprehensive plan for earning money. Of course, Bai Luoyin's unexpected arrival had somewhat caught him off guard. He was well aware that with Bai Luoyin's feelings for him, he could easily lead a life of leisure, relying on her. However, recognizing her affections only fueled his desire to establish his own career, as he understood better than anyone the true nature of those so-called noble families. Despite Bai Luoyin currently managing the Bai family with utmost efficiency, if she were to end up with Lin Yan, a man of no accomplishments would inevitably become her greatest vulnerability. Thus, for both his own sake and for Bai Luoyin's, Lin Yan aspired to forge a successful path through his own efforts. Moreover, with the wealth of knowledge and some advantages granted to him by the system, if he could not generate income, how would he differ from a mere layman? Yet, even Lin Yan himself had not noticed that he subconsciously envisioned a future with Bai Luoyin. Perhaps he was aware, but still regarded it as a habitual inclination to solve problems for a girl. Once back in his dormitory, Lin Yan took out a sheet of paper and began to jot down ideas and sketches. Soon, 2 musical scores emerged on the page. However, unlike before, these were evidently scores for a popular song. In Lin Yan's plan, the fastest route to wealth lay within the realm of finance. Yet, to profit through financial ventures, he first needed a substantial capital to begin with. His request for assistance from old Lin was related to the principal sum. After much contemplation, he resolved to conjure 2 melodies from the recesses of his mind and sought old Lin's help to find someone to sell them. Although old Lin was not part of the entertainment industry, his esteemed position would certainly facilitate the task of locating someone to promote the songs. Had he not encountered old Lin, Lin Yan had intended to submit the songs directly to entertainment companies. However, that route might not yield a high price and would undoubtedly consume considerable time. Entrusting old Lin with the task would undoubtedly prove to be far more advantageous than submitting them independently. Lin Yan rummaged through his mental repository of tunes for an extended period, perhaps influenced by his thoughts on old Lin's status. He quickly settled on 2 pieces with a distinctly Chinese flavor. As he gazed at the sheet music before him, a frown creased Lin Yan's brow. Although he was not part of the entertainment sector, he was aware that to sell songs to an entertainment company, it was prudent to create a demo, a recording of himself performing the melodies. The dilemma lay in the fact that he was a complete outsider and had no idea where to find a recording studio. Pondering deeply, Lin Yan hesitated before finally picking up his phone to call a certain person at the top of his contacts. "Darling, you were looking for me. Missing me already?" The call was answered almost instantly, and the excited voice of Bai Luoyin resonated through the line. It was no surprise that she reacted this way. After all, it was the first time Lin Yan had taken the initiative to call her since they had exchanged numbers. This realization made Lin Yan inwardly chide himself for his lack of attention towards Bai Luoyin. However, he swiftly dismissed the thought and broached the matter at hand. Do you have time this Sunday?" There was a brief pause on the other end before Bai Luoyin's voice, tinged with shyness, replied, "You naughty rascal." "What?" Before Lin Yan could fully comprehend her reaction, The girl's voice chimed in again. Could we possibly do it next week? This week is a bit inconvenient for me. It was at this moment that Lin Yan finally grasped the situation. Wait, how can you even be busy? What on earth have you been learning in the Bai household all these 18 years? He helplessly covered his face with his hand and exclaimed through gritted teeth, Bai, Luo Yan. A burst of laughter erupted from the other end as the girl reveled in her playful mischief. She laughed heartily for a full half-minute before finally regaining her composure. Wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, she spoke up, All right, I won't tease you any longer. What do you need me for? You don't actually miss me, do you? If you do, I can come out right now, please. Have some decorum. I simply wanted to ask if you know where there is a recording studio in Jianghai City, and if you could accompany me there this Sunday. A recording studio? Are you planning to record song? I'm not really sure about that. But don't worry. I can ask someone to find one for you tomorrow. TSK, you wicked wealthy people. You need not be so troubled. Please assist me in finding a place. I shall visit on Sunday to record a couple of demos. If you're unavailable. No, you must be. How could I possibly miss your debut? Very well. I appreciate your help. Upon concluding the conversation, Lin Yan promptly hung up the phone, genuinely apprehensive that further dialogue might elicit yet another one of the seasoned driver's proverbial musings. In the blink of an eye, Sunday arrived. Within a recording studio not far from Jianghai University, Bai Luo Yan cast a glance filled with disdain at Lin Yaoka, who stood beside Lin Yan. With an accusatory tone, she inquired of Lin Yan, Why is she here? Lin Yan, maintaining a demeanor of composure, replied to Bai Luo Yan, After I finish the demos, I need to hand them over to her grandfather. Since you're present, wouldn't it be more appropriate to do so in your company? Or do you prefer I seek her out privately later? Upon hearing Lin Yan's explanation, Bai Luo Yan, who had been fuming moments earlier, suddenly paused, her expression shifting. Meanwhile, the protagonist, Lin Yaoka, paid no heed to the antics of the two. Her beautiful eyes were intently focused on the two musical scores that Lin Yan had just handed her. Can pop music truly be composed in such a manner? Chapter 49. Recording a song, Lin Yaoka gazed at the sheet music in her hands, her face momentarily illuminated by a blend of astonishment and confusion. Junior, did you compose this song? She inquired, glancing at the score before lifting her gaze to Lin Yan, her tone laden with disbelief. Despite her family's influence leading her to major in traditional Chinese instruments, it did not imply a lack of understanding of Western mainstream instruments. On the contrary, she had garnered recognition from an international piano master at the tender age of 15 and could discern the extraordinary quality of the two pieces she held. In contemporary China, popular music predominantly draws inspiration from Western or Korean styles, emphasizing rhythm over the profundity of lyrics and melodies. This has resulted in a proliferation of insipid pop songs. However, the two pieces in her possession were unequivocally masterpieces, both in composition and lyrics. Most remarkably, Lin Yan had seamlessly integrated traditional instruments into modern pop music. For instance, the piece Lanting Su featured not only the piano but also the bamboo flute, guzheng, sanxian, and eru. The other piece, Qinghua Ci, was even more intricate, encompassing a diverse array of instruments including the flute, guzheng, eru, pipa, zhongruan, yangqin, strings, electric bass, piano, and percussion. Though she had yet to hear these works performed, she could already envision their resplendence. Yet, she hesitated. Are you certain this qualifies as a pop song? It was understandable for her to pose such a question. After all, in this world, there had yet to emerge an exceptionally gifted musical prodigy or a genre known as Chinese style. Lin Yan was aware of the impact these compositions would wield. He refrained from answering Lin Yaoka directly and instead responded with a smile. We shall see once we try. One tiwi. His invitation to Lin Yaoka was not entirely selfless. Given her background, she must possess considerable proficiency with traditional instruments. Hence, why not enlist her help to realize his musical vision? Lin Yaoka pressed her lips together, fully aware that Lin Yan had summoned her to serve as a laborer. Yet she found herself unable to resist the allure of the project. Upon her reluctant nod, Lin Yan revealed a triumphant smile and clapped his hands, exclaiming, Very well. Let's commence. Under Lin Yan's persuasion, Bai Luo Yan did not proceed to purchase a recording studio as originally planned. Instead, she mobilized the personnel from the local branch and swiftly arranged to rent a studio for a day near the school. The required instruments had also been prepared a day in advance. With a hint of annoyance evident in her expression, Bai Luoyan watched as Lin Yan and Lin Miaoka collaborated to record the various instruments. Despite her impressive stature as a formidable figure in business and her prowess in strategic conflicts, she found herself at a disadvantage when it came to musicality. Unlike Lin Yan, she lacked the rewards bestowed by a systematic framework. Some things are simply beyond one's grasp. No matter how fervently she wishes to learn, the knowledge eludes her. Thus, even with a heart full of resentment, she can only watch with a heavy heart as Lin Miaoka and Lin Yan busy themselves in the recording studio. One must acknowledge that Lin Miaoka's abilities surpassed Lin Yan's expectations. In just half a day, their collaboration resulted in the completion of 2 melodies. However, what Lin Yan was unaware of was that Lin Miaoka was equally astonished by his prowess. She could distinctly sense that his mastery of these intricate instruments was of a masterful caliber. In fact, for certain more obscure traditional instruments, his skill was evidently superior to her own. Yet, as they exited the studio and the melodies began to play, her thoughts drifted away from such comparisons. Through their combined efforts, the essence of Chinese style had finally graced this world. With her eyes closed, she immersed herself in the unfamiliar soundscapes of the 2 compositions. Though devoid of vocals, Lin Miaoka was already certain that these songs would undoubtedly become immensely popular. For the first time, she realized that traditional instruments were not inferior. Rather, it was the lack of innovative expression that hindered their resonance. Even traditional instruments could radiate their charm within the realm of contemporary music. After listening, Lin Yan nodded in satisfaction. Although time was of the essence, he had managed to recreate the melodies that had flourished in his mind. With the tunes now complete, the next step was to record the vocals. He acknowledged the others with a nod before re-entering the recording booth. Bai Luoyan had already transformed into an eager admirer, her face alight with anticipation for Lin Yan's singing. Lin Miaoka, though not as exaggerated in her excitement, was equally filled with expectation. Even the typically aloof Shangguan Wanyu exhibited a flicker of enthusiasm in her eyes. Lin Yan began with Lantingi Su. As the music commenced, his voice began to resonate within the studio. The original Lin Yan was not tone-deaf, yet his singing abilities could only be deemed average. However, following the system's rewards, his voice now rivaled that of a deity of song. As the first line echoed, the audience was instantly captivated. This song, Lantingi Su, narrates a tale of unrequited love, a theme that inherently possesses a profound impact on women, particularly when Lin Yan repeated the chorus in the style of a Jingju, Peking opera, dance performer. The attendees experienced for the first time the powerful synergy between the operatic vocal technique and the love song. Unrelated to the worldly affairs, I await your return, penning my thoughts with no shame, unafraid of the judgments that may arise. The rain patters against the banana leaves, and the nights have passed in a gentle drizzle. I await the spring thunder to remind you of whom to love. As the final notes linger in the air, a few individuals remain entranced by the essence of the song, unable to regain their composure. After a prolonged silence, Lin Miaoka finally exhales deeply, expressing her admiration. If this song were to be released, it would surely create a tremendous stir in today's music scene. Is he a student? How could he possibly compose such a piece? Moreover, though her thoughts were left unvoiced, she contemplated the possibility that if such traditional Chinese melodies could gain popularity, it might herald a new renaissance for traditional instruments. She was acutely aware of the countless efforts her grandfather had invested over the years to rejuvenate traditional instruments, yet sadly, the results have been less than fruitful. After all, compared to the guzheng and erhu, today youth find guitars and pianos far more appealing. However, if this song could spread, it would likely yield results surpassing her grandfather's decades of toil. In contrast to Lin Miaoka's contemplations, Bai Luoyan was lost in admiration, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Lin Yan in the recording studio. In her eyes, he appeared almost sanctified, enveloped in a divine light. Indeed, her man was truly exceptional. In any realm, Lin Yan could always surprise her. Even the typically aloof Shangguan Wanyu displayed a flicker of emotion on her face. Yet, unlike the other 2 women, Her mind was consumed by a singular thought. He truly is remarkable. Indeed, he and the young lady are the perfect match. Chapter 50. You have successfully captured my interest. Lin Yan paid little heed to the opinions of the women outside. His sole desire was to swiftly complete his work and leave for the day. Thus, after listening to the recording of the previous song and finding no significant issues, he eagerly commenced the recording of the next piece. If the Lantingi Su had astonished the audience, the subsequent blue and white porcelain was nothing short of a revelation. The unadorned clay outlines the blue and white strokes, the peony depicted on the vase reminiscent of your first makeup. The faint scent of sandalwood wafting through the window, revealing my innermost thoughts. The brush paused halfway on the rice paper. The glaze rendering the image of a lady imbued with an essence kept secret. The initial verses alone vividly conjured the image of an Eastern beauty. Yet, before they could begin to express their admiration, the following lines unveiled the captivating charm of the lyrics. Sky blue awaits the misty rain, while I await you. The smoke rises gently, separated by 1,000 miles across the river. Beneath the vase lies a calligraphic script reminiscent of a bygone era, as if I am laying the groundwork for our encounter. Upon hearing sky blue awaits the misty rain, Lin Miaoka immediately grasped the profound essence of this line, which alluded to the necessity of waiting for overcast weather to fire blue and white porcelain. In that moment, she was profoundly impressed by Lin Yan's lyrical prowess and vast knowledge. This was no mere lyric. If taken on its own, it stood as a remarkable piece of literature. Sky blue awaits the misty rain, while I await you. The moonlight is salvaged, blurring the conclusion, much like the timeless beauty of blue and white porcelain, while you smile. As Lin Miaoka drifted into reverie, the song finally approached its conclusion. Before Lin Yan could emerge from the recording studio, Bai Luoyin had already flung open the door and dashed inside. She stretched her arms wide and enveloped Lin Yan in a tight embrace, akin to a kitten yearning for its master's caress. Nuzzling her head against his chest, she whispered, "Yin Yin, your singing is truly enchanting. Why not refrain from selling it? Let me purchase it. I wish to keep your voice from others." Observing the unusually proactive young woman, a question mark slowly formed above Lin Yan's head. However, as he caught sight of her frequently casting provocative glances toward Lin Miaoka outside, the realization dawned upon him. I did say that bringing the senior here might provoke her. And indeed, she was merely biding her time. Yet, he paid little mind to the young lady's subtle thoughts, simply reaching out to ruffle her hair with a wry smile. "Young miss, this is merely a demo. I am selling the song to others. They will undoubtedly send a singer to perform it. And how could they possibly use the voice of an unknown student like me? Thus, in truth, this demo will be heard by only a select few." Bai Luoyin pondered for a moment and conceded that this was indeed the case. Yet, the thought of Lin Yan's song potentially being sung by a female stirred a sense of unease within her. Noticing the flicker of discontent in her eyes, Lin Yan sensed trouble and gently urged, "Moreover, if this song were to reach a wider audience, it would allow more people to recognize that the composer and lyricist bear my name. You should feel happy for me." Upon envisioning the scene where people expressed their admiration for Lin Yan, the young girl reluctantly suppressed her desire to seize the demo and merely nodded in acquiescence. After soothing the unsettled girl, Lin Yan finally exhaled in relief. To prevent any further complications, he hastily transferred the recorded demo to a USB drive he had prepared earlier and placed it into Lin Miaoka's hands. From here, he entrusted his senior sister and Mr. Lin, "Rest assured, since grandfather has promised you, he will certainly strive to secure a favorable price for you. Moreover, I have faith in the prowess of these two songs." Hearing Lin Miaoka's assurance, Lin Yan nodded his gratitude. Just as he was about to turn away with Bai Luoyin and Xiao Yu, Lin Miaoka suddenly called out to him, "Lin, my fellow student." Lin Yan turned around, puzzled. He saw Lin Miaoka with her right hand cradling her other hand against her chest, her right index finger gently tracing her lips. In that moment, she bore no resemblance to her usual gentle demeanor. Instead, she resembled an enchanting siren. Her beautiful eyes swept over Lin Yan, and a peculiar smile danced at her lips as she spoke in a beguiling tone. "Junior brother, How do you intend to express your gratitude after the deed is done? Before Lin Yan could respond, Bai Luoyin swiftly stepped in front of him. In that instant, she seemed to transform from a gentle kitten into a fierce tiger. Her slightly flushed eyes locked onto the woman before her, emitting a warning glare. And a chilling voice emerged from her lips. Whether you choose to help or not is entirely up to you. If you have no intention of assisting, kindly return the USB drive. Do you truly believe I cannot find someone else to promote it? With that, she took Lin Yan's hand and briskly departed from the scene. Lin Miaoka appeared unfazed by Bai Luoyin's warning, merely observing Lin Yan's retreating figure with a mysterious smile, softly murmuring, "The more you obstruct, the greater my interest in him grows. Junior Lin, you have successfully piqued my curiosity." After leaving the recording studio, Bai Luoyin's expression remained frosty. Seated in the car, Lin Yan cast a helpless glance at Shangwan Wanyu, seeking rescue. However, Xiao Yu, who was driving, seemed oblivious, her focus entirely on the road ahead. "Young master, I cannot assist you in the art of charming women." Lin Yan sighed, shifting slightly to inch closer to the girl beside him. Upon noticing his movement, she let out a soft huff, yet remained steadfastly still. After several minutes of silence from Lin Yan, she could no longer restrain herself and turned to face him, her gaze reminiscent of one betrayed. With misty eyes, she questioned, "Are you not going to explain yourself?" "What could I possibly explain? I stand right beside you, and yet you dare to seek out other women. Can you tell me what standards you have for seeking women?" "Ooh, you are nothing but a fickle heart. Do not accuse me of being fickle. I am hardly a mere turnip. Regardless, you have already acted towards me in such a manner, and you must bear the responsibility." "What exactly do you mean by that? Moreover, it seems I'm always the one coerced." Though Lin Yan lacked knowledge from the system on how to placate a woman, he understood one fundamental truth: never engage in a debate with an irate woman. Thus, he refrained from uttering a single word in defense, merely closing his mouth and passively accepting Bai Luoyin's grievances. "Hey, what is your meaning? Have you lost your voice? I shall tell you after this incident. You're not to see that woman again, understood?" At this moment, Lin Yan ceased his internal complaints, realizing that it was finally his turn to speak. "Rest assured, I had no intention of seeking her out again." This was indeed the truth from Lin Yan's perspective. According to his plans, once he secured the initial funding, he would no longer require any connections. He never intended to pursue a career in the entertainment industry. For him, selling songs was merely a quicker route to financial gain at this stage. Upon hearing Lin Yan's assurance, Bai Luoyin nodded in satisfaction, the clouds of her displeasure finally dissipating. She then leaned closer to Lin Yan, affectionately linking her arm with his, as she often did. Only Xiao Yu, who was driving ahead, cast a look of exasperation at his young lady, thinking, "After all this, you are simply flirting with your fiancé?" Chapter 51. How dare you remove me from his friends? Lin Miaoka did not waste any time. After Lin Yan and the others departed, she promptly sent the demo track from the USB drive to her grandfather via email. Naturally, Old Master Lin could not remain in Jianghai City indefinitely. In fact, after obtaining the sheet music from Lin Yan, he had returned to the capital that very day. Upon presenting the composition at the association, it garnered significant attention from numerous industry experts. It had been many years since the traditional instrument sector had witnessed such high-quality sheet music, and more importantly, everyone sensed the ancient charm imbued within it. In the following days, Old Master Lin was preoccupied with matters concerning this sheet music. In a bid to amplify the influence of traditional instruments through this new piece, he was planning to host a concert at the Capital Sports Stadium, aiming to promote the composition in a grand manner. Thus, he was occupied late into the night, and only then saw the message from his granddaughter. He paused momentarily, recalling the promise he had made to Lin Yan. He opened his computer and downloaded the 2 demo tracks from his email. To be frank, Old Master Lin held little interest in so-called pop music. Setting aside his age, which had long surpassed the phase of chasing trends, the current market's plethora of mediocre songs was indeed rather tiresome. Initially, he intended merely to keep his promise and seek out acquaintances in the entertainment industry the following day to assist Lin Yan in delivering the songs, hoping to secure a favorable price for the young friend. Although he was not a part of the entertainment world, it was said that business was not as lucrative as politics. With his esteemed status, those so-called entertainment moguls would be eager to establish connections with him. However, upon glimpsing the titles of the two songs, a flicker of interest ignited within him. Blue and White Porcelain, Lan Tingisu, considering the young man's ability to compose such ancient melodies. Old Master Lin, almost instinctively, clicked on the two tracks before him. 10 minutes later, he sat transfixed, staring at his computer screen. Could traditional instruments truly intertwine with pop songs in such a manner? In that moment, it felt as though a new world had been unveiled to him. Throughout his life, he had devoted himself to promoting the traditional instruments of China, and even in death, he wished to witness their renaissance. This was why he had been so exhilarated upon hearing Lin Yan's new ancient piece at the gala. It had been a long time since the industry had seen such high-quality compositions. Yet, he had never anticipated that one day he would encounter pop songs infused with so many traditional instruments. Moreover, unlike the banal tunes he was accustomed to, the lyrics of these two songs were exquisite. Presently, the market was flooded with love songs filled with overtly simplistic phrases such as "I love you" and "you don't love me." In contrast, even if the lyrics of these two songs were isolated, they would stand as beautiful literary pieces. Although the music had ceased, the melodies of the two songs continued to linger in his mind. After a considerable time, old Master Lin finally emerged from his stupor. He exhaled deeply, then picked up the phone beside him and swiftly made a call. "Hello, is this Xiao Chun?" "Yes, it's me. Are you free tomorrow? I would like to discuss a few matters with you." After arranging a time and place to meet with the person on the other end of the line, Mr. Lin hung up. The caller was the president of a certain music company and also the son of an old friend of his. Initially, Mr. Lin had planned to send the songs via mail and simply greet him. However, after listening to those two songs, he immediately changed his mind. He decided to personally deliver the songs, for he felt they were truly worthy of such an effort. Since that day, in the recording studio, Lin Yan had cast aside thoughts of the two songs. Little did he expect that senior sister Lin seemed genuinely interested in him. Since that day, she had periodically messaged him, inviting him out for meals and the like. Yet, Lin Yan resolutely declined each time. Indeed, he acknowledged that Lin Miaoke was exceptionally beautiful. If he were a typical 18-year-old boy experiencing the stirrings of youth, he would likely find it difficult to resist the advances of such a captivating beauty. But Lin Yan was not that boy. With the experience of navigating 9 worlds, he had encountered countless stunning beauties and had endured numerous so-called seductions. He had even faced the surprise of finding a breathtaking woman in his bed upon returning home on several occasions. Admittedly, Lin Yan was no saint. He possessed the desires common to humanity. However, when faced with temptation, he wielded a level of rationality and resistance far beyond his years. To put it bluntly, were it not for the inexplicable feelings he harbored for Bai Luoyan, he would have never allowed her the opportunity to approach him. He might have discreetly slipped away the moment she knocked on his door. Therefore, in response to Lin Miaoke's persistent advances, Lin Yan not only ignored her, but also shared her messages with Bai Luoyan. As someone who had read countless novels, Lin Yan understood that such deliberate concealment of information would inevitably be revealed to the female lead in a coincidental and strange manner. Why did he refer to Bai Luoyan as the female lead? Never mind, that was not of paramount importance. What truly mattered was that he did not wish to find himself in discomfort due to Bai Luoyan's unwarranted jealousy. However, on the day before the National Day holiday, upon seeing another message from Lin Miaoke, he felt an exhilarating rush, nearly leaping with excitement. The reason was simple. The content of that message stated that his 2 songs had been sold, thanks to Mr. Lin's strong recommendation. The 2 songs had fetched a total price of 7 million. Moreover, after listening to the songs, the buyer had proactively offered to grant him a 10% share of the profits generated from the songs. In truth, Lin Yan did not concern himself with the subsequent profits. For him, the 7 million was sufficient. This would serve as the crucial capital for his money-making plans, and the figure of 7 million far exceeded his expectations. Thus, he effortlessly deduced that this must be the result of old Lin's assistance. However, while he felt grateful, he harbored no profound sense of indebtedness. In his view, it was merely a transaction, he had freely gifted the other party an ancient melody, while they had aided him in securing his first pot of gold, a mutually advantageous arrangement. Therefore, upon receiving the notification of 7 million in his account, Lin Yan promptly opened his phone and expressed his gratitude to Lin Miaoka with a simple thank you. He then swiftly removed her from his list of friends. On the other end, upon receiving the message, Lin Miaoka smiled gently. In a buoyant mood, she typed in the chat, "To show my gratitude, would you like to treat your senior sister to a meal? I'm free tonight," however, as she finished typing and hit send. The sight of the crimson exclamation mark in the chat box caused her smile to falter abruptly. After a few minutes of stunned silence, an incredulous expletive erupted from her lips. How dare that scoundrel remove me from his friends? Is he out his mind? Chapter 52. The first date. Lin Yan was blissfully unaware of the turmoil caused by his deletion of Lin Miaoka from his friend list. At that moment, he was preoccupied with planning a delightful outing with Bai Luo Yan for the following day, the first day of a National Day holiday. In the dormitory, only he and He Chang remained. Fu Yinjie and Yin Tianhua, being locals of Jianghai City, had returned home after their afternoon classes. Lin Yan chose not to go home, partly due to his earlier promise to Bai Luo Yan, and partly because he had no intention of returning during the holiday. Not only was his home quite distant from Jianghai City, but with only 5 days of holiday, a significant portion of that time would be consumed by travel. Moreover, just yesterday, his father had called him specifically to advise against coming back. The reason was not concern for Lin Yan's well-being, but rather that his father intended to take his mother on a trip. "Because of you, that little rascal. Your mother and I, Haven T, had our own time in years. Now that we finally have the chance, I'd like you to stay far away and not come back. Do you understand?" These were his father's exact words during the phone call. It was curious how other parents seemed eager for their children to return home, while his own took a different approach. Nevertheless, upon receiving the 1,000 yuan as a form of hush money from his father, Lin Yan's slight resentment vanished instantly. Though he had recently come into a fortune of 7 million, who would ever complain about having too much money? As he contemplated his date with Bai Luo Yan, Lin Yan busily mapped out their itinerary. After a thorough search on Douyin, he finalized a rough route and glanced at Yi Chang, the only other occupant of the dormitory, unable to resist asking, "Hey, Black Bean, are you heading to your part-time job tomorrow?" Black Bean had become the nickname bestowed upon Yi Chang due to his dark complexion. Like Lin Yan, he opted not to return home, as his own family was even farther away. Additionally, due to family circumstances, he was unwilling to spend excessively. During the 5 days of the holiday, he planned to find a part-time job to ease his family's financial burden. At this moment, the advantages of being class monitor became apparent. Upon learning of He Chang's intentions, their teacher proactively secured him a commendable part-time position, primarily involving errands for an organization collaborating with Jianghai University. This was far preferable to distributing flyers under the scorching sun. This office job provided invaluable experience in the financial sector. Although both Lin Yan and Yin Tianhua had the means to support He Chang financially, they refrained from doing so, as they valued their friendship and understood that what He Chang needed most was respect rather than monetary assistance. "Yes, I need to report there early tomorrow. Since it's quite a distance from the school, they're even allowing me to use the staff dormitory. So I want TB in the dormitory for the next 5 days." As he spoke, a thought seemed to cross his mind. He approached Lin Yan with a grin that was entirely unlike his usual demeanor and said, "So, the dormitory will be empty tomorrow. You need not return to guard the desolate room. It's a rare occasion to be on a date with the goddess Bai, so do remember to bring your ID." He chuckled mischievously. In that moment, Lin Yan truly understood the phrase "a person is influenced by their surroundings." Within merely a month, the once Navi country boy had begun to reflect the insidious traits of Fu Yinjie. He did not respond to He Chang's teasing. Instead, he waved away his hand and lay back on the bed, closing his eyes. Aware that he needed to rise early the next day, He Chang ceased his banter, turned off the light, and soon retired to bed as well. Once the light was extinguished, Lin Yan abruptly opened his eyes. For reasons unknown, a flicker of anticipation and anxiety stirred within him, despite his wealth of life experiences. Was tomorrow truly the first time he would be going on a date with a girl? Although he had been married in the eighth world, that union lacked the essence of a romantic relationship. Though he had taken the initiative, their bond had formed in a rather muddled manner, devoid of any memorable courtship. Only they understood that their marriage was merely a fade, lacking in substance. It was not that Lin Yan held himself in high esteem. Rather, the circumstances of that world offered no protective measures. One could hardly embark on a venture and then have the Empress take a year-long leave to bear a child. Could they? Thus, they had agreed to defer their married life until the tumult of war had settled and the heroine ascended to the throne. Lin Yan himself was uncertain whether his motivations stemmed from a desire to complete his mission expeditiously or to ensure that the other person could lead a better life. In any case, their days had been consumed with the pursuit of the throne. Ultimately, Lin Yan, who perished before the dawn, remained a novice. It was disheartening to reflect upon the fact that, after nearly half a century, he still remained uninitiated. As he pondered, his anticipation for the date tomorrow grew ever stronger. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, only 2 individuals occupied room 502. In the afternoon, Shangwan Wanyu, who had always played the role of Bai Luoyin's shadow, had been dispatched to handle company affairs at Bai S behest. Before departing, her gaze towards her mistress brimmed with dissatisfaction and a sense of abandonment. Meanwhile, Wen Yuru took advantage of the holiday to return home, leaving only Bai Luoyin and Jiang Lan in the dormitory. At that moment, Bai Luoyin was pulling Jiang Lan into a discussion, incessantly seeking her opinion on the attire she intended to wear the following day. After enduring half an hour of Bai Luoyin trying on various outfits, Jiang Lan finally reached her limit. Must you be so anxious? With your figure and beauty, I'm certain anything you wear will look splendid to that fellow, she exclaimed. This was no mere flattery. It was Jiang Lan's heartfelt truth. In her eyes, Bai Luoyin was nearly perfect in both appearance and physique. More importantly, she seemed to be a natural model. Every outfit she donned suited her impeccably. Upon hearing these words, Bai Luoyin finally ceased her change of attire and, with a hint of insecurity, inquired, "Do you truly mean it? Does Lin Yan really find me attractive?" Jiang Lan, somewhat exasperated, covered her face with her hand. She simply could not fathom whether Lin Yan had cast a spell on Bai Luoyin. Typically, he presented himself as the epitome of an aloof and majestic CEO, yet in Lin Yan's presence, she transformed into a self-doubting girl. However, in her desire for a swift slumber, Jiang Lan steeled her resolve and assured her in a definitive tone, "I guarantee that your current outfit is more than sufficient. Rest assured, he will undoubtedly be captivated by you." Really? Despite the attire adorning her, a flicker of doubt still crossed Bai Luoyin's face. Absolutely. Moreover, if you don't retire for the night soon, you'll awaken with dark circles under your eyes to meet him, which will be far from appealing. Thus, what you must do now is to set aside your garments and return to bed for a proper rest. In a rare moment of compliance, the typically resolute Bai Luoyin contemplated this suggestion for a few seconds before obediently climbing onto her bed. Yet, just before succumbing to sleep, she cast a glance at her backpack in the corner, silently reciting her meticulously prepared plan, and whispered with a smirk, "Darling, there's no escaping tomorrow." Hehe. Chapter 53. This is quite good at the break of dawn the following day. Lin Yan rose early, making his way to the cafeteria to pack breakfast before heading to the girls' dormitory. Just as he was about to notify Bai Luoyin with his phone, he looked up and saw her gracefully descending the stairs. Even though he met her daily, Lin Yan couldn't help but be momentarily captivated by her appearance today. Bai Luoyin was adorned in a Japanese JK uniform. The fitted white top accentuated her ample bosom and her slender waist exquisitely, while the blue bow at the collar added a touch of innocence. The blue checkered skirt fell just above her knees, revealing a glimpse of her fair thighs between the black stockings that adorned her legs. However, what truly caught Lin Yan's was Bai Luoyin's hairstyle for the day. She had transformed her usual look into a delightful pair of playful pigtails. This hairstyle, combined with her attire and the petite backpack she carried, effortlessly transformed the once aloof female CEO into a pure and innocent campus sweetheart. Noticing Lin Yan's unwavering gaze, Bai Luoyin shyly lowered her head. Yet within her heart, A mischievous spirit reveled in delight, exclaiming that she would surely enchant him. When she approached Lin Yan, he remained in a daze. The young lady gently bit her lip and, with a hint of shyness, inquired, "Silly, have you seen enough? You, why did you style your hair in pigtails?" Lin Yan blurted out, still somewhat dazed. With her head bowed, she softly replied, "Shall you mention it yesterday, saying it would be easier to help you speed up tonight." Speed up. Lin Yan instantly grasped the implications, realizing the influence of Fu Yinjia over her during the past month. "What on earth do you think about all day?" Nevertheless, Lin Yan had grown increasingly accustomed to her surprising remarks. Lightly tapping her head with his hand, he said, "Right, let us eat breakfast first." Bai Luoyin accepted the meal and began to eat it in small bites. The typically unappetizing cafeteria buns tasted remarkably delicious today. She resembled a little wife, enjoying the breakfast Lin Yan had brought her as he led her towards the school gate. With Xiao Yu absent and Bai Luoyin wishing to avoid having anyone else present on their first date, Lin Yan felt that riding the Rolls-Royce Phantom was a bit ostentatious. Thus, they had agreed the previous day to forego Bai Luoyin's private car for their outing. Like a couple in the throes of young love, they opted to take the subway, as Lin Yan skillfully purchased their tickets and guided her onto the train. The curiosity in Bai Luoyin's eyes remained unyielding. Observing her curiosity, Lin Yan tentatively asked, "Is this your first time riding the subway?" The young girl nodded seriously and then explained to Lin Yan. In her childhood, she did attend school, but for safety reasons, she was always accompanied by a designated person. After her parents tragically passed away, her grandfather, concerned for her safety, decided to hire a private tutor to educate her at home. Consequently, she had little exposure to public transportation. Although the girl did not explicitly state it, Lin Yan immediately understood the underlying concern that her grandfather harbored. In such a prominent family, the likelihood of losing a family member to a traffic accident is virtually non-existent. Clearly, there were hidden circumstances surrounding the couple's demise all those years ago. However, Lin Yan refrained from pursuing the matter further and instead tightened his grip around the girl's hand. He was keenly aware of the young girl before him and recognized her immense strength. The fact that she had successfully emerged as the head of her family and stood before him indicated that she had navigated through substantial challenges. Even without having experienced them firsthand, he could envision the hardships Bai Luoyin had endured over the years. Sensing the compassion in the boy's heart, Bai Luoyin slightly leaned towards him, seeking the warmth emanating from his body. As it was the first day of a holiday, even though Lin Yan had made an effort to leave early, the subway became increasingly crowded. Soon, the two found themselves pressed into a corner of the carriage. To protect the girl, Lin Yan instructed her to stand against the wall, while he positioned himself like a barrier between her and the throng of passengers. Yet, as the crowd swelled, Lin Yan began to feel increasingly awkward. With people continuously jostling him, he was almost entirely pressed against the girl. He pushed against the wall with all his might, attempting to create some space, but despite his body's enhancements, he found himself somewhat lacking in the face of the crowd's force. Thus, under Lin Yan's awkward gaze, the distance between him and the girl diminished further. Suddenly, as the subway jolted, he was propelled against Bai Luoyin by an overwhelming force from behind. They found themselves nearly face to face, able to feel each other's breath with clarity. Feeling the softness above him, Lin Yan's face visibly flushed. He attempted to push back and create some distance, but it seemed a futile effort. Glancing down at Bai Luoyin, who had her head bowed, he awkwardly apologized. "I'm sorry. I should have known better than to bring you on the subway." However, the girl gently shook her head. Slowly, she reached out her hands, wrapping them around Lin Yan's waist, and embraced him tightly. She buried her head against his chest, and after a moment, murmured, "No, this is quite nice." At her words, Lin Yan's body stiffened. He dared not respond, merely maintaining a posture akin to a wall slam with the girl. The weather was still relatively warm, and their attire was quite light. Despite the barrier of 2 layers of clothing, Lin Yan could distinctly feel the softness against him. To make matters more complicated, as the carriage continued to sway gently, the sensations intensified. Lin Yan could only repeatedly recite the great compassion mantra in his mind, forcibly suppressing the agitation within his heart. "Little brother, You mustn't look up now. Otherwise, I fear I shall never live this life in peace. Thus, the two spent half an hour on the subway in a somewhat ambiguous posture. Perhaps many years later, they would still recall this scene from that day, just as everyone cherishes the memories of their youth. If only this youthful tableau could be edited to exclude the several black-clad individuals who were being jostled mercilessly in order to protect the young lady. After pulling the girl through the crowd and off the subway, they made their way to the first destination of the day. Gazing at the amusement park before them, Bai Luyan's face blossomed with the smile appropriate for her age. She grasped Lin Yan's hand and eagerly pulled him inside. Witnessing such a lively young girl, Lin Yan couldn't help but commend the choice of destination for the day. Once they had purchased their tickets and entered the amusement park, he cautiously inquired of the girl, "Could it be that you have never been to an amusement park before?" His tone carried a hint of pity. However, the girl shook her head and turned to Lin Yan to explain, No. Grandfather was afraid I would be bored, so he specially built an amusement park near the estate for me. But it was too lonely being there all by myself. It's nothing like here, with so many people. Damn those wealthy folks. Chapter 54. Could those two be murderers? Upon entering the amusement park, Bai Luoyan seemed to shed her usual fa as the matriarch of the Bai family, revealing her true self. She eagerly pulled Lin Yan into various thrilling rides, her genuine smile captivating him. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yan also became infected by her joy, his lips curving upwards in a smile that refused to fade. After decades spent traversing different worlds with the system, he had thought his heart had aged alongside those experiences. Though he had returned to a youthful body, the weariness of the spirit was not easily erased. Thus, despite the vast knowledge bestowed upon him by the system, he had chosen to languish during the summer break. After years of struggle in those realms, he truly felt exhausted. Yet today, amidst the joyous interactions with the girl, he sensed that his seemingly aged heart had come back to life. Under the sound of her melodious laughter, Lin Yan felt a long-lost sense of relaxation. Both of them possessed fearless natures. They eschewed the carousel and headed straight for the drop tower and roller coaster, embracing the thrill of excitement. At this moment, they stood before the haunted house. It was rumored to be the park's signature attraction. "Shall we go in and give it a try?" Lin Yan inquired tentatively, glancing at the girl beside him. She remained silent, but nodded affirmatively, intertwining her arm with his. She truly had no reservations, as long as she was with Lin Yan. Any activity brought her joy. As the largest amusement park in Shanghai, a first-tier city, this haunted house was renowned throughout the nation. There were reports of individuals fainting from fright each year, prompting guests to sign a waiver before entering. When Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan approached the staff to sign the agreement, the employee was momentarily taken aback by the girl's beauty. He glanced between her and Lin Yan, and with genuine concern, advised, "Our props are quite realistic. Please be cautious inside and refrain from running." However, Bai Luoyan was unfazed. She tightened her grip on Lin Yan's arm and flashed a sweet smile at the staff member, saying, "I trust he will keep me safe." The employee sighed, feeling a pang of envy as he observed the arm ensnare between the two lovely figures. He gritted his teeth and waved them onward, signaling for them to enter. Navigating through a dimly lit corridor, they finally reached the interior of the haunted house, where gruesome props of dismembered limbs and entrails began to emerge. Having prepared in advance, Lin Yan took on the role of a guide, explaining the haunted house's premise to Bai Luoyan. The setting depicted an asylum where patients had escaped their wards and, in a single night, slaughtered all the patients and doctors within. Besides the lifelike designs, staff members would also play the roles of murderers, pursuing the guests who dared to enter. Yet, when confronted with the grotesquely realistic severed limbs, the two displayed not an ounce of fear. Instead, they engaged in a light-hearted discussion. The imitation of blood is rather poor. The dried blood should lean more towards a darker hue. Indeed, that arm appears incorrect. A severed limb should not present such a cut. And those entrails, how utterly unrealistic. Are they unaware that internal organs exhibit a blend of red and green? Their candid critique of the surrounding macabre scenery was unreserved, oblivious to the chilling nature of their remarks. It is vital to note that these two had previously endured numerous conflicts in their past lives. On the battlefield, particularly in the era of cold weapons, they had encountered every imaginable gruesome sight. Their assessments were drawn from genuine experiences. However, unbeknownst to them, in a shadowy corner of the haunted house, two NPCs exchanged anxious glances, drenched in cold sweat. Originally intending to leap out and frighten the couple, their plans were thwarted upon overhearing the duo's conversation. The feet that were poised to spring forward retreated promptly. With a shared look of terror, the NPCs dared not utter a word, communicating instead through silent glances. Goodness, could they possibly be medical students? Does Shanghai University even have a medical program? It must, but their discourse hardly resembles that of medical students. It feels more akin to that of psychopathic killers, perhaps. Do you sense that too? As the colleague nodded fervently, both NPCs felt a wave of cold sweat cascade down their brows. Perhaps it would be best to let them pass. Agreed. Under the apathetic demeanor of the two NPCs, Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan, after a leisurely stroll of over 10 minutes, unexpectedly arrived at the exit. Gazing at the sunlit doorway ahead, they hesitated momentarily, then exchanged glances and chorused, "Is this it?" Lin Yan, unable to believe his fortune, turned back to glance at the darkness behind, puzzled. But where are the NPCs? Why are there none? Beside him, a flicker of disappointment crossed Bai Luoyan's eyes. A haunted house, and this was not the perfect opportunity? I had envisioned a moment when the NPCs would leap out, prompting me to feign fear and leap into Lin Yan's arms. But where are they now? Where's my husband's embrace? The more she pondered, the more irate she became, glaring at the haunted house behind them, indignantly declaring, "I shall file a complaint the moment I step outside." Nevertheless, having reached the exit, it was evident they could not turn back. Observing the pouting girl, Lin Yan couldn't help but chuckle as he gently poked her cheek, saying with a smile, "All right, let us go. Don't be upset. I'll treat you to ice cream." The girl, who had been sulking, suddenly brightened, revealing a satisfied smile as she exclaimed, "All right." With that, she eagerly took Lin Yan's hand and pulled him outside. An amusement park, of course, boasted an abundance of ice cream parlors. After a brief stroll, they stumbled upon a quaint ice cream shop that resembled a fairy tale cottage. "Order anything you like, it's on me," Lin Yan declared grandly, gesturing towards the 51 delightful ice cream flavors displayed behind the glass at Haagen-Dazs. Now a millionaire, he could certainly afford a few hundred yuan for ice cream. Bai Luoyan did not insist on paying. Instead, she cheerfully selected a double scoop of strawberry and mango, embodying the essence of a doting girlfriend. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yan chose a watermelon and blueberry double scoop. Hand in hand, they ambled along, savoring their ice creams. "Wait!" Suddenly, the girl called out to Lin Yan. She produced a tissue from her pocket and leaned toward him. "How can some of your age be so careless while eating ice cream?" Upon hearing her words, Lin Yan realized that he must have gotten ice cream on the corner of his mouth. He remained still, allowing her to wipe it away for him. However, as she drew near, a glimmer of mischief sparkled in her eyes. She extended her delicate tongue and, before Lin Yan could react, swiftly licked the corner of his mouth. Boom! In that instant, a thunderous sound echoed in Lin Yan's mind, leaving him frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. A faint blush crept onto the girl's cheeks as she gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, feigning nonchalance. "There, all cleaned up," she murmured, her voice trembling slightly, while her gaze drifted away, unable to meet the eyes of the boy before her. Chapter 55. These fellows certainly possess some audacity. Joyful moments always seem to pass swiftly. Unbeknownst to her, as the sun gradually descended towards the horizon, transforming its light from a bright white to a warm orange, Bai Luoyan felt a twinge of melancholy. It had passed so quickly, it felt as though they had only been playing for a brief while. However, the black-clad bodyguards who had shadowed them throughout the day held a different sentiment. At that moment, they appeared thoroughly exhausted. As the current head of the Bai group, Bai Luoyan's safety was paramount. Typically, the young lady was accompanied by Shangwan Wanyu for her personal protection. Yet, with Xiaoyu absent, the bodyguards were even more vigilant. When a young lady and her companion rode the roller coaster, they chose positions both in front and behind them. As they enjoyed the drop tower, they opted for a row of seats on the opposite side. While traversing the haunted house, they followed closely behind the next group, startled by two overly enthusiastic NPCs. When the couple engaged in the swinging pendulum ride, wait, shouldn't these two be indulging in more romantic attractions? Shouldn't a typical couple relish a ride on the Ferris wheel or partake in a carousel, activities that could deepen their bond? At the very least, they could have opted for bumper cars. Who goes on a date solely to challenge their limits with thrilling rides? Observing his subordinates, who had just disembarked from the wild swing, now violently ill, the captain of the bodyguards helplessly covered his face. If it weren't for the generous compensation, he would have found it unbearable to continue. Perhaps the heavens heard the captain's silent lament, for the couple finally concluded their amusement park escapade, despite a hint of reluctance. Bai Luoyin dutifully allowed Lin Yan to lead her away from the park, her thoughts drifting to their plans for the evening. Following the morning's experiences, Lin Yan decided to take a taxi back to school. However, just as he prepared to summon a ride, Bai Luoyin tugged at him, exclaiming, "Lin Yan, I'm hungry," gazing at the girl who playfully pouted to feign cuteness. Lin Yan pondered for a few moments before nodding in agreement. "All right, shall we grab something to eat first?" After a full day spent at the amusement park with only snacks, he too felt a pang of hunger. Upon hearing Lin Yan's response, the girl's eyes sparkled as she tugged at his arm, adopting a playful tone. "Then let's go for barbecue." Shall we? Thinking of how long it had been since he last indulged in barbecue, Lin Yan nodded in assent. He swiftly hailed a taxi and, upon entering, addressed the driver directly. "Sir, do you know of any nearby places that serve delicious barbecue? Could you recommend one and take us there?" "Thank you." The driver, a middle-aged man in his 40s, glanced at the two through the rearview mirror and grinned. "Ah, young man, how fortunate you are to have such a beautiful girlfriend. Out for a holiday, are we?" Lin Yan chose not to correct the driver on the term girlfriend, merely nodding silently in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Bai Luoyin endeavored to play the part of a modest young lady, blushing from the compliment. She buried her head against Lin Yan's shoulder, while in her heart, she raised a thumb of approval towards the driver. He had good taste, and she thought to herself that they should find a way to reward him later. Unaware that his casual remark had struck gold, the driver continued to chatter amiably. "You youngsters are truly enviable. Heading to a barbecue place, I presume? Don't worry, I can recommend a local spot that only the natives frequent. It may look a bit worn, but it's been around for over 20 years, and I guarantee the flavors won't disappoint." Hearing this, Lin Yan knew he had found the right guide. A local driver's recommendation was sure to lead them to a gem. This amiable driver engaged Lin Yan in light conversation throughout the journey. After approximately 20 minutes, they finally arrived at their destination. As the two stepped out of the vehicle, the driver cast a meaningful glance at Lin Yan and advised, "Young man, while it's wonderful to be in a good relationship, remember that you're still young. Be sure to take precautions. You wouldn't want any mishaps." Before Lin Yan could respond, the driver had already pressed the accelerator and driven away. Lin Yan, feeling somewhat awkward, turned to the young lady beside him and chuckled. People these days are quite something. Little did he know that the girl, still with her head down, eventually murmured after a long pause, "Don't worry, I brought." "What?" Lin Yan thought he had misheard. Yet, upon noticing the girl's flushed ears, he confirmed that he had indeed not imagined it. This girl had ulterior motives for their outing. Lin Yan, hesitant to pursue the topic, quickly shifted gears. "Well then, let us go get something to eat." The girl nodded, tugging at his sleeve as she followed him. As the driver had indicated, the establishment's ambience was rather modest. It was a barbecue stall located within an old residential complex, yet the nearly full seating attested to its culinary merit. Since the interior was crowded, Lin Yan and Bai Luoyin opted to sit outside. The proprietor, a woman in her 40s or 50s, set up a small table for them and said, "You two can just go inside to choose what you'd like. Place it in the basket and bring it to me. If you prefer to order, just let me know." Lin Yan turned to Bai Luoyin and asked, "Shall I go inside to order?" Seeing her nod, he rose and followed the woman into the establishment. It must be said that this modest barbecue establishment offers a remarkable variety. All ingredients are skewered with steel rods and elegantly displayed on the countertop. Moreover, it is evident that these ingredients are not the frozen, marinated variety. One can directly observe their freshness, suggesting that the proprietor procures them daily. Lin Yan couldn't help but nod in satisfaction, silently commending the driver from earlier. Unbeknownst to him, that very driver would be approached the following day by a grateful customer, who expressed appreciation for the driver's brave intervention the night before. Before the driver could fully comprehend the situation, the customer thrust 50,000 yuan into his hands and swiftly vanished. After selecting the ingredients to suit Bai Luoyan's preferences, Lin Yan stepped outside, intending to return to a small table in the open air. However, as he exited, he spotted several individuals with yellow hair encircling Bai Luoyan, seemingly harassing her. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Yan's immediate reaction was not to rush in as a gallant savior, but rather to reflect quietly. These fellows certainly possess audacity. Chapter 56. Some seek their own demise regardless of who it may be. Witnessing a breathtakingly beautiful maiden being harassed by a group of ruffians would likely stir the heroic instincts in anyone. Well, anyone except Lin Yan. He understood precisely what kind of being that enchanting girl was. Have you ever witnessed a goddess-like figure, adorned with beauty, simultaneously smiling sweetly at her adversaries while wielding a hammer to crush their skulls? Lin Yan had, and not merely once. The vividness of that scene, the brutality of it, still sent chills down his spine upon recollection. As the indomitable leader of the White Forest Army, Bai Luoyan had always led from the front. She preferred to charge into battle, while Lin Yan strategized from the safety of the camp. Her ascension to the throne was truly forged through bloodshed. Thus, he could not believe that Bai Luoyan had not undergone rigorous training throughout her life. Moreover, Lin Yan cast a glance toward the shadowy corner at the end of the street, where several figures in black were counting their fingers, poised to spring into action at any moment. He had been aware of these bodyguards since he stepped out of school today, and he knew well of the tragic experiences these unfortunate souls had endured in the amusement park. Even if he and Bai Luoyan did nothing, danger was an impossibility. On the other side, as Lin Yan anticipated, Bai Luoyan was regarding the ignorant ruffians before her with a gaze as cold as ice. The moment Lin Yan departed, she began rummaging through her backpack. To her delight, several bottles of Mao Tai emerged as if by magic. Her suggestion to indulge in barbecue was merely a pretext for drinking. What is barbecue without alcohol but a dreamless salted fish? Her plan was straightforward: to intoxicate Lin Yan and then escort him to the villa she had meticulously prepared. In his drunken stupor, she would engage in. Once her scheme came to fruition, she would feign weakness, shedding a few tears, ensuring that the man would never escape her grasp. One must admit, a goddess remains a goddess. Even while harboring such lewd thoughts, her smile radiated sweetness. This angelic expression effortlessly captivated the ruffians nearby. They had never encountered such exquisite beauty. A mere glance rendered them unable to look away. Upon realizing she was alone, the inebriated group approached with ill intentions. "Beautiful lady, all alone?" One of them taunted. "How about we keep you company?" Another chimed in. "It must be quite dull by yourself. After dinner, we can show you a good time." "Yeah, let us introduce you to true joy," they suggested lewdly. Hearing their crude remarks, Bai Luoyan snapped back to reality from her reverie. She gazed at the unruly group before her, momentarily dazed. She had never fathomed that anyone would dare to provoke her in such a reckless manner. For someone with the experience of 2 lifetimes, this was an exceedingly rare occurrence. In the eyes of several golden-haired individuals, Bai Luoyan's moment of distraction transformed into a visage of youthful trepidation. They exchanged sly glances, their expressions laced with mockery as they approached her. "Fear not, little beauty. Our intentions are gentle," one of them leered, extending his hand toward her with an indecent grin. Witnessing these audacious souls daring to reach for her, a glimmer of bloodlust flickered in Bai Luoyan's eyes. Just as she contemplated snapping the intruder's arm, she caught sight of Lin Yan emerging in the distance. A spark ignited in her mind, and she clenched her teeth, suppressing the urge to shatter the man's skull, allowing him to grasp her hand instead. After casting a warning glance toward the approaching bodyguards, she adorned her face with an exquisitely crafted expression of terror. Her lips trembled slightly, her complexion paling as if struck by fear. She stammered, What do you intend to do?" Perhaps women are inherently actresses. At that moment, Bai Luoyan embodied the image of a fragile, helpless maiden with remarkable finesse. Her cries served as a stimulant, inciting further excitement among the golden-haired rogues. Particularly, the one clutching her arm began to tremble with exhilaration. He sneered as he extended his other hand toward her, tauntingly proclaiming, "What do we intend to do?" Guess, you wretch." Before he could finish, a fist the size of a sand pot suddenly appeared before him, shattering his nose and silencing his words. With a yelp, he was sent flying, leaving his comrades bewildered by the sudden turn of events. The assailant was, of course, Lin Yan, rushing in upon sensing the danger. "Ah, darling, I am so frightened." By Luo Yan clung desperately to Lin Yan's arm, her lips parting in an exaggerated wail. Yet, her tone betrayed no genuine fear. Instead, it hinted at a trace of excitement. Observing by Lu Yan's theatrical display, Lin Yan shot her an exasperated glance. He opened his mouth several times, contemplating whether to voice his thoughts, but ultimately swallowed his words. The moment their gazes met at the entrance, he had sensed something amiss. He was acutely aware of her motives for the performance. However, seeing those ruffians audaciously seize her hand ignited a primal instinct, compelling him to rush to her side. Irritated, he patted her hands that gripped his arm, sighing, "Have you had your fun yet?" "Not yet. Don't you think it's romantic for a hero to rescue a damsel in distress? Just when she's at her most desperate, the hero swoops in to save her from the abyss. And how delightful it would be for the girl to repay the hero's kindness." Lin Yan remained silent, responding only with a couple of derisive snorts. At that moment, the group of yellow-haired individuals standing before them finally came to their senses. "Boss." Two of them rushed over to assess their leader's injuries. The yellow-haired man who had just been sent flying by Lin Yan was now unsteadily regaining his footing. Lin Yan had deliberately held back his strength during that punch. Had he unleashed his full power, the yellow-haired man would have met his demise. After all, unlike the previous world, this was a society governed by law, and the repercussions of recklessly taking a life would be quite troublesome. Observing the two individuals engrossed in their own world and disregarding his presence, the yellow-haired leader shouted at his subordinates, "What are you waiting for? Get him!" The other yellow-haired men quickly snapped back to reality and, with a wild cry, charged towards Lin Yan. As they rushed at him, a cold glint flashed in Lin Yan's eyes. Humanity, it seems, often cannot resist the urge to court death. Chapter 57. Your main course is attacking your side dishes. As she observed the group charging toward her, Bai Luoyan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. However, before she could make a move, Lin Yan swiftly placed a hand atop her head, warning her, "You stay right here and don't move." His concern was not for the girl, but rather for the group of ruffians. While he could manage the situation himself, he feared that if she intervened, her impulsiveness might lead to unintended consequences. As the assailants drew near, Lin Yan finally sprang into action. With a simple sidestep, he effortlessly evaded their clumsy punches, simultaneously delivering a devastating liver punch to one of them. This technique, known as the liver punch, specifically targets the opponent's liver, typically executed with a rear straight punch or a hook. Renowned for its excruciating pain and potential lethality, it can incapacitate an adversary in an instant. As anticipated, the young man struck by Lin Yan's punch widened his eyes in shock, agony etched across his face. Before he could even utter a scream, his body crumpled to the ground. Setting aside the advantages of the system's rewards, these ruffians were hardly more than cannon fodder compared to the battles of his past life. Lin Yan proceeded with the ease of a leisurely stroll, deftly avoiding the remaining attackers' feeble attempts while dispatching each of them with a precise strike. In a mere 10 seconds, only the farthest thug, bleeding from his nose, remained standing. The thug was clearly taken aback by the prowess of this seemingly frail youth. Yet, for someone like him, the shame of retreating was far worse than the defeat itself. Fueled by anger, his eyes reddened, and he brandished a small knife. Lunging at Lin Yan, upon witnessing the armed thug approach, a flicker of anger ignited within Lin Yan. "Since you have chosen to harbor murderous intent, I shall not hold back." He advanced rather than retreating, transforming into a mere shadow as he closed the distance. With a sharp crack echoing, the thug's arm, still clutching the knife, bent at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. Before the pain could register, Lin Yan delivered a powerful kick, sending him soaring through the air. Under the gaze of onlookers, the man traced a perfect arc before crashing to the ground, his eyes fluttering shut as he lost consciousness. The entire confrontation lasted a mere 15 seconds. Those who had intended to assist hesitated, their feet poised yet unmoving. At that moment, several cloaked figures, previously concealed, emerged with remarkable coordination, hoisting the fallen thugs onto their shoulders before swiftly departing the scene. The rapidity of these events left the spectators in disbelief, pondering whether they had fallen into some sort of illusion. As for the two main participants in this affair, the young man and woman resumed their seats as if nothing had transpired. Just as Lin Yan settled back down, he noticed several additional bottles of Mao Tai had mysteriously appeared on the table. He picked up one of the bottles to examine it, and the girl's explanatory voice immediately reached his ears. "I thought, since we're having a barbecue, it's only fitting to have some drinks, so I prepared a few in advance." Lin Yan, with an impassive expression, returned the bottle of Mao Tai to the table and piercingly remarked, "You intend to get me drunk and take me to a hotel, hoping to exploit my inebriation to make me heir?" Upon hearing such a blunt statement, the girl shed any pretense. She turned her face away in displeasure and muttered stubbornly, "Humph." So easily seen through, Lin Yan was taken aback by her admission. "Isn't it obvious, young lady? Anyone with an IQ over 80 could see through this ruse. What kind of image do I hold in your eyes?" Bai Luoyan, displaying her wit, cleverly refrained from answering his question directly. With an unflinching demeanor, she removed the wine bottle from the table and retrieved several boxes from her backpack. Upon opening them, it revealed an assortment of seemingly raw crabs and shrimp. "Well, those are of little importance, since you prefer not to drink. How about trying my marinated dish instead? I specially prepared it yesterday, and you simply must indulge me." As the matriarch of the Bai group and a figure of authority, Bai Luoyan was not one to be unprepared. Aware that the intention behind the liquor was too transparent, she anticipated Lin Yan would see through it. Thus, the liquor served merely as a facade. Her true masterstroke lay in the meticulously prepared marinated delicacies. In truth, when it comes to the preparation and handling of fresh seafood, China possesses far greater expertise than the land of the cherry blossoms. Many cities within the nation boast their own unique methods of marination. However, the most renowned, perhaps, is the Chaozhou-style marinated seafood, celebrated for its addictive allure. To simplify, marination involves cleaning the seafood and drying it, then allowing it to marinate in high-proof liquor rather than cooking it thoroughly, before incorporating garnishes such as cilantro and minced garlic, culminating in a dish ready to be savored after refrigeration. Naturally, Bai Luoyan's motivation for preparing the marinated dish was not out of personal craving, but rather due to the substantial amount of high-proof liquor required for its creation. Generally speaking, while high-proof liquor is indeed used in marination, it seldom reaches intoxicating levels. Yet, what if one were to substitute the ordinary high-proof liquor with vodka, renowned as the water of life, boasting an alcohol content of 96? Gazing at the specially prepared marinated seafood before her, Bai Luoyan could already envision Lin Yan succumbing to inebriation after indulging. Lin Yan sensed an undercurrent of unease, but found it difficult to refuse the girl's goodwill. After contemplating for a few moments, he extended his chopsticks toward the box containing the crabs. However, just as he was about to grasp one, the crab unexpectedly sprang to life, clamping his chopsticks in its formidable pincers. Lin Yan and the crab locked eyes for several seconds, and an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Without changing his expression, Lin Yan released his chopsticks and managed a strained smile. He pointed at the crab in the box, one claw grasping fresh cilantro, the other clutching slices of ginger, and chuckled. "It appears your main dish is quite intent on assaulting your side dish." The moment the crab pinched Lin Yan's chopsticks, Bai Luoyan's mind went blank. She gazed incredulously at the crab, still bubbling away, and in disbelief, dipped her finger into the accompanying sauce and tasted it. In the next instant, her expression transformed into one of fury as she glared towards a distant corner of the street. With Xiao Yu absent, she had enlisted the help of those clad in black to procure the essence of life while preparing the raw dish yesterday. Little did she anticipate that these brawny men, seemingly devoid of common sense, would actually bring back what they deemed the essence of life, merely ordinary mineral water. Are you here to assist me in nurturing crabs? Chapter 58. You didn't think you could escape, did you? A husband. Be gentle. You are so naughty in a certain luxurious villa within the most expensive residential area of Jianghai City. The enchanting cries of a young girl echoed faintly from within. Lin Yan looked at by Luo Yin with a mix of resignation and admonishment, saying in a warning tone, I'm merely giving your foot a massage. Must you scream like that? At that moment, Lin Yan was expertly massaging a pair of delicate feet in his hands. If others were present, they might disdain Lin Yan for his lack of appreciation, for those feet resembled jade, smooth and fair. As one's gaze traveled upwards, a pair of elegantly straight lines came into view, culminating in a hint of blue fabric that tantalizingly concealed the view, leaving one yearning for more. However, as the only male in the room, Lin Yan seemed unaffected by the enticing sight. Instead, he continued to rub the girl's calves while chiding her. You sprained your ankle just from walking. I'm truly at a loss for words. Time rewinds slightly. Although Bai Luyan's antics with the aquatic pets became a source of amusement, the food at the barbecue stall was undeniably excellent. The pair delighted in teasing the crabs in their box, while savoring the delicacies prepared by the owner. After finishing a few bottles of beer, their barbecue spread was soon depleted. Despite her disappointment at the thwarted plans, Bai Luoyan relished the moments spent with Lin Yan. Alas, even the most splendid of films must eventually end. Since the drinking escapade had failed, she was bound to be escorted back to her dormitory by Lin Yan. However, as he took her hand to summon a cab back to the university, an unexpected incident occurred. In such an old district, the lighting was, of course, insufficient. In the dim light, Bai Luoyan misstepped and twisted her ankle. Watching her ankle swell rapidly, Lin Yan realized this was indeed an accident, not a scheme devised by the girl. Initially, he intended to take Bai Luoyan to the hospital, but after hearing her question, "Do you really want another man to touch my leg?" he fell silent. Subsequently, upon the girl's suggestion, they arrived at this villa. This was a property Bai Luoyan had purchased the very day she decided to enroll at Jianghai University, solely to facilitate her company's affairs. After all, she was not your ordinary student, but the head of a substantial conglomerate. Besides her studies, she often needed to attend to business matters. It was rather inconvenient to summon her subordinates to the university for meetings, so such affairs were typically handled in this villa. In essence, it served as a temporary office for her business dealings. For Bai Luoyan, the cost of this villa, which functioned as a makeshift office, was something she need not even concern herself with. Of course, it was also the place she intended to bring Lin Yan after getting him intoxicated that very night. Although no one resides here, cleaning staff have consistently been arranged to maintain the premises, resulting in far less dust than one might expect. Observing the young girl's swollen ankles, Lin Yan gently encouraged her to remove her socks before commencing a soothing massage, with the system's rewards at his disposal. Such rudimentary, traditional Chinese massage techniques were child's play for Lin Yan. After 20 minutes of kneading, the swelling in the girl's ankles visibly diminished. Letting out a long breath, Lin Yan washed his hands in the restroom and wiped the sweat from his brow. He was not fatigued, but rather tormented by the girl's delicate cries. It was evident that she was being intentionally provocative. Her voice was as light as a feather, stirring a restless yearning within him. Had he not traversed so many worlds and still been an 18-year-old youth, he might have succumbed to the temptation long ago. I'll look at that. Sometimes, such a foolish protagonist takes pride in trivial matters, completely oblivious to the author's underlying mockery while penning these words. After completing the massage, a palpable silence enveloped the room, creating an odd atmosphere between the two. Noticing that the girl had regained a degree of mobility, Lin Yan scratched his head and broke the silence. "If you're all right, then I'll take my leave. Where will you go? The school dormitories are locked by now." Upon hearing this, Lin Yan checked his phone. Indeed, it was already past 11 o'clock without him realizing. The boys' dormitory typically closed at 11. "Then, I suppose I'll find a hotel. This is a villa area. The nearest hotel is a 30-minute drive away." Moreover, as she spoke, Bai Luoyan deliberately placed her hands over her chest, adopting a pitiful demeanor. "And Would you truly leave me here, all alone? Surely, you don't think I am unaware of those bodyguards in black lurking outside the villa. Despite her words, the absence of Xiao Yu and the fact that those men were indeed all male caused Lin Yan to feel a twinge of hesitation. Noticing the uncertainty on Lin Yan's face, the girl smirked slightly before instantly reverting to her sorrowful expression, pleading, "Would you stay with me? Please? My ankle still hurts. What if something happens tonight, all right? Fine. But you must promise me not to do anything strange tonight." Bai Luoyan, seemingly oblivious to the implications, looked at Lin Yan with innocent eyes and inquired, "What strange things? Do you intend to attack me in the middle of the night?" With that, she feigned fear, drawing back slightly. I fear you might be the one to attack me in the dead of night." Yet at that moment, Bai Luoyan entertained a different thought. "As long as you're here, I'll surely devise a way to ensnare you tonight." Suddenly, she pouted and said, "Having worked up a sweat today, I wish to take a bath. Could you carry me to the bathtub?" "Alone, I cannot manage," she said, extending her arms in a gesture that suggested a desire for an embrace. Lin Yan glanced at her ankle, contemplated for a moment, and ultimately decided to lift her gently into his arms. Truly, the most luxurious villa area of Jianghai City boasted bathrooms larger than those of his school dormitory. After carefully placing the young lady onto a chair in the bathroom, he thoughtfully turned on the hot water. Only after the tub was filled did he turn to leave the bathroom. However, just as he stood up, her voice chimed beside him. "Yan, aren't you going to help me bathe?" Lin Yan did not respond, instead tossing a bath towel towards her face, retorting with irritation. "You've injured your leg, not your hands. You can manage it yourself." With that, he hurriedly exited the space. Observing the closed door, Bai Luoyan scoffed softly, muttering under her breath, a man with lecherous thoughts but lacking courage. However, the young girl delicately licked her lips, a playful smile dancing in her eyes, and remarked, "Now that we are here, you surely do not think you can escape tonight." Chapter 59. The Little Rabbit or the Big Bad Wolf. With a heart racing uncontrollably, Lin Yan struggled to step out. He sank into a chair within the room, the sound of water nearby inexplicably igniting a thirst within him. Hastily, he rose to pour himself a glass of water. Lin Yan felt compelled to engage in some activity to divert his attention. He casually opened a cabinet beside him. However, upon discovering the presence of a whip and candles inside, he was jolted as if struck by lightning. With great effort, he suppressed the tremors coursing through his pupils and cautiously pushed the cabinet back into place. Once it was securely closed, he exhaled deeply. No, he thought, remaining here any longer might lead to dire consequences. Given that this was a villa, it was reasonable to assume there were more than just one room and a bathroom. With this in mind, Lin Yan rose to venture into the adjacent room. Just as he prepared to leave, the bathroom door swung open. To his surprise, Bai Luoyan emerged, wrapped in a white towel. Her damp hair clung to her fair shoulders, and a rosy hue adorned her cheeks, remnants of her recent bath. The towel snugly enveloped her, accentuating her nearly flawless curves. Observing the enchanting sight of the beauty post-bath, Lin Yan instinctively swallowed hard. Noticing the boy's mesmerized demeanor, Bai Luoyan revealed a satisfied smile. "Why did you come out like this?" Lin Yan stammered, his voice quivering without his realization. Bai Luoyan responded with a hint of grievance. "You just handed me a towel. How else was I supposed to emerge? Did you expect me to?" Lin Yan's expression shifted abruptly, and he swiftly interrupted. "Well, since you managed to walk out on your own, your foot must be fine. I'll go take a shower and sleep in the next room. You should rest early, too." Without waiting for Bai Luoyan's response, he fled through the door as if escaping for his life. As he glanced back at the closed door, Bai Luoyan gently licked her lips and murmured, "Flee as you wish, my esteemed tutor." Upon returning to another room and shutting the door, Lin Yan finally felt a semblance of calm wash over him. He adjusted his breathing and contemplated, locking the door behind him before making his way towards the bathroom. Water cascaded down from above, washing away much of the restlessness that had settled within him. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, images of the girl and her towel frequently flashed across his mind. Lin Yan shook his head, as if attempting to dispel the visions. After a quick rinse and wrapping himself in a towel, he emerged from the bathroom. Were a girl to behold Lin Yan at that moment, she would likely emit an excited gasp. As the saying goes, a product of the system is bound to be exceptional. As a reward, the system had transformed Lin Yan's physique into something remarkable, with defined 8-pack abs and sculpted lines extending from his sides. His entire body resembled a masterpiece akin to ancient Greek sculpture. At that moment, Lin Yan epitomized the notion of being slim in clothes, yet alluringly muscular without them. After a day of adventures, he now felt a sense of fatigue wash over him. Gazing at the still-closed door, Lin Yan reclined onto the bed with a sense of tranquility. However, just as he turned to prepare for slumber, he encountered a soft form beside him. Startled, he opened his eyes to find Bai Luoyin nestled under the covers, her eyes gleaming with mischief. "Oh, my foolish Taifu, this is my villa. Why would you think I lack the key to your room?" Taifu. It had been quite some time since Bai Luoyin had referred to him as such. After their initial meeting, she often playfully named him things like Yin Yin, husband, or lord, but never again had she called him Taifu. Yet before he could ponder the significance of this, the young woman had flipped over, positioning herself atop him. To Lin Yan's relief, she was clad in a set of purple silk pajamas. Yet, even he could not discern whether he felt joy or regret. Indeed, purple possesses a certain allure. As he beheld the enchanting young woman before him, even Lin Yan found it difficult to resist her charm. At this moment, she smiled like a playful little fox, leaning closer, her warm breath brushing against his neck. With a hand, she traced circles on his chest, giggling softly. "This time, no one will interrupt us." Lin Yan understood she was referring to their previous encounter in the dormitory. As the girl drew nearer, he steeled his resolve. Suddenly, he rolled over, pinning the once dominant girl beneath him. Controlling her restless hands, he leaned in, his expression fierce as he remarked, "Do you enjoy playing with fire so much?" The girl, taken aback by his abrupt demeanor, felt her face flush a deep crimson at the proximity of Lin Yan. The once seductive glimmer in her eyes transformed into a flustered gaze, as if she had reverted from a delicate fox to her true, vulnerable self. Turning her head away in embarrassment, she spoke in a quivering whisper, "What do you intend to do? Please don't bully me." Seeing her face flush like a ripe apple, Lin Yan could not help but smile. He had anticipated that despite Bai Luoyin's playful demeanor in front of him, she remained an innocent girl at heart, not truly devoid of reservations. In the presence of someone as oblivious to her advances as he, she sought to capture his attention through such overt gestures. Observing the bashful girl before him, eyes tightly shut, Lin Yan felt a gratifying sense of dominance. Here was a seemingly innocent little rabbit, often masquerading as a cunning wolf, unafraid of being devoured. Hearing Lin Yan's playful taunts, the girl, with her eyes still closed, bit her lip in reluctant defiance. Yet, the sight of her shy expression left him utterly captivated. In contrast to her earlier bravado, her current feeble demeanor exerted a far more profound impact on him. Faced with Bai Luoyin's inviting countenance, Lin Yan felt a surge of desire. Unable to resist any longer, he leaned in and kissed her delicate lips. The young girl first stiffened, then immediately closed her eyes, surrendering herself to the boy's somewhat awkward kiss. Their passionate embrace deepened as the girl, whose hands had somehow found their way free, clutched the boy tightly, as if she wished to merge him with her very being. Minutes later, as both felt they were on the verge of suffocation, their lips finally parted slowly. Gazing at the girl, whose eyes were glazed and breathless, Lin Yan felt a stirring within. Scenes from 2 lifetimes flashed before him. Whether from his previous life or from the recent acts of devotion by Bai Luoyin, each moment replayed vividly in his mind. He often questioned what merit he possessed that would lead the illustrious heiress of the Bai family to so willingly humble herself for him. If there had been a trace of fear and uncertainty upon their first meeting, the coldness of his heart towards love had been unwittingly warmed by her fervor over time. In every lifetime, the girl was destined to be a majestic empress, yet here she stood, rendered so profoundly humble for his sake. Realizing this, Lin Yan could no longer ignore the feelings swelling within him. He looked down at the girl and earnestly declared, "Bai Luoyin, let's be together." The girl, still lost in the reverie of their previous kiss, was momentarily startled, finally comprehending the boy's words. A glimmer of moisture began to form in her eyes, initially revealing disbelief. However, when she met his sincere gaze, the certainty of his intentions dawned upon her. She bit her lip in excitement, striving not to cry, and nodded fervently. This was a sentiment she had awaited for 2 lifetimes. Lin Yan gently wiped away her tears, leaning down to kiss her lips once more. After what felt like an eternity, they emerged from the fervent kiss, breathless. Lin Yan refrained from proceeding further, fully aware that the girl would not refuse him. He felt a twinge of guilt, as if confessing his feelings one moment and then crossing a line the next. He also sensed the girl's nervousness, compounded by her tear-streaked face, suggesting that the moment was perhaps not quite right. After soothing her excited emotions, they shared a comfortable silence. Lin Yan resumed the tender gesture of gently patting her back, lulling her into a peaceful slumber reminiscent of times long past. Perhaps it was due to the excitement of the moment, or perhaps the fulfillment of her heart's desire, but soon the girl drifted into sleep. Lin Yan gazed down at her, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he held her a little closer, and they embraced in a serene slumber. After a while, the girl, who was supposed to be sleeping, suddenly opened her eyes. Resting against the boy's chest, she listened to the rhythm of his heartbeat, a familiar smile blossoming on her face. The progression is even swifter than I imagined. So, this time you truly belong to me. There's no escaping now. I shall make you love me more and more, until you can no longer bear to be apart from me. My esteemed tutor, who is the little white rabbit, and who is the big bad wolf? Which party embodies the hunter, and which represents the prey? At times, even the individuals involved may find it challenging to discern. Chapter 60. The Serenity of Time. She only wishes to seize the present moment the next day. As the sunlight streamed through the window and illuminated the room, Lin Yan gradually awakened from his slumber. Last night, enveloped in the softness of Bai Lian's delicate form and inhaling the enchanting fragrance of the young girl, he had slept profoundly. In his dreams, he recalled a past life where he had once embraced her in slumber. However, at that time, Bai Lian was merely a child, having just escaped from the capital at the tender age of 8. He never anticipated that he would be granted the opportunity to cradle her in his arms once more. As Lin Yan opened his eyes, he was met by the sight of a pair of beautiful eyes fixed intently upon him. He could only wonder how long the girl had been awake and gazing at him in such a manner. Yet, upon witnessing the love that nearly overflowed from her eyes, Lin Yan felt a stirring within his heart and could not resist leaning down to kiss her lips. After several minutes, they reluctantly parted. Although only a day had passed, Lin Yan realized he had become somewhat enamored with the kisses shared with Bai Lian. After they separated, Bai Lian playfully resumed her act, with her hands clasped before her chest and a hint of mist in her eyes. She bit her lip and spoke in a tone she would never typically adopt. "You are bullying me again." Observing the fragile girl in his arms, Lin Yan decided to indulge her. After examining her from head to toe, he tilted her chin with a smirk and teased, "And what of it? Do you wish to resist?" The girl remained silent, burying her head against his chest. Unbeknownst to her, the shoulder straps of her silk nightgown had slipped down, revealing a glimpse of pristine white to Lin Yan's astonished gaze. His eyes widened, and he could not help but swallow hard. Bai Lian stole a glance at him, and upon seeing his dazed expression, the mirth in her eyes was nearly impossible to conceal. Such an adorably bewildered tutor was a rare sight, and she could not resist the urge to tease him further. With this thought in mind, she playfully twirled her fingers on his chest, continuing her act as the delicate girl. "Here we are, a lonely man and woman sharing the same bed. What do you intend to do, knowing I cannot resist? I can only allow you to bully me." As she uttered the last phrase, she leaned closer to Lin Yan's ear, playfully licking his earlobe. Clearly taken aback by Lian's boldness, Lin Yan felt as if struck by lightning. He recognized that the charade could not continue. She was no innocent girl, but rather a temptress eager to devour him whole. If this performance persisted, he feared he would be left with nothing. Clearing his throat, he swiftly adopted a facade of moral rectitude, addressing the enchanting girl. "No," the young lady before him with a serious demeanor. "My lady, please conduct yourself with decorum, for I am not that sort of person. I implore you to be mindful of the impression you leave. With that, he took care to pull the errant strap back into place. With his actions, Bai Luoyin could no longer maintain her act. She cast a disdainful glance at Lin Yan, her expression peculiar as she remarked, "Oh, is that so? Then what is it that is pressing against me?" A hint of playful mockery danced in the girlish voice. Lin Yan could no longer contain himself. He swiftly leapt from the bed and dashed in the bathroom, the sound of her mischievous laughter echoing behind him. After a considerable time, Lin Yan emerged from the restroom, having successfully sheathed the divine sword, and took the opportunity to explain, it's a physiological phenomenon. The girl merely smiled in response, playfully saying, "Darling, I wish to savor the breakfast you prepare for me." Naturally, Lin Yan could not refuse her request. He indulgently acquiesced and made his way to the kitchen. Upon opening the refrigerator, he was taken aback to find it brimming with an array of ingredients. After some contemplation, he surmised that Bai Luoyin had likely arranged for this in advance. It appeared she had been scheming all along. Nevertheless, given the current circumstances, he was indifferent to such revelations. Standing before the refrigerator, he thoughtfully selected several ingredients and began his culinary endeavors. As he prepared breakfast, memories of the previous night resurfaced, eliciting a faint smile upon his lips. He was well aware that the words he had spoken to Bai Luoyin were not merely a fleeting impulse. Since their reunion and understanding of each other's feelings, Lin Yan had found himself somewhat overwhelmed by her unabashed pursuit. Yet, he was not entirely surprised. He recognized this as Bai Luoyin's true nature. Just as in their previous life, once she knew what she desired, she would stop at nothing to achieve it. Even in a different world, the formidable Empress retained her audacious approach to matters. Anything she wished for, she would resolutely claim for herself. In truth, the moment they had met and resolved their misunderstandings, realizing she had abandoned everything to follow him to this realm, Lin Yan's heart had already begun to stir. However, the shadow of past betrayal lingered, rendering him hesitant in the face of her fervent affection. Yet, when he discerned her courage to entice him despite her shyness, he could no longer resist. Faced with a girl wholly devoted to him, no man could turn her away. Once he relinquished that slight hesitation, he discovered that embracing love was not as daunting as he had imagined. While Lin Yan was engrossed in his culinary tasks, Bai Luoyin had completed her morning routine and descended the stairs. Unprepared for an overnight stay, he had not brought a change of clothes, and his shirt from the previous day was stained with sweat, rendering it unwearable. Thus he stood clad only in trousers, his upper body exposed. Bathed in the sunlight streaming through the window, his muscles glistened with a golden sheen. Observing the man with an almost perfect physique diligently preparing breakfast for her, Bai Luoyin found herself entranced. She reached out to caress her cheek, her lips slightly parted, releasing soft gasps as her breath quickened. This fellow, how impressive he is. Perhaps it would be best to let him remain shirtless for the next few days. Are you awake? Just in time for breakfast. At that moment, Lin Yan had finally completed the morning meal. He approached the dining table with 2 bowls of noodles, beckoning to the young woman. She, finally regaining her composure, responded with a soft and walked over to sit beside Lin Yan at the table. The breakfast before them was, in truth, a simple bowl of egg noodles adorned with a few vibrant green vegetables. Yet, Bai Luoyin felt that this was the most exquisite breakfast she had ever tasted since arriving in this world. She could scarcely recall the last time Lin Yan had prepared a meal for her. Seated at the table, the 2 young people leaned against each other, quietly savoring the noodles before them. Bai Luoyin wished that she could remain in this moment forever, cherishing the tranquility of time, content to embrace the beauty of the present. Chapter 61. The Empress's request in the days that followed, Lin Yan did not return to school, but instead resided in the villa with Bai Luoyin, indulging in a life devoid of shame. Bai Luoyin's leg was genuinely injured, rendering her unable to venture outside with ease. Naturally, Lin Yan remained in the villa to care for her. They resembled a genuine married couple, taking leisurely strolls in the villa complex, preparing meals, and engaging in conversation. The nearby residents, upon observing them, would mistakenly believe they were a pair of affectionate newlyweds. Neither of them expressed a desire to leave the confines of their sanctuary. The mere presence of each other sufficed. Each morning, they would awaken and cook together, When boredom struck, they would utilize the home's projector to watch films. Even with their constant companionship, they still felt it insufficient. If one were to identify a slight imperfection in their blissful existence, it would perhaps be the mischievous allure of the young girl. Faced with the girl transformed into a temptress, Lin Yan found himself making frequent trips to the restroom, striving for self-reliance. The girl seemed to revel in witnessing the boy's flustered reactions when teased. Moreover, she always withdrew at the most opportune moments, playfully declaring that since he was unwilling, she would not press the issue further, retreating to a corner of the bed to stifle her laughter while observing his discomfort. In the past, when I offered myself, you showed no interest. Now, I shall seize the opportunity to teach you a lesson. Furthermore, if I made it too easy for him, he might not come to cherish it in the future. Bai Luoyin certainly did not intend for Lin Yan to remain shirtless for the duration of those days. By the very next day, she had sent her subordinates to procure a plethora of clothing. She specifically chose shirts and insisted that Lin Yan leave a few buttons undone while at home. Initially, confronted with the girl's unabashedly greedy gaze, Lin Yan felt somewhat unaccustomed. However, upon reflection, considering she was his girlfriend, being gazed upon was hardly a loss. Thus, throughout these days in the villa, one could often witness a strikingly handsome young man with a shirt partially unbuttoned, busily attending to various tasks. On the other side of the house, a certain girl would be clutching a bag of snacks, her eyes fixed unwaveringly upon him, as if she were gazing at a precious treasure. Amidst this blend of pleasure and torment, their 11-day holiday finally arrived at its conclusion. On this day, Lin Yan, rare as it was, managed to dress impeccably. Bai Luoyin, resembling a dutiful young wife, stood before him, meticulously fastening his clothing. Such a fine specimen must not be seen by those girls at school, she thought to herself, smiling as she adjusted his attire. As they prepared to depart, both cast lingering glances at the villa where they had spent these days, feeling a twinge of reluctance. Bai Luoyin pouted slightly and murmured, "I wonder when we will be able to come back again." Upon hearing this, Lin Yan smiled gently, twirling a strand of her hair thoughtfully before suggesting, "If we have free time on the weekends, we can return for a short stay. It's not far from school. Promise not to go back on your word." The girl exclaimed, her eyes brightening as she extended her pinky finger towards Lin Yan. Lin Yan similarly extended his pinky finger, as if making a significant promise with the young lady. As Lin Yan and Bai Luoyin embarked on their journey back to school, a considerable distance away in the capital city, there existed Tianqing Entertainment, a company ranked among the top 5 entertainment firms in the country. At that moment, the owner of this entertainment powerhouse, Chun Tian, made a rare appearance in the company's office. Seated opposite him was the company's star attraction, lauded as the emerging queen of the music scene in recent years, Lu Xingyu. She gazed curiously at the laptop Chun Tian had pushed towards her and inquired, "Boss, are these merely 2 songs? Is it truly necessary for you to come all this way?" Chun Tian offered no elaborate response, but merely gestured for her to listen. Though Lu Xingyu furrowed her brow, she complied and clicked the play button on the computer before her. As she did so, an unfamiliar melody wafted through the office. When a male voice emerged, her initial indifference transformed into a poised attentiveness. 10 minutes later, as the 2 songs concluded, she released a breath she had been holding, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief as she turned to her boss and asked, "Boss, where did you find this composer? And is this meant for me to sing?" Unlike other singers, Lu Xingyu was a creative artist. Over the past few years, nearly all the songs she had released were penned and composed by her own hand. Her talent was undeniable. Each self-composed piece had achieved remarkable success, propelling her into the limelight as a burgeoning diva. Following her rise to fame, due to time constraints and company demands, she had also performed songs written by others. Yet, her high standards meant that the songs she deemed worthy of her voice were exceedingly few, with most still being her own creations. Thus, after listening to the 2 demos, she could profoundly grasp the energy embedded within those songs. This was a musical style that had never surfaced in the entertainment industry. She had never anticipated that traditional instruments, seemingly on the brink of obsolescence, could be revitalized in such a manner. possessing the keen insight of a creator. She could envision the uproar that would ensue upon the release of these two tracks. Chun Tian observed Lu Xingyun, who was visibly astounded. She was an impeccable artist, talented, meticulous in her private life, and dedicated to her career. Her only flaw was her excessive pride. In the past, persuading her to sing songs written by others required considerable effort. Witnessing her astonishment now brought him a sense of satisfaction. A few days prior, when Lin Lao personally approached him to promote these two songs, Chun Tian sensed something amiss. Lin Lao was a figure of great repute, often regarded as a representative of the official art world. Furthermore, due to Lin Lao's relationship with his own family, Chun Tian had always held him in high esteem since childhood. When he first heard the two demos, his reaction had mirrored that of Lu Xingyun's current astonishment. Without a moment's hesitation, he offered a fee that adhered to the highest industry standards, fearing that the creators of the two songs might reconsider their decision to sell. Once he secured ownership of the compositions, he promptly summoned Lu Xingyun after her participation in a variety show. In his eyes, only the newly crowned diva, Lu Xingyun, possessed the prowess to truly embody these songs. However, upon witnessing her boss's affirmative nod, the usually proud Lu Xingyun found herself grappling with a sense of self-doubt. Although she had merely heard a brief sample, she sensed that the young man had nearly rendered the two pieces to perfection. In contrast, she could not ascertain whether she could interpret the songs to such an extraordinary level. After much contemplation, she solemnly accepted the two songs. As a fellow creator, she could not resist such masterpieces. Yet, boss, may I have the opportunity to meet the creators of these two songs? Chapter 62. The odor of love is truly unbearable. Upon reluctantly returning to the dormitory with by Luo Yan, Lin Yan felt as though a part of his heart had been hollowed out. Despite having merely cohabited for a few days, he found himself accustomed to the presence of Bai Luo Yan in his life. Like any individual experiencing the intoxicating thrill of first love, he yearned to remain by her side. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yan, no longer the naive 18-year-old, quickly subdued this restlessness with reason. As he opened the dormitory door, he discovered that his three roommates had already returned. The trio, who had been engaged in conversation, turned to look at Lin Yan, their faces suddenly adorned with mischievous grins. Fueled by their playful camaraderie, Fu Yinjie rushed towards Lin Yan, circling him with keen eyes, occasionally emitting a series of teasing clicks. Lin Yan felt a shiver run down his spine under their inexplicable gazes. He nudged Fu Yinjie, laughingly scolding, "What are you doing, playing with a dog? What else with all the clicking?" Instead of being offended, Fu Yinjie merely chuckled, drawing closer and sniffing Lin Yan vigorously like an inquisitive hound. After stepping back, he dramatically tousled his hair with one hand and pointed at Lin Yan with the other, declaring, "All mysteries have been unraveled. There is but one truth." Lin Yan remained unfazed, staring at this childish fool with lifeless eyes. However, he had forgotten that there was more than one fool in the dormitory. He Chong and Yun Tianhua eagerly gathered around, anticipating Fu Yinjie's elaboration. With a slight smile, Fu Yinjie pointed at Lin Yan and proclaimed, "Behold, he wears a new shirt, one we have never seen in the dormitory before. Moreover, this rascal carries the scent of the goddess of beauty. Not to mention, he didn't return last night, so, my friend, do you wish for your guardians to take matters into their own hands, or will you confess voluntarily?" Taken aback by the sudden interrogation, Lin Yan soon realized what had transpired amidst the chorus of his three roommates' accusations. It turned out that Fu Yinjie had returned the previous day, having learned that He Chong was out working a part-time job, leaving Lin Yan alone in the dormitory. He had intended to return early to keep his brother company. However, to his surprise, upon his return, the dormitory was completely empty. Knowing that Lin Yan hadn't gone home, his first thought was, could it be that this fellow went to a hotel with the goddess? Thus, when the other two roommates returned, an unprecedented concern for their brother Lin Yan emerged among the trio. It was at this moment that Lin Yan opened the dormitory door. Forced into a chair by his three roommates, Lin Yan sighed in resignation and finally admitted, all right, I confess." Upon hearing this, the three of them relaxed their formidable fists, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Lin Yan straightened his disheveled shirt, and with a surprisingly formal tone, he announced to them, "I must declare that Bai Luoyin and I are officially in a relationship." "We know. Haven't you been together for ages?" they exclaimed. "What do you mean by that? Are you attempting to flaunt your superiority? Furthermore, is this what we inquired about?" "Ah, indeed, indeed. Do not divert the topic. Did you spend the night together?" No. He was speaking the truth. Why did they react this way? Fu Yinjia, clearly dissatisfied with his response, brandished the toilet brush towards him, asserting, "If you do not confess, do not blame your guardian for being harsh." Gazing at the suspiciously stained toilet brush, Lin Yan felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Even in previous lives, facing countless adversaries, he had never encountered such an intense feeling of dread. Leaning back slightly to distance his face from the brush, he nervously replied, "We did not spend the night together." "Huh? Even at death's door, you still wish to argue?" Fu Yinjia gestured for his two roommates to restrain Lin Yan while pushing the toilet brush closer. Now Lin Yan began to panic, pleading, Hey. I am not lying. We truly did not spend the night together. We've been at the villa these past few days." Although they were somewhat prepared for this revelation, the three still retreated a few steps, ashen-faced. Fu Yinjie discarded the toilet brush, clutching his pained heart, and scolded Lin Yan, "You beast! How long has it been? And you, of all people, are the first in our dorm to reach third base." How disheartening. Yun Tianhua feigned jealousy, glaring at Lin Yan. "I thought you were rather honest. Who knew you could be so cunning?" Even the usually straightforward He Chong expressed his discontent. "TSK, is there any justice in what you did? Have you considered the feelings of your brothers? Truly, it is so enviable." Lin Yan paused, then quickly realized what they were insinuating. He hastily clarified, "No, we did nothing. Really, we just stayed together for a few days and confirmed our relationship. Nothing else occurred." Little did he know that his explanation would only elicit scornful glances from the other three. "Ha! You cohabited for a few days and claim nothing happened? Do you think we believe you?" Indeed, a lone man and woman together for so long could maintain a purely platonic relationship. Even a fool of a novelist wouldn't write it this way. "I see through you, you hypocritical wretch." As Lin Yan realized that no matter how he explained, they would refuse to believe him, he could only helplessly close his mouth. Ah, what a depraved bunch. However, the three roommates were unaware that their retribution would arrive so swiftly. As the sun began to set, the four prepared to descend to the cafeteria for a meal. Upon reaching the ground floor, they were unsurprised to see the lovely figures of Bai Luoyin and Shangwan Wanyu. Spotting the long-absent Xiaoyu, Lin Yan raised his hand to greet her. Xiaoyu, for the first time, displayed a sincere smile. It seems that Bai Luoyin must have informed her about the confirmation of their relationship, and she genuinely felt delighted for her young lady and her fiancé. Bai Luoyin, evidently more affectionate than usual, stepped forward and tightly embraced Lin Yan's arm. With a bashful expression, she inquired of Lin Yan, "Darling, have you missed me?" Before Lin Yan could respond, she answered her own question, "I have missed you, so I couldn't help but come find you." "Do you think I'm being too clingy?" Even Lin Yan, no matter how naive, knew the appropriate response at that moment. He gently ruffled Bai Luoyin's hair, his gaze softening instantly as he replied tenderly, "Of course not. I actually enjoy your clinginess." However, he remained oblivious to the peculiar expressions on the faces of his three roommates behind him. Although they had developed a certain resilience to the couple's display of affection, it seemed as though their return from a break had elevated their romantic antics to a new level. The scent of love was truly overwhelming. Chapter 63. What were you pretending before? However, the trio did not anticipate that this was merely the beginning. Disliking the cafeteria fare, Bai Luoyin typically brought meals prepared by her personal chef, often making enough for Lin Yan and her roommates as well. Consequently, they often dined with their own provisions in the cafeteria. Today, it appeared that her two roommates intended to return only after dinner, leaving just her, Xiaoyu, and the four from Lin Yan's dormitory. Naturally, the chef who catered for Bai's illustrious daughter was no ordinary cook. Although the food was presented in simple containers, it was indeed exquisite cuisine crafted by a Michelin-starred chef. Such seemingly ordinary meals would command a price starting in the 5 figures at a restaurant. Even a wealthy heir like Yun Tianhua could not indulge in such culinary luxuries daily. Typically, the trio expressed heartfelt gratitude for the meals Luo Yan provided, affectionately calling her sister-in-law without hesitation. However, today, as they consumed the food before them, they found it rather tasteless, experiencing an unusual struggle to swallow. The primary catalyst for this shift was the couple before them. While this pair often unabashedly displayed their affection in public, the trio had developed a certain immunity over time. Yet today, their display could hardly be deemed mere affection. It was akin to a nuclear bomb. Luo Yan seemed utterly unconcerned with the surrounding students. Nearly sitting atop Lin Yan, she tilted her head back, her lips slightly parted, eagerly awaiting Lin Yan's feeding. Having grown accustomed to her demeanor during their days of cohabitation in the villa, Lin Yan did not dwell on it, but habitually lifted the food from the container to her lips with chopsticks. Luo Yan, her eyes half closed and cheeks puffed like a small hamster, appeared exceedingly endearing. After swallowing, she pouted slightly and said, "Darling, I want to eat the meals you prepare. This isn't tasty at all compared to what you make. Can you cook for me this weekend?" Observing his girlfriend's playful antics, Lin Yan affectionately reassured her, "All right, whatever you want to eat this weekend, I will prepare for you." Luo Yan's words were not entirely fabricated. Having received system rewards that transformed Lin Yan into a versatile talent, he possessed commendable culinary skills. Unlike the flamboyant Michelin chefs, he had the ability to create unforgettable flavors from humble, everyday ingredients. The meals he had been feeding her in recent days had spoiled her palate somewhat. As the scene of mutual feeding unfolded, Shuguan Wanyu stood behind them, her face adorned with a knowing smile. In stark contrast, the other three appeared visibly distressed by the display of affection. Glancing at the enamored couple, they hastily finished their meals and departed the cafeteria. Once, one could merely describe their antics as dog abuse, but now it has escalated to outright canine slaughter. After a reluctant farewell between a young couple, Lin Yan opened the dormitory door to find his three roommates already engrossed in a game. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yan promptly produced his phone and declared to the trio, Come, let the Godfather take you to new heights." Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Yan's gaming prowess earned unanimous acclaim from his peers. There was no room for dissent, especially after these three had suffered 3 consecutive defeats prior to his return. It is well known that a full squad requires 5 players. In the past, they would typically queue as 4 and randomly invite a passerby to fill the void. However, upon entering the room today, Lin Yan stated, "Wait, I shall invite one more person." At the puzzled gazes of his friends, a player with the username Yin Yan's little wife was ushered in. Although he had his suspicions, Fu Yanjie couldn't help but inquire, "Lin Yan, who is this?" "Oh, this is Luo Yan. She has been watching me play this game for the past few days, and she insisted I include her when I play," Lin Yan explained. Relief washed over them. However, the implications of this coupling were perplexing. Were they truly intent on showcasing their affection, even in the gaming realm? Who pursues another just to shower them with affection? Couldn't they spare a thought for the feelings of others? Nonetheless, considering Lin Yan's gaming skill and Luo Yan's generous support, the trio could only harbor their frustrations in silence. Initially, upon hearing that Luo Yan had only recently started playing, they subconsciously dismissed her as a novice. Yet, the prospect of demonstrating their gaming abilities in front of a member of the illustrious family invigorated them. However, as the matches progressed, they soon realized that reality deviated from their expectations. After yet another successful game, led by Lin Yan, the three gazed at Luo Yan's impressive 2028 support stats. Bewildered, and turned to Lin Yan. "Didn't you say she had just started learning?" "Indeed, perhaps she possesses a natural talent," Lin Yan replied. Glancing at his own dismal 118.5 score, Fu Yanjie calmly queued for another match. Ultimately, the only consolation for the trio was that they won continuously throughout the night, while Luo Yan visibly improved with each game. Her gaming style mirrored her personality, bold and confident. Had one not witnessed it firsthand, who would have believed that a hero like Yao could chase down opponents and engage in combat? A night of silence passed, and soon the first day of class after the 11-day holiday arrived. After exchanging greetings with Jianglan and Wan Yuru, the 8 settled into their familiar seats. As usual, Luo Yan nestled beside Lin Yan. However, upon sitting down, Lin Yan couldn't resist stealing a glance at the white stockings she wore. Since reuniting with Bai Luoyin over a month ago, Lin Yan has come to realize that stockings come in a myriad of varieties, from colors to textures and embellishments. Bai Luoyin has been delighting him daily with an array of styles. Today, she adorned herself in a pair of white stockings embellished with delicate little bows at the top. Noticing Lin Yan's gaze, the young woman playfully rested her leg upon his foot, reiterating the familiar invitation. How about a touch? Just as Lin Yan was about to instinctively refuse, he suddenly sensed an incongruity. Wait a minute. We are now in a romantic relationship, are we not? Isn't it quite normal for a boyfriend to caress his girlfriend's thigh? With this thought in mind, Lin Yan tentatively extended his trembling hand towards the silky white stocking. A glimmer of triumph flashed in the girl's eyes as she swiftly grasped his hand, pressing it firmly against her leg. Lin Yan's palm gently glided over the fabric, feeling its smooth texture, while his heart echoed in wonder. Ah, so this is the sensation of stockings? How foolish I was to act so pretentious before. Chapter 64. At last I've caught you, my beloved junior. Under the exhilarating sensation, the morning classes seemed to pass remarkably swiftly. Perhaps Lin Yan sensed that he and Bai Luoyin were becoming overly attached. This time, instead of dining in the cafeteria, the two took their lunchboxes to the artificial lake to enjoy their meal. Little did they know the psychological shadow they cast upon the students who had come for a leisurely stroll after their meal. Upon bidding farewell to Bai Luoyin and returning to his dormitory, Lin Yan did not join his three roommates in a midday slumber on their beds. Instead, he opened his laptop and embarked on his plans for financial gain. Originally, Lin Yan intended to leisurely drift through his university years for a year or two. However, due to Bai Luoyin's influence, he felt compelled to expedite his financial ambitions. Though Bai Luoyin seldom showcased the wealth of the Bai family in his presence. Apart from rare instances, the glimpses he caught were enough to illustrate the stark contrast between the affluent elite and ordinary individuals. While the notion of being supported by a powerful woman might seem appealing, Lin Yan's experiences from his previous life in the world of 9 conquests taught him that it is best for one to retain control over their own destiny. He did not harbor doubts about Bai Luoyin's loyalty, but he aspired to possess the ability to stand by her side should she face adversity, just as he had in his past life. One could argue that he harbored a hint of masculinity, yet he believed that a man's fundamental principle is to have the capacity to protect the woman he cherishes. Naturally, he was acutely aware of the daunting challenge of catching up to those in the upper echelons of wealth, with the timeline seeming unimaginably long. Nevertheless, if he could rise from nothing to elevate Bai Luoyin to the throne in his previous life, he firmly believed he could achieve success in this one as well. The $7 million he earned from selling 2 songs through Lin Lao marked the inaugural step in his financial strategy, serving as a crucial source of initial capital. During the summer, he had thoroughly contemplated various avenues for generating income. Logically speaking, given the knowledge in his mind, achieving stardom in the entertainment industry should not be overly difficult. Yet, he quickly dismissed that notion. He did not relish the idea of being in the limelight. The glitzy life of a star, surrounded by the spotlight, and having one's private life laid bare before the public, was not what he desired. Moreover, he understood that despite the seemingly glamorous facade, a celebrity is merely a puppet for capitalistic gains. Thus, he preferred to navigate the industry indirectly through Lin Lao to sell his song copyrights, avoiding the public eye for this very reason. His goal was merely to earn a modest sum as seed money, sufficient for a behind-the-scenes creator. Once he acquired his initial funds, it would be time for him to advance to the next phase of his plan. As previously mentioned, in the face of capital, a star is merely a tool. Therefore, why not choose to become the capital behind the scenes? If one were to consider the quickest route to wealth, aside from the entertainment industry, it would undoubtedly lead to the realm of finance. His deliberate choice to pursue a degree in finance stemmed solely from his aspiration to align himself with a profession befitting his ambitions. Presently, he is meticulously preparing for his investments. The realm of finance encompasses a vast array of sectors, including gold, stocks, options, and rare metals. It is widely acknowledged that the financial sector offers opportunities for meteoric success. However, few are fortunate enough to ascend to such heights. The essence of finance lies in possessing information and connections. Those with insider ties can glean snippets of confidential information that could equate to a year's earnings for an ordinary individual. Conversely, those who remain uninformed are destined to be among the exploited. Lin Yan finds himself in a similar predicament, yet with a distinguishing factor. Although the system has not endowed him with the ability to foresee the future, it has equipped him with the requisite knowledge and wisdom to navigate this sphere. While lacking access to insider information, he understands that valuable insights can be acquired through various channels. For instance, during times of international turmoil, gold prices tend to surge. When a nation's primary industry receives government support, that sector's market will invariably flourish. Moreover, possessing the foresight to recognize the commercial potential of new products from technology companies is invaluable. Currently, Lin Yan is engaged in online research to gather information. Many are unaware of the wealth of useful data available on the internet. Publicly traded companies are mandated to disclose their financial standings online, which allows for the analysis of their investment directions and corporate focuses. Lin Yan excels in the art of information collection and analysis. Throughout his 9 conquests of various worlds, he has become acutely aware of the significance of intelligence. He has repeatedly uncovered weaknesses in adversaries or uncovered insights about court officials from seemingly mundane information. It is essential to note that during each conquest, the system provided him little assistance beyond orchestrating his encounters with the female lead of that world. Unlike others who possess a golden finger upon their arrival, he merely contends with a system that incessantly debates with him in his mind. The most egregious aspect is that the system explicitly informed him that for the female lead to ascend as an empress, she must genuinely embody the role, rather than merely undergoing the coronation ceremony. In essence, he cannot take a shortcut by first becoming a regent who conquers the world and then relinquishing the throne to the female lead. Such a ruler would merely be a puppet, not an empress. This stipulation has inadvertently increased the complexity of Lin Yan's task. His own excellence is insufficient. He must also cultivate the female lead of that world to be equally exceptional. At this juncture, Lin Yan finally comprehends why the system is dubbed the Empress Achievement System. To illustrate, it requires not only that one excels personally, but also that one's allies attain a similar level of excellence. This necessity has afforded him ample training across those worlds, as the nightmare mode is far more demanding than the simple mode. After an afternoon of information gathering, Lin Yan gradually formulated some objectives. However, he refrained from acting impulsively, opting instead to allocate his funds for investment only after amassing sufficient data. After all, his initial capital was limited, allowing for no room for error. While 7 million might seem considerable to the average person, in the financial realm, it barely stirs a ripple. Upon closing his laptop, Lin Yan realized that his 3 roommates had already risen. Glancing at the clock, he was startled to discover it was time for class. He hurriedly splashed some water on his face and grabbed the textbook for his afternoon classes, following closely behind his roommates. Just as he reached the ground floor of the dormitory, he unexpectedly encountered someone he had not anticipated. It was none other than Lin Miaoka, the senior he had removed from his friends' list, renowned for her 3-year reign as the campus belle and now serving as the president of the student council. The moment Lin Miaoka spotted Lin Yan, a sweet smile graced her lips. Yet, in stark contrast to her smile, her tone carried an icy chill that pierced to the bone. "At last, I've caught you, my dear junior," Lin Yan responded with a look of bewilderment. Chapter 65, I'm finished. Upon encountering Lin Yan, Lin Miaoka nearly lost her composure, feeling an overwhelming urge to unleash a torrent of invective upon him. Little did she know how many times she had sought out this insufferable man during the 11-day holiday. It was only after discovering that her friend from the green bubble had been deleted by Lin Yan that she realized he had never provided her with his phone number. However, on that very day, she had been entrusted with a task from her grandfather. The ancient melody, once showcased by the Traditional Arts Association, had garnered significant attention. Given Lin Yan's seemingly casual references to the Lantingi Sioux and Qinghua Ci, her grandfather, Lin Lao, suspected that this young man must possess additional undisclosed treasures. Therefore, He instructed Lin Miaoka to locate Lin Yan and inquire whether he could unveil one or two more ancient compositions. In an era where traditional music is gradually fading away, Lin Lao saw in Lin Yan a glimmer of hope for revitalizing cultural heritage. Lin Miaoka expressed her support for her grandfather's intentions, yet she found herself at a loss, unable to locate Lin Yan. In truth, they had only met in person once. Aside from a handful of limited discussions regarding song transactions on Greenbubble, she had no real connection with Lin Yan. Accustomed to the affections of men since childhood, she had never imagined that a boy would one day remove her from his friends list. Consequently, she had never thought to ask for his phone number. After all, who was she? She was the campus belle of Zhonghai University, reigning for 3 consecutive years. Even with the emergence of Bai Luoyan this year, she still retained her position as the third-year campus beauty, having only fallen slightly behind in the online voting. It was utterly unfathomable that a man would, after completing a transaction, unhesitatingly sever ties with such a stunning beauty. Infuriated by Lin Yan's actions to the point of losing her appetite, she took the initiative to seek him out, driven by a surge of indignation. She yearned to confront this foolish junior and question whether he had lost his senses. Through the connections of the student council president, she learned that he had not returned home for the holiday, leading her to adopt a rather foolish yet effective strategy. She would wait beneath his dormitory, hoping to catch him. To her dismay, this insufferable man did not emerge from his dormitory for several consecutive days. She even contemplated whether she should muster the audacity to storm into the boys' dormitory to find him. But her self-image as a perfect senior kept her in check. Little did she know that the charming junior she sought had been indulging in an unrestrained lifestyle with Bai Luoyan at a villa during those days. After 3 fruitless days of waiting, she began to feel a sense of despair. Just as she was about to abandon her quest, she received a call from Chen Tian. Previously, having been caught in the middle of the communication between Lin Yan and Chen Tian, she had developed a modicum of rapport with this influential figure. Though the owner of the entertainment company presented herself modestly before her grandfather, like a dutiful granddaughter, the reality is that Lin Miaoka is indeed his true granddaughter. In her presence, Chen Tian could be considered a semi-elder. Upon answering the call, she swiftly grasped the purpose of the communication. Firstly, it was a request from the illustrious Lu Xingyun to meet the creators of 2 songs. Secondly, Chen Tian subtly conveyed his interest in inquiring whether Lin Yan would be inclined to produce a few more songs. After all, having only 2 songs did not suffice to form a complete album. With those 2 jewels already in hand, they could not afford to include subpar tracks indiscriminately. Contemplating this, Chen Tian pondered the possibility of Lin Yan selling a few more songs to see if they could amass enough material for a record. As for the pricing, that could be negotiated easily. Chen Tian's simple ambition was to leverage this album to firmly establish Lu Xingyun's position as the reigning diva of the entertainment industry. Although she had been referred to as a diva by numerous media outlets, such titles were often fleeting. Lu Xingyun possessed undeniable talent and had penned several beloved hits. Yet these works still lacked the gravitas needed. The 2 songs Lin Yan had sold to him sparked Chen Tian's vision of solidifying Lu Xingyun's status once and for all. Although the previous price of $3.5 million for a song seemed exorbitant, if it could lead to the creation of a top-tier diva, such expenses would pale in comparison. Thus, after hearing Chen Tian's request, Lin Miaoka begrudgingly suppressed her anger and made her way once more to Lin Yan's dormitory. This time, she had carefully checked their class schedule and knew Lin Yan would have a class in the afternoon, timing her arrival at his dormitory accordingly. As fate would have it, she finally laid eyes on the man who haunted her thoughts. She positioned herself in front of Lin Yan, suppressing her fury and offering him a radiant smile. Gritting her teeth as she said, "I've finally caught you, my charming junior." Despite the sweet smile on her face, Lin Yan's seasoned instincts sensed an undercurrent of hostility. He instinctively took a step back, gazing at Lin Miaoka with apprehension, and asked, "Isn't this senior? What brings you here? Did you remove me from your friends list? Was it an accident or intentional?" Initially intending to clarify her intentions upon seeing Lin Yan, Lin Miaoka found herself, for reasons unknown, involuntarily voicing her inner questions. "Lin Yan, oblivious to the awkward expression on Lin Yaoka's face, replied with clarity. How could it have been an accident? It was certainly done on purpose. Why? Lin Yaoka inquired, somewhat caught off guard. Well, why? Our transaction was completed, so isn't it normal for me to delete it? Taken aback by Lin Yan's forthrightness, Lin Yaoka found herself momentarily stunned. After a prolonged pause, she finally regained her composure, locking her gaze onto Lin Yan, her burgeoning anger now impossible to contain. With a sharp sound, she forcefully shoved Lin Yan against the wall, one hand pressing firmly on his shoulder. Her eyes locked onto his with a fierce intensity as she gritted her teeth and declared, "Very well. You are quite impressive." At that moment, Lin Yan's three roommates stood in stunned silence, their gazes fixed on the unfolding scene, internally giving their friend a thumbs up. This guy is something else. How on earth did he manage to attract the attention of so many stunning beauties simultaneously? Did he really just mention a deal with Senior Lin? Is it the kind of arrangement they had imagined? So, Senior Lin actually enjoys this sort of interaction? Could we possibly join in as well? Clearly, these bewildered onlookers had inevitably veered their thoughts in a particular direction. The class was long forgotten by the three, who stood eagerly in place, anticipating the next development. Just then, a familiar female voice floated over from behind them. "Darling, I've been waiting for you for ages. So, this is where you are. What on earth are you doing?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, Lin Yan glanced at his position with Lin Yaoka, his mind going blank in an instant. With only 3 words echoing in his head, "I'm finished." Chapter 66. In my sister's dictionary, there is no such thing as heartbreak. Only widowhood. Even Fu Yanjia and the others could distinctly sense the chill emanating from the gentle voice. They turned to see Bai Luoyan smiling sweetly at Lin Yan and Lin Yaoka. Yet her smile failed to reach her eyes, which hinted at a bloodthirsty intent. She coldly regarded Lin Yan, who had been cornered by Lin Yaoka, and with an exquisitely tender voice, called out, "Darling, what game are you playing with your senior?" In that moment, Lin Yan felt as if he were being scrutinized by a fierce tiger. He instinctively shivered and swiftly extricated himself from Lin Yaoka's wall embrace. Faced with the smiling Bai Luoyan, even the astute Lin Taifu found himself at a loss for words. He hurriedly attempted to explain, "No, please let me clarify. It's not what you think." However, to his surprise, Bai Luoyan did not appear angry. Instead, she took a couple of steps forward to link her arm with his. Observing the flustered Lin Yan, she suddenly burst into laughter. Covering his mouth with her hand, the young lady softly murmured, "It's all right. I've seen everything. I trust you." Lin Yan gazed at the girl beside him in disbelief. This doesn't seem to align with my expectations. In a typical narrative arc, she should be upset with me, and I would spend a chapter or 2 soothing her back into good graces, right? Starting off with a declaration of trust feels rather unconventional. Before Lin Yan could ponder further, Bai Luoyan tightened her grip around his arm, casting a challenging glance at Lin Yaoka, as if to assert her claim. For a moment, the 4 young men present felt as though they witnessed a spark of electricity igniting between the 2 women. Eventually, it was Lin Yaoka who broke the silence. She seemed to revert to her composed self, the poised student council president, and with a perfect smile, addressed Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan, "Junior Lin, I have come to discuss a potential collaboration." She succinctly laid out the request from Lin Lao and Chen Tian. Before Lin Yan could respond, Bai Luoyan interjected, "Oh, I see. However, my husband is rather busy. How about I handle these collaborations with you from now on?" "Miss Bai, isn't that a bit inappropriate? After all, the proposal was directed at your classmate." In response, Bai Luoyan wore a disdainful smile. The next moment, the commanding aura of the Empress and head of the Bai group began to radiate from her. As the head of the Bai group, do you truly believe it is unseemly for me to engage in business dealings worth tens of millions with you? Have you considered the implications of your words? Years of navigating the cutthroat business world made Lin Yaoka tremble in her resolve, leaving her momentarily speechless. No matter how formidable Lin Yaoka was, she was merely the student council president. Setting aside the background of Lin Lao, in the presence of Bai Luoyan, Lin Yaoka could only be regarded as an exceptional intern at best. As Lin Yaoka fell into silence, a victorious smile graced the lips of Bai Luoyan. "Oh dear, we're almost late for class. "Let us hurry, darling," she said, not allowing Lin Miaoka a moment to respond, and swiftly linked arms with Lin Yan to depart. Only after they had left did Lin Miaoka regain her senses, stamping her foot in frustration as she watched them disappear in the distance. Meanwhile, Lin Yan, whose arm was firmly held by Luo Yin, regarded her with a peculiar expression. Noticing the boy's gaze, Luo Yin turned and smiled, asking, "What is the matter? Is there something strange on my face?" "No, it's just that I thought you would." "You thought I would be jealous?" Luo Yin replied with a playful glint in her eye, leaning in suddenly. Their soft lips met in a tender kiss, the warmth of the boy's breath enveloping her neck. Although Lin Yan was caught off guard by this sudden gesture, he quickly responded with gentle affection. Since that day, he had grown increasingly accustomed to the intimacy shared with the young girl, even finding himself somewhat entranced by it. After a prolonged moment, they finally parted. As their bodies separated, a glimmer of moisture lingered at the corners of their mouths. Luo Yin, resembling a dutiful young bride, reached out to tidy Lin Yan's slightly disheveled collar, softly assuring him, "Rest assured, I trust you. I know the man I chose is not so superficial as to be swayed by mere beauty." However, before Lin Yan could feel touched by her words, Luo Yin's next statement caused his smile to freeze. "But when I see you standing with other women, I cannot help but feel uncomfortable, because I love you, and love is inherently selfish. Do you understand?" After a brief pause, a hint of crimson flickered in her eyes as she continued, "Moreover, I want you to know that in my dictionary, there is no such thing as a breakup, only widowhood. So, do you comprehend?" Under the warmth of her gentle gaze, Lin Yan stiffly nodded. Satisfied with his response, Luo Yin skillfully took his hand and led him into the classroom. Ultimately, Lin Miaoka did not re-add Lin Yan as a friend. Driven by possessiveness, Luo Yin took on the role of Lin Yan's representative, effectively initiating negotiations with Lin Miaoka on his behalf. Faced with the true nature of Luo Yin, Lin Miaoka finally understood why this young woman could wield the Bai group with such authority at a tender age. The facade of the delicate woman she often presented was reserved solely for Lin Yan. Outside of his presence, she transformed into a decisive and ruthless business magnate. This sentiment was shared by Lin Miaoka, as well as the elders, Lin Lao and Chen Tian, who felt a profound discomfort. Luo Yin's proposed terms, while seemingly excessive, were astutely placed at the threshold of their limits. The sensation, akin to a fishbone lodged in one's throat, caused them considerable discomfort, yet they felt compelled to acquiesce. Ultimately, Luo Yin finalized the terms. Lin Yan could compose 4 additional songs for Chen Tian, and under Luo Yin's assertive negotiations, both the remuneration and the subsequent earnings from these songs would surpass previous agreements. This arrangement could be deemed an unprecedented bounty, even for a renowned composer within the industry. Although merely 6 songs were involved, it sufficed for Chen Tian. After all, an album featuring 6 songs of such caliber could indeed be deemed formidable. Naturally, the generous terms were also attributed to Luo Yin's esteemed reputation. Upon realizing that he was negotiating with none other than the contemporary figurehead of the Bai family, he nearly believed he was ensnared in a dream. The prospect of a top-tier magnate, whose discussions commenced in billions, coming to him to negotiate the rights to a few songs was surreal. In the past, he would have surely dismissed such a scenario as fanciful. Meanwhile, on Lin Lao's side, Lin Yan also consented to provide a piece comparable to the previously acclaimed drunken fisherman singing at dusk. Similar to before, he refrained from requesting financial compensation, instead seeking a promise, one of future assistance from Lin Yan without charge. Given Lin Lao's unique standing, Lin Yan explicitly noted that this assistance would not contravene any laws or Lin Lao's personal principles. In comparison to monetary gain, the value of Lin Lao's assistance was evidently far more significant, considering the influential backing he possessed. However, Lin Yan prudently mentioned to both parties that the songs would require a month for production. This was a deliberate strategy to obfuscate any suspicions by extending the delivery timeline. While popular songs could be composed in a matter of days, the creation of ancient melodies within such a short span would indeed appear peculiar. For Luo Yin, the principal negotiator, this was perhaps the smallest business transaction she had ever engaged in since her recollection. Yet, For Lin Yan, she willingly exerted herself. As for the diva's request to meet Lin Yan, both he and Bai Luoyin naturally disregarded it. To Lin Yan, such a meeting bore no distinction from courting disaster. Chapter 67. A sudden thought of amusement in the midst of such relatively bustling days, they soon found themselves welcoming the weekend once more. However, to Bai Lian's disappointment, Lin Yan was unable to join her for a romantic escape to the villa, as he had made plans with Zhang Wei. This weekend marked Bai Luoyin's debut as Lin Yan's girlfriend before his lifelong friend. Indeed, Zhang Wei had been eager to invite Lin Yan out since the National Day holiday. Although they did not attend the same university, Zhang Wei had enrolled in a modest institution in Jianhai City. The considerable distance between their universities, coupled with the adjustment period of entering college, had rendered both of them somewhat preoccupied, which explained why they had not managed to meet up for over a month. Nonetheless, as childhood companions, it was inconceivable that they would sever their ties. Thus, upon learning that Lin Yan would also remain in the city during the National Day holiday, Zhang Wei persistently called him, urging him to go out. However, in the face of love, the bond of friendship inevitably took a back seat. Engrossed in cherishing his moments with Bai Luoyin, Lin Yan decisively declined Zhang Wei's invitation and rescheduled for the upcoming weekend. Given that Zhang Wei mentioned bringing his roommate along, he suggested that Lin Yan inquire if his own roommate would like to join as well. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lin Yan directly approached his three roommates. He Chong, who had just finished showering, towel drying his hair, pondered for a moment before responding, "Are we going out tomorrow, Saturday?" "Sure, I have no plans, so let's go together. It's been a month since I came to Jianhai City, and I haven't explored the place properly." He Chong's financial constraints were relative to the other two in the dorm. Although he hailed from a rural background, his family was not impoverished to the extent of lacking basic sustenance. Generally speaking, they belonged to the category of ordinary individuals who needed to work away from home for extended periods. His frugality and part-time work stemmed primarily from a desire to alleviate his family's burdens. Hence, he was not the type to shy away from outings. Rather, he simply exercised more restraint compared to others. Yin Tianhua, glancing at his phone, chimed in, "Sounds good, I'm free tomorrow too. As a local, I can show you around." However, at that moment, Fu Yinjia, who was preening his hairstyle in front of a mirror, suddenly interjected, "I won't be joining. I have plans for tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the three roommates turned to him in unison, their expressions a mix of disbelief and curiosity. Lin Yan, incredulous, inquired, "You mean to say you have plans?" Ignoring him, Fu Yinjia continued to fuss with his bangs. After presenting a self-satisfied smile in the mirror, he turned to his three roommates and said with a hint of pride, "Well, I wasn't planning to boast, but since you asked so earnestly, I shall graciously enlighten you. Indeed, tomorrow I have a date, and it is with a girl." Lin Yan and the others exchanged silent glances, and eventually, it was the rather straightforward He Chong who spoke up. "Is the girl you are going out with perhaps having some vision issues?" Upon hearing this, Fu Yinjia sprang up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. With an irritable expression, he retorted to his roommates, "What kind of nonsense is that? Do you really think it's impossible for me to have a date with a normal girl?" However, as soon as he uttered those words, the three of them unanimously nodded in agreement. Yin Tianhua then added with a wry smile, "Or perhaps she has some mental issues." "Hey, you guys are being too harsh," Fu Yanje exclaimed, laughing in exasperation. Just then his phone buzzed beside him. He glanced over, and a blissful smile spread across his face. Quickly, he picked up the device and began fervently typing a message. Seeing his demeanor, the trio could easily deduce that he was messaging the girl he was to meet. They remained silent, simply observing Fu Yinjia, who appeared utterly smitten. A few moments later, he triumphantly waved his phone at his three roommates, declaring, "Did you see that? She just emphasized the time and place. She even mentioned bringing her friend along and hoped I would dress nicely. You guys are just openly jealous of me." Upon hearing this, Lin Yan scoffed, "Do I really need to feel jealous of you?" Fu Yinjia fell silent for a few seconds before commanding, "You, step aside." He then pointed at the other two and said, "You two are definitely jealous of me." He Chong completely ignored him, picking up a towel he had just used and turning quietly towards the balcony. Yin Tianhua shot him a disdainful glance, before returning to his phone. This disregard was evidently more cutting than any verbal taunt. The reactions of the two made Fu Yinjie uneasy. He pouted and resumed, fixing his hair in front of the mirror, muttering to himself, "You all can be envious. I will undoubtedly be the first, or the second to be single no more in our dorm." Hearing this, Yin Tianhua glanced at him and asked, "So, you and that girl haven't established a relationship yet?" "Yes, so what?" "So, she invites you out and brings a bunch of friends along? Are you planning to treat them to a meal tomorrow?" "Yes. She said she wanted to introduce me to her friends. As a gentleman, I must treat them, right?" At this moment, Yin Tianhua looked at Fu Yinjie with a gaze full of pity. "Tell me, has that girl ever expressed any feelings for you?" As he heard this, Fu Yinjie bowed his head in contemplation, then hesitantly replied, "There should be. She mentioned that she thinks I am a good person." Upon hearing this, Lin Yan, who was drinking water, couldn't help but splutter it out. Fu Yinjie cast an irritated glance at him and said, "Are you laughing at me?" No. I merely recalled something amusing all of a sudden," Lin Yan explained unconvincingly while reaching for a tissue to wipe his mouth. Fortunately, at that moment, Yin Tianhua interjected, "So, she has never explicitly stated a relationship. Why do you believe she has feelings for you?" Clearly, this question struck a chord in Fu Yinjie's area of ignorance. He fell silent for a few seconds before responding, She initiates conversations with me, and every time we see each other at school, she greets me. Doesn't that indicate interest?" At this moment, He Chong, who had been facing away from him, began to tremble noticeably. "Hey, you're laughing at me too, aren't you? Have the courage to face me instead of turning your back, you scoundrel." He Chong, covering his mouth with his hand, struggled to suppress the upward curve of his lips as he replied, I just suddenly, remember my mom saying that the old dog back home is pregnant. Don't get me wrong. Ha. Fu Yinjie's forehead twitched with rage as he shouted at He Chong, "Are you not even pretending anymore? You are laughing at me." At that moment, Yin Tianhua finally put away his phone and approached Fu Yinjie. He placed a hand on Fu Yinjie's shoulder and, without uttering a word, regarded him with a look of sympathy. For some inexplicable reason, Yin Tianhua's gaze irked him even more than the mockery of the other two. Chapter 68. I am Lin Yan's girlfriend, and my name is Bai Luoyan. On a Saturday afternoon, in the expansive square of a large commercial complex in Shanghai City, the 3 boys from Class 520 and the 4 girls from Class 502 gathered together, a rare occurrence outside the university. In the end, Fei Yinjie did not join Lin Yan and the others, and Lin Yan did not press him. He understood well that a young man, lost in the fantasies of love, could not be easily awakened. Only after truly experiencing hardship could he possibly come to his senses. Rather than pestering him with incessant persuasion, it was perhaps better to let him hit a wall. However, Lin Yan did not anticipate that Bai Luoyan's other 2 roommates would also join them. Shengwan Wanyu, who had always served as the backdrop for Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan, looked at her young mistress and couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Thanks to the operational rewards from the system, she had been by Bai Luoyan's side since her birth in this world. She was not only a companion to the Bai family's young lady, but also her attendant, and now she served as the second in command in managing the Bai group. Over the years, she had witnessed everything concerning Bai Luoyan. It could be said that Bai Luoyan had nearly no friends during her previous 18 years. After her arrival in this world, aside from diligently mastering the Bai group, she had been waiting for Lin Yan. Beyond that, she had little in the way of hobbies or goals. Undoubtedly, Jiang Lan and Wen Yuo were both exceptionally pleasant young women. Anyone fortunate enough to become roommates with these 2 would undoubtedly become good friends. However, had it not been for her reunion with Lin Yan, it would have been difficult for Bai Luoyan to accept such new friends. Even Bai Luoyan herself remained unaware of the changes that had surfaced since her encounter with Lin Yan. The once aloof and frigid president of the Bai group began to thaw. Remarkably, during her more than a month at Shanghai University, she had smiled more than in the entirety of her 18 years prior. At that moment, she resembled a nurturing mother, her face beaming with satisfaction as she observed her mistress and her fiancé. In her eyes, only the fiancé was worthy of her young lady. The 7 of them arrived in Bai Luoyan's private vehicle. In truth, several luxury cars were waiting outside the school gates for Bai Luoyan. Bai Luoyan, Lin Yan, and Xiaoyu shared one car, while the other four were in another. Xiaoyu, acting as the driver, kept her focus on the road, while Bai Luoyan, seizing the rare opportunity for privacy, could no longer contain herself and reached out towards Lin Yan shortly after getting into the car. As a competent housekeeper, Xiaoyu seemed to be entirely separated from the back seat, unwaveringly gazing ahead. This resulted in the two in the back taking several minutes to tidy their attire before disembarking upon arrival. As soon as they stepped out of the car, He Chong, who had arrived a few minutes earlier, looked at Lin Yan with a puzzled expression and asked curiously, "Hey, Lin Yan, why is there blood at the corner of your mouth? I remember you didn't have any wounds before we set off." Yun Tianhua glanced at Lin Yan, then at Bai Luoyan, who stood beside him seemingly unfazed, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. As for Jianglan and Wenyuru, they pondered for a moment before covering their mouths, their expressions tinged with a mix of mockery and curiosity as they looked towards their divine roommate. Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback by their remarks and quickly accepted the tissue handed to him by Xiaoyu to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He rolled his eyes at his girlfriend beside him and calmly explained, Xiaoyu isn't very experienced with driving. I accidentally bumped into the seat when she made a sudden stop. Suddenly feeling an intense gaze from Shangguan Wanyu, who scrutinized him with a pair of dead fish eyes. Lin Yan turned his head away, his heart filled with apologies towards her. Xiaoyu suppressed her urge to retort, slowly nodding in response to the collective gaze of the group. "Hey Lin Yan, over here." Fortunately, at that moment, a cheerful voice shattered the awkward atmosphere. Zhang Wei approached them, vigorously waving his hand, accompanied by two male classmates, presumably his roommates. They appeared to have just arrived. Upon getting closer and spotting Lin Yan and his companions, Zhang Wei was initially taken aback before exclaiming in surprise, "Wow, my son is impressive. You even brought girls along." Realizing his words might have been inappropriate, he quickly composed himself and introduced himself. "Hello everyone, I'm Lin Yan's friend. My name is Zhang Wei." He then introduced the two individuals behind him. "These are my roommates, Li Liang and Wang Chengyue. We had one more, but he has some matters to attend to today." As he concluded, the two boys stepped forward to greet the group. Li Liang appeared to be an ordinary freshman, the kind that would blend into a crowd seamlessly. It was evident that he was somewhat shy, as he dared not make eye contact with the girls while greeting them. In contrast, Wang Chengyue exuded a completely different aura. Dressed in fashionable attire and possessing a commendable appearance, he was the type to easily attract female attention. Of course, compared to the charming gentlemen in front of their screens, he paled in comparison. Moreover, judging by the brands he wore and the watch on his wrist, it was clear his family was relatively affluent. Unlike the bashful Li Liang, he greeted the group with confidence. Upon seeing Jianglan, Wenyuru, and Shangguan Wanyu, he displayed evident astonishment. Even he rarely encountered so many beautiful women at once. It would not be an exaggeration to say that if these ladies were placed in their school, they would undoubtedly be the top beauties in their class. Shangguan Wanyu, if not for her overly cold demeanor, could even be considered the belle of the department. Most importantly, the three enchanting ladies before him exuded distinctly different charms. The sophisticated Jianglan, the gentle and amiable Wenyuru, akin to a kind neighbor, and the frosty beauty Shangguan Wanyu. However, upon catching sight of the girl beside Lin Yan, his surprise swiftly transformed into awe. He never anticipated that a spontaneous decision to accompany Zhang Wei out of sheer boredom would lead him to encounter such a goddess-like presence. It is no exaggeration to assert that within his more than a decade of life experiences, the radiant Bai Luoyan before him was the most exquisite girl he had ever laid eyes upon. As he observed Bai Luoyan standing quietly beside Lin Yan, a flicker of envy crossed his gaze. Clearly, Bai Luoyan had made an effort to adorn herself today, although October had arrived. The weather in Shanghai City still retained a hint of late summer warmth. She donned a delicate yellow short-sleeved top, accentuated by a lace-embroidered collar that beautifully enhanced her figure. Her denim skirt, which fell just above her knees, outlined the perfect curves of her hips while displaying her jade-like legs for all to see. Coupled with her elegantly made-up face, Bai Luoyan effortlessly captivated the attention of most men in the square upon her entrance. Following Wang Qingyue's self-introduction, Those accompanying Lin Yan began to introduce themselves in turn. When it was Bai Luoyan's turn, she flashed a charming smile at the three unfamiliar young men before her and naturally introduced herself, saying, "Hello, everyone. I am Lin Yan's girlfriend. My name is Bai Luoyan." Chapter 69. It turns out Lin Yan's girlfriend is quite wealthy. The three young men across from them were visibly taken aback upon hearing Bai Luoyan's self-introduction. Among them, Zhang Wei stared incredulously at his companion, his expression a mix of disbelief and despair as he grabbed Lin Yan and implored, "Tell me, my son, this cannot possibly be true." At that moment, Lin Yan could no longer suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He burst into laughter, addressing Zhang Wei with glee. Oh, I forgot to mention before coming out. I met a girlfriend after starting school, and I thought it was a good opportunity to let you see her today." Observing Zhang Wei's crushed demeanor, he continued to taunt, "Oh, it's really nothing much. My girlfriend is just a bit more attractive, has a perfect figure, and her family has a little money. I'm not that superficial. I mainly value her character." There was a teasing lilt to his voice as he added, "You needn't be jealous of me despite his words." Lin Yan clearly had no intention of concealing his smug expression. Zhang Wei, feeling a surge of irritation, gritted his teeth and retorted, "Don't get too carried away. Remember, I still have that photo of you from elementary school, the one where you peed in public without pants." Before he could finish, Lin Yan swiftly covered his mouth. Lin Yan looked at him apologetically and said, "I'm sorry, my dear guardian, I was wrong. Please forgive my transgressions and don't hold it against me." Seeing Lin Yan apologize, Zhang Wei finally chuckled and released his grip. "All right, enough of this. Let us head into the mall. It's sweltering out here." After some playful banter, Lin Yan decisively led the group inside. It was 2 p.m., the hottest time of the day. Although it was October, standing under the sun felt unbearably warm. With no objections from the others, the 10 of them entered the bustling mall behind them. Once inside, He-chan couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Having been in Jianghai City for quite some time, this was his first visit to this particular mall. Unlike the rural area he was accustomed to, the scale of this mall in one of China's first-tier cities shattered his previous perceptions. Nearby, when Yuru saw his astonished expression and chuckled, covering her mouth with her hand. Rather than mocking He-chan, she approached him to explain the various establishments on each level of the mall. Lin Yan observed the growing closeness between He-chan and Wen Yuru, raising an eyebrow with a knowing smile. At that moment, Bai Luoyan, seizing the opportunity while Lin Yan was distracted, stealthily approached Zhang Wei. She took out her phone and asked, "Would it be all right to add you as a friend?" Zhang Wei, taken aback by her request, appeared incredulous. "Sister-in-law, what is this?" Despite their earlier quarrel, he was keenly aware of the distinction between brotherhood and romantic interests. As Lin Yan's longtime companion, he expressed playful banter. Yet his heart swelled with joy for his friend's fortune in having such a girlfriend. Simultaneously, he was acutely aware of the necessity to maintain a respectful distance from his brother's girlfriend. Upon catching sight of Zhang Wei's expression, Bai Luoyan instantly discerned his misinterpretation. With a hint of dissatisfaction, she remarked, "TSK, I was merely inquiring about obtaining childhood photographs of Lin Yan, the one you mentioned earlier, where he was clad only in his underpants. It truly exists, doesn't it?" As she spoke in hushed tones, she furtively cast a glance at Lin Yan ahead, akin to a thief burdened with guilt. Zhang Wei paused momentarily, then promptly broke into a radiant smile. "Of course it exists. Sister-in-law, do not fret. I shall retrieve it for you." After scanning Bai Luoyan's QR code to add her as a friend, Zhang Wei hurriedly accessed his long-neglected QQ space, rummaging through the photographs he had uploaded in the past. Naturally, he was not a pervert, so it was improbable that he had retained an abundance of embarrassing childhood pictures of Lin Yan. After several minutes of searching, he managed to find a modest 5 photographs to send to Bai Luoyan. Upon receiving the notification, Bai Luoyan beheld several images of Lin Yan from his elementary school days. Given the passage of time, the clarity of the pictures was rather lacking. The youthful Lin Yan appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, faintly reminiscent of his present self. During that period, he was undeniably an adorable young lad. These 5 images featured Lin Yan frolicking with Zhang Wei and friends. One particularly amusing photograph captured Zhang Wei with a mischievous grin, tugging at Lin Yan's trousers, while Lin Yan, in a state of panic, attempted to resist. Gazing at the cherubic visage of the young Lin Yan, Bai Luoyin found herself entranced, involuntarily emitting a peculiar laughter. Observing the transformation of the once goddess Bai Luoyin into a besotted admirer, Zhang Wei was taken aback. He swallowed hard and cautiously addressed her, "Sister-in-law, is everything all right?" Regaining her composure, Bai Luoyin wiped away the non-existent drool and instantly reverted to her usual goddess demeanor. She tilted her head slightly, contentedly patting Zhang Wei on the shoulder. "Xiao Wei, well done. A reward for you." With that, she swiftly tapped a few buttons on her phone. Ding-dong, as she executed her action. Zhang Wei's phone chimed in response. Confused, he opened his device, and upon seeing the transfer record of 500,000 yuan from Bai Luoyin, his eyes widened in shock. At that moment, Bai Luoyin's melodious voice echoed once more in his ears. "Find me more photographs like these when you return. For each one you procure, I shall reward you with 100,000 yuan. The more, the merrier, with no upper limit." Goodness! Just moments ago, while Lin Yan had boasted about his girlfriend possessing a modest amount of wealth, Zhang Wei had not taken it seriously. But now, it was evident that she possessed a considerable fortune. How on earth had this college freshman, barely a month into university, managed to attract such a stunning and affluent goddess? Moreover, judging by Bai Luoyin's reaction, it was abundantly clear that she was utterly smitten with Lin Yan. Surely, it could not be the case that the goddess was pursuing Lin Yan, could it? No, that was implausible. If that were true, he would immediately perform a handstand while defecating. Zhang Wei was utterly oblivious to the foolish vow he had unwittingly made, and at that moment, he paid no heed to such trifling thoughts. He slightly bent forward, wearing an ingratiating expression as he gazed at Bai Luoyin, speaking in a sycophantic tone. "Dear benefactor." "Oh, no, sister-in-law. Rest assured, I shall return home next weekend and thoroughly search through the old computer and phone for any photographs related to Lin Yan. If I fail to find them, I shall take it upon myself to bring Lin Yan back and capture his image in a state of undress just for you." Observing Zhang Wei's eagerness, Bai Luoyin nodded in satisfaction, though a tinge of regret lingered in her heart. It was a pity, had it been in a previous life, he would undoubtedly have been given the esteemed position of a grand steward. Chapter 70. Who are you? When Lin Yan finally shifted his gaze away from Yichang and Wenyuru and caught sight of Bai Luoyin and Zhang Wei, he felt a momentary sense of disorientation. It was as if he had stumbled upon a scene where a courtier was humbly following the empress, bowing and scraping in sycophancy. Shaking his head, he dismissed the image from his mind. Approaching Bai Luoyin, he curiously inquired, "What are you discussing that seems to bring you such joy?" Bai Luoyin, maintaining her composure, tucked her phone away and, as usual, linked her arm with Lin Yan's, playfully responding, "Oh, it's nothing much, just asking your close friend about your childhood. I was curious if you ever had any little girlfriends at school." Zhang Wei quickly chimed in, Yes. Sister-in-law is absolutely right. She just wants to learn a bit about your past." Lin Yan cast a peculiar glance at the two, but chose to ignore them thereafter. It was a rare outing, and the group of university students appeared to be quite exhilarated. Yichang, initially somewhat bashful, gradually eased his nervousness under Wenyuru's gentle demeanor, engaging in light-hearted banter with her. On her suggestion, he even purchased a long-sleeve shirt. As for Jianglan, with her striking looks and outgoing personality, she quickly became acquainted with Zhang Wei and the others, exchanging information about their respective schools along the way. Conversely, Lin Yan found himself in a rather unique position. He had little interest in shopping malls, being a quintessential pragmatist. Aside from a penchant for gourmet food, he maintained a rather utilitarian attitude towards material possessions like clothing and watches. Previously, while at the villa, Bai Luoyin had offered to gift him some luxury watches and clothing, all of which he had politely declined. This was not due to any sense of male superiority. Rather, he felt that as a student, wandering around in a bespoke suit and a multi-million-dollar watch would make him appear rather ostentatious. Ultimately, he accepted a few casual outfits from Bai Luoyin, as he indeed lacked sufficient clothing for change while at the villa. Thus, he found himself trailing along with the group out of sheer boredom. For Bai Luoyin, as long as she could be by Lin Yan's side, the destination mattered little. Moreover, the items in the mall held no allure for her. To put it bluntly, she barely recognized any of the brands on display. After all, the attire worn by the maids working in her estate far surpassed these so-called luxury brands in value. Such luxury items are merely relative to the common folk. For someone of Lin Yan's stature, these ostentatious brands would come knocking at her door for service. As for Shangwan Wanyu, she continued to follow the two like a shadow, as usual. Just a few nights prior, after returning from a busy day at the company, Luo Yan had excitedly shared the news of her tangible progress with Lin Yan. At that moment, she curiously inquired of her young mistress, "So, how many days have you two been living together? Has anything happened?" Luo Yan instantly grasped her implication. She slightly raised her head, her expression radiating pride as she replied, "How could that be? Do I seem like someone who would so easily yield?" Yet now, as she observed her mistress nearly draped over Lin Yan, she couldn't help but feel a tinge of irony. In this state, one could hardly speak of yielding. It seemed that with just a beckoning finger from the young master, her mistress would willingly present herself. When she regained her composure, she was suddenly aware of another presence beside her. Turning her head, she recognized it to be Yin Tianhua, the young master's roommate. Noting the puzzled gaze from Shangwan Wanyu directed at him, Yin Tianhua shrugged and explained, "Don't misunderstand. I was simply feeling bored and unconsciously followed you two." As was customary, every time he stepped out of the dormitory, Yin Tianhua appeared to transform into an entirely different person. Unlike Zhang Wei and the others, who were preoccupied with the enchanting Jiang Lan, he ambled along with his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of disinterest in everything around him. Of course, there was a reason for his ennui. Unbeknownst to anyone, the very mall they were meandering through was, in fact, a property belonging to his family. Yes, due to his understated demeanor, there were times when people would forget that he hailed from wealth. However, in Shangwan Wanyu's eyes, such a person truly embodied the persona of a scion of a wealthy family. Apart from a few nouveau riches, most affluent heirs appeared more adept at concealing their true selves than the average person. For them, there was no need to flaunt their wealth to satisfy their vanity. Yet, even to the well-versed Shangwan Wanyu, Yin Tianhua was a rather distinctive type. It seemed less like he was concealing himself and more akin to him merely languishing in idleness. What the four of them failed to notice was that Wang Qingwei, not far from them, frequently cast glances in their direction. After about an hour of wandering, at Zhang Wei's suggestion, the group decided to contribute to a recently popular national blockbuster project at the cinema. As they purchased tickets on the spur of the moment, they could only secure seats for the 3:40 p.m. show. With half an hour remaining until the screening, Lin Yan gently tapped the arm of the girl who had been clinging to him, softly suggesting, "Shall I go get you a cup of milk tea?" Naturally, the girl in the throes of young love would not refuse her boyfriend's kind gesture. Upon seeing Luo Yan nod in agreement, Lin Yan called upon Yin Tianhua and Zhang Wei to accompany him to fetch the milk tea, as it was impossible for him to carry multiple cups alone. As the group departed, Wang Qingwei, who had been quietly observing Luo Yan, seized the opportunity to approach her. Under the curious gaze of Luo Yan and Shangwan Wanyu, he adjusted his attire and presented what he believed to be his most charming smile. He took out his phone and politely addressed Luo Yan, "Hello, classmate. May I add you as a friend?" From the very moment they first met, he found himself captivated by Lu Yan's beauty. The fact that she was already in a relationship held little significance for him. Hailing from a family of modest means, and possessing a certain charm that set him apart from his peers, he had attracted the affections of numerous girls since his early adolescence. Although he had only just embarked on his university journey, he had already accumulated a wealth of romantic experiences. In fact, the reason he was out with Zhang Wei today was merely to evade the persistent entanglements of a female classmate. She was a girl from the neighboring class who had a boyfriend even before entering college. Unfortunately for her, her boyfriend had enrolled in a university far away, leaving her vulnerable. He had offered her a modicum of care, bringing her breakfast daily, and within less than a month, she had succumbed to his advances. However, once he had successfully won her over, he swiftly cast her aside, viewing the entire affair as nothing more than a game. Thus, when faced with the ethereal beauty of Luo Yan, he could scarcely restrain himself from making another play. He firmly believed that with his capabilities, Simply adding her as a friend would grant him the opportunity to win her heart. He had never before conquered a goddess of her caliber. Yet, to his astonishment, Bai Luoyin regarded him with an expression akin to that reserved for a simpleton, furrowing her brows as she inquired, "Excuse me, who are you? Have we met before?" Chapter 71. The classification of men in Miss Bai's eyes. Wang Changyue had envisioned myriad possibilities. He had encountered numerous excuses from girls who rejected him, yet he always managed to persuade them to add him as a friend. However, he never anticipated that Bai Luoyin would respond in such a manner. Bye, classmate. I am Wang Qingyue, a friend of Zhang Wei from the same dormitory." Yet his words only deepened Bai Luoyin's confusion. Furrowing her brow, she turned to the nearby Xiaoyu and inquired, "Huh? Did Zhang Wei bring his roommate out today?" Upon hearing this, Wang Qingyue was taken aback. "Excuse me, classmate. Not to mention that Zhang Wei had introduced me earlier, but haven't we been wandering together for over an hour? Was he merely a passerby in her eyes?" In contrast to Wang Qingyue's surprise, Shangwan Wanyu was acutely aware that her mistress was not jesting. In her presence, all males could be categorized into three distinct groups. The first group consisted of Lin Yan. Whenever he appeared, her gaze could scarcely accommodate anyone else. In her heart, Lin Yan was synonymous with the entire world. The second group included Lin Yan's friends, such as his roommates and close companions. These individuals were barely memorable to her, as she perceived them as people whom Lin Yan would care about. Therefore, she endeavored to cultivate a favorable image in front of them, believing it would enhance Lin Yan's reputation. In essence, this category comprised individuals of utilitarian value. As a side note, the nominal grandfather of Bai Luoyin from a Bai family could also be counted among them. The final group encompassed others, towards whom she would not even spare a glance. They were deemed superfluous. Wang Qingyue undoubtedly belonged to this last category. After all, countless men had paraded before her throughout her life. If she were to remember each name, she would have long since been overwhelmed. Though Wang Qingyue was reluctant to give up and wished to say something more, he was intercepted by Shangwan Wanyu. At that moment, Bai Luoyin's eyes lit up, and she abruptly rose and dashed forward. It turned out to be Lin Yan and his companions returning from their milk tea purchase. Before Lin Yan could approach, Bai Luoyin had already opened her arms and leaped into his embrace. Lin Yan, holding his milk tea aloft, looked at the girl in his arms with a hint of exasperation. It felt as if he had been away for days. Perhaps it was merely his imagination, but he sensed that since their relationship had become official, this girl had grown increasingly fond of clinging to him. Yin Tianhua, accustomed to the scene, strolled past the couple without a second thought, while Zhang Wei observed with a mixture of surprise and admiration, silently giving a thumbs up to his best friend. In light of this situation, Wang Qingyue could only act as if nothing had transpired and quietly walked away. Meanwhile, Shangwan Wanyu continued to scrutinize his retreating figure with a discerning gaze. Soon, the milk tea was distributed. Bai Luoyin remained seated, nestled in Lin Yan's embrace, sipping her drink with small, delicate sips. However, after taking a few sips, she suddenly fixed her gaze on the cup in Lin Yan's hand and said, "Darling, this drink is rather unpalatable. I wish to have yours." Without waiting for Lin Yan's consent, she swiftly swapped their cups. Unfazed by the fact that the straw had previously been in Lin Yan's mouth, she placed it directly to her lips and began to drink, a look of bliss illuminating her face. Lin Yan, glancing at the milk tea that bore a faint trace of lipstick, paused momentarily before casually taking a sip himself. The couple's overt display of affection was met with a silent agreement of disregard from the other 8, some accustomed to such displays, while others preferred not to indulge too much. Before long, it was time for them to present their tickets. The group produced their tickets and proceeded to the screening room. Due to the recent popularity of the film they intended to watch, coupled with the size of their group and the fact that it was the weekend, the 10 tickets they purchased were not situated together. Those familiar with cinemas know that there are often secluded 2-seat arrangements scattered throughout. The rationale behind such seating is evident to many. At this moment, Lin Yan and his companions happened to possess 4 of these paired seats. As the only couple present, Lin Yan and Bai Luoyin unabashedly claimed 2 of them. Meanwhile, their guardian, Shangwan Wanyu, randomly occupied a seat in front of them. As for the remaining empty seat, Wang Qingyue had initially contemplated feigning ignorance to sit there. However, under Shangwan Wanyu's nearly lethal glare, he wisely chose to vacate the spot. Ultimately, the last seat fell to Yun Tianhua. Although he typically exhibited a laid-back demeanor, sitting beside Shangwan Wanyu filled him with a sense of trepidation. Unlike the others, he was acutely aware of how formidable this woman, who appeared to be merely by Lin Yan's attendant, truly was. As the saying goes, while capital may not visibly bear blood, its rise is invariably accompanied by a trail of it. What noble family lacks its share of dark dealings? The Yin family is no exception, and the Bai family, as a top-tier power, is even more so. Shangwan Wanyu, in particular, has been Bai Lian's most effective instrument over the years. As the sole person Bai Luoyin trusts, Shangwan Wanyu's responsibilities extend far beyond the surface management of the Bai group. Much of the family's clandestine affairs have been deftly handled by this capable individual. Aware of all this, Yun Tianhua, while at school, did not entirely avoid Shangwan Wanyu, but maintained a prudent distance. He never anticipated that he would find himself inexplicably seated beside this legendary figure. Glancing at Shangwan Wanyu beside him, he forced a smile and, with a hint of resignation, attempted to spark a conversation, saying, "What a coincidence." Shangwan Wanyu merely cast a cold glance in his direction before returning her focus to the screen, disregarding him entirely. In truth, Shangwan Wanyu's beauty is not to be underestimated. One might even assert that she is exceptionally stunning. Even when compared to her dormitory mate Jiang Lan, she possesses a grace that slightly eclipses the latter's appearance. However, her perpetually expressionless demeanor, coupled with her reticent nature, often causes her beauty to go unnoticed. Moreover, she seems to exist as a mere shadow of Bai Luoyin, her understated presence frequently overlooked. Like a beautiful jade concealed within the shadows, no matter how exquisite, it remains difficult for others to discern. Yet, Yin Tianhua dared not gaze upon Shangwan Wanyu's visage. Instead, he directed his utmost respect forward. Fortunately, as the lights began to dim, the grand screen ahead commenced the showing of the evening's film. However, after approximately 10 minutes of viewing, Yin Tianhua found himself regretting his decision. His regret was not due to the presence of the petite you beside him, but rather because of the shameless couple behind him. Alas, he mused, it must have been a meteorite that struck my head for me to so foolishly position myself in front of those two. Chapter 72. Sir, their methods of killing have changed for Bai Luoyin. The prospect of watching a film held little interest. However, considering it was her first movie outing with Lin Yan, she found herself filled with a modicum of anticipation. Yet, not long after the film commenced, as she sensed Lin Yan's presence beside her, restlessness began to creep in. Feeling a pair of small hands sneak beneath her hem, caressing her abdominal muscles, Lin Yan was immediately struck by an ominous feeling. He casually pressed down on the fidgeting hand while lowering his voice in a warning. Hey, you do realize that there are cameras in the cinema, right? Our movements here can be seen from outside. To his surprise, rather than retreating, Bai Luoyin appeared increasingly exhilarated by his words. She relished in the sensation of touching Lin Yan's sculpted abs, leaning in close to whisper in his ear. I was exhausted pretending to be a lady in front of your friends. I can't just cuddle with you like I usually do. Do you have any idea how hard that is for me? Besides, we are a couple. It's merely a touch. What's there to fear? Or do you wish to engage in something more thrilling? With that, she gently blew a breath against his ear. A wave of warm, moist air brushed against him. Had the cinema not been shrouded in darkness, one would have seen Lin Yan's face redden like a ripe apple. You. Lin Yan attempted to articulate further, but Bai Luoyin's soft lips had already found his. Murmurs of their kiss faintly echoed from behind, causing Yun Tianhua, seated in front, to become increasingly restless. He wore a tense expression, fixated on the screen, feigning ignorance to the sounds, while internally he was unleashing a torrent of curses. Sir, their methods of killing have indeed transformed. So, your usual display of affection is merely to spare us singletons from discomfort. This is a cinema, not a hotel. I'm not a part of your play, you fools. You two shameless lovers truly know how to kill without a blade. In stark contrast to Yun Tianhua's turmoil, Shangwan Wanyu remained remarkably composed. Her tranquility was not merely superficial. She exhibited a genuine calmness, with nary a flicker of change in her expression. Yun Tianhua, noticing her demeanor, leaned closer and whispered, "How do you manage to remain unaffected?" Shangguan Wanyu continued to watch the film intently. Her lips slightly parted as she replied, "One simply becomes accustomed to it." Accustomed to what? Did you grow up eavesdropping at the foot of someone else's bed? Yin Tianhua's mouth twitched as he mentally scoffed, forcing himself to refocus on the large screen before him. Fortunately, Lin Yan and Bai Luoyin displayed a modicum of restraint, refraining from turning the dim cinema into a scene of unbridled chaos. After fulfilling the young lady's whimsical desire for a boyfriend's energy boost, the two gradually shifted their focus to the film. As a phenomenon in the history of the Huaxia nation, this animated feature, despite its genre, captivated audiences with its exquisite production and remarkable script. Even Bai Luoyin found herself unwittingly absorbed in the narrative. Upon witnessing a plot twist involving a certain leopard-like uncle, Lin Yan couldn't help but exclaim, "Now, that is an astute character." Bai Luoyin nodded in agreement. The screenplay cleverly avoided the cliché tropes of the past, presenting antagonists with unexpectedly high intelligence. Initially dismissing it as merely an animation, she soon found herself genuinely impressed by the meticulous artistry on display. With the Bai family also engaged in the film industry, Bai Luoyin quickly recognized the immense effort and resources invested in this animation. This stood in stark contrast to the plethora of mediocre films flooding the market, often relying on celebrity endorsements or subpar production quality, which explained its remarkable box office success. Thus, captivated by the storyline, Bai Luoyin gradually forgot her earlier mischief, comfortably leaning against Lin Yan as they focused on the grand screen before them. When the theater lights illuminated once more, the audience realized 2 hours had slipped by unnoticed. After sitting through the final credits, they reluctantly exited the cinema. However, as everyone emerged, their collective gaze converged on Lin Yan's face. Is there something peculiar about my face?" he inquired, curious as he touched his cheek, oblivious to the vivid lipstick mark that revealed the intimate encounter they had just shared. Meanwhile, the young lady, seemingly unaware, nonchalantly retrieved a lipstick to touch up her makeup. Yet, amidst the laughter of their companions, Lin Yan eventually caught on to the situation. He cast an exasperated glance at the young lady before hastily dashing to the restroom to wash away the evidence. It must be noted that the Bai family's lipstick was indeed of superior quality. It took Lin Yan quite some time to cleanse his face of the mark. Upon emerging from the restroom, he intended to offer an explanation, but met with the knowing gazes of his friends. He merely stammered and chose to remain silent. Bai Luoyin, undeterred by the attention, continued to affectionately cling to his arm. Zhang Wei approached Lin Yan, a mischievous grin on his face as he elbowed his companion. Casting a glance at Bai Luoyin, he lowered his voice to Lin Yan, saying, "Well, look at you. A day apart feels like an eternity. When did you become such a charmer? How on earth did you manage to make a goddess like your sister-in-law so infatuated with you? Hiss. Speaking of which, your leg hair has always been quite abundant since childhood. Could it be that you?" As this individual continued to speak increasingly absurdly, Lin Yan swiftly interjected, steering the conversation in a different direction. "I propose we find a place to dine, as it is getting rather late." After watching the film, the time had insidiously crept to 6:30 in the afternoon. Prompted by Lin Yan's suggestion, the group collectively acknowledged their growing hunger and agreed to his proposal. Meanwhile, Wang Chengwei, who had been casting envious glances at Lin Yan since their departure, suddenly conceived an idea. As the group deliberated on what to eat, he, in an unusual display, voiced his own suggestion. "Everyone, I have a wonderful place in mind." Chapter 73. Wang Qingyue's subtle thoughts upon the suggestion of Wang Chengwei. A group of individuals embarked on a 20-minute stroll to a nearby dining establishment. In today's society, the quest to distinguish oneself amidst peers has compelled individuals to exert considerable effort. Take, for instance, the dining bar that Lin Yan and his companions have chosen. This modern concept, catering to the youthful demographic, represents a fusion of the culinary and bar industries. In essence, it is a creation born from the desire of proprietors to encompass both dining and nightlife experiences. These establishments often boast meticulous decor and an inviting ambience, rendering them popular hotspots for young patrons. Indeed, numerous variations exist, such as music-themed dining bars, sports event venues, and light snack bars. In the Guangdong region, one can even find breakfast spots where patrons enjoy dim sum while watching live WWE performances. The establishment they have arrived at is a renowned chain music dining bar in the country, distinguished by its exquisite interior design and resident band, which draws a considerable young clientele. It is somewhat amusing that Lin Yan, hailing from a small city, is visiting such a place for the first time. Not to mention his roommate, He Chong. Both, along with Zhang Wei, entered with expressions of curiosity. Meanwhile, Wang Chengyue, the instigator of this outing, observed their reactions with a barely perceptible hint of disdain. From the outset, he harbored a certain skepticism toward Zhang Wei, the roommate from a small town. Despite his inner thoughts, adeptly masked his true feelings, maintaining a pleasant facade with his peers. However, he was taken aback to discover that Zhang Wei's close friend possessed a girlfriend of such remarkable beauty as Bai Luoyan. As a celebrated hotspot for social media enthusiasts, this dining bar possesses its unique allure. Upon entering, the patrons were immediately captivated by a small circular stage, where a magnificent black piano awaited. Above the stage, the ceiling was adorned with glass, allowing the moonlight to serve as a natural spotlight during the evening hours, casting a silvery glow upon the polished surface of the piano, creating an ethereal atmosphere. Typically, the bar features regular performances by a band. However, Lin Yan and his friend arrived too early for the show, leaving the stage empty save for the piano. Nonetheless, the group was unconcerned, as their primary objective was simply to dine. Due to their numbers, they opted for two separate tables. Bai Luoyan, the inseparable companion, naturally settled beside Lin Yan, while the ever-present Shangwan Wanyu took her customary seat next to Bai Luoyan. Jiang Lan, without much thought, joined their table as well. Meanwhile, when Yuru cast a glance at Ichong, hesitating for a few moments before taking a seat beside Jiang Lan. Thus, Lin Yan found himself seated with one male and four females, while another table was occupied by 5 boys. Zhang Wei cast an envious glance at Lin Yan, murmuring softly, "How come I never noticed that this fellow has such an affinity with women?" Beside him, Yin Tianhua and He Chong sympathetically patted his shoulder, their expressions laden with a mix of admiration and lamentation, saying, "Well, at least you can still enjoy your meal today, instead of being overwhelmed by dog food." Li Liang, Zhang Wei's roommate, remained silent, merely gazing at Lin Yan, who was surrounded by numerous girls, with an expression of envy. He resolved to seek an opportunity to consult Zhang Wei's friend about the art of interacting with women. However, if Lin Yan were to discern his intentions, he could only offer a rueful smile and say, "Sorry, my friend. This is truly beyond my expertise." Meanwhile, in the corner, Wang Qingyue's eyes burned with jealousy as he watched Lin Yan. Throughout his life, he had been accustomed to being the center of attention among friends. Whenever he went out, the girls were always drawn to him. Yet, he never anticipated a day when he would find himself relegated to the role of a mere backdrop. Although he had intentionally brought everyone here to achieve a specific goal, he found himself unable to voice it, sitting silently in search of an opportunity. Fortunately, the girls at Lin Yan's table did not employ the casual, "You can just order whatever" approach when it came to choosing dishes. A group of them quickly settled on their selections. Once the waiter collected the menus, Li Liang suddenly recalled something as he gazed toward the stage at the front of the hall. He turned to Wang Qingyue and said, Speaking of which, didn't you perform a piano piece at the school's orientation gala? Since that piano is just sitting there idle, why don't you go up and perform again?" Seeing that someone had finally brought this up, Wang Qingyue suppressed his excitement and feigned reluctance, waving his hand dismissively. No, I wouldn't want to embarrass myself. It would be quite awkward when the professional band arrives." Despite his words, his gaze frequently wandered toward Bai Luoyan at the other table. At that moment, Bai Luoyan was completely oblivious to the boys' conversation, engrossed in playfully tugging at Lin Yan's ear. As for Lin Yan, he wore an expression of disinterest, dutifully playing the role of her compliant toy. Fortunately, Zhang Wei, having overheard their discussion, chimed in, "Oh yes, I remember you performed a piano piece at school. Don't be so modest. Your performance was quite impressive. Why not give another shot? After all, you have some free time now. Wang Chengyue, who had initially felt disheartened, could not suppress the smile that crept across his face upon hearing Zhang Wei's praise. He Chang, catching wind of their conversation, joined Zhang Wei in encouraging Wang Chengyue to take the stage. Only Yin Tianhua picked up his glass, took a sip of water, and silently observed Wang Chengyue's performance. In his eyes, Wang Chengyue's face seemed to be emblazoned with the words, "Do not speak. I am here to show off." As he had surmised, this was indeed the reason Wang Chengyue had brought everyone to this musical dining establishment. Just last week, he had brought a certain female classmate here for a meal. Thus, he was well aware that the restaurant owner permitted guests to take to the stage and utilize the piano. His motive for bringing everyone here was to seize the opportunity to impress by Luo Yin, hoping to capture the attention of this goddess. He understood that once he ignited a woman's curiosity, he would be one step closer to winning her over. Chapter 74. May everyone find that one person whose eyes only reflect you as expected after feigning a moment of reluctance. Wang Chengyue straightened his attire and rose to his feet. Before ascending the stage, he deliberately took a detour to stand before Lin Yan's table. Meeting the puzzled gazes of the four beautiful women and Lin Yan, he unveiled what he deemed his most charming smile and addressed by Luo Yin. "I hope that once my performance concludes, I might have the audacity to request a reward." With that, he disregarded their reactions and strode confidently onto the stage. At that moment, by Luo Yin, who had just shared a whispered conversation with Lin Yan, wore an expression of bewilderment. She turned to Lin Yan, questioning, "Did someone just speak?" Lin Yan offered no response, merely gesturing toward the stage with his chin. Meanwhile, Wang Chengyue had settled himself before the piano, taking a deep breath before commencing his performance. He chose a renowned piece of foreign piano music, one that, while relatively easy to execute, possessed a captivating rhythm. Wang Chengyue's piano training had not spanned a lengthy period. He had only studied for 2 years in his childhood at his parents' insistence. However, unlike other skills, music is profoundly influenced by innate talent. After 2 years, his piano instructor had discerned that the boy lacked a natural aptitude for the instrument. Furthermore, Wang Chengyue could not endure the monotonous routine of daily practice. Thus, upon entering middle school, he ceased attending piano lessons. Yet upon stepping into high school, he discovered that his understanding of the piano could serve as a remarkable asset in his pursuit of romance. Despite years of inactivity, he was still capable of playing a few simple melodies. To an untrained ear, merely being able to perform a complete piece was impressive enough. It must be said that with Wang Chengyue's relatively appealing appearance, coupled with the image of him performing at the piano, he undeniably garnered the admiration of many women. From the moment he began to play, numerous female patrons in the CAF turned their attention toward the stage. Clearly, such a musical venue primarily attracted a youthful clientele. Being a Saturday evening, the CAF was already populated with many young women, despite the early hour. Wang Chengyue's chosen piece was a lyrical composition about love. Though simple, it earned him considerable applause from the audience. Moments later, as the final note resonated, the patrons generously applauded him. Wang Chengyue, ever the gentleman, offered a subtle smile to everyone before descending from the stage to approach by Luo Yin. He produced his mobile phone, extending it towards her with a hint of a smile, and inquired, "As a reward for my performance, may I add you as a friend?" The young women who had initially focused their attention on her erupted into playful cheers, seemingly oblivious to Lin Yan's presence beside by Luo Yin. Even before Wang Chengyue approached by Luo Yin, Shangwan Wanyu's face had already donned an expression as frigid as ice. Her eyes glimmered with a cold light, fixated intently on the man before her, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. The others around them wore equally grim expressions as they regarded Wang Chengyue. Given the depths to which he had sunk, how could they not perceive his intentions? Yet, they were taken aback by the audacity of someone brazenly soliciting a girlfriend's contact information in front of her boyfriend. Among them, Zhang Wei's countenance was particularly ominous, setting aside the fact that one was merely a roommate known for a few months while the other was a longtime friend of over a decade. He found it difficult to accept Wang Chengyue's behavior based on his own principles. Although he had previously heard unsettling rumors about Wang Qingyue at school, his observations of the latter's conduct in the dormitory had led him to maintain a skeptical view of those tales. In hindsight, he deeply regretted bringing this individual along. Just as he contemplated rushing over to deliver a punch to Wang Qingyue, he was restrained by Yin Tianhua, who grasped his arm. Unlike the others, Yin Tianhua remained unperturbed, gazing at the bewildered Zhang Wei and mouthing two words, "Stay calm." Meanwhile, Lin Yan was equally surprised by the unfolding scene. To be fair, having lived for a considerable part of his life, it was the first time he had experienced someone attempting to steal his partner right before him. He also discovered that, in moments of helplessness, one can indeed smile. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, and a glimmer of intrigue flickered in his eyes as he looked at Wang Qingyue. Although he usually maintained an indifferent facade, surely no one could genuinely believe that a person who had struggled through tumultuous times for half a century was merely a soft target. Just as he prepared to rise, Bai Luoyin unexpectedly leapt to her feet. Without a moment's hesitation, she seized her cup and splashed its contents towards the man before her. Wang Qingyue, caught off guard by the sudden chill on his face, finally realized what had transpired. He stared incredulously at the girl before him, but before he could unleash his fury, her words erupted like a rapid-fire barrage. "Am I your mother? If you want a reward, go home and ask your mom. What kind of gentleman are you pretending to be, you big bad wolf? Do you think I can't see through your intentions? If your eyes are useless, you might as well donate them instead of dragging those two bulbs around. Can't you see I have a boyfriend? Why on earth should I add you as a contact? Just because you're shameless enough? Or is it because you're sufficiently brazen, knowing full well that a girl has a boyfriend, yet still trying to encroach upon her? Do you have some sort of green hat complex? Or did you grow up in a troubled household and feel compelled to seek out another man's woman?" This left not only Wang Qingyue, but everyone else stunned by Bai Luoyin's tirade. It is worth noting that her usual shameless demeanor was only displayed in front of Lin Yan. In the eyes of others, Bai Luoyin was perceived as an untouchable heiress of a wealthy family. Even though she appeared amiable towards her friends, that inherent sense of distance could never truly be bridged. In the face of harassment from those with ulterior motives, it was often Shangwan Wanyu who intervened to drive them away. However, witnessing her personally unleash a barrage of invective was a novelty for the onlookers. Yet, Bai Luoyin's words were evidently far from concluded. "What do you mean by that? Have I uttered anything incorrect? Moreover, why would I need your contact information? If I were bored, I would engage in conversation with my boyfriend. If I were feeling down, I could easily invite him out for some leisure. Should I find myself in need of something, I could simply request him to procure it for me. If I were unwell, I could seek his comfort through affectionate means. Even if we were to argue, that remains a matter solely between us. I can wait for him to soothe me, or at the very least, I can take the initiative to seek his forgiveness. Love is a matter for two, and the presence of any third party is utterly unwelcome." Chapter 75. The Grand Tutor truly is a feast for the eyes. Gazing at the young girl who shielded him, Lin Yan's expression momentarily froze before he broke into a gentle smile. Unbeknownst to him, this little girl who had always hidden behind him for protection had matured into someone capable of standing before him, ready to defend him. Observing the girl whose chest rose and fell with agitation, Lin Yan tenderly embraced her, soothing her emotions by gently patting her back, speaking to her as one might to a child. All right, do not be angry. It is not worth it. Be good." As he spoke, he gestured towards the group of black-clad figures approaching from a distance. When venturing outside, how could the bodyguard surrounding Bai Luoyin not follow closely? The moment they saw their young mistress rise, they were poised to rush forward. However, considering that this was not a society dictated by feudal norms, Lin Yan, despite his aversion to Wang Qingyue, would not resort to lethal measures over trivial matters. Of course, whether Bai Luoyin would subsequently instruct those black-clad figures to discreetly teach him a lesson was beyond Lin Yan's concern. Upon noticing Lin Yan's gesture, the leading bodyguard hesitated momentarily, but, after a few moments of contemplation, obediently signaled his subordinates to retreat. They had been following their mistress closely during this time and were well aware of her deep-seated anxiety regarding the young man. It was clear to them that his position as their future son-in-law was a foregone conclusion. Given this, obeying his command seemed entirely justified. Though Bai Luoyan was ostensibly the one hurling insults, she now leaned against Lin Yan's chest, appearing as though she had been wronged, her face a portrait of grievance. Nestled against him, she seized the opportunity to caress the firm contours of his abdomen beneath his clothing, her squinted eyes betraying a sense of satisfaction. Witnessing Bai Luoyan in such a state, Wang Changyue, standing opposite them, felt as if he were experiencing an illusion. Surely, it had been he who had just been splashed with water? And was it not he who had been berated, drenched in humiliation? Why did she appear so woeful? However, just as he contemplated voicing his thoughts, he met Lin Yan's gaze, and in an instant, he found himself frozen in place. Lin Yan's eyes conveyed neither rage nor malice. He simply regarded the young man before him with calm composure. Yet, that tranquil demeanor enveloped Wang Changyue in an overwhelming sense of pressure. He had encountered similar eyes before, those of a wealthy magnate during a business gala his father had taken him to. In that moment, he had truly grasped the essence of power without the need for fury. It became apparent that when an individual occupies a position of authority for an extended period, an aura emerges that renders them seemingly untouchable. The dilemma was that the magnate was a seasoned elder nearing 60. Such an individual possessing such an aura was understandable. Why, then, did Lin Yan exude a comparable presence? Before he could unravel this enigma, Lin Yan finally spoke. "Excuse me, could you kindly vacate this area?" He refrained from unnecessary elaboration, articulating his request with simplicity and directness. His tone was not one of negotiation. It resembled an imperious command directed at Wang Changyue. A surge of anger welled up within Wang Changyue, and although he had intended to speak, the moment his gaze met Lin Yan's, he found himself at a loss for words. As he surveyed the room, he noticed that the other attendees regarded him with expressions rife with disdain, an uncommon scrutiny that he seldom encountered. At that moment, he recognized that his presence was indeed unwelcome, and thus he ceased to speak. With a dismissive flick of his hand, he turned away and departed. With Wang Qingyue's exit, the minor upheaval came to a close. His departure did not dampen the spirits of those remaining. Rather, it seemed to lighten the atmosphere for everyone present. Zhang Wei approached Lin Yan, a hint of embarrassment in his tone as he spoke. "Lin Yan, I apologize. I never anticipated he would behave in such a manner. Had I known, I wouldn't have brought him along." Lin Yan, unfazed, merely smiled and gave his shoulder a reassuring pat. As a longtime friend, Lin Yan was well aware of Zhang Wei's character. To put it bluntly, his friend could be described as somewhat naive. More charitably, he was simply straightforward. Yet, it was precisely this quality that had forged their enduring friendship over the years. At that moment, the drinks that the group had ordered arrived, and upon realizing that Lin Yan was not genuinely upset, Zhang Wei breathed a sigh of relief and returned to his seat. The menu at the music bar naturally featured an assortment of beverages, including alcoholic offerings. Although referred to as cocktails, they resembled fruit juices with merely a hint of alcohol. For a group of liberated first-year students, the opportunity to indulge in drinking was not to be missed. Thus, without exception, nearly everyone ordered a brightly colored concoction they deemed a cocktail. For Lin Yan, however, these beverages hardly qualified as true alcohol. Recalling his days spent amidst the military in various worlds, he had engaged in drinking contests with commanding officers, consuming copious amounts of liquor. On one hand, the negative emotions stemming from violence required an outlet, and for soldiers, that outlet was largely confined to drinking or visiting brothels. Yet, as a modern individual with a certain aversion to the unrefined, Lin Yan was determined not to squander his first experiences in such establishments. Therefore, drinking became his preferred method of channeling negative emotions. On the other hand, sharing a drink with fellow soldiers was one of the easiest ways to forge closer bonds beyond the battlefield. Such a relaxed approach to camaraderie was not lost on Lin Yan. Although he perceived these cocktails as akin to children's beverages, he ultimately ordered one to align with the group's spirit, and Bai Luoyan did the same. Taking a tentative sip from her cocktail, Bai Luoyan subtly wrinkled her brow and, with a composed demeanor, pushed her glass toward Lin Yan. In an instant, Lin Yan understood her unspoken critique of the drink's taste and, without hesitation, took a swig from her glass. While he too found it lacking in flavor, he deemed it acceptable as long as it did not reach an unbearable level of unpleasantness. Moreover, this is something for which money has already been spent. She observed Lin Yan, who was nonchalantly sipping from the very spot where she had just taken a drink, and the girl narrowed her eyes in satisfaction. As she gazed at the rhythmic movement of Lin Yan's Adam's apple, she instinctively licked her lips. TSK, why does this man always exude such an appetizing allure? It seems that in his presence, she possesses no semblance of resistance. Has he cast a spell upon her? If only others were not around, then she could. She was uncertain of her own thoughts. Despite not having consumed any alcohol, a blush crept across her cheeks unbeknownst to her. Chapter 76. The charming woman, sensing the fervent gaze of the girl beside him, Lin Yan turned back with a hint of helplessness, meeting her eyes. He gently poked her forehead with his finger and softly inquired, "What are you thinking about?" "I'm contemplating how to devour you," she unabashedly replied. Despite having heard numerous audacious remarks from her before, Lin Yan couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback. Since officially establishing their relationship that night with Bai Luo Yan, he felt her attachment to him had not diminished. Rather, it seemed she relished clinging to him even more. It was as if, apart from moments he returned to his dormitory to sleep, her visage was perpetually before him. In class, she would invariably sit closely beside him. During meals, they consistently dined together, never missing a single occasion. When classes were absent, they would often be found wandering the school's wooded paths, hand in hand, engaging in light-hearted conversation like any other enamored couple. Lin Yan felt that as soon as he opened his eyes, she would be there, waiting before him. Naturally, he harbored no objections to this. After all, who would complain about being surrounded daily by a beloved partner resembling a celestial being? Yet, there were moments when he would directly ask Bai Luo Yan, "Don't you ever feel bored accompanying me every day?" "Not at all. Do you not enjoy being with me, dear?" Though she posed the question with her usual cheerful smile, Lin Yan's instinct, honed over the years, compelled him to swiftly deny her query. He had an inkling that a poorly phrased response could lead to some unwelcome developments. Returning to the present, witnessing Bai Luo Yan's inexplicable bout of exuberance, he lightly patted her head and said, "With so many people around, could you not act so wildly?" Bai Luo Yan touched her head, pouting as she gazed at her man. This fellow truly lacks a sense of romance. At that moment, her eyes caught sight of the piano above, and she suddenly exclaimed, "Darling, could you perform for me up there?" Reluctantly, he anticipated such a request when he noticed her gaze directed at the stage. "Haven't I performed for you at school before?" "That was different. It wasn't a love song. Since we confirmed our relationship, you haven't sung me a single love ballad. Or do you think I'm too forward, unworthy of your serenade?" As she spoke, her eyes quickly filled with glistening tears. Lin Yan understood that this display was merely an act. Yet he found it hard to bear the sight of her in distress. Ultimately, he raised his hands in surrender, saying, all right, no more of this. I shall go up now." Upon hearing this, Bai Luo Yan's expression brightened instantly, and the mist in her eyes vanished as if by magic. Lin Yan shook his head and rose, slowly making his way toward the stage. At that moment, the others finally took notice of Lin Yan's actions. Zhang Wei, curious, observed Lin Yan's retreating figure and queried, "Where is he off to?" "To the restroom, perhaps." In contrast, the girls at the table with Lin Yan and Bai Luo Yan had just overheard their conversation and were now gazing eagerly at Lin Yan's back. Although Lin Yan had performed at Shanghai University only twice thus far, those occasions had left an indelible impression on them. After those experiences, it seemed everyone had implicitly accepted the fact that Lin Yan was indeed a pianist. Seated next to Zhang Wei, Yin Tianhua, though unaware of the previous exchange between the couple, had his own suspicions. He took a sip of the cocktail in front of him and remarked to Zhang Wei, "I reckon he is about to shower everyone with affection." Huh? Zhang Wei was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the situation. In disbelief, he exclaimed, "No way. Lin Yan plays the piano? How did I not know this?" Lin Yan, walking ahead, faintly caught Zhang Wei's astonished exclamation and scoffed inwardly, thinking, does the system really need to inform you of even the most trivial knowledge, such as 100 ways to care for a sow after giving birth? As he mused, he had already arrived at the piano on stage. Lin Yan casually sat down and pressed a few keys to test the sound. He had noticed earlier, while Wang Qingyue was performing, that the restaurant seemed to take decent care of this piano. After all, it was not merely for decoration, but a musical instrument that saw daily use. Hearing the sound emanating from the piano, Lin Yan nodded in satisfaction. He closed his eyes for a few seconds, contemplating the piece he had in mind, before gently placing his hands on the keys. Long before stepping onto the stage, he had already chosen the song he would perform. With a spirited woo, his fingers began to dance across the piano like fairies, producing a delightful melody. Unbeknownst to him, in a parallel universe he was unaware of, that very woo heralded the dawn of an era. Fortunately, in this world, there was no musician by the surname of Zhou. Otherwise, he would surely lament how his life seemed perpetually overshadowed by Lin Yan. As the rhythmic notes began to waft through the air, Lin Yan's voice joined in harmony. I long for a helicopter to soar with you into the cosmos. I yearn to melt together with you, to dissolve in the galaxy. Indeed, the song he had chosen was titled Lovely Woman. When Bai Luoyin expressed her desire for him to sing a love song, this was the very piece that first flickered in his mind. Every day, every day, every day, I think of you. Such sweetness leads me to believe in destiny. Thank you, gravity, for bringing me to you. A lovely woman who makes me blush with beauty. A lovely woman whose tenderness tugs at my heart. The transparent, endearing woman who moves me. The mischievous, charming woman who drives me to madness. As these lines resonated, Lin Yan could not help but cast his gaze toward Bai Luoyin in the audience. Their eyes met in the air, magnetically drawn together, refusing to part. In that fleeting moment, a myriad of memories of Bai Luoyin from various times flashed before Lin Yan's eyes. There was the little girl who first encountered him in the palace, addressing him respectfully as sir. There was the girl, tears streaming down her face, as they fled the capital amidst war. There was the young woman who stood valiantly by his side in battle as they matured. There was also the Empress, clad in a dragon robe, seated in the grand hall when the fate of the realm was sealed. And there was the moment of their reunion, after a wait of 18 years across the fabric of time, when the heiress of a powerful conglomerate wept tears of joy. Yet, regardless of the time or age of Bai Luoyin, whether she was the girl facing calamity, the untouchable empress, or the exalted scion of a wealthy family, in Lin Yan's heart, Bai Luoyin would always remain the same person, the one who had unknowingly nestled into his heart long ago. Chapter 77. The thoughts of women are truly elusive. The world is vast, and I am but a tiny ant. Yet I shall exert every effort to protect you, my charming and lovely woman who makes my cheeks flush with beauty. The gentle woman who stirs my heart with tenderness. Unlike the original R&B style in Lin Yan's mind, this rendition, performed as a piano solo, lacks some of its previous exuberance but gains a touch of softness. As the song reaches its climax, the attention of everyone in the CAF gradually converges upon the young man on stage. Not only the patrons, but even the waitstaff find themselves pausing, their eyes fixed upon the performance, holding plates meant for their customers, while the delayed guests silently watch the boy's solo with rapt attention. As previously mentioned, Lin Yan is not the kind of strikingly handsome man who captivates at first glance. He belongs to the more nuanced category, one who becomes increasingly pleasing to the eye the longer one spends time with him. Yet now, bathed in the gentle moonlight, he skillfully plays the piano while singing a love song that enchants the heart. This genuine confidence imbues him with an extraordinary charm. Even a person as composed as Shangguan Wanyu finds herself momentarily entranced. Meanwhile, Zhang Wei, Lin Yan's steadfast friend, appears utterly flabbergasted. His mouth agape. He gazes at Lin Yan on stage in disbelief. Who are you, handsome? Are you really the same Lin Yan who once urinated beside me on the street? It's only been a little over a month since we last met, hasn't it? It's been over a decade. Let alone the piano, I thought you couldn't even whistle. Have you been abducted by aliens for a transformation? At that moment, a group of stylish young individuals stands frozen at the entrance of the CAF. A young man with a guitar, watching Lin Yan perform, turns to his companions with a puzzled expression. Wait, did the CAF owner hire someone else to perform? Why was Ti notified? They're the resident band of this music CAF, typically performing daily at 8 o'clock. In response to the young man's inquiry, his companions remained silent, fully immersed in the enjoyment of Lin Yan's voice. For a moment, Lin Yan seems to transform into a star, becoming the focal point of the gathering. However, he remains oblivious to the gazes directed at him. His attention is solely fixed on the girl in the audience. More precisely, at this moment, their eyes are locked on each other. Watching Lin Yan, who shines like a beacon on stage, Bai Luoyan feels an overwhelming sense of contentment. She listens intently to the lyrics of his song. Although they merely exchange glances, she understands that the charming woman he sings about is indeed herself. Unlike previous occasions, this is the first time Lin Yan has sung a love song specifically for her. After confirming their relationship with Lin Yan, she was nearly swept away by an overwhelming sense of happiness. A rosy hue gradually spread across her cheeks, and the allure in her eyes was on the verge of spilling over uncontrollably. She wrapped her arms around herself, her legs instinctively pressed together as they twitched, and her body began to tremble ever so slightly. What on earth? Just now, he said he was as stiff as a log. Yet suddenly he is transformed into such a charming figure. Please don't gaze at me so intensely. If this continues, I won't be able to hold back any longer. Bai Luoyan bit her lip tightly, seemingly exerting tremendous willpower to suppress a certain desire. However, in Lin Yan's eyes, her appearance was merely that of a girl who was overly moved. Fortunately, the duration of a song is not excessively long. As the final note faded, Lin Yan finally completed his performance. The entire dining bar fell into a profound silence, which was soon shattered by a thunderous applause. So enchanting. Sing another one, handsome. Do you have a girlfriend? May I have your contact information? Little brother, would you like to go out and have fun with the older sisters tonight? I'll pay 500. Sing again. You rascal Lin Yan. When did you secretly learn to play the piano behind my back? Lin Yan paid no heed to the somewhat raucous voices of the crowd and calmly descended from the stage. It was not until he stood in front of Bai Luoyan that he noticed something seemed amiss with her. Observing the girl with flushed cheeks, he kindly reached out to touch her forehead. However, the moment his hand made contact with Bai Luoyan, he heard her emit a soft, sultry sound. She seemed utterly drained, slumping weakly onto the sofa, her breath coming in quick gasps. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Lin Yan asked with concern, looking at Bai Luoyan, who was almost completely slumped in her seat. The girl shot him an accusing glance, mustered the strength to sit up, and weakly replied, I'm fine. I need to go to the restroom. With that, she disregarded Lin Yan and hurried toward the restroom. Watching her somewhat hasty retreat, Lin Yan appeared utterly perplexed. Could it be that she urgently needed to relieve herself just now? Even more confounding was that upon returning from the restroom, Bai Luoyan seemed to be sulking, unusually giving him the cold shoulder. Wait, wasn't it you who encouraged me to perform? What else with this sudden mood swing? Could it be that she is jealous over what those ladies just said? But I didn't even acknowledge them. What is she being jealous about? Even Lin Taifu, who once orchestrated the hearts of the world, found himself unable to decipher the thoughts of this empress, Bai Luoyan. To this, he could only silently exclaim, the thoughts of a woman are truly inscrutable. Shortly after Lin Yan's arrival, the owner of the restaurant unexpectedly approached. The essence of his inquiry was simple. He asked whether Lin Yan would be interested in performing another song on stage. After all, following his initial performance, several patrons had inquired whether Lin Yan was a resident singer. In an effort to entice Lin Yan onto the stage, the owner even suggested a monetary reward. However, setting aside the affluent young lady Bai Luoyan, even Lin Yan himself had already ascended to the ranks of multimillionaires after selling several songs. Naturally, he regarded the owner's modest compensation with indifference. Fortunately, the owner proved to be a reasonable individual, recognizing Lin Yan's reluctance. He refrained from pressing the matter further and even offered a discount on their bill for the evening. Ultimately, this was merely a minor interlude. As the dishes they ordered began to arrive at the table, the group commenced their enjoyment of the culinary delights before them. As a trendy establishment, this restaurant's offerings were quite commendable, albeit a far cry from the meals Bai Luoyan typically brought from school. However, One was crafted by a Michelin-starred chef, while the other was produced by an ordinary restaurant, making any comparison quite futile. As the food on the table gradually diminished, the spirits of the group began to rise. Chapter 78. The troubles of the affluent Lin Yan found himself perplexed, as Bai Luoyin seemed to harbor a silent grudge against him ever since she emerged from the restroom. She appeared to have forgotten his existence, engaging in hushed conversations with her roommates. However, Lin Yan was indifferent to her demeanor. On the contrary, he seized the opportunity to join a nearby table occupied by male classmates. Others might perceive Lin Yan's actions as a sign of ingratitude, abandoning the company of beautiful women for the sake of male camaraderie. Yet, he alone understood that this was not a reward, but rather a torment. In his daily life, aside from Shangguan Wanyu, Lin Yan could keenly sense the chill emanating from those around him whenever his gaze lingered on a female companion for more than 2 seconds. Without needing to glance back, he could surmise that Bai Luoyin was experiencing jealousy. As for Shangguan Wanyu, he found no inclination to gaze upon her. It was not that he deemed her unattractive, but rather that his feelings towards her were purely familial. In his eyes, she was akin to a younger sister, while brother would constantly fixate on his sister. Moreover, Lin Yan felt out of place amidst the discussions of the girls, while the table occupied by Zhang Wei and his friends appeared far more liberated. Unknown to him, several bottles of beer had already been consumed at the boys' table, where they indulged in food and casual banter. After downing the contents of his glass, Zhang Wei mischievously wrapped his arm around Lin Yan's neck, casting a mock glare at him. "You rascal! After just a brief separation, how much have you learned in secret? Have you even mastered the piano now? No wonder you're so adept at charming the ladies." There is an adage in Huaxiao that encapsulates the sentiment of simultaneously fearing a brother's struggles while envying his successes. However, Zhang Wei did not embody such pettiness. Upon hearing that Lin Yan had indeed been accepted into Jianghai University, he might have verbally teased his friend, but inwardly he felt genuine joy for his comrade. Today, witnessing Lin Yan's relationship with a goddess like Bai Luoyin, he felt no trace of envy, only pride and blessings for his brother. Yet, after witnessing Lin Yan's impressive piano performance that evening, a twinge of jealousy crept into Zhang Wei's heart. This fellow had secretly acquired such an impressive skill. How could he continue to confidently call him son after this? Understanding Zhang Wei's personality, Lin Yan chose to remain silent, merely eating and smiling at him without uttering a word. He wished it were different, but he could hardly explain that this talent stemmed from a gift bestowed by a certain system. Noticing Lin Yan's disinterest in responding, Zhang Wei rolled his eyes and released his hold, shifting his attention to He Chang for more drinking. Zhang Wei's affable nature allowed him to forge friendships effortlessly, and within mere hours, he had already bonded with Lin Yan's 2 roommates. Lin Yan, unfazed, turned his gaze towards Yun Tianhua. As usual, he maintained a low profile, resembling an outsider, simply smiling as he observed the playful antics of those around him. Curious, Lin Yan leaned closer and posed a question that had long lingered in his heart. "Why is it that every time you come out, you seem rather peculiar? Is it that you find it unamusing?" Yun Tianhua gently shook his head and softly elucidated, "You should be familiar with my character. If I found it unenjoyable, I would never join you." Lin Yan continued, "Yet, why do you appear to transform into a different person each time? It feels as though you are making a concerted effort to maintain distance from the girls." At this point, Lin Yan glanced at several young women seated at another table, finally grasping the source of his discomfort. "Why do you always seem to keep a certain detachment when interacting with them?" Yun Tianhua remained silent, quietly sipping his beer. This only piqued Lin Yan's curiosity further. With a glint of intrigue in his eyes, he began to speculate. "I wonder, could it be that you are akin to those cliché wealthy protagonists in romance novels? Perhaps in your youth, you encountered your own white moonlight, but due to the vast disparity in social standing, your family forced you apart, leaving you to eternally yearn for that bygone connection." Upon hearing Lin Yan's trite narrative, Yun Tianhua, who was in the midst of a sip, nearly choked on his beer. He set down his drink with a hint of exasperation and shot Lin Yan a sidelong glance, retorting, "Are you, like your girlfriend, simply indulging in too many melodramatic tales? In reality, Where do you find such over-the-top scenarios of domineering CEOs falling for impoverished heroines? Only the party engages in precise poverty alleviation, understand? Realizing that his imagined romantic plot had not materialized, Lin Yan's eyes flickered with disappointment. He gazed at Yun Tianhua's handsome visage, perplexed, and remarked, "That can't be right. Although your family may not be as affluent as the Luo family, you certainly belong to the upper echelon. And in terms of looks, while I may slightly surpass you, you are still quite handsome. Surely, you should not be lacking in female attention?" In response to Lin Yan's self-absorbed commentary, Yun Tianhua did not even bother to acknowledge his implication. Suddenly, Lin Yan recalled a conjecture that He Chong had once shared with him in private. Could it be that your family's wealth has influenced your preferences? He pondered. Has your interest shifted from exploring caves to climbing poles? With this preconceived notion in mind, Lin Yan began to perceive Yun Tianhua in a different light. He had to admit there was something almost effeminate about his appearance. What if he is the type to stir trouble? Wouldn't that put me in danger? With this thought, Lin Yan instinctively shifted away from Yun Tianhua. His gaze now filled with a peculiar expression. Noticing Lin Yan's sudden change in demeanor, Yun Tianhua looked at him quizzically. "What are you doing?" "Nothing. Nothing at all. You need not concern yourself with my thoughts. Ha ha." Observing Lin Yan's peculiar expression, Yun Tianhua narrowed his eyes, his tone laced with discontent, and remarked, "I cannot shake the feeling that you are currently harboring thoughts that are quite disrespectful towards me. Is this fellow's sixth sense truly that astute?" Before Lin Yan could offer an explanation, Yun Tianhua spoke once more. "Never mind, it is not much of a secret, and it would be of no consequence to share it with you. Lin Yan, are you aware of the tribulations that accompany the title of a so-called wealthy individual? Wealthy individual? Tribulations? Surely, you jest. It seems rather extravagant to juxtapose these two terms in a single sentence." Chapter 79. So, I take it your family has a penchant for young girls? Noticing Lin Yan's disdainful gaze, Yun Tianhua remained unfazed and abruptly shifted the conversation, inquiring, "You must be aware that, like you, I too am 18. Are you familiar with the current situation of my family? I'm not your father." Though the words were rather brusque, Yun Tianhua discerned the underlying implication of ignorance within Lin Yan's statement. Paying little heed, he continued with his previous line of questioning. "My family spans 4 generations under one roof. My great-grandfather recently celebrated his 80th birthday, and my father is merely 37. Do you grasp the significance of this?" After a few moments of earnest contemplation, Lin Yan cautiously responded, "It implies that your family, the Yuns, are all enamored with young girls, hastily seeking marriage and progeny upon reaching adulthood? TSK. Your father was only 19 when you were born. He must have been quite the beast in his youth." Upon hearing such a conclusion drawn from Lin Yan's musings, Yun Tianhua's pupils momentarily dulled, though he seemed to concede that there was a kernel of truth in it. After several seconds, his gaze regained its usual clarity. Taking a deep breath, he regarded Lin Yan with a shadowy look, as if he had not heard the latter's earlier remarks, and articulated the true implication. "What I mean is, this signifies that my father is in the prime of his life, and the entire family is fundamentally under his dominion. Moreover, it is foreseeable that for the next 10 to 20 years, he will continue to be the head of this household." Perhaps sensing the warning in Yun Tianhua's eyes, Lin Yan finally ceased his playful antics and followed along with the dialogue, asking, and then? "This also means that until I assume the role of the head of the Yun family, I possess no agency over my own life, including the choice of my future spouse." At this juncture, he fixed Lin Yan with a serious gaze. "In truth, I envy you and Bai Luoyan. Unlike me, Bai Luoyan is the head of the Bai clan. Her decisions are unassailable. She is free to pursue you relentlessly, devoid of any reservations. To be candid, at the beginning of the school year, I held little faith in the relationship between you and Bai Luoyan. I have encountered numerous so-called heiresses, some of whom derive amusement from manipulating the emotions of commoners. However, I later recognized my error. Bai Luoyan's gaze upon you burns with an intensity that suggests she would sacrifice the entirety of the Bai family, even her own life, for your sake. For an ordinary person, being loved by a wealthy heiress is not necessarily a boon, as such affairs often culminate in tragedy. Yet you are fortunate. For the girl who has fallen for you possesses the autonomy to dictate her own destiny. Lin Yan turned to gaze at the young lady not far away, a gentle smile gracing his features. Upon her arrival, he had privately investigated the past experiences of this by family heiress. Though not physically present beside the young maiden, he could vividly imagine the myriad hardships that Bai Luoyan had endured over the years. An orphan girl, she had, through sheer determination, ascended to the helm of the formidable Bai family in a mere few years, even with the strategies and knowledge imparted to her from past life. The journey remained fraught with challenges. He was acutely aware that Bai Luoyan's ambition to lead the Bai clan stemmed from her desire to eliminate any obstacles that lay between them until she rediscovered herself. As if sensing Lin Yan's gaze, Bai Luoyan, who had been engaged in conversation with her roommate, suddenly turned her head towards him. At that moment, she seemed to have entirely forgotten the earlier irritation, her eyes sparkling as she blew him a playful kiss. Lin Yan, taken aback, broke into a goofy grin, raising a hand to sheepishly scratch the back of his head. Observing this spectacle, Yun Tianhua rolled his eyes to the heavens, exasperatedly waving a hand in front of Lin Yan. Unable to contain his sarcasm, he quipped, "I just had a meal. Could you spare me from this incessant display of affection? Do you two truly believe yourselves to be the caretakers of a dog, feeding each other love like it's an everyday occurrence?" Lin Yan, unfazed by Yun Tianhua's irritation, retorted, "Well, what is it to you? If you have the capability, why not feed me some too?" Yet he began to understand why Yun Tianhua consistently sought to diminish his presence around girls. "So, is this the reason you refrained from courting girls at school?" he inquired. Yun Tianhua nodded, responding with a rational tone, "Indeed, I am acutely aware of my own advantages. With decent looks and a well-off family, even without initiative, I attract numerous girls vying for my attention." Although his words bordered on self-importance, Lin Yan nonetheless nodded in agreement. Objectively speaking, Yun Tianhua possessed a clear understanding of himself. Since my grandfather's generation, family alliances have been commonplace. My father experienced it too, and I see no distinction for myself. The sole silver lining is that society has progressed, and my father is sufficiently young. I need not shoulder the burden of familial unions prematurely and can enjoy my university life like any ordinary person. However, given my awareness that I cannot provide the outcomes that girls deserve, it would be unjust to waste their youth on a relationship that should not exist. In a sense, modern society bears striking similarities to the feudal eras Lin Yan had previously traversed. Although this society no longer emphasizes social standing as it once did, where the son of a pig trotter shop need not necessarily marry the daughter of a nearby snack vendor, marital alliances remain a prevalent business practice among the affluent elite. Unfortunately, Yun Tianhua's family, the Yun clan, qualifies as one of those powerful families that engage in such unions, having witnessed numerous matrimonial arrangements throughout 9 lifetimes. Lin Yan did not inherently view these alliances as inherently wrong. Objectively, Yun Tianhua epitomized a type of rationality that bordered on the cold. He is acutely aware of the relationship between obligations and rights. Having accepted the wealth of the Yun family, he understands that he must also bear the responsibilities bestowed upon him by the family. However, upon observing his roommate's seemingly indifferent exterior, which conceals an abyss of desolation, he could not help but urge, "I comprehend your perspective. You believe that if a romantic relationship is destined to yield no outcome, then the wisest course of action is to prevent it from commencing altogether. Yet, one must ponder, does love inherently possess a definitive conclusion?" In response to Yun Tianhua's perplexed gaze, Lin Yan remained steadfast, asserting, "What constitutes an outcome? Is it deemed a lack of conclusion if a high school romance falters due to the geographical separation of university? Does it signify failure if, after enduring university, the demands of work and reality prevent a marriage? Is a divorce, born from the waning of passion post-marriage, considered a lack of outcome? And in a lifetime of mutual support, if one partner departs this world first, can that also be labeled as a failure? Never should one attempt to predict love prematurely. Rather, engage in the most natural manner possible. Let fate guide you to where it will. If destiny is kind, it shall not separate you. If fate is indifferent, One must accept the decree of destiny. When in love, devote yourself entirely to that affection. Thus, regardless of the eventual outcome, you shall remain unburdened by regret. The essence of love lies not in the conclusion, but in the shared journey of two souls entwined in affection. Chapter 80. Is the gossip finally landing on me? Every gathering must eventually come to an end. As the luminous moon ascended into the dark expanse of the night sky, the group concluded their evening repast. With a lady present, the gentlemen naturally refrained from indulging excessively in libations. By the time they departed the dining establishment, they had only reached a pleasantly tipsy state. It was, after all, the season of October, and as dusk enveloped the surroundings, a gentle breeze carried a hint of chill. Yet for the group, slightly intoxicated and buzzing with excitement, this zephyr felt perfectly invigorating. The city of Shanghai is aptly named, as its urban landscape is interlaced with rivers. Adjacent to the dining venue, a riverbank promenade meanders along the water's edge. Adorned with lights and luminous strips, the riverside embankment appeared extraordinarily enchanting. The young men and women, reluctant to conclude their evening, strolled along the riverbank, continuing the discussions that had unfolded at dinner. Bai Luoyin seemed to have completely forgotten her earlier vexation, clinging to Lin Yan's arm as she usually did. Having already dined, the others clearly wished to avoid the romantic displays of this infuriating couple and walked ahead, deliberately distancing themselves from the duo. Only the shadowy figure of Shangwan Wanyu remained faithfully behind, relishing the everyday romance of the couple. Oh, and there was also Yin Tianhua, somewhat dazed by Lin Yan's declarations of love, trailing behind them with an absent-minded expression. Husband, it seems this is our first time strolling by the river in truth. The villa they had previously resided in boasted a similar riverside pathway. However, during those days, the couple had been preoccupied with playing house and had scarcely ventured outside. The young lady seemed to take delight in reminding Lin Yan of each of their firsts. Their first meal together, their first hand-holding, their first intimate encounter. Oh, that last one had yet to be realized. So when she prompted him once more, Lin Yan was unfazed. He gently caressed her soft hair and replied, "It's all right. We will have many more opportunities to stroll together in the future. We will also experience countless more firsts." She affirmed, resting her head lightly on Lin Yan's shoulder. Observing the girl, who resembled a small kitten clinging to him, Lin Yan found it impossible to reconcile her with the ruthless by family heiress portrayed online. Perhaps he had been gazing at her for too long, for she lifted her head in curiosity and asked, "What's wrong? Is there something unusual on my face?" Lin Yan shook his head slightly, chuckling softly as he responded, "No, it's just that after meeting you again, I can't help but feel you don't match the description I've read online. In my eyes, you hardly seem like a wealthy heiress." Bai Luoyin blinked her eyes adorably and inquired, "Oh, what should a wealthy heiress look like then?" Lin Yan pondered for a moment, recalling the narrative from the novel, and hesitantly replied, "Typically, you wouldn't be taking me on shopping sprees everywhere. For instance, luxury cars and tailored suits. Are you referring to that scenario where one walks into a store, takes a glance, and simply declares to purchase everything on the spot? It seems you have never exhibited such behavior before." Indeed, in those domineering CEO novels, the protagonists often clear out entire shopping malls, leisurely acquiring all the merchandise for themselves or their romantic interests. Yet, each time Lin Yan encounters such scenes, a question arises in his mind. If one intends to buy out an entire store's inventory, why not simply request the establishment to deliver everything to one's residence, allowing for a leisurely fitting at home? It would certainly save time spent traveling back and forth. Hearing Lin Yan's musings, Bai Luoyin couldn't help but chuckle softly. She paused, her eyes sparkling like luminous stars as she gazed earnestly at the young man before her, stating, "Yes, your thoughts are indeed astute. With the Bai family's wealth, it is entirely feasible to achieve what you envision." However, at this point, she stepped closer, almost inches away from Lin Yan. Despite their previous intimate interactions, the proximity to her exquisite visage caused Lin Yan's ears to flush crimson. As he felt the warmth of her breath and beheld her supple lips, a surge of impulse welled within him, compelling him to lean down for a kiss. Over time, he found himself increasingly unable to resist the allure of the young lady. It was as though decades of cultivation had been rendered futile in the face of her charm, making self-restraint increasingly challenging. Noticing Lin Yan's bashful demeanor, Bai Luoyan revealed a proud smile. She seemed oblivious to the boy's discomfort, leaning in even closer. When Lin Yan finally averted his gaze, unable to bear the closeness any longer, she chuckled softly. However, in my heart, you have never been an ordinary person in need of my support. You remain the omnipotent Grand Tutor in my eyes. Whether it be wealth or status, anything desired by the Grand Tutor is merely within reach. To me, you do not require such trivial riches to underscore your standing in my heart, for I know my man possesses the capability to effortlessly acquire all of this. Observing the pride etched on her face, Lin Yan felt a stirring within him. Is it truly wise to elevate me to such heights? Suddenly, this pressure feels overwhelming. Lost in thought, he awkwardly scratched his nose and smiled sheepishly. Have you ever considered that perhaps I would like to be a carefree fish and experience what it feels like to be supported by a female CEO? At these words, Bai Luoyan paused momentarily, gazing into the earnest eyes of the young man before her. She seemed to make a decisive resolution and promptly retrieved her phone to dial a number. Within a heartbeat, the call was answered. Hello. Could you please find out who owns the XX commercial complex in Zhanghai City? Indeed. Acquiring the opposing group to present it as a gift for my boyfriend. Upon hearing the conversation on the phone, Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback. Is this what one calls a domineering female CEO? Such remarkable efficiency in her endeavors? So, does this mean I can truly lead a life devoid of shame, effortlessly reaping financial rewards? Wait, that phrase seems to carry a hint of ambiguity. Yin Tianhua, who had been lost in thought, suddenly regained her focus. The stakeholders behind the commercial entity? Is she referring to my Yin family? Goodness, you two shameless individuals. One has already shattered my resolve spiritually, and the other is intent on obliterating me materially. I was merely trailing behind, intending to observe, yet now the consequences of your actions have fallen upon me. Chapter 81. Oh, is that not our dear brother Bobo? Thanks to Lin Yan's timely intervention, the innocent Yin family narrowly escaped a disastrous acquisition. Even the Yin family could not have anticipated that they were on the brink of ruin due to a thoughtless jest from a certain scoundrel. As Bai Luoyan aptly remarked, Lin Yan did not perceive his desire for wealth as particularly challenging. With the system's rewarding capabilities as his golden key, even if he could not ascend to the ranks of the affluent elite, becoming a wealthy gentleman was certainly within reach. Indeed, it was proven that by simply extracting a few songs from a certain Zhou, he could amass a substantial fortune. Upon witnessing Bai Luoyan relinquish her phone under Lin Yan's persuasion, Yin Tianhua, who had been holding his breath in anticipation, finally exhaled in relief. Who would have thought that the Yin family's century-long legacy was nearly obliterated by a foolish jest? Eventually, after strolling for over an hour, the temperature began to drop. After a pleasant farewell to Zhang Wei and his roommates, the group split into two and returned to their respective campuses. Perhaps due to the presence of so many people, the young lady felt a tinge of shyness. Or perhaps she had already found satisfaction through some special means earlier that evening. The risque scenario Lin Yan had envisioned, whereby Luoyan forcibly whisked him away to a villa, did not materialize. They were, instead, akin to any ordinary couple, concluding their day with a tender kiss at the school gate. As he observed the departing figures of the girl and her roommates, Lin Yan felt a peculiar emptiness within him. How curious it was that he had previously complained about her clinginess, yet now, with her demeanor returning to normal, he found himself unsettled. Indeed, as Xiaoyu had remarked, he was quite the ungrateful one. After indulging in a moment of longing, he finally made his way back to the boys' dormitory with his two roommates. The moment they pushed the door open, they were greeted by the sight of Fu Yinjia lying on his bed, a picture of dejection. Instead of offering him solace, the three roommates exchanged wicked smiles. Oh, is that not our brother Bobo? On their way back from the school gate, the board Chong was the first to notice a post Fu Yinjia had shared earlier in the afternoon. It bore no image, only a simple yet poignant quote. My life is like walking on thin ice. After He Chong quickly showcased it to Yin Tianhua and Lin Yan, the three of them immediately broke into knowing smiles. They didn't even need to inquire. They could easily imagine the misfortunes that had befallen this unfortunate fellow that day. With that thought, they hastened their return. Did you think they intended to comfort that unfortunate soul? What I ist. As his most considerate roommates. This was the perfect opportunity to mock him face to face. As soon as they entered, Lin Yan greeted Fu Yanjia with a mischievous grin, calling him Brother Bobo. Fu Yanjia, already wearing a face of despair, nearly turned into a dried, bitter melon upon seeing the trio's uncontrollable laughter. However, he clearly understood that it would be futile to face three adversaries alone. Thus, he feigned ignorance and turned his head toward the wall. But how could these three rascals let him off the hook? Fu Yanjia felt the bed frame shake, and when he looked up, he was astonished to find three individuals perched on his bed, grinning mischievously at him. He Chong, who usually appeared the most honest and simple-minded, now wore a lewd expression as he held up his phone and passionately exclaimed, "Ah, my life is like walking on thin ice. I can't hold it in any longer." Observing the trio in fits of laughter, Fu Yanjia felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. Unable to contain himself, he leapt up and lunged toward them, shouting, "Shut up, you three scoundrels!" Yet, his frail physique was no match for the trio. In an instant, he found himself pinned back onto the bed. Realizing the stark disparity in strength between himself and the three, Fu Yanjia promptly surrendered, exclaiming, "Fathers, I was wrong. You are magnanimous. Please let me go." Naturally, Lin Yan and the others had no intention of truly harming him. After a brief scare, they released him, allowing him to sit up. Lin Yan adjusted his slightly disheveled sleeves from the earlier tussle and calmly inquired, "All right, tell us what happened today." Faced with their pressing questions, Fu Yanjia grimaced and recounted the events of the day. In truth, there wasn't too much to say. The narrative was quite similar to that of Lin Yan and the others. When Fu Yanjia excitedly arrived at the meeting place at noon, he discovered that the girl who supposedly had feelings for him had brought along the entire dormitory. Encouraged by several girls, they all ventured to a Western restaurant for a meal. Initially, surrounded by numerous girls, Fu Yanjia felt a surge of exhilaration. However, upon seeing the bill that equated to a month's worth of his living expenses, he was abruptly brought back to reality. Remembering the mockery from Lin Yan and the others the previous night, he discreetly pulled the girl aside amidst the commotion of them clamoring to buy bubble tea and mustered the courage to ask, "Would you be willing to be my girlfriend?" Yet the harsh truth was that he unambiguously received a nice guy card, as she gently declined, stating, "I feel we aren't that familiar yet." Those who could gain admission to Jianghai University may not possess high emotional intelligence, but their intellect certainly wouldn't be lacking. Furthermore, after enduring the laughter of his roommates, he quickly grasped the girl's intentions and recognized the unfortunate reality that he was merely a gullible fool. Thus, he concocted a flimsy excuse and returned to school alone, feeling dejected. In retrospect, he thought to himself, well, it's not such a loss after all. It was just a month's living expenses. Despite his father's perceived ruthlessness, if he were in dire need of food, his father would generously lend him some money. However, he must remember to repay it at a rate of 9 out of 13. True to his capitalist upbringing, Yun Tianhua's words revealed his shrewd nature. In contrast, Yichang appeared far more sincere. He patted Fu Yanjia on the shoulder and kindly reassured him, "Spending a little money to learn the truth sooner, I isn't too bad. You could simply consider today as an indulgent feast." Even he, lacking any romantic experience, is acutely aware that in situations like this, outsiders cannot offer persuasive counsel in advance. Only when the individual involved comes to a realization can there be a chance for timely escape. In contrast to He Chong, Lin Yan's words were decidedly more forthright. "I have told you, any girl whose WeChat name is not eating cilantro is untrustworthy. Now do you understand your folly? Enough of this woeful demeanor. Take out your phone. Your godfather will engage you in a few spirited battles to help you forget your anguish." Just as he retrieved his phone, he seemed to remember something and quickly opened a green bubble to send a message to Bai Luo Yin, all the while exclaiming, "Wait, I'll call my wife in." Fu Yanjia. "Brother, are you certain this is your way of comforting me?" Chapter 82. The Spirit of the Working Class in the Ensuing Weeks. They navigated a relatively ordinary academic life. Lin Yan gradually acclimated to the routine of accompanying by Luo Yan to classes, meals, and leisurely strolls, a tender romance. Every weekend, the young couple seized the opportunity to escape the confines of the school and retreat to Bai Luoyan's villa district, indulging in their rare moments of intimacy. They resembled newlyweds, relishing the simple pleasures of grocery shopping, cooking together, and then lounging on the balcony to admire the sunset. As night fell, they would utilize the living room's projector to screen various films. However, they invariably struggled to watch an entire movie, as Bai Luo Yan would often transform into a siren, skillfully tempting Lin Yan and deftly dismantling his defenses. Confronted with the girl's unexpectedly adept tactics, Lin Yan found himself easily swayed, unwittingly succumbing to her rhythm. Yet, what troubled him most was that, aside from the crucial final step, they had nearly engaged in everything else. Even when the young man finally had the chance to experience the biological knowledge imparted to him by the system, some matters ultimately required self-reliance. After several attempts, he woefully realized that the muscles in his left arm had become increasingly pronounced. Setting aside these minor distractions, Lin Yan's university life gradually settled into a monotonous routine. As November arrived, bringing with it a gradual chill in the air, it seemed the semester would continue in this manner. Of course, beyond the surface of attending classes and nurturing a romance, Lin Yan was diligently laboring behind the scenes. Before the month's end, he completed the ancient melody promised to Old Lin and 4 songs for the illustrious singer Lu Xingyan. The selection of the ancient piece was relatively straightforward, without much deliberation. Lin Yan chose one of the top 10 classics, High Mountains and Flowing Waters, in the memories instilled within him by the system. This melody was far more renowned than the previously performed Drunken Fisherman at Dusk in a parallel world. Its origin is rooted in the famed tale of Bo Ye and Zi Qi, symbolizing their profound friendship. Lin Yan's choice of this ancient melody held a personal significance. Although titled High Mountains and Flowing Waters, in another parallel realm, it was divided into 2 distinct pieces, High Mountains and Flowing Waters. This decision was akin to a buy-one-get-one free offer. After all, he had not demanded anything from Old Lin, merely requesting a verbal promise for future assistance. Consequently, Lin Yan was unperturbed by the prospect of incurring more favors from Old Lin, as it would lend greater weight to the promise of assistance in the future. For Lin Yan, it was merely transcribing the contents of his mind, a task that required little effort. Evidently, his approach proved successful. When Old Lin received the 2 musical scores via email, he initially thought he had misread them. He removed his reading glasses, polished them thoroughly, and then donned them again. Upon confirming that he indeed held the scores of 2 ancient pieces, he was nearly overcome with joy. Previously, when Bai Luo Yan represented Lin Yan in negotiations, any trace of dissatisfaction vanished in an instant. After all, these were 2 ancient melodies, and it was well known that Lin Yan had previously assured that these would undoubtedly surpass the earlier piece. To complement the ethereal essence of these melodies, Lin Yan composed the legendary tale of Bo Ye and Zi Qi, a story unknown to this world, and included it in the email. Old Lin squinted as he perused the entire narrative, before gradually opening the attachment containing the musical score. Several minutes later, after hastily reviewing the contents of the ancient score, an involuntary expression of astonishment and awe spread across his face. If there had been even a hint of skepticism regarding Lin Yan's abilities before, that doubt had now entirely transformed into admiration and bewilderment. He could not fathom how an 18-year-old youth could craft such breathtaking ancient melodies. In his mind, Lin Yan now embodied the essence of countless venerable sages of Huaxia. However, it was evident that he had no time to dwell on such trivial considerations. He swiftly picked up his phone and dialed a number. After several rings, the call was finally answered. However, before he could utter a word, a gruff voice erupted from the other end. Old Lin, do you even realize what time it is? I hardly sleep well as it is. And just as I finally drifted off, you have the audacity to call? You had better have something important to say, or else before the irate elder could finish. Old Lin interrupted. Enough of that. Get up and check the email I just sent before we continue this conversation. The person on the other end, well acquainted with Old Lin's temperament, understood that his words were not without purpose. With a huff, he begrudgingly got out of bed and turned on his computer. Old Lin did not rush him or hang up. Instead, he waited with a faint smile for the other party's reaction. 10 minutes later, the elder could no longer contain his excitement and exclaimed this. Old Lin, where did you find this? It rivals the ancient melody you unearthed from Jianghai University. Old Lin did not respond directly, instead deflecting. What's wrong? Weren't you just complaining about being woken up? You still have time to get back to sleep. This ancient melody will not be your concern. I shall enlist the help of other old comrades. As expected, the elder on the line erupted in anger. Sleep? Sleep? Hurry, let us divide and conquer. We need to rouse those old geezers and gather at the usual place to perform this piece. Hearing this, Old Lin was momentarily taken aback. But it's midnight. Are you serious? What at midnight? If you want to sleep, you'll have plenty of time to do so in a few years. Once you're in the coffin, you'll have all the time in the world to sleep. Now, enough with the chatter. We'll meet at the old place in half an hour. Before Old Lin could respond, the line went dead. Staring at the hung-up phone, Old Lin wore a blank expression of disbelief. No, he never intended to work overtime tonight, did he? Lin Yan was also taken aback. A single email from him had unexpectedly compelled several elderly gentlemen to toil through the night. However, this group of seniors was not the only one preoccupied this evening. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yan also composed the 4 songs he had promised to Chun Tian and dispatched them via email. In contrast to Lin Lao, when Chun Tian, the head of the entertainment company, received the email, he was immersed in the recording studio. For him, working late into the night had become routine. This evening, he was listening to other songs being prepared for Lu Xingyan's album. Aside from the previously composed Lan Tingsu and King Wasi, along with the 4 new songs promised by Lin Yan, there were only 6 songs in total, which was insufficient for a complete album. Therefore, to meet the album requirement, he needed to select a few additional songs to fill the gap. After engaging all the company's top-notch creators for nearly a month, he finally managed to gather 6 satisfactory songs. However, Lu Xingyun's distaste for the music before her was almost palpable. As a singer-songwriter, she held exceedingly high standards for songs. Over the years, apart from the 2 songs by Lin Yan, she had rarely found satisfaction in the compositions of others. Were it not for Chun Tian's insistence, she would have never agreed to sing these pieces. Yet, even so, it remained challenging for her to lower her standards to accept these hastily written songs. Understanding her disposition, Chun Tian was about to speak in an attempt to persuade her when the door to the room suddenly swung open. A staff member hurriedly entered, addressing Chun Tian and Lu Xingyan. Mr. Chun, we have just received the sheet music from Mr. Lin's email. Chapter 83. No matter how impressive, you must attend the early class this time. Lin Yan finally refrained from exploiting the talents of a certain individual. It was not due to a sudden pang of conscience, but rather because the renowned superstar songs were imbued with a distinct personal style, making them ill-suited for the illustrious Lu Xingyan. After careful consideration, he meticulously selected 4 songs that he deemed fitting for Lu Xingyan's persona. At that moment, Chun Tian and Lu Xingyan were intently focused on the songs presented in the email. As Lu Xingyan perused the sheet music, her eyes began to sparkle with excitement. Although Lin Yan did not provide a demo this time, Lu Xingyan's exceptional ability allowed her to effortlessly hum the melodies of the songs almost instantly. As she began to softly sing, her exhilaration became increasingly evident. 10 minutes later, she abruptly turned to Chun Tian and declared, "Boss, I want these songs. Hurry, gather the band. We shall commence recording immediately, aiming to complete the demo by tonight." Thus, due to Lin Yan's email, yet another group of individuals found themselves reluctantly working through the night. Lin Yan, however, remained unconcerned by such matters. As he gazed at the string of numbers on his phone, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Trusting by Luo Yan, although Lin Yan had not yet sent the sheet music, Chun Tian had already transferred the payment for the songs in advance. After all, would the eldest daughter of the Bai family deceive him over such a trivial sum? With the addition of the initial 2 songs, Lin Yan's account had now swelled to an impressive 25 million. With this increase in capital, he no longer needed to exercise the same level of caution as before. After a month of diligent information gathering and analysis, he had pinpointed several suitable investment targets. Upon receiving Chun Tian's positive feedback regarding the 4 songs, he felt a sense of relief and began to utilize the funds in his account. Dividing the 25 million into 3 portions, he crafted an investment plan for the chosen targets before finally closing his laptop with satisfaction. After all, it was now late at night, and he could directly proceed with the investments the following day. Although it was merely a matter of copying, composing 6 pieces of sheet music had left Lin Yan feeling somewhat fatigued. Having completed his tasks, he retired to bed, feeling lighthearted. The night passed in silence. When the next day dawned, Lin Yan, who had just completed a transaction worth millions, found himself obliged to rise early for the morning class. Just like countless ordinary university students. Of course, he was not alone in this. Even Bai Luoyin, who typically managed projects worth billions, had to dutifully attend her classes. As usual, the two of them paid little attention to the instructor at the front of the classroom. Throughout the morning, their focus was primarily on one another. However, they were mindful of their surroundings and refrained from being as audacious as they were at home. Nevertheless, routine activities, such as checking the quality of stockings or testing abdominal muscles, were still unavoidable. Fortunately, the desks in the classroom at Zhanghai University were relatively high, allowing the two to maintain an outward appearance of decorum while their hands nearly engaged in a playful tussle beneath the table. After confirming their relationship with Bai Luoyin, Lin Yan felt a sense of liberation. Shedding the shackles of unnecessary reserve, Lin Yan gradually succumbed to the seemingly trivial antics shared with the young girl. However, after a lengthy session, both found themselves somewhat exhausted, slumped in their respective seats. It appeared that their playful exchanges had led to a mutually detrimental outcome. Bai Luoyin, her cheeks flushed, tugged at her slightly torn stockings, casting a resentful glance toward Lin Yan. This guy, who can tear stockings just by touching them. How infuriating, she mused. But why are all men so fond of this? Perhaps I should have Xiaoyu arrange for a new batch tonight. Maybe I should try purple next time. Noticing the girl's melancholic gaze, Lin Yan seemed to penetrate her thoughts, revealing a triumphant smile. Bai Luoyin, annoyed, let out a soft huff before reluctantly standing and saying, "All right, let us go eat." How unjust. I'm bullied by him, and yet I must find someone to prepare a feast for him. Bai Luoyin, where is your dignity as an empress? Where is your aloofness as the head of the Bai family? Oh, by the way, I hope Xiaoyu has instructed those chefs not to prepare the green beans again. Last time, my husband mentioned he dislikes them, along with that jade tofu. Bah, he claims to dislike tofu, yet he never complained when he was with me. As if recalling something, the previously faded blush returned to her cheeks. Lin Yan looked at the girl, puzzled. Could this girl be so affected by my teasing? What have I done to make her blush like a teapot? Noticing Lin Yan's gaze upon her, Bai Luoyin, slightly irked, playfully nudged him and urged, "Haven't you seen enough? Get up already." "What? Do you need me to help you get up?" Yet, she did not expect Lin Yan to suddenly appear embarrassed. He discreetly glanced downward, somewhat flustered, and said, why don't you all go ahead? I'd like to rest a bit. Though his actions were subtle, they did not escape the girl's keen observation. Following Lin Yan's gaze, she quickly grasped the situation, her expression shifting to one of understanding. "Or are you feeling uncomfortable? Do you want me to help you?" The earlier annoyance had been forgotten, and now the girl approached Lin Yan with a playful smile, resembling a mischievous little fox. However, faced with her proximity, Lin Yan, who had just moments ago been smug, instinctively recoiled as if startled. He nervously swallowed and exclaimed to the girl, "Just keeping your distance would be a help." Seeing such an adorable Lin Yan, how could Bai Luoyin resist the opportunity to tease him? Just as she was about to reach out to Lin Yan, the phone of Xiaoyu, who had been silently observing the flirtation between the two like a shadow, suddenly rang. She swiftly answered the call, and upon grasping the content of the conversation, her brow furrowed in concern. After hanging up, she leaned closer to Bai Luoyin and whispered a few words in her ear. The smile that had graced Bai Luoyin's face quickly faded, replaced by an icy demeanor as she muttered in a low but furious tone, "What does he want? Is he seeking trouble?" After contemplating for a moment, she swiftly donned a warm smile once more and addressed Lin Yan, saying, "Darling, please rest here for a while. I need to attend to a matter and will meet you by the lake later for dinner." With that, she turned and left the classroom with Xiaoyu in tow. Lin Yan watched her retreating figure, sensing an unexpected aura of severity about her. He couldn't help but wonder which unfortunate soul had crossed paths with this formidable lady. Chapter 84. So my rival has arrived? Seated in the classroom, Lin Yan took several deep breaths. After a few minutes of contemplation, he finally sheathed his sacred sword and stood up. To avoid the incessant display of affection between Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan, the roommates of dormitories 520 and 502 had resolutely turned down the lavish offerings from the heiress. To them, no matter how delectable the gourmet meals prepared by a five-star chef might be, they could not mask the sourness of this couple's romance. In contrast, they preferred the humble fare of the school cafeteria. Consequently, as soon as class was dismissed, they eagerly vacated the classroom, fearing that lingering even for a moment would lead to another unwelcome serving of affection. Observing the now deserted classroom, Lin Yan stretched lazily and began to gather his books as he made his way to the door. However, upon reaching the entrance, he was met with an unexpected sight. His classmate, Lu Tianyong, accompanied by four men clad in black, who regarded Lin Yan with ill intent. Perhaps the name Lu Tianyong seemed rather distant to many. Allow me to refresh your memory regarding this individual. He was the one who, prior to the semester, had evaded military training using a fraudulent excuse and, on the first day of school, had foolishly sought to sit beside Bai Luoyan. He was also the one who, in his bid to compete for class president against Yichang, had suffered a humiliating defeat. Since that incident, it was uncertain whether he had heeded Yantianhua's counsel or simply felt too embarrassed to face Bai Luoyan. Regardless, he had seemingly vanished from the vicinity of Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan, rarely appearing before them even as they all attended the same class. Until today, when he resurfaced, blocking Lin Yan's path with four bodyguards in tow. Without the need for words, Lin Yan could discern Lu Tianyong's intentions merely from the mocking glint in his eyes. Sighing in resignation, Lin Yan glanced at the four men in black behind Lu Tianyong and couldn't help but quip, "I wonder who decreed that bodyguards must don black suits and sunglasses. Is this a rigid dress code set by your bodyguard association, or are you all part of a mysterious organization that doubles as extraterrestrial hunters by night? Come on, it's been decades. Can't your profession evolve with the times? Even those of us who have to endure this sight have grown weary of it." Not only did the four bodyguards pause in surprise, but Lu Tianyong also looked taken aback. He had envisioned a range of responses from this insufferable individual, perhaps threats involving Bai Luoyan or even pleas for mercy in light of the situation. However, he never anticipated that Lin Yan would continue to speak frivolously even when faced with danger. His anger transformed into a derisive smile as he scrutinized Lin Yan from head to toe before finally saying, "You, my friend, do not genuinely believe that being associated with Bai Luoyan renders you invulnerable, do you? Or do you truly think that someone of her stature would harbor genuine feelings for an ordinary person like you? Let me enlighten you. A young lady from a prestigious family like hers is merely indulging a fleeting whim. Once her interest wanes, you will be nothing more than discarded trash." Lin Yan did not immediately refute him, for he understood that, by conventional reasoning, the other party was indeed stating a fact. In this world, how many true Cinderella and Prince Charming tales exist? The vast majority are mere scripts where capital manipulates beauty and human hearts. Were it not for the bond he shared with Bai Luoyan from a previous life, upon discovering that an aristocratic young lady, whom he had never met, was so fervently pursuing him, he would most likely have sought to escape at once, fleeing as far as possible. Compared to these wealthy families, ordinary people are far too vulnerable to be harmed. Observing the haughty Lu Tianyong before him, Lin Yan instinctively stroked his chin. Had Bai Luoyan and Xiaoyu been present, they would have recognized this as Lin Yan's characteristic gesture when deep in thought. He first glanced at the surveillance camera in the classroom corridor, then cast a fleeting look at Lu Tianyong and the few individuals behind him. He did not directly respond to Lu Tianyong's words, but instead engaged in his own analysis. "Since you have brought people to corner me here, the surveillance must have been sabotaged. Yet, I cannot fathom the purpose of your obstruction. I do not believe you possess the audacity to kill me on the spot, nor do we harbor such deep-seated animosity. Thus, the question arises, what is your true objective? Is it merely to rally a crowd to beat me up? Even if your previous assertions hold some truth, you are well aware of how protective Bai Luoyin is of me. According to your words, I, a mere pretty boy, am still in the throes of romance with the esteemed young lady. Should she discover your actions against me, she would likely seek retribution. Although you may not be particularly astute, it is unlikely you would fail to grasp such a straightforward matter. Yet, despite this, you still stand before me with your companions. So, what is the reason behind this? At this point, Lin Yan suddenly chuckled. He cast a meaningful glance at Lu Tianyang, who, despite feeling he held the upper hand, was compelled to take a step back under Lin Yan's gaze. So you are merely a pawn, are you? And that person was likely the reason Bai Luoyin had to leave abruptly just now. With your brain the size of a walnut, you dare to believe that person can protect you from Bai Luoyin? They must come from a family of comparable standing to the Bai family. How intriguing. So, my so-called rival is he finally about to make an appearance? Lu Tianyang was perplexed as to why he obediently listened to Lin Yan's entire analysis. He could not comprehend how this seemingly ordinary individual was able to deduce so much in such a short time. The most crucial point was that Lin Yan was correct. He was indeed acting under someone's instructions to trouble Lin Yan. Observing the smile on Lin Yan's face, he felt compelled to prevent the other from continuing. Therefore, he quickly gritted his teeth and commanded the 4 individuals behind him, "Why are you still standing there? Attack!" Upon seeing the 4 robust figures charging towards him, akin to bears, Lin Yan exhibited no trace of panic on his face. Instead, with a hint of regret, he remarked, "You truly brought only 4. It seems I've been underestimated." 5 minutes later, Lin Yan walked to the restroom at the end of the corridor to wash his hands, and then departed with an air of nonchalance. Inside the classroom, the 4 stout men, resembling black bears, lay sprawled on the ground like a pool of mud. Lu Tianyang sat on the floor, his expression one of disbelief, repeatedly murmuring, "This is impossible," in the face of Lin Yan's serious intent. Even without the physical enhancements provided by the system, dealing with those 4 was as effortless as child's play. Compared to the lethal foes on the battlefield, these 4 benign individuals lacked any sense of menace, resembling toddlers in a kindergarten. Rather than running about aimlessly, Lin Yan calmly proceeded to the artificial lake. However, upon reaching the grassy edge of the lake, he spotted the figures of Bai Luoyin and Xiao Yu not far away. As he had surmised, a young man stood before Bai Luoyin at that moment. Seemingly sensing Lin Yan's gaze, the young man looked up and offered him a smile. In the next instant, he unexpectedly opened his arms, as if intending to embrace Bai Luoyin. Chapter 85, I Believe in You. Bai Luoyin cast a somber gaze upon the young man before her impatience manifesting in her words. "Have I not made it clear that I do not wish to see you again? Or do you perceive my words as mere jest?" The young man standing before her, despite the tension, possessed an admirable appearance. Tall and strikingly handsome, his tailored suit complemented his noble demeanor, resembling a scion of a prestigious family stepping forth from the pages of a novel. While he may not elicit gasps of awe from every woman, his mere presence undoubtedly attracted the attention of many. Undeterred by Bai Lian's admonition, he smiled indulgently and said, "Yin Yanwi?" Silence. "Is Yan a name you dare to use?" She interjected fiercely. Unfazed, he shook his head with a hint of exasperation. Suddenly, as if struck by an amusing thought, a peculiar smile spread across his face. Before Bai Luoyin could decipher his erratic behavior, he unexpectedly opened his arms, attempting to embrace her. In an instant, a flicker of crimson rage flashed in her eyes, and like a swift panther, she recoiled, leaving behind a fleeting shadow. Before she could regain her balance, a voice as cold as ice escaped her lips. "Shun Yongyan, are you seeking to provoke me? If death is what you desire, I can oblige." Shun Yongyan stood frozen, evidently taken aback by the girl's remarkable agility. Before he could recover, he noticed Shengwan Wanyu had positioned herself between him and Bai Luoyin. He ceased his advance, lowering his arms while regarding Bai Luoyin with a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. Upon realizing where his gaze was directed, Bai Luoyin felt a jolt of realization and quickly turned to see Lin Yan standing behind them. In that moment, she felt as though she had been struck by lightning, rendered momentarily speechless. A few seconds later, she snapped back to reality, pivoting like the wind to rush towards Lin Yan. Upon reaching him, an unprecedented panic washed over her, her hands flailing anxiously as she implored him, "Darling, please let me explain. I have no connection with him whatsoever. Truly, I merely intended to dismiss him beforehand. I beg you, do not misunderstand. I share no relationship with him." In that moment, Bai Luoyin resembled a drowning person, overwhelmed by fear and helplessness. Although she was acutely aware of the lack of any connection with the young man and had successfully evaded his embrace, she understood Lin Yan's sensitivity after having been betrayed in love. The fact that she had concealed her meeting with a stranger from him weighed heavily upon her. She could hardly fathom how she would carry on if Lin Yan were to distance himself from her due to this unfounded misunderstanding. While it may have been tolerable in the past, now that she had Lin Yan, she realized she could not bear to lose him. To her, he was akin to the water that sustains a fish, essential for her very existence. "My dear husband, you must trust me. I am yours. I belong solely to you." Observing the alarm on Bai Luoyin's face, Lin Yan felt a jolt in his heart. In his mind, the girl was proud, exalted, and as radiant as the sun. Even though their time together had significantly altered his perception of her, she remained proud, endearing, and possessed a hint of dangerous allure. Yet, it was the first time he witnessed her in such a state of panic. No, that was not entirely true. He had seen it before. On the day he feigned death to escape, when Bai Luoyin arrived at his residence and beheld the lifeless body he had arranged, she had worn a similarly shattered expression. Gazing at Bai Luoyin before him, Lin Yan felt as if his heart were being squeezed painfully. He hastily gathered the nearly broken girl into his embrace, gently patting her back while whispering words of comfort. There, do not cry. Rest assured, I trust you. I have seen everything. I know you only wish to send him away, with no other intentions. Just now, that man attempted to embrace you deliberately upon seeing me. Fortunately, my girl is agile and evaded his grasp. Even if he had indeed held you, Lin Yan intended to convey that even if she had been embraced by another, it would not have been a grave matter. However, upon envisioning the image of the girl in the arms of a stranger, he unexpectedly felt a flash of crimson rage in his eyes. Realizing the uncontrollable anger swelling within him, Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback. What is happening to me? Am I somehow influenced by Bai Luoyin? He shook his head, dismissing the irrational thought from his mind, and continued to reassure the girl in his arms. You must understand, I have lived nearly a century. I am not some foolish male protagonist from a romance novel. I will not be the type to silently suffer misunderstandings when seeing my girlfriend with another man, running away without asking a word. The melodramatic plot where, after countless chapters of emotional turmoil, the truth is finally revealed does not suit me. At that moment, hearing Lin Yan's comforting words, Bai Luoyin ceased her tears, yet still nestled her head in his embrace. Feeling her nuzzle against him, Lin Yan smiled as he stroked her hair. Her hair was remarkably soft, and he found himself reluctant to let go. While he continued to caress her head as one would a small kitten, he added, I have eyes. I could see the smugness in that man's gaze when he laid eyes on me. I have a voice, and if there were any misunderstandings, I would ask you directly. Most importantly, I possess intellect. You do not think that after being with you, I would remain idle, do you? My girl is the daughter of the Bai family, a wealthy magnate. How could someone as exceptional as you not attract envy? For both your sake and mine, how could I possibly do nothing to be with you? Am I meant to become a kept man? At this juncture, he finally directed his gaze towards a man not far away, effortlessly identifying him. That individual was none other than Shun Yongnian, the heir of the illustrious Shun family in the capital. The Shun family, a commercial titan on par with the Bai group, has been a partner of the Bai family since the time of their grandfathers, maintaining their rapport through generations. It is likely that this young man has known you since childhood, harboring aspirations to court you. Am I correct, Shun Yongnian? Upon hearing Lin Yan utter his name, Shun Yongnian, who had been standing quietly to the side, could no longer sustain his previous smile. For the first time, he scrutinized the youth before him, sensing that he may have misjudged something significant. Chapter 86. The pain is unbearable. As Shun Yongyan scrutinized Lin Yan, Lin Yan, too, was assessing the rival that the author had crafted for him. TSK. This plot truly is cliché. At this moment, Lin Yan's internal grievances were nearly overwhelming. It is no wonder he felt such discontent. After all, we have reached the 86th chapter. Can you believe that this so-called protagonist of a gratifying tale remains a novice? Those who are aware are indulging in a light-hearted narrative, while the uninformed might think the author is penning sacred texts to inspire goodness. Meanwhile, the male lead from the neighboring story has, by now, not only savored the pleasures of life, but has also reached a stage where he could be a father. If we were to accumulate the ages across 9 lifetimes, he would be nearing a century, yet he has never tasted meat. Do you understand this feeling? Do you grasp how excruciating this is? Oh wait, of course you do. After all, you have traversed a similar path over the years. Smile. JPG, but can I truly be blamed? Did I not provide opportunities back in Chapter 59? So, this young man, with his self-righteous demeanor, dares to turn around and blame the author? Does he have any inkling of the darkness that resides in the heart of a web novelist who spends days ensconced in shadowy corners, laboring to conjure words? By openly challenging the author in front of the readers, does he aspire to be a monk for life? I must admit, this schizophrenic writing style is quite effective. It allows me to effortlessly churn out a few hundred words right in front of you. Returning to the main narrative, Lin Yan regarded the young man before him, his mind swiftly processing the details. Shun Yongyan, 20 years of age, heir to the Shun family. He first encountered the 6-year-old Bai Luoyan at a business gathering when he was merely 8. Upon reaching adulthood at 18, he boldly pursued Bai Luoyan, seeking to declare her as his possession through ostentation. Unfortunately, the heiress of the Bai family not only offered him no response, but also skillfully extracted substantial benefits from the Shun family through several business dealings. Sensing her resolute rejection, he subsequently retreated significantly, abruptly announcing his departure abroad for further studies. Though Bai Luoyan harbored an undeniable disdain for his previous actions, considering the Shun family's formidable influence comparable to that of the Bai family, both clans tacitly ceased their commercial hostilities following Shun Yongyan's departure. For Bai Luoyan, her focus was now on welcoming Lin Yan's return. However, she did not anticipate that this individual, who should have been studying overseas, would suddenly reappear. Moreover, he must have learned of the relationship between Bai Luoyan and Lin Yan, and yet he foolishly intended to orchestrate a scheme against Lin Yan. Yet, from Lin Yan's perspective, this so-called conspiracy of the 20-year-old was rather juvenile, observing the couple before him, blissfully oblivious in their embrace. The initially composed Shun Yongyan could no longer maintain his facade of calm. In truth, he hardly required any clandestine investigation. The overt display of affection between Bai Luoyan and Lin Yan had already become the talk of the town, echoing even beyond the confines of the school. The eldest daughter of the Bai family swiftly fell in love with an ordinary student from Jianghai University. The reason for her presence at the university turned out to be, how long can the romance of a wealthy heiress endure? Headlines akin to this one graced the entertainment sections of major news outlets almost simultaneously, often accompanied by photographs of Bai Luoyan and Lin Yan sharing a public kiss on campus. It is no wonder the public is captivated. Who is unaware that the vast Bai family now relies solely on Bai Luoyan to uphold its legacy? Marrying her is tantamount to acquiring the entirety of the Bai group as a dowry. Even disregarding such considerations, how could any man resist the allure of a peerless beauty like Bai Luoyan? Shun Yongyan had merely gone abroad, not to prison. Even though he had not deliberately sought to investigate Bai Luoyan's feelings, he effortlessly stumbled upon the photograph of her kissing Lin Yan. The moment he saw the image, he could no longer remain seated. He booked a flight back home that very afternoon. Initially, he believed Bai Luoyan's prior rejection stemmed from youthful shyness. His departure was not an act of surrender, but rather a hope that in a few years, as they all matured, Bai Luoyan would find it easier to accept him. Yet, how could he fathom the fact that she had casually begun a romance with an ordinary boy just after he left? This reality was utterly unacceptable to him. Observing Bai Luoyan nestled in Lin Yan's embrace, Displaying a demeanor he had never witnessed before, he instinctively clenched his fists. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward and called out, "Yuan." However, just as he intended to utter her name affectionately, a cold gaze pierced through him. It belonged to Shangwan Wanyu, who stood resolutely in his path. Recognizing the unmistakable hostility in her eyes, Shen Yongnian wisely chose to silence himself. He understood better than anyone the bond between Shangwan Wanyu and Bai Luoyan. Despite her status as a servant, her influence far surpassed that of any so-called heiress. He was certain that should he persist in uttering her name, she would not hesitate to brandish a knife at him. With a swallow, he reorganized his thoughts and spoke. "Luoyan, this must be your boyfriend, right? Aren't you going to introduce us?" As his voice echoed, Bai Luoyan, who had been nestled in Lin Yan's embrace, seemed to finally recall his presence. She turned to Lin Yan and gently said, "Darling, wait for me. I need to deal with some trash." Lin Yan smiled softly, giving her back a gentle pat. "Go ahead, I'll be right here waiting for you." The warmth in her gaze transformed into an icy glare as she turned to him. Her previously graceful brows knitted together in anger as she approached Shen Yongnian, exuding the imposing aura of an empress and a corporate titan. By the time she stood before him, even Shen Yongnian, the worldly heir of a prominent family, felt a twinge of trepidation. Shen Yongnian endeavored to muster a faint smile as he addressed Bai Luoyan, saying, "Luoyan, you." However, before he could complete his sentence, Bai Luoyan's furious roar erupted. "Have I not warned you repeatedly to refrain from appearing before me? Do you still dare to plot against me? Do you truly believe I would hesitate to take action against you?" No sooner had her words fallen than her right leg transformed into a swift shadow, delivering a fierce kick towards Shen Yongnian's lower body. Amidst the piercing scream, Lin Yan seemed to faintly hear the sound of an egg shattering. As a fellow man, he instinctively tightened his legs. Hiss! Just the thought of it brought forth an overwhelming sensation of pain. Chapter 87. I will no longer flee. As Lin Yan observed Shen Yongnian clutching his groin, rolling his eyes, and collapsing to the ground. He could not help but cast a sympathetic glance in his direction. Lin Yan felt acutely aware that Bai Luoyan had shown no restraint with that kick. Despite her delicate appearance, he understood the immense strength that could emanate from such a seemingly fragile form. He even believed that the sound of a cracking egg he had just heard was no mere figment of his imagination. Ouch! Could it be that this fellow will end up as a shattered old man? After delivering a decisive blow to her opponent, Bai Luoyan had finally vented her pent-up fury and returned to Lin Yan's side with a sense of satisfaction. At that moment, she bore no resemblance to the fierce persona she had just displayed. Instead, she appeared as an adorable and gentle young woman, her bright eyes gazing lovingly at her boyfriend. All done. Let us go. Reflecting on the girl's earlier swift and precise strike, Lin Yan felt a chill run down his spine. He resolved then and there to refrain from provoking this seemingly harmless girl in the future. As the heir of the Shun family, Shen Yongnian was naturally surrounded by elusive bodyguards clad in black. As he fell, several of them emerged from the shadows to promptly assist their young master. They were undoubtedly aware of the identity of the girl who had struck their master. Thus, even if they felt aggrieved, they could only cast resentful glances at Bai Luoyan and Shangwan Wanyu. Xiao Yu shot them a glare in return and warned, "Should Tiu hurry and help your young master back? Or do you want to lend another kick?" As a staunch supporter of Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan, she held no pretense regarding her disdain for Shen Yongnian. The black-clad bodyguards uttered no rebuttal, instead assisting Shen Yongnian as they prepared to depart. Unexpectedly, as Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan nestled close together, the man who should have been unconscious not only regained consciousness, but also shouted at them. Clearly irked by Luoyan, "Stop being so childish. How long have you known him? You are merely blinded by a fleeting notion of love. You should know that only someone like me truly deserves you." Witnessing this man, who had endured a crushing blow yet swiftly regained his composure, Lin Yan felt a flicker of admiration. However, Bai Luoyan seemed oblivious to his words, turning to Lin Yan with a playful tone. "Honey, I'm hungry. Will you accompany me for a meal?" Lin Yan could offer no answer but a resounding agreement. Meanwhile, Shangwan Wanyu, following behind them, cast a glance of disdain at the relentless Shen Yongnian. How dare he question how long the young master and miss had known each other? They had been acquainted since their previous lives, after all. Rolling her eyes at Shun Yongyin, she quickly caught up with her miss and young master. The pair had not wandered far and settled down on a relatively flat patch of grass beside the artificial lake. As soon as they were seated, Xiao Yu swiftly placed the pre-prepared box filled with food before them. With each layer of the box unveiled, a sumptuous lunch revealed itself. Bai Luoyin picked up a piece of fish with her chopsticks and gently offered it to Lin Yan's lips, coaxing him softly as one would a child. "Darling, come." Captivated by the tender demeanor of the girl, Lin Yan obediently opened his mouth and savored the morsel she presented. Thus began a delightful sequence of the girl feeding the boy. Once the majority of the food had been consumed, a satiated Lin Yan finally gestured that he could eat no more. Observing that the girl had barely touched her meal, he kindly urged her, "You should eat too. You hardly had anything." She shook her head, setting down her chopsticks, and affectionately clung to his arm. Even now, Bai Luoyin felt a lingering apprehension. For her, the anxiety surrounding Lin Yan was overwhelming. She could not bear the thought of even the slightest crack or doubt in their relationship. The mere idea of Lin Yan looking at her with disappointment sent her into a spiral of despair. In that moment, she even contemplated summoning her bodyguards to forcibly bring him back if things went awry. What Lin Yan was unaware of was that the villa they had been staying at over the weekends had an adjacent house, which belonged to Bai Luoyin as well. This house featured a lavishly designed underground room, a precaution she had taken after having lost Lin Yan once before. Unbeknownst to Lin Yan, who felt oblivious to the danger he had narrowly escaped, he sensed the girl's tension and instinctively wrapped his arms around her, drawing her close. Understanding her fears, he spoke soothingly, "Trust me, I will not run away again. I promise to always be with you. So, please do not continue to burden yourself. It pains me to see you like this." The girl remained nestled against his chest, muffling a soft reply. Lin Yan smiled wryly, not wishing to pressure her further, and continued speaking for himself. "I admit, the betrayal has left me somewhat fearful of love. Yet your presence has rescued me. You know my character. I have never been one to force myself. But when I said I wanted to be with you, it meant I had moved on from that betrayal." He paused momentarily, gazing tenderly at the girl in his arms before continuing. "Therefore, I wish to convey that you need not be so cautious. I trust you, just as you trust me. I want you to know that I will not allow you to silently bear the burden of our relationship alone. Love is a shared endeavor, requiring the effort of both partners. Hence, should similar situations arise in the future, I hope you can place your trust in your man, all right?" Bai Luoyin offered no reply. Yet Lin Yan felt a dampness against his chest. He remained still, silently embracing the girl. After a lengthy period, Bai Luoyin finally released the turmoil that had been brewing within her. She nestled against Lin Yan, wiping away her tears and mucus on his clothing before finally lifting her head. The girl, with a childlike innocence, lightly twitched her nose, her eyes glistening with redness as she gazed at the boy before her. Slowly, she raised her right hand, extending her pinky finger, and with a huff, she declared, "Then let us make a pact." Observing the girl's naive gesture reminiscent of a child, Lin Yan couldn't help but smile knowingly, extending his own pinky to intertwine with hers. As they interlocked their pinky fingers, a satisfied smile blossomed on the girl's face. In an instant, she leaned back into Lin Yan's embrace, playfully requesting, "Darling, I am hungry. Feed me." Of course, Lin Yan replied indulgently, just as she had done moments before, picking up his chopsticks to bring food to her lips, embracing the role of her devoted feeder. Chapter 88. Breakfast at the small shop as Lin Yan had anticipated. Shin Yongyan did not relinquish his pursuit. A few days later, news spread throughout the university that a young heir from a prominent conglomerate was to enroll at Shanghai University. Although the university did not entertain the notion of transfer students, it did accommodate exchange students. Regardless of how much Bai Luoyin looked down upon Shin Yongyan, as the designated successor of the Shun family, he possessed a certain level of genuine capability. He had attended a prestigious Ivy League institution abroad and had gained admission through his own merit rather than relying on his family's wealth. Now, under the guise of an exchange student, he had arrived at Shanghai University. Whether he had been preoccupied with the arrangements for his exchange or with receiving treatment at the hospital remained uncertain. Nevertheless, Bai Luoyan's earlier intervention had evidently borne some fruit, as Shun Yongyan had not made an appearance before them since his arrival at Jianghai University. Unbeknownst to them, the weekend had once again arrived. This particular weekend, Lin Yan had already agreed to accompany Bai Luoyan to spend time at her villa in the city. Therefore, on Saturday morning, after completing his morning routine, he informed his roommates, "I'm heading out." Fu Yanjia, still lounging in bed engrossed in his phone, rolled his eyes and mockingly remarked, "Oh, we understand. You're off to have a romantic getaway with your girlfriend. No need to remind us. What are you doing? Killing time here? That's not it. Well, not what you think, really? Then what exactly are you? Don't tell me you spent the night with her so many times and still haven't done anything? With a goddess like her, unless you're a eunuch? Who could possibly resist?" Lin Yan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, He Chong joined in on the banter, wearing a mischievous grin as he looked at Lin Yan and inquired, "By the way, how did you manage to charm her the first time?" Before Lin Yan could respond, he continued, "Let me guess, it must have been one of those cliché D scenarios from a novel, right? First, you said you were thirsty and asked if you could get a glass of water. After drinking, you seized the opportunity to say you were too sweaty and needed a shower. Then, you asked if it was too late to crash here for the night. Don't worry, I promise I won't touch you. I'll sleep on the floor. The floor is a bit cold. Is it alright if we squeeze in together? Rest assured, I'm not the type to take advantage. Can I hold you while I sleep? I promise I won't do anything. Can I steal a kiss? I just can't help myself when I see you. Can I touch you? I promise I won't do anything," with a series of lewd chuckles. He Chong's demeanor made Lin Yan lament the transformation of the once earnest and naive class monitor. He had no intention of engaging with these two lecherous fellows and was about to turn to leave when Yun Tianhua unexpectedly approached him, pressing a small square box into the pocket of his jacket and advising, "Better safe than sorry. Take this with you." Without waiting for Lin Yan's response, she left behind a figure shrouded in mystery and accomplishment. With his keen eyesight, Lin Yan immediately recognized the small box for what it was. His lips twitched as he glanced at his three good roommates in the dormitory, silently opening the door and stepping outside. Upon reaching the ground floor, he found the enchanting girl waiting there, radiant as a flower. Today, the ever-present Shangwan Wanyu, who typically trailed behind her like a shadow, was conspicuously absent. In truth, whenever Bai Luoyan and Lin Yan sought moments of intimacy, Xiaoyu was always considerate enough to refrain from joining them. As she had once expressed, she felt at ease with her fiancé by the young lady's side. Thus, weekends became her rare time for relaxation. Dressed in a simple yet elegant white gown, Bai Luoyan adorned herself with a plush gray vest and a white hat atop her head. The morning sunlight bathed her in warmth, illuminating the strands of her hair that cascaded over her shoulders with a golden sheen. Captivated by the youthful beauty before him, Lin Yan found himself momentarily entranced. Observing Lin Yan's infatuation, Bai Luoyan's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Though seemingly effortless, this outfit was the result of a night spent in consultation with her roommates. Witnessing the admiration in her beloved's gaze, she felt that all her preparations were worth it. At that moment, Lin Yan finally regained his composure and approached Bai Luoyan, generously complimenting her. "You look stunning today." The young lady tilted her head slightly, exposing her delicate neck, akin to a proud swan, and retorted, "Humph. Does that imply I was not beautiful yesterday?" Having faced similar inquiries in the past, Lin Yan swiftly answered, No. You are beautiful every day. In my eyes, you will always be as captivating as you are now." Although he had little prior experience, Lin Yan was no ordinary individual. During this time, he had diligently memorized the classic phrases of the charming rogue. While he held disdain for such scoundrels, he could not deny their adeptness at winning a woman's heart. As Lin Yan's sweet words wafted through the air, a hint of shyness appeared in the young lady's face. She took Lin Yan's hand and innocently inquired, "How delightful. When did your words become so sweet?" "My dear, where are we headed now?" Gently caressing her hair, Lin Yan replied with a sense of purpose, "First, we shall have breakfast." I consulted the local tycoon, Yun Tianhua, who recommended a hidden gem known only to locals. 15 minutes later, as Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan disembarked from the luxurious Maybach, they stood before a dilapidated eatery on the verge of collapse. leaving Lin Yan astounded. He gazed at the weathered sign, barely legible, for quite some time, confirming that this was indeed the establishment Yin Tianhua had mentioned. He recalled that Yin Tianhua's ancestry hailed from Jianghai City. How could he, like those princelings of Guangdong, have a fondness for such a place? Yet, standing beside him, Bai Luoyin showed no signs of disdain, instead gazing at the crumbling shop with a look of curiosity. Her petite nose twitched slightly, and with a curious expression. She turned to Lin Yan and said, "Darling, it smells so delightful. Let's hurry and give it a try." Naturally, Lin Yan had no objections and willingly followed the young girl inside. The small establishment lacked a menu, or perhaps it simply offered a limited selection. The proprietors were an elderly couple, their hair as white as snow, and the only options available were wontons and fried noodles. They ordered 2 bowls of wontons and a serving of fried noodles, then settled at a small table, quietly observing the couple as they busied themselves. Though the shop appeared worn and the stove was a rare wood-burning type, breakfast was uncomplicated. Before long, 2 steaming bowls of wontons arrived at their table, accompanied by a plate of fragrant fried noodles. The young girl gathered her hair, scooped a delicate wonton with her spoon, and held it to her lips to cool. Once the steam dissipated, she gingerly placed it in her mouth. In the next moment, her eyes sparkled, and she joyfully exclaimed to Lin Yan, "Delicious. You must try it too, darling." Watching the girl with her cheeks slightly puffed, Lin Yan nodded with a smile. Amidst the swirling smoke, the young couple quietly savored this seemingly ordinary breakfast. The elderly couple sat by the stove, equally quietly observing the pair. They exchanged glances, the corners of their mouths curling slightly, as if reminiscing about their own youthful days. Chapter 89. Mobile screensaver taste is a truly wondrous phenomenon. Although there exists an iron pot separating the boiling wontons from the flames of the wood fire, the wontons cooked over such a fire invariably exude a delightful smokiness. Similarly, what is ostensibly mere stir-fried noodles, prepared solely with ordinary lard and eggs, emerges as an extraordinary culinary delight. Perhaps it is the humble atmosphere of the small eatery or the gentle gaze of the elderly couple that envelopes them with warmth. Despite the seemingly mundane nature of the breakfast, Lin Yan and Bai Luoyin find themselves utterly content. Within a mere 10 minutes, this couple clears their plates with remarkable zeal, even finishing the seemingly insipid broth of the wontons to the last drop. After setting down his bowl, Lin Yan lets out a satisfied burp, reflecting on how Yin Tianhua has finally accomplished something noteworthy. This unassuming little eatery indeed possesses a unique charm. When it came time to pay, the pair was astonished by the unbelievably low prices. This might very well be the least expensive breakfast Bai Luoyin has ever had, yet it stands out as one of the most delicious meals in her memory, excluding, of course, the ones Lin Yan had prepared for her. As they prepared to leave, Bai Luoyin, in a rare display of gratitude, thanked the elderly couple, saying, "Thank you, your food was delightful." The couple merely smiled warmly and waved goodbye in response. After their farewells, the two chose not to drive, but instead aimlessly wandered through the dilapidated old town. Their luxurious Maybach would be driven away by some mysteriously appearing figures in black. Such is the nature of the wealthy, casually discarding their opulent vehicles as if it were the most ordinary thing. Rather than heading towards the bustling commercial district, they strolled through the winding streets of the old quarter. Lin Yan had gleaned insights into this area's layout from Yin Tianhua. As a prestigious family that has thrived for 4 generations, the Yun family has invested considerable effort into Yin Tianhua's upbringing. Unlike other affluent youths, Yin Tianhua did not ride in luxury cars or attend elite schools during his elementary years. He was instead enrolled in a common public school, allowing him to foster humility and avoid the arrogance often associated with privilege. This upbringing explains why, upon starting school, he quickly formed bonds with peers like Yichang and Fu Yanjia. Undoubtedly, those childhood days were among the happiest of Yin Tianhua's life, which is why he shared his knowledge of the old town with Lin Yan. For Lin Yan, this tranquil old neighborhood resonates far more than the vibrant commercial areas. Walking through such spaces evokes nostalgic memories of his own childhood home. In retrospect, those carefree days seem to belong to a distant past. As for Bai Luoyin, Being by Lin Yan's side rendered her indifferent to the location, even if it were a stroll around a volcano. Hand in hand, they meandered through the streets and alleys, relishing each moment together. As she approached a street corner, Bai Luoyan's eyes suddenly lit up upon discovering a magnificent tree adorned with vibrant red blossoms. With winter fast approaching, she had not anticipated encountering such a flourishing tree. Ecstatic, she hurried beneath the tree and called out excitedly to Lin Yan, "Darling, quickly, help me take a picture." It seems that the desire for beauty is an innate instinct for every woman, and even Bai Luoyan, the former empress, was no exception. Lin Yan, naturally, did not hesitate to fulfill her request, swiftly retrieving his phone and capturing her image. Bai Luoyan joyfully ran to his side, but her expression darkened as she beheld the photos on Lin Yan's phone. "Darling, do you understand why I wanted to take a picture beneath that tree? What good is just capturing me next to the trunk?" Lin Yan, examining the photo, appeared oblivious to the issue at hand. However, upon witnessing Bai Luoyan's displeased demeanor, he quickly comprehended the situation. "This confounded system, you can fill my head with knowledge about postnatal care for sows, yet neglect to teach me photography skills?" Realizing this flaw in himself, Lin Yan felt a twinge of frustration. Fortunately, Bai Luoyan was not angry, but instead patiently guided him to find the right position and adjust the settings. Once everything was prepared, the girl cheerfully bounded back to the base of the tree. After striking a pose, Lin Yan pressed the shutter once more. "Come, let me see." Bai Luoyan eagerly returned to his side, and upon viewing the latest photograph, a satisfied smile graced her face. The image captured a sweet young girl, radiating an enchanting smile against a backdrop of sunlight and scattered red petals, resembling a fairy emerged from a painting. "Quite nice," she exclaimed, immediately tapping a few buttons on the phone. When Lin Yan retrieved his phone, he discovered that both the screensaver and wallpaper had transformed into that very photograph. Observing Lin Yan's bewildered expression, Bai Luoyan smirked and questioned, "What's wrong? Are you unwilling?" The slight chill in her tone jolted Lin Yan back to reality. He calmly tucked the phone into his pocket, gently ruffled the girl's hair, and replied, "Of course not. I was merely contemplating the fairness of having changed my screensaver without any benefit for myself. How about I stand there too, and you take a picture of me to swap it out?" Upon hearing this, a mischievous smile spread across Bai Luoyan's face as she replied, "No need. I have something better." With that, she waved her phone in front of him. However, when Lin Yan discerned the screensaver on her device, his expression turned pale. The image depicted a young boy, seemingly no older than 10, who appeared terrified as he clutched his pants, which were half pulled down, desperately resisting the advances of several friends. "Wait, is that a photo of me as a child? Where on earth did you find that?" The moment the words left his lips, the detestable visage of Zhang Wei flashed through his mind, accompanied by the echo of that insufferable voice. "Indeed, it is I, my dear son, wahaha." At this thought, Lin Yan felt the veins on his forehead throb, and he reached out to snatch Bai Luoyan's phone. However, Bai Luoyan, ever prepared, deftly tucked the phone away just in time. "Bai Luoyan, change that screensaver this instant." "I refuse to do so. Moreover, my dear husband, you're simply too adorable for me to part with it. Ha 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 ha, you've gone too far. Hey, if you have the guts, don't run. Stop right there." "Ha! I'm no fool. I shan't stop. Come on, try to catch me. If you manage to catch up, I shall grant you." The playful silhouettes of the couple darted through the old street, their laughter and banter resonating from the alleyway. Chapter 90. Indeed sweet she fled, he pursued. She was as if she had wings, yet could not escape. Despite Bai Luoyan's remarkable agility, how could she possibly rival Lin Yan? She hadn't even made it out of the alley before he captured her in his embrace. Yet the girl, caught, displayed no semblance of panic. Instead, she wrapped her arms around Lin Yan's neck, gazing at him with eager anticipation as she playfully inquired, "Oh dear, I've been caught. How do you intend to punish me, darling?" With that, she provocatively bit her lower lip. My goodness, how could he endure this? Lin Yan lowered his head and pressed his lips against hers. Rather than resist, the girl clung tightly to him, seemingly wishing to meld herself into his very being. Fortunately, the hour was still early, and the secluded old street was devoid of passers-by. Otherwise, the onlookers would have had their fill, not for breakfast, but from witnessing their affection. Minutes later, breathless, the two slowly parted, gasping for air. The girl, her cheeks flushed, teased him with a breathy challenge. "Is that all? Is this the extent of my punishment?" As she spoke, she licked her lips, savoring the memory of their kiss. "Is she truly provoking me? This must be a challenge. What can be endured must not be tolerated. I must." Lin Yan wrestled with his thoughts, only to find himself disheartened, realizing there was little he could do. Surely, he could not take such liberties in public. Noticing the boy's defeated expression, the girl grinned like a mischievous little fox. She tiptoed closer, whispering in his ear, "If you make me happy today, tonight may hold some delightful surprises for you." At her words, Lin Yan's eyes suddenly brightened. Could he finally shed that awkward identity tonight? "Oh, dear Yogurt, you are truly my most revered deity." Seeing the boy's flicker of excitement, a hint of shyness crossed the girl's face. She released him, tilting her head slightly as she said, "What are you thinking? First, consider how to serve me well today." Lin Yan chose not to shatter her whimsical thoughts. Obediently leaning in to respond with a cheerful yes, he then quickly took a couple of steps forward, reaching for her hand. The two continued to meander aimlessly through the alley, and before long, they found themselves in the pedestrian street of the old town. Unlike the newly constructed pedestrian street in the new district, this one had been established for over 30 years. As time passed, what was once the most bustling street in Jianghai City had seen a significant decline in visitors. Alas, whether it was the infrastructure, geographical location, or the modernized shop arrangements, this area paled in comparison to the new commercial district. Yet, the nostalgic ambience allowed the small vendors here to endure against the odds. Unlike the modern pedestrian streets, this one retained the charm of traditional street stalls. As Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan arrived at their destination, the clock was nearing noon. Consequently, they opted against searching for a proper dining establishment and instead indulged in street snacks along the vintage pedestrian street. "Here you go," Lin Yan said, presenting a fluffy cotton candy to Bai Luoyan, while he eagerly took a bite of his own. With his mouth full, he mumbled, "So sweet. You should try some." Observing Lin Yan with his cheeks puffed up like a little hamster, Bai Luoyan delicately brushed away a small piece of cotton candy residue from the corner of his mouth. Without hesitation, she popped it in her own mouth, smiling as she replied, "Not bad. It's indeed quite sweet." The vendor standing before them wore a stoic expression as he gazed at his cotton candy machine. Who could comprehend his plight? Despite his age, he found himself subjected to such public displays of affection. Naturally, cotton candy could not satiate their hunger, prompting the duo to explore one stall after another. While relishing the culinary delights from these vendors, they equally shared a bit of their romantic escapades with each stall owner. In her 2 lifetimes, it was Bai Lian's inaugural experience sampling street food. In her previous life, despite being an empress, it was only after she traversed into Lin Yan's world that she realized her royal existence had deprived her of such simple pleasures. As the cherished daughter of the Bai family, opportunities for her to venture out alone were scarce, especially after the demise of her parents. Being the sole heir, her movements were closely monitored by the venerable elder of the Bai family. It wasn't until she showcased her abilities that she began to gain a semblance of freedom. Only after the elder stepped down and she ascended to a position of authority within the Bai family did she finally seize control of her own destiny. Yet, it was only now that she experienced the vibrancy of life in such a setting, all thanks to the man by her side. Street food possesses an enchanting allure, often leading one to believe they are consuming copiously, only to realize, after sampling a few items, that they are quite full. After a brief stroll, they paused, their bellies contentedly full. Nonetheless, they continued to meander along the pedestrian street, treating it as a digestive stroll. After a few steps, they stumbled upon a stall selling handcrafted bracelets. This was the typical DIY bracelet-making setup, where customers could select beads inscribed with various names to create their own personalized adornments. Noticing Bai Lian's gaze linger on the stall, Lin Yan tentatively suggested, "Shall we make a couple of bracelets?" With a nod of agreement, the young lady took his hand and guided him to sit at the stall. Without further ado, they both bent down, searching through the assortment of beads for their names. After a few minutes of diligent searching, They finally managed to gather the beads necessary to spell out by Luo Yin and Lin Yan. The vendor skillfully crafted a bracelet from 2 beads bearing distinct names and handed it to the 2 individuals. Before accepting it, Lin Yan paid the vendor 25 yuan. He picked up the bracelet inscribed with Luo Yin's name and extended it towards her, smiling as he inquired, "President Bai, would you be willing to accept this humble gift valued at 15 yuan?" To his astonishment, the young lady actually pushed his hand away and replied, "I don't want it." That's not right, he thought. Why aren't you following the script? Before he could ponder further, the girl continued, "I want the one with your name on it. Quickly give it to me." It was then that Lin Yan finally grasped the situation and retrieved the other bracelet, handing it over. The young lady cherished it as if it were a rare treasure, gazing affectionately at the characters spelling out Lin Yan's name. She carefully adorned her wrist with it and, after examining it closely, turned to Lin Yan and insisted, "You, put on the one with my name at once. And from now on, you are not to remove it without my permission, understood?" Chapter 91. Can you cook? As the 2 emerged from the pedestrian street, the sun began its descent towards the western horizon. Lin Yan glanced at his phone and was surprised to discover it was already 3:30. He turned to the young lady beside him and inquired, "Where would you like to go next?" Tilting her head in contemplation, the girl proposed a suggestion that left Lin Yan utterly astonished. "How about we visit the vegetable market?" Despite the fact that they often cooked meals together at the villa, with the ingredients delivered by a dedicated staff, they had never ventured to a market of this sort together. After all, Lin Yan believed that Luo Yin's status was far removed from such mundane affairs. Given her stature, it seemed that a mere flick of her finger would summon exquisite delicacies right to her doorstep. Thus, upon hearing her words, Lin Yan hesitantly echoed, "You mean you want to accompany me to the market to buy groceries?" "Of course. What else will we do at the market if not buy vegetables? I'm in a good mood today, so when we return, you shall sit obediently while I take charge in the kitchen. Consider yourself fortunate to taste the dishes I prepare." Observing Luo Yin's proud demeanor, Lin Yan regarded her with a perplexed expression. While they had indeed cooked together at the villa, the nature of their collaboration was rather specific. Typically, Lin Yan would handle the entire process, washing, chopping, cooking, and plating, while the girl merely cheered him on, seized the opportunity to playfully touch his abdominal muscles, and occasionally snuck a taste of the freshly prepared dishes. This was the essence of their culinary endeavors. To be candid, without the girl's playful interruptions, Lin Yan could have easily reduced his cooking time by over half an hour. Yet it seemed he did not entirely mind her antics. In fact, he appeared to find some amusement in them. Nevertheless, he was taken aback by the notion that Luo Yin could actually cook. Noticing the skepticism in Lin Yan's gaze, the girl huffed in displeasure and retorted, "What do you mean by that look? Are you doubting my abilities?" It was not that Lin Yan underestimated Luo Yin. Rather, it was the vivid memory of her first cooking attempt that lingered in his mind. That was during their first year of fleeing the capital, amidst their days of hiding in the wilderness. Lin Yan, burdened with the responsibility of 2 young children, found himself playing both maternal and paternal roles. He toiled to construct a makeshift shelter while also scouring the mountains for sustenance for their small family, all while seeking opportunities to gather information from the outside world. Moreover, upon returning each night, he would dedicate considerable time to tutoring Luo Yin and Shangwan Wanyu in their studies. After all, he was nurturing a future empress, not merely a delicate flower unversed in the ways of the world. Perhaps sensing Lin Yan's struggles, Luo Yin resolved one day to lighten her teacher's burden. But what could a girl of no more than 9 years accomplish? One day, while observing the provisions Lin Yan had left in their wooden cabin, she finally grasped what she could do to help. Despite the fact that this royal princess had never set foot in a kitchen, she resolved to prepare a sumptuous dinner for her beloved. Indeed, she managed to surprise Lin Yan. To this day, Lin Yan vividly recalls the scene he encountered upon returning home that evening. Exhausted from the hunt, he stood before the wooden cabin, engulfed in flames, clutching the wild chicken he had managed to catch, while 2 little girls, covered in soot, fell into silence. Initially, he suspected that enemies had pursued them, igniting the fire due to a battle. It wasn't until Luo Yin, with a hint of embarrassment, presented him with a charred object, claiming it was her homemade roast chicken. that he finally comprehended the situation. From that moment on, a new rule was established in Lin Yan's household. Bai Luoyin was forever prohibited from approaching the stove. Observing Lin Yan's stunned expression, Bai Luoyin seemed to recall her previous life's unfortunate experiences. She pressed her lips together and, with a discontented tap on Lin Yan, remarked, "That was a long time ago. Besides, I have been in this world for 18 years. Why do you presume that I have not learned to cook in all that time?" At this point, Lin Yan also snapped back to reality. Indeed, it had been quite a while. As the saying goes, a day apart feels like 3 autumns, so perhaps unbeknownst to him, Bai Luoyin had earnestly endeavored to learn the culinary arts. Moreover, considering the current level of technology, it was unlikely she would set the house ablaze merely by frying a dish. With this realization, Lin Yan finally relaxed. He grasped the young woman's hand and sincerely said to her, "I believe in you, so I entrust tonight's dinner to you." Hearing this, the girl beamed with a sweet smile and proudly replied, "Rest assured, I've got this." With their minds set, they wasted no time. After inquiring for directions, they soon found themselves entering a bustling market. On their way to the market, they had already discussed the evening's menu. Given the uncertainty surrounding the young woman's culinary skills, Lin Yan thoughtfully suggested 3 simple dishes: scrambled eggs with tomatoes, sweet and sour ribs, and stir-fried pork with straw mushrooms. Upon arrival at the market, Bai Luoyin's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she took in the lively atmosphere. This was her first visit to such a market, yet she felt surprisingly at ease. Unlike what she had imagined, although the surroundings were far from pristine, the vibrant throng of people imparted an inexplicable essence of life. Clearly, the task of grocery shopping was not one typically assigned to a wealthy young lady. Fortunately, Lin Yan had been purchasing soy sauce for his mother since elementary school, making him quite adept at selecting ingredients. As he skillfully chose items at the stalls, a glimmer of admiration flickered in Bai Luoyin's eyes. "My man is simply amazing. He could do everything." At that moment, while selecting ribs and tenderloin, Lin Yan instinctively addressed the vendor, saying, "Excuse me, could you please chop the ribs into smaller pieces? And for the pork, make sure to slice it thinly." However, the butcher standing before him remained motionless, a dark expression clouding his face as he retorted, "Are you certain you haven't come here to stir trouble?" Faced with the man's impatient gaze, Lin Yan finally realized his mistake. Alas, he had forgotten that this was not the familiar southern market of his hometown. He managed a sheepish smile, quietly accepting the meat handed to him by the proprietor, while simultaneously scanning to make the payment. Meanwhile, the young woman seized the rare opportunity to unabashedly mock her partner. With a clear objective in mind, their pace in procuring groceries was nothing short of remarkable. As the pair exited the market, the luxurious Maybach awaited them, parked in anticipation. They promptly opened the door and entered the vehicle. A month prior, Bai Luoyin had wielded a modicum of influence to secure Lin Yan's driver's license. As for Lin Yan's driving skills, it was evident that the System S rewards had not overlooked imparting knowledge in this area. Chapter 92. It seems I see an old friend beckoning to me. Though they had only briefly resided there a few times, both Lin Yan and Bai Luoyin felt an undeniable sense of home in this villa located in the city. The most apparent indication of this was the simultaneous sigh of relief they both heaved upon returning. It was as if, after a long day of toil, they had finally returned to the sanctuary of home. Initially, Lin Yan intended to assist in the kitchen, but Bai Luoyin firmly guided him to the sofa, insisting, "You sit still. I've got this covered on my own, so don't disturb me." As she spoke, she deftly gathered her disheveled hair with a scrunchie, her newly donned apron transforming her into the image of a little chef. This is the charm of a goddess, even in such a domestic guise. She remained a sight to behold. Seeing her determination, Lin Yan naturally ceased his attempts to help. He raised his hands in mock surrender and obediently stated, "All right, I won't disturb you. Please hurry and prepare the meal. If you take any longer, we might end up having late-night snacks instead." A victorious smile broke across her face as she joyfully entered the kitchen. However, despite his words, Lin Yan couldn't shake his unease, occasionally glancing toward the kitchen. He was mentally prepared to spring into action at the first sign of smoke or flame. To his surprise, It appeared that the young lady had indeed put effort into honing her culinary skills. Through the crack of the kitchen door, he observed her cutting vegetables with commendable finesse, even catching a glimpse of her adept tossing technique reminiscent of a seasoned chef. Assured that no calamity was imminent, Lin Yan relaxed and took out his phone to entertain himself. The device often acted as a time warp. For instance, one might be engrossed in typing, suddenly seized by the urge for inspiration, only to realize an hour had slipped by unnoticed. Lin Yan found himself in precisely such a situation. It wasn't until Bai Luoyin stood before him, hands on her hips and her melodious voice breaking through his reverie, that he finally tore his gaze away from the screen. "What are you so engrossed in?" she inquired, glancing at the clock in the living room. Lin Yan was startled to discover that, unbeknownst to him, an entire hour had elapsed. He turned off his phone and looked at her with a gentle smile, replying, "Oh, nothing much. Just stumbled upon a novel and was reading out of boredom." "You read novels too?" she asked with curiosity. "Yes. I was reading one by an author named Sour Milk. The writing is quite subpar, riddled with typos and errors. What's more, that fool seems blissfully unaware of his lack of humor, persistently teasing readers while teetering on the brink of absurdity. It's as if he believes this makes him amusing, yet, for some reason, the plot feels oddly familiar to me." Seeing his plight, he had even offered a few encouraging words to support his endeavors, powered by affection. Shaking his head, Lin Yan rose from the sofa, taking the young girl's hand as he said, "All right, let us not dwell on that any longer. Is it time to eat?" Following the girl to the dining table, Lin Yan was surprised to find 3 beautifully prepared dishes awaiting him. Contrary to his expectations, the suspicious charred black substance he had imagined was nowhere to be seen. Instead, what lay before him were 3 enticing culinary creations. Although he had yet to taste them, their vibrant colors and aromatic fragrances had already assured him of their appeal. Stunned, Lin Yan took his seat, gazing at the dishes on the table, and incredulously asked Bai Luoyin, "You, a young lady from a distinguished family, have truly taken the time to study culinary arts? Isn't your family background a bit too privileged for such trivial pursuits?" "Oh wait, you lack that particular trait." Seemingly pleased with Lin Yan's reaction, Bai Luoyin raised her head proudly like a swan, deliberately adopting a tone of disdain as she replied, "Huh, what's so difficult about cooking? If I so desire, it doesn't even qualify as a challenge." With that, she, like a devoted wife, served a bowl of rice before him. Without even removing her apron, she sat down beside Lin Yan, her bright eyes fixed on him as she eagerly exclaimed, "Come, hurry, and try my cooking." Lin Yan, holding the bowl she had handed him in one hand and chopsticks in the other, reached for the nearest dish of stir-fried tomatoes and eggs. Although it was merely a commonplace home-cooked dish, the vivid red and yellow colors, the glossy sheen of the oil, and the faint aroma that wafted towards him filled Lin Yan with anticipation. He lifted a golden piece of egg and, without any hesitation, placed it in his mouth. Then, he froze, observing Lin Yan, who had maintained his rigid posture for nearly 10 seconds. The girl beside him expressed a flicker of confusion. "Lin Yan, what is the matter? Isn't it delicious? Speak up," Bai Luoyin questioned, standing up and leaning over to get a better look at him. Lin Yan remained in his previous stance, but his pupils visibly began to unfocus. To an observer, it appeared as though his very soul had been extracted by some unseen force. What is happening to you?" At that moment, Bai Luoyin finally perceived that something was amiss with the young man. She anxiously called out to him, reaching out to shake his body. Just then, her vision blurred momentarily. It seemed she caught sight of a translucent object extending from the top of Lin Yan's head, poised to break free and ascend into the air. Bai Luoyin's heart raced. Instinctively, she reached out to tap the top of Lin Yan's head. Her action appeared to trigger a switch. Suddenly, Lin Yan's previously rigid body trembled, and his pupils began to slowly refocus. Clatter! The chopsticks he had been holding fell onto the table, but his pale face indicated he was far too preoccupied to notice such trivial matters. Staring blankly at the girl beside him, his lips quivered as he uttered, What has happened? Are you all right? What is wrong with you?" Bai Luoyin inquired with concern. Whispers of concern from the young maiden reached Lin Yan's ears, prompting him to recollect the events that had just transpired. He set down his bowl of rice, a look of terror crossing his face as he cast a glance at the dishes before him. After instinctively swallowing hard, he tremulously addressed the maiden. Lin Yan, I believe I just experienced a hallucination. A hallucination? She echoed. Yes, he continued. I seem to have glimpsed a river amidst the fog. On the opposite bank stood a multitude of figures. As I approached to discern their identities, I discovered, at this juncture, a flicker of dread flashed in the boy's eyes, and after a brief pause, he elaborated, they were the souls of those who perished in my past 9 lives. Among them were deceased friends and foes whose heads I had severed with my own hands. Upon concluding his revelation, Lin Yan regarded the stir-fried tomatoes and eggs before him with an expression of peculiar unease. Goodness, could this be the fabled hell's culinary master? Is it truly possible that someone in this world can concoct dishes capable of summoning the river of 3 paths? However, before he could ponder further, the sudden sound of the doorbell rang out. Chapter 93. A familiar smile. Lin Yan fully comprehended the meaning of the phrase golden on the outside, rotten within. Who could have imagined that the tantalizing dishes before him were, in fact, poison cloaked in sweetness? Upon taking a bite of the scrambled eggs with tomatoes, he distinctly felt the haunting echoes of the past. It was difficult for him to fathom that had he consumed the entirety of the meal, it would likely have heralded the end of his life. With a pallid expression, he stared at the food before him and turned to the young girl beside him, asking, How did you manage this? Though she had not yet tasted the dish, Bai Luoyin could easily deduce the situation from the earlier scene. Like a contrite child, she lowered her gaze and fidgeted with her fingers, murmuring, Every time I cooked before, Xiaoyu would help me. This is my first time cooking on my own. Wait, so you treated your man as a guinea pig? Before Lin Yan could voice his thoughts again, a jarring sound of the doorbell pierced the air. Bai Luoyin furrowed her brow, clearly displeased by the interruption of their intimate moment. However, she was acutely aware that the guards outside the villa would not allow any mistaken doorbell ringings. Could it be Xiaoyu? Unlikely. She would never intrude at such a moment unless the world were on the brink of collapse. With a hint of trepidation, Bai Luoyin opened the door. The moment she beheld the figure standing outside, her expression darkened instantly. Shen Yongyan, it seems my lesson was insufficient. Noticing Bai Luoyin's gaze sweep over his lower body, Shen Yongyan instinctively recoiled, trembling slightly in fear. Clearly, the memory of the kick he received days ago had left a profound impact on him. At that moment, Lin Yan emerged from the room, and upon seeing Shen Yongyan, exclaimed with genuine delight, Shen Yongyan, you're all right? His tone suggested a camaraderie akin to that of long-lost friends rather than adversaries. Shen Yongyan cast a wary glance at him, but remained silent. Little did anyone know the internal struggle he faced when he pressed the doorbell. Although Bai Luoyin's kick had not rendered him a mere shell of his former self, it had certainly necessitated a hospital stay. While recovering, he had been preoccupied with orchestrating his exchange student plans. Upon learning about Bai Luoyin's romantic involvement with another boy, he sensed impending doom. He had known Bai Luoyin since childhood, and from their very first meeting, he was captivated by her radiant, sun-like presence. Setting aside the commercial advantages of the Shun and Bai family's potential union, he had long regarded Bai Luoyin as his soul partner. Thus, his understanding of her ran deeper than that of others. He was acutely aware that Bai Luoyin had always harbored a profound disdain for the presence of men around her. Even the bodyguards arranged by the elder of the Bai family were permitted to protect her only from a distance of 20 meters. Only the childhood companion, Shang Wanwanyu, was allowed to offer her close protection. In the Bai family residence, apart from the bodyguards and the elderly head of the Bai household, all the servants were women. Throughout Bai Luoyin's upbringing, she scarcely formed friendships with male peers, and there was no record of her ever having physical contact with a man. Consequently, rumors circulated in the capital that Bai Luoyin suffered from phobia of men. Regardless of the speculations, it remained an undeniable truth that the young heiress of the Bai family preferred to avoid male interaction. However, when Shen Yongyan came across a photograph of Bai Luoyin kissing Lin Yan, he realized that the notion of a fear of men was merely a fallacy. She simply had yet to encounter the right person. The image depicted their tongues intertwined, prompting him to question what exactly it was that she feared about men. To further aggravate his distress, Lin Yan in the photograph wore an expression akin to one who had been unwillingly kissed. What a farce! Was he not the one who had seduced the Bai family's young lady? Or was it Bai Luoyin who had pursued him, typically composed? Shen Yongyan found himself consumed by rage, instinctively believing that Bai Luoyin had been ensnared by Lin Yan's sweet words. After all, how could two individuals who had never interacted suddenly find themselves in such a passionate affair? Thus, upon his discharge from the hospital, he hastily returned to Zhonghai University. To his dismay, he soon learned from his subordinates that Lin Yan and Bai Luoyin had left the campus together that day. He promptly dispatched people to track their whereabouts, only to receive the alarming news that the two had entered a villa. With his resources, he quickly discovered that this property belonged to Bai Luoyin. In that moment, he comprehended that this was indeed their romantic hideaway. He urged his subordinates to drive him to the villa's entrance. Yet as he stepped out of the car, hesitance seized him. Understanding Bai Luoyin's character, he recognized that her words from that day were not mere jest. Should he provoke her ire, she would indeed instigate a commercial rivalry between the Shun and Bai families. The most pressing concern was the disparity in their statuses. Although Bai Luoyin was merely 2 years his junior, she was the current head of the Bai family, while he, Shen Yongyan, was merely an heir of the Shun lineage. Unlike the Bai family, the Shun family had numerous heirs. Should he heir, they could easily opt for a different successor. Yet, as the lights of the villa flickered on, his mind could not suppress the image of Bai Luoyin, glistening with sweat, nestled in Lin Yan's embrace. It was a scene that anyone could imagine. A pair of youthful lovers sharing a room. What transgressions might occur? The thought of his cherished possession possibly being compromised fueled his resolve. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the doorbell. Upon seeing the two emerge before him, neatly attired, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, upon hearing Lin Yan's enthusiastic greeting, his vigilance returned. Observing the disingenuous smile on Lin Yan's face, he instinctively sensed ulterior motives. Only Bai Luoyin, familiar with Lin Yan, paused momentarily at the sight of that long-forgotten smile, one she had encountered many times before. In the past, whenever Lin Yan sought to deceive others, he would don an innocuous smile to lull his adversaries into a false sense of security, reflecting on those who had fallen victim to Lin Yan's schemes. Leaving them utterly destitute, Bai Luoyin prudently chose to remain silent. However, as she observed the black-clad bodyguards who were supposed to intercept Shen Yongyan, a frosty expression enveloped her countenance. Logically, these bodyguards ought to have thwarted Shen Yongyan's advance. Sensing the icy gaze of Bai Luoyin upon him, the captain of the guards trembled slightly, attempting to explain "bossui." Yet before he could finish, Bai Luoyin's frigid voice interjected, "Enough, you are dismissed. I shall have Xiao Yu handle this matter." The captain wished to articulate a response, but his lips quivered momentarily before he ultimately acquiesced to silence. Chapter 94. When a friend comes from afar, one must certainly devise a way to ensnare him. Regarding Bai Luoyin's decision, Lin Yan had no intention of interjecting. During this period, although he could not avoid a few nods of acknowledgement with the dark-clad figures lingering behind him, he understood well that Bai Luoyin was acting correctly. He could surmise the reason these individuals did not proactively obstruct Shen Yongyan. Being a bodyguard for a wealthy family is no trivial matter, aside from safeguarding their employer. They must possess a discerning eye, at the very least recognizing those in close proximity to their employer. This knowledge is essential to prevent unintentional affronts to those who ought not to be offended. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for a bodyguard of the Bai family to be acquainted with Shen Yongyan. However, knowing without taking action was indeed their failing. Bai Luoyin's attitude toward Shen Yongyan was unmistakable to any observer. Receiving a salary from the Bai family, yet failing to act in accordance with their wishes constituted dereliction of duty. Lin Yan, well aware of the challenges faced by those in power, recognized that such situations must be handled decisively. Ignoring the matter of the bodyguards, Lin Yan extended a welcoming hand to the apprehensive newcomer, pulling him into the house with a smile, saying, "Guests must be welcomed." Furthermore, as the ancients wisely stated, the arrival of friends from afar is a joyous occasion. Senior Shun, do not linger outside. Come in and have a seat. Bai Luoyin, wearing an expression of displeasure, initially wished to voice her thoughts, but upon receiving a stern glance from Lin Yan, she begrudgingly held her tongue. Witnessing this exchange, Shen Yongyan felt a twinge of melancholy. Bai Luoyin bore no resemblance to the haughty and untouchable flower of his memories. She seemed more like a beleaguered wife to Lin Yan. With this thought, his initial wariness was supplanted by a surge of indignation, compelling him to follow Lin Yan into the house. Once seated at the dining table, surrounded by an array of dishes, he belatedly realized the situation. Are you all dining? Bai Luoyin rolled her eyes in annoyance, not even glancing at him as she retorted, does this scene resemble a gathering for relieving oneself? Shen Yongyan was momentarily taken aback by such coarse language emanating from Bai Luoyin, unsure how to respond. Fortunately, Lin Yan came to his aid, placing a set of chopsticks before him, feigning anger as he addressed Bai Luoyin. Yin, regardless of the circumstances, Senior Shun is still our guest. Do temper your words. Bai Luoyin shot him an exasperated glance, but ultimately fell silent. Had she not sensed Lin Yan's mischievous intent, she would not have held back her retorts. Lin Yan, disregarding her, placed the utensils in front of Shen Yongyan and gently urged, "Come, Senior Shun, since fate has brought us together. Why not share a meal with us before you depart? This feast has been specially prepared by Yin Yan. Let us savor it together." As he finished speaking, he felt a piercing gaze filled with ire directed at him from behind. Without turning around, he was already aware that the piercing gaze came from Bai Luoyin, who was evidently displeased that he had allowed Shen Yongyan to partake in her culinary creation. However, the thought crossed his mind. "Sister, I barely took a bite and nearly perished. Do you truly believe I would dare to eat again tonight?" Such a rare and highly deceptive poison was indeed perfect for this rival to experience. Disregarding Bai Luoyin's petty emotions behind him, Lin Yan moved the plate of sweet and sour spare ribs in front of Shen Yongyan. Yet, as Shen Yongyan picked up his chopsticks and gazed at the tantalizing dishes before him, hesitance crept in. He cast a wary glance at Lin Yan, who was exuding an overly eager demeanor, sensing something amiss. This fellow, could he have poisoned the food? Yet, upon witnessing Bai Luoyin's genuine expression of indignation, his doubts were momentarily quelled. After all, his visit had been rather spur of the moment. Moreover, judging by the arrangement of the tableware, it was evident that these two had indeed been preparing to dine before he rang the doorbell. All signs suggested that poisoning the food was unlikely. Furthermore, he was no ordinary individual. He was the heir of the Shun family. Many had witnessed his arrival, and no matter how mischievous Bai Luoyin might be, she would not stoop to poisoning herself. The real question lay with Lin Yan. Just days prior, he had coldly professed his desire to be with Bai Luoyin, yet now he was suddenly attempting to ingratiate himself with Shen Yongyan. Soon, an explanation dawned upon him. It seemed this fellow was not entirely foolish. Perhaps he feared being discarded by Bai Luoyin once she grew weary of him, hence seeking to secure a backup plan. Indeed, he was a mere ordinary person, existing in a realm vastly different from Shen Yongyan's. Without Bai Luoyin's protection, dealing with him would be a trivial affair. It appeared he had come to this realization, prompting his attempt to curry favor. How laughable! Did he truly believe such flattery would prove effective? With this thought lingering in his mind, Shen Yongyan cast a disdainful glance at Lin Yan. Resolute, he extended his chopsticks towards the plate of sweet and sour spare ribs. 5 minutes later, Bai Luoyin could no longer contain herself and pounced at Lin Yan, revealing her small, sharp canines. "You dare serve my personally prepared meal to another man? You have sealed your fate. Prepare to face the consequences." Yet, Lin Yan merely raised a hand to thwart her seemingly fierce assault. With an air of calm, he gestured towards the corner of the dining table and said to the girl, "Perhaps you should assess the situation before speaking." Following his gaze, her eyes widened in disbelief. There sat Shen Yongyan, who had been poised and gentlemanly, now slumped in his chair, legs sprawled, eyes rolling back in a state of apparent distress. He was frothing at the mouth, his body convulsing intermittently, presenting a picture of someone on the brink of collapse. Lin Yan calmly spoke. "Just tell me whether I should have someone else test the poison for me." The girl, with an expression of defiance, approached the dining table, picked up her chopsticks, and lifted a piece of scrambled egg, murmuring, "I refuse to believe that it can be this unpalatable." However, upon tasting the morsel, Her previously furious countenance transformed into one of neutrality. With composure, she discreetly retrieved a piece of paper from the table, held it to her mouth, and discreetly expelled the egg she had just consumed, placing it slowly into her bowl. Subsequently, she managed to force a smile, as if nothing had transpired, and approached Lin Yan, tugging at his sleeve, and said, "Darling, what would you like to eat? I can order takeout for you." Chapter 95. Command Daji freely. Master to prevent Shen Yongyan from meeting a dire fate, Lin Yan ultimately had to carry him outside and unceremoniously discard him. Much like Bai Luo Yan, he was not devoid of bodyguards. Upon returning inside and closing the door, several figures clad in black materialized beside Shen Yongyan, observing their young master, whose breath was shallow and labored. Their expressions shifted dramatically. With complex gazes cast toward the villa, they ultimately said nothing and took Shen Yongyan away. Regardless, the priority was to transport the young master for urgent medical attention. As for the interior, Lin Yan unapologetically discarded the meal prepared by Bai Luo Yan into the trash bin. He even took the liberty of doubling up on garbage bags, intending to dispose of them at the waste station the following morning. He feared that carelessly abandoning them at the villa's waste processing site might lead small animals to mistakenly ingest the remnants, inciting panic over suspected poisoning in the community. In the end, they opted against ordering takeout. Instead, Lin Yan utilized the ingredients from the refrigerator to concoct a few simple dishes, considering their earlier lack of proper nourishment during the day. By the time they could finally eat, both were ravenous. Disregarding decorum, they eagerly grabbed their bowls and began to feast. In a whirlwind of consumption, the dining table was soon devoid of food. Lin Yan patted his slightly rounded belly, feeling revitalized at last. Beside him, Bai Luo Yan, equally reflective, caressed her own stomach and remarked with a hint of playful reproach, "It's all your fault for cooking so deliciously. If I gain weight, I'll hold you responsible. Just so you know, if you make my belly grow, you must take responsibility." Lin Yan shot her an exasperated glance. How was it possible for her to frame the act of cooking for her in such a way as to stir misunderstandings? After a brief respite, Lin Yan took the initiative to rise and began clearing away the empty plates from the table. While tidying up, he advised the young lady beside him, "You should rest on the sofa for a while. If you feel too full, take your time moving around gently. Avoid any vigorous activity to prevent stomach discomfort." As he offered this counsel to Bai Luo Yan, he had finished collecting all the plates and bowls and proceeded to the sink to wash them. In truth, these dirty dishes would eventually be cleaned by a servant. However, due to Bai Luo Yan's preference for solitude in their shared world, the earliest a servant could arrive would be the following day. Lin Yan, possessing a slight tendency towards cleanliness, felt uneasy at the thought of leaving greasy dishes to sit overnight. Naturally, he could not allow Bai Luo Yan to undertake such chores. He did not wish for her delicate hands to become roughened by domestic tasks. Moreover, he saw no issue in taking on a bit more household responsibility in their shared life. Seated on the sofa, Bai Luo Yan gazed at Lin Yan, who was busy at the sink, her eyes gradually becoming dreamy. In the time following her relationship with Lin Yan, she experienced the most blissful moments of her 2 lifetimes. This happiness sometimes awakened her in the dead of night, leaving her in a state of bewilderment, questioning the authenticity of all. Deep within her soul, she harbored a tinge of fear, a fear that one day Lin Yan might vanish from her life as he had before. Lin Yan often claimed that he suffered from the aftereffects of betrayal in his 8th life. Yet, who could fathom the impact of his feigned death on Bai Luo Yan? That night, upon discovering his lifeless body and the jade he left behind at his estate, she truly fell apart. Had she not fainted at that moment, she was certain she would have drawn the sword of a nearby guard to end her own life, departing alongside her beloved. She alone understood that she was not a sovereign empress. She had always been the little girl trailing behind Lin Yan. In her eyes, he was her entire universe. If Lin Yan were to disappear, her world would cease to exist, and she would find no purpose in continuing to live. Thus, the incident involving Shen Yongyan instilled genuine fear within her. She could hardly envision a reality where a rift formed between herself and her world, a consequence that would render her existence unbearable. Fortunately, her world had always entrusted her, just as she had unyieldingly trusted him. Observing Lin Yan immersed in his tasks, Her heart swelled with contentment. If she could, she wished to remain in this moment forever. The Bai family and any financial conglomerate paled in comparison to the significance of the man before her. Speaking of which, she had promised the young man a reward today. Given his commendable performance lately, it seemed that granting tonight's reward was indeed feasible. With this thought, her lips curled into a seductive smile. Silently, she rose from the couch and, unbeknownst to Lin Yan, made her way toward the room upstairs. 10 minutes later, Lin Yan gazed at the tidy table and neatly arranged utensils before him, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. He preferred cooking to washing dishes. Yet he relished the feeling of everything being in its rightful place. It was only then that he belatedly noticed the absence of the girl who should have been seated in the living room. "Luo Yan, wife, where are you?" he called, his voice echoing in the empty space. However, the vast living room offered no response. How strange. Could she have gone to take a shower? But why would she suddenly run off without a word? Lin Yan pondered aloud, somewhat perplexed. He did not suspect that Bai Luo Yan had encountered any danger. Setting aside the fact that he was present, there was no way he would remain oblivious if an enemy had abducted her. Bai Luo Yan herself was no pushover. It was unlikely she would be taken without a fight. At that moment, Lin Yan felt more inclined to believe that Bai Luo Yan had indeed gone upstairs to bathe. He contemplated for a moment before finally ascending to the second floor. During this period, although the two had yet to cross the final threshold, they had shared a bed since their very first encounter. Thus, each time he visited, they would invariably retire to the most spacious master bedroom on the second floor. However, as Lin Yan approached the doorway, he was momentarily taken aback to find the door ajar. This girl, not even bothering to close the door while bathing? Well, I suppose I have no choice, he thought with a mischievous grin. After a brief hesitation, he resolutely stepped into the room. Yet, contrary to his expectations of hearing the sound of water, he was met with an astonishing sight. There lay the girl he had been searching for, clad in the attire of Daji from the mobile game, lying gracefully upon the bed, draped in a crimson miniskirt, adorned with golden bells at her waist. She wore the original, unharmonized version of the costume. Her head was crowned with 2 fluffy fox ears, and a magnificent, voluminous tail emerged between her long legs. Clad in black stockings, one could not deny that a splendid figure exuded a certain audacity. The typically aloof and imperious O appeared utterly at ease in this ensemble, as if she were the historical enchantress Daji herself. Upon noticing the boy's presence, the girl beamed with the sly charm of a genuine fox spirit, her eyes narrowing playfully as she called out in a voice that could make any man's blood race. "Please feel free to command Daji." My master, chapter 96. Solutions abound more than difficulties. The scene before the young man was an overwhelming spectacle, leaving him momentarily paralyzed, unsure of how to respond. After a prolonged silence, he swallowed hard and, in a flustered manner, addressed the girl before him. "You." "I." Observing the usually composed boy now appear as bewildered as a novice, a glimmer of satisfaction sparkled in the girl's eyes. She had no intention of letting the moment slip away and resolved to take the initiative. Dressed as the enchanting Daji, she gracefully descended from the bed and approached Lin Yan. A fragrant aroma enveloped him, and suddenly, Lin Yan felt a soft warmth nestling in his embrace. Realizing what had happened, he looked down to find the girl had snuggled into his arms. She extended a delicate finger, tracing circles on his chest, while her enticing lips curled into a playful smile. In a voice that could render him weak at the knees, she purred, "What do you wish to say, my master? Or shall I say, do you plan to just stand there dazed all night?" Each utterance of master from the girl sent Lin Yan soaring with delight, particularly when considering her former life as an empress and her current role as a prestigious CEO. This title filled him with an intoxicating sense of euphoria. Pleased with his dazed expression, the girl nodded approvingly. She then gently pushed him away and reclined back onto the bed. This time, however, she slowly extended her leg, her petite toes clad in black stockings teasingly lifting the hem of Lin Yan's shirt. With a dreamy gaze, she once again seduced him, asking, "Are you truly not inclined to do something?" Her words ignited a fervent flame within him. Unable to resist the rising tide of desire, Lin Yan lunged toward her. Yet, just as he was about to close the distance, She playfully pressed her foot against his body, with a finger resting on his lips. She flashed a captivating smile and said, "Patience, darling. I must take a bath first." "Seriously, my lady? Just as I'm ready to engage. You tell me you need a bath? After all that time, couldn't you have bathed and dressed beforehand? Is this some sort of teasing game?" Seeing his discomfort, the girl chuckled softly, pecked his lips lightly, and whispered in his ear, "I will return swiftly." With that, she rose and sauntered into the bathroom. Listening to the sound of running water, Lin Yan felt as if his throat was on fire. His heart was a tumultuous mix of anticipation and urgency. After years of hard work, am I finally on the verge of truly becoming an adult? While he longed to rush in and ask if she wanted company, he ultimately chose to respect her privacy. However, in his excitement, he had already begun to shed his clothing, sprawled comfortably on the bed in nothing but his boxers. True to her word, the girl did not take long at all. 10 minutes later, the young girl emerged from the bathroom, clad in a delicate silk nightgown. However, a trace of confusion adorned her face as she gazed at Lin Yan, who lay on the bed. Biting her lip, she spoke with a hint of remorse. "Husband, I'm sorry, my visitor has arrived." "Huh?" Lin Yan, still muddled from insufficient blood flow to his brain, looked up at her with befuddled eyes and asked, "Which visitor?" My relative has come." "Your relative? But isn't your family just left with your grandfather?" You can't be implying that you." Seeing the guilt etched on the girl's face as she nodded, the light in Lin Yan's eyes gradually dimmed. He lay back on the bed, his expression devoid of emotion, staring blankly at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. "Let all perish. I am weary. Why must fate be so cruel to me?" Observing Lin Yan, who seemed to have lost all color, Balian's sense of guilt deepened. She hadn't intended for this to happen. Today's plan was to offer herself up willingly. Who could have anticipated that while bathing, she would discover? Yet, such things were beyond her control. The dilemma was, she had ignited a flame, but found herself unable to extinguish it. Determined, the young girl bit her lip and earnestly recalled some lessons taught by Xiaoyu. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated her mind. She slowly leaned closer to Lin Yan and whispered something in his ear. Her cheeks flushed. Lin Yan, taken aback, looked at her, his gaze drawn to her slightly parted, rosy lips, and with a quiver in his voice, he asked, "Are you serious?" Suppressing her own embarrassment, she lowered her eyes and nodded. A weary author struggles against the challenges posed by a complex narrative. The fragile author succumbs to the weight of the story. I truly tried, yet I could not prevail. A night devoid of conversation passed, and when the first rays of morning sunlight kissed Lin Yan's face, he gradually awakened from his beautiful dreams. Upon seeing the girl, who was entangled around him like an octopus, a gentle smile graced Lin Yan's features. Just as he leaned in to steal a kiss from her lips, she awoke. Realizing the boy's intentions, she immediately covered her mouth with both hands, shot him an annoyed glance, and swiftly made her way to the bathroom. Before long, the sounds of her morning routine echoed through the air. This girl, hadn't she already washed up last night? Lin Yan, feeling refreshed, stretched lazily and cast a mischievous glance towards the bathroom. Though it was somewhat different from his imaginings, at least she had savored the moment. As Bai Luo Yan emerged, freshly groomed, she found herself meeting the boy's playful gaze. Rolling her eyes in exasperation, she crossed her arms defiantly and declared, "I'm hungry. Hurry and make me breakfast." The young man leaned closer to her, a mischievous smile adorning his face as he inquired, "What shall we eat? Perhaps fried eggs? I recall you have a penchant for egg whites." "Lin Yan, are you seeking death?" The young girl initially flushed with embarrassment before transforming into a fierce tigress, pouncing towards Lin Yan. "Help!" He.S. attempting to murder his own wife. Amidst a flurry of playful banter, the two spent a delightful afternoon indulging in each other's company within the villa. Considering the girl's delicate condition, Lin Yan ultimately decided to prepare a thoughtful breakfast of congee and steamed buns. After they had partaken in this modest morning repast, the time had already crept close to noon. Though reluctant to part ways, the two eventually embarked on their journey back to school. Upon their arrival, they discovered that Shangguan Wanyu had been patiently waiting at the school gate. She scrutinized the pair with a hint of curiosity flickering in her eyes. Chapter 97. The sports meeting regarding Bai Luoyan's plans from the previous night. Shangwan Wanyu was certainly aware. In fact, it was she who personally selected Bai Luoyan's outfit reminiscent of Daji. Therefore, when Lin Yan and Bai Luoyan appeared at the school gate, Shangwan Wanyu eagerly turned her gaze towards her young mistress. However, upon observing Bai Luoyan's gait more closely, her brow gradually furrowed. Let us not forget, in her past life, she was a court lady who specifically attended to Bai Luoyan. Occupying such a position, she had absorbed a wealth of theoretical knowledge from many elderly matrons in the palace. Thus, with a mere glance, she discerned that her mistress seemed not to have succeeded the previous night. Yet this was illogical. She could hardly believe that any man could remain indifferent in the presence of Bai Luoyan clad in that battle attire. Alas, they were indeed mistaken. Lin Yan had no intention of holding back. The problem lay in their oversight of certain dates. Noticing the scrutinizing gaze of Xiaoyu, Bai Luoyan instantly recognized her companion's thoughts. A blush crept onto her cheeks as she recalled the previous night's indiscretions. Irritated, she shot a glare at Lin Yan beside her, only to find him wearing a carefree expression. In a fit of annoyance, she pinched the soft flesh at his waist and twisted it mercilessly. That scoundrel, having gained from her, still managed to appear innocent. How could he not sense her sour demeanor? As for the playful banter between the two, Shangwan Wanyu remained unfazed. To her, whatever these two did was entirely justified. Eventually, unable to tolerate Lin Yan's smugness any longer, Bai Luoyan tugged Xiaoyu away. As they departed, Xiaoyu pondered over the earlier question. With a subtle glance back at her lord, she leaned closer to her mistress and whispered, "Miss, is there something difficult to discuss with the lord?" Clearly, Xiaoyu held immense faith in her mistress's allure, and after much contemplation, she could only conclude that perhaps her lord was lacking in some regard. However, that was inconsequential. Even so, she could seek treatment for him. Even if the healing arts of this world were inadequate, she still possessed several secret remedies learned from her past life in the palace. She vowed never to let her mistress and the lord suffer from such trivial matters. Bai Luoyan tilted her head in thought for several moments before finally comprehending Xiaoyu's insinuation. Recalling the night's fervor, she blushed deeply and whispered a few words in Xiaoyu's ear, completely overturning her previous assumptions. After grasping the full context, Xiaoyu nodded slightly, her expression earnest as she offered strategic advice to her mistress. "Fear not, we shall plan better next time."